Chapter 1. The International Flight. On a flight from Huaxia to a small nation in Africa, Song Imo sat quietly in a comfortable seat, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly engaged in a moment of rejuvenation. Despite his tender age of just 27, Song Imo exuded a maturity and composure that far surpassed his peers at the age of 18. Shortly after graduating from high school, he resolutely embarked on a military career. Owing to his exceptional physical prowess and mastery of various military skills, he successfully navigated through rigorous elections and was inducted into the Special Forces in a mere 3 years. Once in the Special Forces, Song Imo thrived, showcasing his talents and repeatedly achieving remarkable feats in perilous missions. However, fate can be capricious during a critical operation. He inadvertently committed an error that could have led to severe repercussions, including a military tribunal. Fortunately, his superiors, acknowledging his substantial contributions to the nation, chose leniency and did not refer him for court-martial. Nonetheless, this reprieve meant he could not remain in the military, forcing him to conclude his cherished military career prematurely and return home with a heavy heart. Awaiting him at home were not only the warmth of familial bonds, but also the weight of life's burdens. His mother was gravely ill, bedridden, and requiring substantial medical expenses for her treatment. Meanwhile, his sister was pursuing her university studies, incurring significant tuition and living costs. Although he possessed a reasonably substantial retirement fund, it paled in comparison to the pressing realities of his situation. In desperation, Song Imo searched for employment opportunities and ultimately secured a position as the deputy captain of security at a sizable local corporation. This job provided not only accommodation and assistance with social security benefits, but also a monthly salary exceeding 6,000 yuan, a figure that brought him considerable satisfaction given his current circumstances. On this occasion, the company's president, Liu Yunhan, personally led a cadre of executives on a journey to a mysterious small nation in Africa to negotiate a significant business collaboration. Under normal circumstances, someone in Song Mo's modest role as deputy captain of security would never have the opportunity to partake in such a trip. However, due to the unstable social conditions in that small country, the company decided to select a security personnel to accompany the delegation for safety reasons. The rationale for Song Mo's selection was straightforward. While the security captain was experienced and capable, his age presented limitations in agility and response speed. Compared to younger counterparts, thus, the robust and agile Song Imo emerged as the optimal choice. As the executives boarded the spacious and comfortable first-class cabin, Song Imo quietly made his way to the somewhat cramped economy section to locate his seat. Regarding the disparity in treatment, Song Imo displayed little concern, for at this moment, his mind was solely occupied with one pressing matter. Upon his return from this business trip, what substantial bonus would the company bestow upon him? At that instant, the melodious voice of the flight attendant resonated through the cabin, reminiscent of a nightingale's enchanting song. Dear passengers, we warmly welcome you aboard this flight. The aircraft is about to take off, so please fasten your seat belts and switch your mobile devices to flight mode to ensure your safety and that of fellow passengers. We kindly ask you to refrain from wandering about the cabin. Lastly, we sincerely wish you all a delightful and pleasant journey. As the announcement gradually faded, the plane began its slow taxiing before accelerating into the sky. Seated in the economy class, Song Imo felt the gentle vibrations of the aircraft and the roar of the engines, and before long, he leaned back against the seat, slipping into a drowsy state of slumber. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Song Imo found himself immersed in a hazy, profound dream, existing in a liminal state between wakefulness and slumber. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch upon his shoulder, stirring him from his reverie. In an instant, Song Imo jolted awake, as if electrified, his vision sharpening to reveal a flight attendant dressed impeccably in a professional uniform. At that moment, this attendant stood in the aisle with a petite, elegant card, and it was she who had lightly tapped him. As Song Imo fully opened his eyes, the attendant instantly graced him with a standard professional smile and spoke softly. Sir, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your precious rest. However, it is now time for the lunch service. May I inquire if you have any particular preferences or culinary delights you wish to sample? This flight attendant possessed a tall, slender figure with captivating curves. Her features were exquisite, each detail a testament to her beauty. For a moment, Song Mo was momentarily entranced, his gaze lingering on her for several seconds longer than intended. However, the flight attendant appeared unfazed by his unabashed gaze, accustomed to such attention. She exhibited not a hint of displeasure or annoyance, maintaining her warm and friendly professional smile, patiently awaiting Song Mo's response. After staring at the enchanting attendant for 7 or 8 seconds, he finally inquired softly, what delicious options do we have? With a smile, the lovely attendant replied in a gentle tone, "Good day, sir. For our in-flight lunch, we offer chicken rice, beef rice, pork chop rice, and noodles for your selection. Which would you like to try?" After listening to the flight attendant's detailed introduction, Song Mo slightly nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Hee, I would like one of each, chicken rice, beef rice, and pork rib rice. Unfortunately, I have quite the appetite." "Oh, and could I trouble you for a glass of plain water?" Though his voice was not particularly loud, his words managed to capture the attention of those around him. Many cast disdainful glances, silently pondering, "Goodness, where did this country bumpkin come from? How can he eat so much?" The flight attendant was momentarily taken aback by Song Mo's unique ordering request. Clearly, in her prior experiences, she had never encountered a passenger as exceptional as him. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly regained her composure. Maintaining her professional and charming smile, the flight attendant gently addressed Song Mo. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment." As her words faded, she skillfully retrieved 3 steaming boxes of rice from the small cart and carefully handed them to Song Mo. Next, she poured a cup of plain water into a disposable cup and presented it to him. Chapter 2. The Aircraft Mishap. Song Mo gently lowered the small table from above his seat. He meticulously placed the steaming boxes of rice and the freshly poured water onto the table. Eagerly, he opened one of the rice boxes, and an enticing aroma wafted toward him. However, Song Mo did not take the time to savor the meal. Instead, he devoured the food as if he had not eaten in days. Within just 2 minutes, he had completely polished off the entire box of rice. His astonishing appetite and voracious manner of eating resembled that of someone who had been starved for an eternity. Curious glances were cast his way by those around him. Yet Song Mo remained unfazed, continuing with his meal unabashedly. He swiftly opened another box of rice, resuming his rapid consumption. As time passed, in a mere 7 to 8 minutes, the third box of rice was also annihilated. After savoring the last bite of rice, Song Mo contentedly licked his lips, then picked up the now lukewarm cup of water beside him, tilting his head back and gulping it down. Subsequently, he leisurely gathered the empty boxes into a trash bag, stowed the table away, adjusted his posture, and closed his eyes to rest in this serene and tranquil atmosphere. Time quietly slipped by. Before long, it was already afternoon. At this moment, most passengers in the cabin, weary from their journey, leaned back in their seats, drifting into a drowsy slumber, and the space was enveloped in a languid and peaceful ambience. However, just as the calmness prevailed, suddenly, the aircraft shook violently without warning. Those who had been lost in slumber were abruptly jolted awake, their faces painted with alarm. Some passengers were so taken aback that they sprang from their seats, while others, gripped by fear, let out piercing screams, plunging the entire cabin into chaos and panic. The soothing voice of the flight attendant echoed through the cabin, urging, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The aircraft has encountered turbulence and will soon stabilize. Kindly remain seated and refrain from moving about." Upon hearing this announcement, the initially frantic passengers began to settle slightly. However, less than 3 minutes later, instead of regaining stability, the aircraft shook even more violently, eliciting another wave of terrified screams from the passengers. The cabin fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any further announcements. Just as the atmosphere thickened with unease and apprehension, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The aircraft doors suddenly belched forth a dense plume of black smoke without warning. This smoke spread through the cabin with the ferocity of a fearsome beast, engulfing the once serene environment in turmoil. The air was filled with a cacophony of terrified shrieks, desperate cries, and anguished sobs, merging into a chilling symphony of horror. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the cabin, akin to the earth splitting as the door erupted with a violent explosion, forcefully tearing a gaping hole in its frame. Passengers seated near the door had no time to react. They were mercilessly pulled into the abyss by a force akin to that of a demonic hand, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Concurrently, the oxygen masks overhead descended like startled birds, fluttering chaotically through the AIRT that moment. The entire cabin was shrouded in thick smoke, visibility reduced to nearly zero. The aircraft seemed to spiral out of control, akin to a wounded raptor plummeting earthward. Faced with this sudden calamity, the passengers were rendered motionless, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Yet amidst this maelstrom of chaos and dread, Song Mo exhibited an extraordinary calmness. A seasoned elite from the Special Forces, he had endured countless life-and-death trials. Even in such a perilous moment, he strived to maintain his composure, acutely aware that only by remaining calm could he possibly glean a sliver of hope for survival in this dire predicament. As several minutes passed, the aircraft suddenly plunged into the vast ocean like a monstrous beast bereft of control. In an instant, the tremendous impact caused the aircraft's fuselage to tremble violently, culminating in a thunderous crash as it collided with the sea. Soon after, the water surged in like a deluge, pouring through the gaping hole at the cabin door with ferocious intensity. Within a mere 10 seconds, the seawater had rapidly inundated a significant portion of the cabin, filling the space with a suffocating blend of briny scent and an atmosphere thick. With panic, as the relentless sea surged in, the aircraft began to sink slowly, as if an invisible hand were dragging it into the abyss of the deep ocean. Some passengers, quick to react, realized the gravity of the situation without hesitation. They unfastened their seatbelts and rushed towards the gaping opening, striving desperately to swim to safety. Song Mo also reacted swiftly, hurriedly loosening his seatbelt before reaching beneath his seat, fervently groping around. At last, he grasped a life jacket, clutching it tightly as if it were a lifeline. In a flurry of anxious movements, he attempted to secure the life jacket around his neck, his actions somewhat clumsy due to overwhelming tension. Finally managing to don it, he inhaled deeply and forcefully pulled the automatic inflation valve. Within mere seconds, the life jacket expanded as if enchanted, filling with air. From the moment he unfastened his seatbelt to the successful deployment of the life jacket, the entire ordeal transpired in a mere span of 10 seconds. However, during this fleeting moment, the relentless tide showed no sign of abating, mercilessly engulfing the entire cabin. Now, Song Mo found himself submerged in the cold, dark waters, surrounded only by an infinite sense of fear and despair. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure and swam towards the aircraft's gaping exit. Just as the plane was about to vanish beneath the vast ocean, he finally managed to escape from its confines. Leveraging the buoyancy of the life jacket, he floated serenely upon the boundless sea. Raising his gaze, he beheld the chaotic and distressing scene spread out before him. In his line of sight were not only other fortunate survivors who had also managed to escape the ill-fated aircraft, but also a myriad of scattered belongings and colorful suitcases. Bobbing along with the waves that moment, he suddenly noticed, not far away, the company's poised and elegant CEO, Liu Yunhan, alongside several senior executives, all crowded onto a life raft that was already inflated. Witnessing this, a spark of curiosity ignited within Song Mo. How had these executives managed to escape the aircraft amidst such peril? Furthermore, how had they procured a life raft that was ready for immediate use? As the plane plummeted into the sea, the immense impact shattered the windows in the first-class section almost instantaneously, yielding to the powerful pressure exerted by the surging waters. That it was precisely during this fleeting moment that Liu Yunhan and her cadre of executives seized the opportunity to escape through the broken windows, where they found a life raft. Ready for inflation point, one of the executives promptly activated the raft's automatic inflation valve, and within seconds, it was fully inflated. Liu Yunhan and her fellow executives scrambled aboard the life raft in a flurry of activity. Chapter 3. Surviving against all odds in a moment of sheer desperation. The lifeboat, which was initially small, became crowded with nearly 10 panicked individuals. Each person fought fervently to squeeze onto the boat, as if doing so would grant them a sliver of hope for survival. However, the overwhelming number of people pressed upon it rendered the little lifeboat nearly untenable, as if it would be swallowed by the surging sea at any moment. Fortunately, the surface of the water was surprisingly calm at that moment, devoid of the fierce winds and towering waves that could exacerbate this perilous situation. Song Mo, filled with urgency, gazed longingly at the inflatable lifeboat where Lu Yunhan was situated, and without hesitation, he swam determinedly toward it. Before long, he had reached the side of the lifeboat. Lu Yunhan, the deputy captain of security, had only a vague impression of him and could not recall his name. Among the company executives also aboard the lifeboat, a few recognized Song Mo. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful girl suddenly noticed Song Mo struggling in the water as he approached the lifeboat and shouted in delight. Song Mo, I can't believe you're alive. Quickly, give me your hand, and I will pull you up. She extended her hand, ready to assist him. However, just as hope seemed within reach, a middle-aged man nearby bellowed, Li Xiaomei, are you out of your mind? Look at our lifeboat. It is already severely overloaded and on the verge of sinking. If you pull him up, we will all be doomed. He is merely a lowly security guard. Why do you care about his fate? We can always compensate him later when we return. If you dare to reach out for him, I swear I will kick you into the sea right now. Upon hearing the man's merciless words, Li Xiaomei stood frozen, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet fear of the man kept her from advancing to help Song Mo. At that moment, Song Mo managed to swim to the edge of the lifeboat and grasp its rim. However, before he could catch his breath or regain his composure, the middle-aged man, quick on the uptake, seized a plastic paddle from the lifeboat and swung it down mercilessly towards Song Mo's head. Under normal circumstances, even 10 men as robust as this middle-aged man would not stand a chance against Song Mo. Yet, given the exceptional circumstances, Song Mo, soaked in seawater, was caught off guard by the man's unanticipated attack. Consequently, the hard plastic paddle struck him squarely on the head with a dull thud. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. Unable to contain his outrage, he cursed, Yang Wei, you son of a bitch. However, before he could utter another word, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his grip on the lifeboat slipping away. Fortunately, he was wearing a life jacket, preventing him from sinking into the depths of the sea. Witnessing this heart-stopping scene, all present were left utterly astonished, momentarily rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, someone finally regained their composure. Li Xiaomei, her face flushed with anger, directed her fury towards Yang Wei, exclaiming, Mr. Yang, this is utterly excessive. Even if you were unwilling to allow him onto the lifeboat, you could have simply refused. Why resort to such cruelty? In response to Li Xiaomei's accusations, Yang Wei displayed no remorse. Instead, he glared at her with a fierce intensity that pierced her heart like daggers. Terrified, Li Xiaomei trembled, silenced by his menacing gaze, afraid to utter another word. At that moment, Lu Yunhan, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brow and spoke up, Yang Wei, he is still one of our own. You could have just denied him access without resorting to violence. Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's words, Yang Wei instantly shifted his demeanor, responding with a forced smile, Ms. Lu, let me explain. That young man had already grasped the edge of the lifeboat. If I hadn't intervened, he would have climbed aboard. Our lifeboat is already severely overloaded. Adding him would greatly increase the risk of sinking, and we would all be doomed. He is merely a security guard. If he dies, we can always compensate his family. Listening to Yang Wei's rationale, Lu Yunhan chose not to argue further, simply shaking her head in resignation as she gazed at the unconscious Song Mo floating on the ocean's surface. Time passed, and eventually, Song Mo stirred from his unconscious state. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of vast, uncharted sea. Instinctively, he raised his hand to gently touch the spot where Yang Wei had struck him. However, the moment his fingers grazed the wound, an excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave, causing him to gasp involuntarily. The agony ignited a fierce rage within Song Mo, prompting him to curse vehemently. Damn it, Yang Wei, how dare you lay your hands on me? If it weren't for this life jacket, you would have killed me. If I ever cross paths with you again, I will make you pay." Despite his overwhelming anger, he understood that in order to survive in this perilous ocean, he must conserve his strength. Thus, he endured the pain, relying on the buoyancy of the life jacket around his neck, allowing the waves to carry him toward the uncertain horizon. Nearly 2 hours passed, and just as despair began to set in, he spotted a piece of wood floating nearby, resembling a small round table. To his astonishment, there seemed to be a person lying on it. This unexpected sight ignited a spark of hope in Song Mo's otherwise dimmed eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength and swam vigorously toward the drifting wood. With each vigorous swing of his arms, a profound desire to survive surged within him, and every powerful kick of his legs channeled his utmost strength. At long last, through relentless and extraordinary effort, he gradually approached his destination. When he drew near enough to discern the details, Song Mo realized that the individual sprawled across the massive log was none other than the flight attendant who had awakened him on the plane. Swiftly, Song Mo propelled himself to the log, seizing it firmly with one hand. Raising his gaze, he beheld the flight attendant lying motionless atop the log, her fate uncertain. Chapter 4: Encounter with the Flight Attendant. A wave of anxiety washed over Song Mo as he felt an urgent need to act without delay. He swiftly extended a slender finger, cautiously bringing it close to the flight attendant's nose. Holding his breath, he concentrated intently, hoping to sense any sign of breath escaping from her nostrils. After a brief moment, a surge of joy filled him as he detected the faintest hint of life. She was still alive. With no time to hesitate, Song Mo scrambled up the massive piece of wood with utmost speed. Struggling to maintain his balance, he reached out with one hand and gently patted the flight attendant's back while urgently calling out, "Hey, hey, please wake up." He repeated this plea over and over, his hands never ceasing their rhythmic motion. At last, through his relentless efforts, the flight attendant's tightly shut eyelids began to tremble before gradually parting. As her vision cleared and she caught sight of Song Mo standing so close, an unmistakable expression of surprise washed over her face. Her eyes widened, and with a wary demeanor, she inquired, "Who are you? How did you end up here with me?" I distinctly remember. I was alone. Faced with her suspicious gaze, Song Mo quickly waved his hand, his tone urgent yet as gentle as he could manage. "Please, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I escaped from that plane as well. We met on board, remember? You don't recall me?" Upon hearing his words, the flight attendant appeared to relax her guard slightly, though she still scrutinized him intently. As she examined his features closely, recognition seemed to dawn upon her, and she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. I remember now. You were the one who ordered 3 servings of rice on the plane. I can't believe you're still alive." I recall, just before the plane plunged into the sea, I managed to escape. I swam for quite a distance before I found this large piece of wood and climbed onto it, but somehow I lost consciousness. And I never expected to wake up to find you here. Listening to her recounting, Song Mo interjected, "What a coincidence it is. I was adrift on this vast ocean, feeling utterly hopeless when I caught sight of you lying on this piece of wood. I swam with all my might to reach you, only to find you unconscious, teetering on the brink between life and death." The beautiful flight attendant nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed, your arrival seems to be quite serendipitous. Had you not shown up when you did, I may not have awakened at all. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Jiechi. May I know how to address you?" With a warm smile gracing his face, Song Mo responded, "Ah, there is no need for such formality between us. The fact that we've encountered each other in this vast ocean signifies our connection. My name is Song Mo, and if you don't mind, you may call me Song Ge." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiechi smiled brightly and said, "It seems we are indeed quite fated. From now on, I shall call you Song Ge." As her words faded, she could not help but cast her gaze towards the vast, tumultuous sea, her delicate brows furrowing in concern as she turned to Song Mo and softly uttered, "We truly are unfortunate. Who could have anticipated such a disastrous fate for the plane? I wonder if we will survive this ordeal." Hearing Lu Jiechi's lament, Song Mo reassured her, "Do not dwell on despair. Since fate has favored us, allowing us to escape this calamity, it signifies that our lives are not yet forfeit. The most crucial task now is to conserve our strength, for that is our only hope for survival. Lu Jiechi nodded in agreement, responding, "Yes, I understand." Subsequently, she fell silent, and together with Song Mo, they stared intently at the distant horizon, silently praying for a miracle to unfold. Fortunately, the piece of wood upon which they floated was sufficiently large. Moreover, the surface of the sea presented a serene and tranquil scene, with hardly a ripple disturbing its vast expanse, resembling a colossal, smooth mirror. Thus, the two of them comfortably perched upon the sturdy log, requiring no effort to maintain their balance. Song Mo and Lu Jiechi drifted gently with the current, allowing the water to guide them slowly into the unknown. As time slipped away unnoticed, the sun in the sky gradually descended, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon, while the night enveloped the sea like a swath of black satin. With the deepening darkness, the winds began to strengthen, howling across the surface and stirring up waves. Fortunately, the season was mid-July, the peak of summer's sweltering heat. So despite the gusts, the two did not feel the chill. On the plain, Song Mo had consumed 3 generous portions of rice, and although several hours had passed since the crash, he did not feel particularly hungry. In stark contrast, Lu Jiechi was profoundly famished, her stomach pressing against her back, her throat parched as if aflame. Yet, amidst this boundless ocean, where could one possibly seek sustenance and water? Resigned to her fate, Lu Jiechi remained as still as a statue upon the log, daring not to move lest she squander her dwindling energy. Despite the relentless winds whipping across the sea, the log was remarkably sturdy, its stability unparalleled. Regardless of the tempest's fury, it remained steadfast, resolutely carrying the two onward. Thus, time seemed to freeze, stretching into a long and torturous night. Having gone without food and water for an extended period, Lu Jiechi's body reached its limit, leaving her weak and feeble. Finally, she could bear no longer. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she slumped against the log, succumbing once more to slumber. Beside her, Song Mo was equally exhausted, yet the fierce instinct for survival prevented him from yielding to fatigue. He mustered his spirits, vigilantly observing the movements above the surface of the sea, leaving no trace of potential rescue unheeded. Occasionally, he glanced over at Lu Jiaqing, who lay peacefully asleep beside him, fearing that in the blink of an eye, she might inadvertently roll over and plunge into the vast, boundless ocean. As the dawn gradually broke, a resplendent sun slowly rose from the distant horizon. Sunlight danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle of breathtaking beauty. Yet, at that moment, Song Mo found no solace in the picturesque scene. He lifted his gaze and beheld the endless expanse of the sea, devoid of any horizon. Gazing into the vastness, a profound sense of despair surged within him, overwhelming him like a relentless tide. As the sun ascended higher, the merciless heat beat down upon them. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and soon, Song Mo felt the pangs of thirst and hunger gnawing at him. Just then, Lu Jiaqing, who had been in deep slumber, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was bleary and fatigued, and she appeared utterly drained of energy. Struggling to turn her head, she looked at Song Mo. Her voice faint as a whisper, "Song-gu, are we going to die in this vast ocean? I feel so thirsty and tired. I have no strength left." Upon hearing Lu Jiaqing's words, a sharp pang of concern struck Song Mo's heart. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied himself and reassured her, "Don't say such things. You must hold on. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must never surrender." With that, he reached out and gently patted Lu Jiaqing's shoulder, attempting to convey some strength to her. Chapter 5. Castaway on a deserted island, Lu Jiechi's complexion was ashen, her lips devoid of color. With the last vestiges of her strength, she managed a faint nod before collapsing like a wilting flower onto the large piece of driftwood, succumbing once more to a hazy slumber. Observing the unconscious Lu Jiechi, whose fate hung in the balance, Song Mo was engulfed by anxiety. He shouted desperately, "Beautiful lady, you mustn't sleep. If you fall asleep, you may never awaken. Please, hold on just a little longer. Yet at that moment, Lu Jiechi was so weak that she lacked the energy to respond. Song Mo felt as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks as if a dam had broken. His heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing so tightly that he could scarcely breathe. As seconds ticked by and the sun ascended higher into the sky, the scorching rays beat down mercilessly upon them. Song Mo felt as if he were trapped in a colossal furnace, his body ablaze with discomfort, sweat pouring from him in torrents, soaking him thoroughly. Every few minutes, he would hastily scoop up seawater with his hands, dousing himself in a futile attempt to find some relief from the impending heatstroke. Then, he carefully lifted his hand, gently pouring the remaining seawater over Lu Jiechi's forehead. Thus, time trudged on sluggishly, from dawn to dusk, unbeknownst to them. The two had drifted alone upon this vast ocean for an entire day. During this period, Lu Jiechi had briefly awakened, merely opening her eyes to survey her surroundings. However, before she could utter a single word, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Song Mo, too, felt his energy and strength waning, as if he were on the brink of collapse, just when despair threatened to consume him, as he believed both he and Lu Jiechi were destined to perish. He inadvertently glanced up towards the horizon. In that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. There, on the distant sea line, appeared a small black. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Song Mo as a gust of wind swept across the water. Propelling the driftwood, he and Lu Jiechi were on toward that tiny black dot. As time passed, the dot gradually came into sharper focus. To his astonishment, he realized it was an island. Overcome with exhilaration, he exclaimed to Lu Jiechi, "Wake up. There's a deserted island ahead. We can't survive." Upon hearing his call, Lu Jiechi merely lifted her head slightly before slipping back into slumber. Half an hour later, as Song Mo drew closer to the island, he could distinctly see the trees that adorned its landscape. Time passed, and nearly 20 minutes later, the waves finally nudged the large log upon which the two had been riding onto the sandy beach of a small island. With all his might, Song Mo lifted the unconscious Lu Jiechi, who resembled a sleeping beauty, and staggered toward a towering tree at the water's edge. Each step seemed to drain the last remnants of his strength, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Upon reaching the tree, he gently laid Lu Jiechi on the soft grass, careful not to disturb her sweet slumber. With a sigh of relief, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he began to examine the enigmatic island surrounding him. As he gazed around, he was met with dense, verdant foliage and a profusion of shrubs, creating a lush green sea. The forest echoed with the melodious calls of various birds, some sweet and lingering, others sharp and urgent, weaving a delightful symphony of nature. Strikingly, there was no evidence of human habitation. The lengthy coastline stretched into the horizon, seemingly infinite, prompting awe at the vastness of the island. In that moment, Song Mo was not inclined to ponder these thoughts, for his mind was solely fixated on the urgent need to find food and water to replenish his sapped energy. Resolutely, he gathered his strength and slowly rose to his feet, dragging his weary, fragile body along the shoreline step by step. After walking approximately 300 to 400 meters, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. Tall coconut trees stood gracefully along the coast. Through the gaps in the leaves, he could discern the large, plump coconuts adorning the branches. Overwhelmed with excitement, Song Mo's once heavy steps transformed into a light-hearted sprint as he hurried towards the coconut trees. In no time, he arrived beneath the towering palms. Looking up, he saw the trees laden with coconuts, while several ripe ones had fallen to the ground. Some had clearly been there too long and were beginning to rot, covered in various insects and emanating a foul odor. However, there were still a considerable number of coconuts that had recently dropped. Without hesitation, Song Mo quickly bent down to retrieve 2 of the fresher-looking coconuts and made his way toward the shoreline. Upon reaching the water's edge, he searched around until he found a sharp, angular stone. Gripping it tightly, he raised it high and, with all his strength, brought it crashing down upon the hard shell of the coconut. A dull thud resounded as the stone struck, but the coconut remained intact. Undeterred, Song Mo persisted, striking again and again. One blow, two blows, three blows. After persistently striking the coconut a good 7 or 8 times, its robust shell finally succumbed to the relentless blows, revealing a slender crack. Witnessing this, Song Mo was filled with exhilaration. He eagerly brought the coconut to his lips and began to savor the sweet, delectable coconut water within. With each sip that glided down his throat into his belly, Song Mo could distinctly feel a surge of energy flooding into his body like a tidal wave, gradually revitalizing his previously fatigued form. In merely a few seconds, he consumed every last drop of the coconut water, leaving not a trace behind. However, this scant amount was far from sufficient for the parched Song Mo. Without hesitation, he grasped the stone from the ground once more and launched a new assault on the second coconut. The air was filled with the sound of vigorous strikes. After another 7 or 8 heavy blows, the second coconut too yielded a fissure. Song Mo eagerly clutched it and greedily drank from its refreshing contents. After finishing the water from both coconuts, he felt a slight restoration of his strength. Remembering Lu Jiechi, who was still in slumber, Song Mo returned to the base of the coconut tree, removed his outer garment, and laid it on the ground. He gathered several relatively fresh coconuts and placed them within his clothing, wrapping them up before making his way back to Lu Jiechi. Chapter 6. Feeding Lu Jiechi coconut juice, Song Mo hastily approached the great tree, cradling a coconut in his arms, casting a glance at Lu Jiechi, who was still lost in slumber. He gently placed the coconut, wrapped in fabric, upon the ground and turned to stride towards the coastline not far away. Before long, he returned to the base of the tree, a sharp-edged, pointed stone in hand. Crouching down, Song Mo picked up a coconut and, with the stone raised, struck it forcefully. In a short while, a crack appeared in the shell. He then brought the coconut closer to Lu Jiechi's parched lips, dripping the refreshing juice onto them, drop by drop. However, at that moment, Lu Jiechi was in a state of semi-consciousness, though her lips stirred slightly under the nourishment. Most of the coconut water failed to enter her mouth, cascading down the corners and soaking the earth beneath her. Observing this scene, Song Mo realized that if this continued, Lu Jiechi would struggle to replenish her hydration, and her condition would only worsen. Taking a deep breath, he softly spoke to the unconscious Lu Jiechi. "My dear lady, I do this to save you. I hope you can forgive any offenses." With that, he took a sip of coconut juice and held it in his mouth without swallowing. Gathering his courage, Song Mo slowly leaned in, his lips gently brushing against hers. At the moment their lips met, Lu Jiechi's tightly closed mouth seemed to sense something, and instinctively, she parted her lips slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mo carefully transferred the juice from his mouth into hers, repeating this several times until Lu Jiechi finally managed to swallow a few mouthfuls. Perhaps nourished by the coconut juice, her heavy eyelids began to flutter, eventually opening slowly. As her vision cleared, the first thing she beheld was the face of Song Mo, so close, and his lips pressed against hers. An overwhelming surge of indignation surged within her. Her immediate reaction was to feel that Song Mo was being improper, summoning the last vestiges of her strength. She struggled to raise a hand to push away this insufferable man. However, at that moment, a rich sweetness spread through her mouth. Blinking in confusion, she soon realized Song Mo's actions were all a means to save her. With this realization, the hand she had intended to use in resistance fell limp, as if drained of all strength. Simultaneously, Song Mo noticed that Lu Jiechi had awakened. He quickly straightened up, a hint of apology in his demeanor, and said, "My lady, I sincerely apologize. You had fainted, and in a moment of urgency, I had no other recourse but to resort to this method of feeding you coconut juice. I meant no impropriety." At that moment, Lu Jiechi remained exceedingly weak, as if even uttering a single word would exhaust her entirely. She could only muster the last vestiges of her strength to slightly nod at Song Mo, indicating her understanding and acceptance of his actions. Observing this, Song Mo hurriedly picked up a stone to crack open a coconut. He then swiftly extended one hand to gently embrace Lu Jiechi's delicate neck, carefully assisting her to sit up. With his other hand, he steadily held the freshly cracked coconut gradually bringing it closer to Lu Jieqi's lips, patiently feeding her the coconut water. Lu Jieqi eagerly drank the sweet and refreshing coconut water, each drop gliding down her throat, bringing her immense comfort and satisfaction. Before long, she had consumed all the coconut water in one go. After finishing, Lu Jieqi noticeably felt her strength gradually returning, her previously listless state improving significantly. With a faint voice, she weakly asked Song Imo, "Where are we?" Song Imo promptly replied, "We are on a deserted island. You stay here, and I will go to the shore to see if I can find something to eat." With that, he stood up and began searching along the coast. Not far from where he had begun, he spotted some clams on the sandy beach. Quickly, he gathered a handful of clams into his clothing and returned to the base of the large tree. He placed the clams on the ground and then sought out two moderately sized, flat stones from the shore. Back under the tree, he gently set one stone on the ground, then picked up a clam, carefully placing it atop the stone. Next, he grasped the other stone in his right hand, raised it high, and forcefully struck the clam's shell. With a resounding crack, the shell shattered. Song Imo set down the stone, gently prying open the broken clam shell to extract a piece of tender, succulent clam meat. He offered it to the somewhat weak Lu Jieqi, expressing concern, "Quick, eat this. It will replenish your strength." Lu Jieqi looked at the clam meat presented by Song Imo, a hint of distress crossing her face. She weakly responded, "But it's raw. I really can't bring myself to eat it." Upon hearing this, Song Imo furrowed his brow, responding impatiently, "Oh, come on. It's not the time for such concerns. Don't be so sentimental. Do you want to starve to death here?" Though Lu Jieqi felt quite reluctant at Song Mo's stern words, she understood the difficult circumstances they faced. Reluctantly, she slowly extended her hand, accepting the clam meat he offered, and began to chew it slowly. However, after just a couple of chews, a wave of intense nausea surged within her. The strong, briny flavor of the raw clam nearly made her gag. Unable to endure it any longer, she instinctively opened her mouth and retched. Observing this, Song Imo quickly suggested, "Perhaps try to chew it less and swallow it directly. That might be easier." Lu Jieqi suppressed her inner discomfort and nausea, following Song Mo's instructions to restrain the overwhelming urge to vomit, and forcefully swallowed the clam meat. Song Imo proceeded to crack open 7 or 8 more clams, presenting the succulent flesh to Lu Jieqi, urging her to consume it. He then devoured several more with great enthusiasm, relishing each bite. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Jieqi inquired, "Isn't it unpalatable?" In response, Song Imo chuckled, "What is this compared to what I have endured? During my years in the military, I have consumed far less appetizing fare." Lu Jieqi, intrigued, asked, "You served in the military?" Song Imo nodded affirmatively. "For 7 or 8 years, indeed. Does it not seem so?" Lu Jieqi acknowledged, "It does seem somewhat unexpected." Song Imo chose not to elaborate further, resuming his task of cracking open clams and eating. After consuming around 20 or 30 clams, he finally felt a sense of satiety. He then stood and addressed Lu Jieqi, "Remain here beneath the tree. I must find a way to ignite the fire. Without a flame, the night will be arduous." Without waiting for her response, he ventured into the woods. During his time in the military, Song Imo had attempted to create fire by friction and had succeeded on numerous occasions. Thus, he was confident in his ability to do so again. Chapter 7. The Art of Friction Fire. Upon entering the dense forest, Song Imo devoted himself entirely to his search. As time ticked away, his gaze was soon captivated by 2 small wooden sticks lying amidst the grass. These sticks appeared remarkably sturdy, and more importantly, they had clearly been weathered by sun and wind for an extended period, rendering them extremely dry. Perfect material for the art of friction fire. Content with his findings, Song Imo continued to scour the woods. Before long, he had gathered a considerable amount of dry grass and kindling. Cradling these hard-won treasures, he hastened back to the towering tree by the shore. Upon reaching his destination, he wasted no time on rest and immediately set about preparing for the friction fire. He first picked up a handful of dry grass, gripping it tightly with both hands, and began to rub it vigorously. As he exerted force, the initially disordered grass gradually softened and became fluffy, ultimately forming a cozy nest. ideal as tinder for his fire. Next, Song Mo sought a tool to assist in creating a hole. Soon, he discovered a sharp stone nearby. Carefully, he picked it up and knelt before one of the wooden sticks, positioning the stone against the top of the stick and beginning to bore a small hole with meticulous precision. Having completed this step, Song Mo did not pause in his efforts. He took another stick and made his way to the shoreline, where he selected a larger, relatively smooth stone from a pile of debris. He then steadied one end of the stick against this stone and commenced a relentless back-and-forth friction. Although this task appeared deceptively simple, it proved to be incredibly taxing in both strength and time. Beads of sweat began to form on Song Mo's brow. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nearly 20 minutes passed before the end of the stick was sharpened sufficiently. With a sigh of relief, he returned to the base of the tree, bringing with him his carefully crafted tools. He gently laid the stick with the drilled hole flat on the ground, then raised his right foot to firmly press down on the middle of the stick, ensuring it would not budge. Finally, he gripped the sharpened stick tightly and cautiously inserted its tip into the small hole, officially commencing the process of friction fire. Though the act of creating fire through friction seemed straightforward at first glance, the reality was far more daunting, demanding not only extraordinary patience, but also immense physical endurance to achieve success. In that moment, Song Mo was wholly focused, incessantly rubbing the stick held in his palm. As seconds turned into minutes, the fleeting time offered no glimmer of spark emerging from his efforts. At that point, Song Mo felt his hands growing increasingly stiff, as if trapped by an invisible force, while waves of searing pain radiated from his palms up his arms. However, Song Mo dared not entertain even the slightest notion of pausing. Instead, he gritted his teeth and hastened the pace of his rubbing against the wooden stick with increased vigor. With his unwavering perseverance and relentless friction, a wisp of ethereal blue smoke gradually emerged from the small hole at the base of the stick. Initially, this vapor was exceedingly faint, almost ephemeral. Nevertheless, as Song Mo continued to exert his efforts, the smoke began to thicken and become increasingly pronounced. Once the smoke reached a certain intensity, Song Mo finally allowed himself to cease his actions, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He then bent down with utmost caution to gently retrieve the wooden stick resting at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that within the once inconspicuous hole, a few flickering sparks emitting a dim glow had mysteriously appeared. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy spread across Song Mo's face. He then, with an almost reverent demeanor, carefully transferred these precious sparks into the prepared tinder. After completing this task, Song Mo took a deep breath and leaned closer to the tinder, softly and slowly blowing upon it. As he continued to blow, smoke began to rise from the tinder, growing increasingly dense. After several minutes, a flame suddenly erupted from the tinder, igniting it entirely in an instant. Song Mo promptly placed the tinder on the ground and added some dry grass on top, which soon caught fire. He then placed a few pieces of firewood atop the blaze, and after a brief while, the logs ignited fiercely. Lu Jiechi, who had been observing this entire process, gazed at Song Mo with admiration and couldn't help but exclaim, "Song Gu, you are truly remarkable." Song Mo smiled and replied, "This is merely a matter of practice. It's nothing extraordinary." With a fire now crackling before him, Song Mo felt a significant sense of reassurance. After resting beside the fire for a moment, he turned to Lu Jiechi and said, "Please gather more firewood from the forest. We cannot allow this fire to extinguish. I will fetch some coconuts and see if I can find any food." Hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Jiechi obediently nodded, rising to collect firewood from the nearby woods. Song Mo then stood and made his way toward the cluster of coconut trees. Arriving beneath the coconut palms, he gazed upward at the trees laden with coconuts, pondering whether it was only he and Lu Jiechi who had found themselves stranded on this desolate island, or if other survivors were also marooned here. These coconuts are a valuable resource, fully ripe. I must gather them all and hide them away. Without hesitation, he approached the shoreline and began rummaging through the debris washed ashore by the sea. Before long, he discovered two reasonably usable woven bags. Grasping the bags, he picked up a stone roughly the size of his fist and returned to the base of the coconut tree, placing the stone in one of the bags. He moistened his palm with saliva and rubbed his hands together before wrapping his arms around the coconut tree and beginning to climb. For an average person, ascending the bare coconut tree, which stands at a height of 7 to 8 meters, might pose a significant challenge. However, for Song Imo, it was a relatively simple task. In less than a minute, he had scaled to the pinnacle of the coconut tree, firmly clutching the smooth trunk with his legs. With one hand freed from his pocket, he retrieved a stone and struck with force at the junction where the coconuts met the trunk. The coconuts, having ripened fully, succumbed to his blows with minimal effort on his part. Within 4 to 5 minutes, he had successfully dislodged all the coconuts from the tree, and he casually discarded the stone upon the ground. Embracing the trunk with both arms, he relaxed his grip with his feet and swiftly descended to the ground. After a brief respite, he resumed his ascent toward the second coconut tree. Thus, over the course of an hour, he diligently harvested the coconuts from 8 or 9 trees. Song Imo then promptly placed the coconuts into 2 woven bags, which were filled to the brim. He hoisted one of the bags, laden with coconuts, and made his way back to Lu Jiaqing. Upon his return to the base of the tree, he found Lu Jiaqing busily gathering a substantial amount of firewood beneath the grand tree. Noticing the hefty sack of coconuts that Song Imo had brought back, Lu Jiaqing inquired with curiosity, "Songge, what do you intend to do with all these coconuts?" With a smile, Song Imo replied, "These coconuts are our sole source of water at present. If there are any other survivors who have drifted onto this desolate island with us, we must ensure they do not discover these coconuts, lest we be deprived of our share." Upon hearing his thoughtful reasoning, Lu Jiaqing realized the depth of Song Mo's considerations. He placed the heavy sack of coconuts on the ground and said to Lu Jiaqing, "There is still one more bag. I shall retrieve it." Without waiting for her response, he turned and headed back toward the grove of coconut trees. Chapter 8. Capturing the coconut crab as he approached the coconut tree. Hoisting the second bag of coconuts in preparation to return, a subtle yet unusual sound emanated from a thicket approximately 3 to 4 meters away. Although the noise was faint, it resonated distinctly within the tranquil surroundings. Startled, Song Imo immediately set the bag of coconuts back on the ground and, with the stealth of a hunting beast, crept silently towards the source of the sound. With each step closer to the thicket, Song Mo's heart raced with anticipation. He widened his eyes, straining to peer through the gaps in the foliage. When he was but a few steps away, a gasp escaped his lips as he beheld an astonishing sight. A massive coconut crab, weighing an impressive 5 to 6 pounds, was concealed within the underbrush. Prior to this moment, Song Imo had only encountered such a remarkable creature on television, never imagining he would witness one in person on this deserted island. The coconut crab before him boasted pincers as robust as muscular arms, exuding an air of formidable majesty. Without hesitation, Song Imo grasped a stout wooden stick from the ground and swung it forcefully at the crab's head. A dull thud echoed as the stick struck true, shattering the crab's skull and sending blood splattering in all directions. The injured crab thrashed in agony for a brief moment, its limbs flailing wildly before succumbing to stillness. Seeing this, Song Imo exhaled a sigh of relief. He cautiously approached, gently prodding the crab's lifeless body with a stick to confirm its demise before reaching down to retrieve it. He then picked up the bag of coconuts once more and made his way back to the fire. Upon returning to the fire, Lu Jiaqing stared wide-eyed at the enormous coconut crab in Song Mo's hands, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg, her expression one of disbelief. Stammering, she exclaimed, "Songge, where on earth did you find such a colossal crab? I've never seen one of this size in my entire life." With care, Song Imo placed the bag of coconuts and the coconut crab gently on the ground before looking up slowly, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "This is a coconut crab. I've only seen them on television before. They can reportedly grow to over 10 pounds. Who would have thought there would be one on this deserted island? It seems we are in for a feast." With that, Song Imo quickly crouched down, taking a stick to poke through the burning embers of the fire, laboriously extracting some glowing coals. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned the coconut crab securely above the flames and began the roasting process. As time quietly slipped away, approximately 10 minutes later, The once bluish-gray shell of the coconut crab transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, emanating tantalizing aromas that filled the air. Upon witnessing the scene, Song Imo, with remarkable swiftness, reached out to detach one of the enormous crab claws and, beaming with delight, handed it to Lu Jiechi, who had been salivating beside him. Overcome with joy, Lu Jiechi eagerly extended her hands to receive the claw, expressing her gratitude in the process. She gazed at the hefty claw, filled to the brim with succulent crab meat, unable to restrain her saliva from trickling down the corners of her mouth. Impatiently, she dug into the claw, devouring the tender meat with fervor. It must be said, the grilled coconut crab was exquisitely delectable, far surpassing the unpalatable raw clam flesh by countless degrees. Without hesitation, Song Imo promptly extracted another sizable crab claw, scooping out its meat to relish it as well. In a matter of mere minutes, the duo had consumed a 5 to 6 pound coconut crab, leaving only a pile of shells behind, yet both appeared unsated. As the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, Song Imo kindled several bonfires around the great tree. Lu Jiechi, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Song, why have you lit so many fires?" In response to her question, Song Imo explained, "On this deserted island, there may be large carnivorous creatures lurking. Animals tend to fear fire, and by igniting these bonfires, we could deter any large predators, ensuring our safety." Lu Jiechi, filled with admiration, remarked, "Brother Song, you possess such knowledge. I truly appreciate you. Without you, I might have perished in that vast ocean." With a smile, Song Imo replied, "Our encounter is fate, and besides, you are so beautiful. How could I bear to see you perish in the endless sea?" Hearing this, Lu Jiechi felt her cheeks flush with warmth and asked, "Brother Song, with your remarkable abilities, what do you actually do?" With a grin, Song Imo replied, "I serve in the military for several years, and after my discharge, took a position as a security guard at a corporate group." Surprised, Lu Jiechi responded, "I never imagined you were a security guard." Song Imo looked at her and asked, "What is wrong with being a security guard? Do you look down upon them?" Lu Jiechi immediately shook her head, saying, "Brother Song, please don't misunderstand. I certainly do not look down on security guards. I also come from a rural background. My family was not well off. I thought you were an executive." Song Imo chuckled at her words and remarked, "Have you ever seen a corporate executive flying in economy class, dressed in inexpensive clothing, ordering 3 servings of rice at a time?" Lu Jiechi laughed in response, saying, "That's true. I have been a flight attendant for over 2 years and have encountered a myriad of passengers, but it was my first time seeing someone order 3 servings at once." With a smile, Song Imo added, "I have always had a hearty appetite. To be honest, even those 3 servings on the flight left me only half full." Lu Jiechi was once again taken aback, her surprise evident. He inquired once more, "Brother Song, what brings you abroad this time?" Song Imo sighed deeply and replied slowly, "This time, I am accompanying a group of senior executives from our company to negotiate business overseas. My role is to ensure their security. I truly feel unfortunate, never anticipating that the plane would encounter such a mishap." After uttering these words, he glanced at Lu Jiechi and continued, "By the way, as a flight attendant, do you have any insight into why the plane encountered trouble?" Lu Jiechi shook her head and replied, "I, too, am unaware of the reasons behind the incident." Before they knew it, time had slipped away, and since the plane incident yesterday, Song Imo had not closed his eyes. At that moment, exhaustion had overtaken him, and he felt as if his eyelids were on the verge of surrendering to slumber. Chapter 9. Corporate executives observing Song Mo's face, which bore the pallor of extreme fatigue. Lu Jiechi spoke with a twinge of concern, "Brother Song, look at how exhausted you are. Your eyes are almost unable to remain open. You should lie down and get some proper rest. I'll keep an eye on the fire, so rest assured." Song Imo, mustering his strength, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Lu Jiechi gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, "When I was on that large log earlier, I was mostly in a state of deep slumber, so I don't feel the least bit tired now." Upon hearing this, Song Imo nodded slightly in understanding and then cautioned, "All right then, I will rest for a while, but if anything happens, you must wake me immediately." Lu Jiechi nodded vigorously in response. Song Mo then reclined on the ground, and in scarcely 3 minutes, he slipped into a sweet slumber, breathing softly and evenly. At that moment, Lu Jiechi gazed quietly at the peacefully sleeping Song Mo, her eyes lingering on his face. She pondered to herself, if I had not encountered him, I might have perished in the vast, boundless sea. Though his appearance may not be striking at first glance, he possesses a comforting charm that grows more appealing the longer one looks. Her thoughts drifted back to the unforgettable moment from noon when she had just awakened. Song Mo feeding her coconut juice mouth to mouth vividly replayed in her mind. The realization that her long-cherished first kiss had been so clumsily taken from her by him flushed her cheeks with a shy crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Thus, Lu Jiechi sat beside the fire, occasionally adding twigs to the flames. As dawn approached, weariness began to envelop her, and seeing Song Mo still asleep, she couldn't bear to wake him. Leaning against the tree, she dozed off in a daze. It was only when the sun rose high in the sky that Song Mo slowly opened his eyes. Noticing Lu Jiechi asleep against the tree, he chose not to disturb her. Rising from the ground, he saw that the fire had dwindled to a few glowing embers. He then wandered into the nearby woods to gather some dry grass and sticks, which he added to the fire. Before long, the flames roared back to life. Song Mo then approached the shoreline, cupping some seawater in his hands to wash his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. He walked towards the cluster of coconut trees, soon arriving beneath their shade, meticulously searching the surrounding bushes for a coconut crab. However, despite thoroughly inspecting the underbrush, he found no trace of the elusive crab, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He mused to himself that finding a coconut crab was indeed a rare stroke of luck. Turning back to the sandy beach, he gathered some clams in his clothing and returned to the fire. At this moment, Lu Jiechi was still fast asleep, while Song Mo rummaged through the fire and retrieved some charcoal, placing clams atop to roast. When the clams were cooked to perfection, Song Mo gently tapped Lu Jiechi, whispering, "Hey, hey, beautiful, wake up, it's time for a meal." Awakened by his call, Lu Jiechi slowly opened her eyes, rubbing the sleep from them. She looked at Song Mo and said, "Song-go, you're awake. And please, don't call me beautiful all the time, just call me Jiechi." Nodding in acknowledgement, they both picked up the roasted clams, pried open the shells, and indulged in the tender meat within. The grilled clams were far more delectable than their raw counterparts. Though they could not compare to coconut crabs, they were still quite satisfactory. After finishing the clams, Song Mo cracked open 2 coconuts with a stone, handed one to Lu Jiechi, and took a sip from his own, draining the refreshing coconut water in one go. Sated, they sat beside the fire, basking in the tranquility. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Jiechi suddenly noticed a group of people approaching from the distant shoreline. Meanwhile, Song Mo, with his back to the shore, remained unaware of their presence. "Song-go, look, a group of people is coming towards us," Lu Jiechi exclaimed. Turning to face the coast, Song Mo squinted, but due to the distance, neither could discern the features of the approaching figures. As the group drew within 50 meters, their faces became clearer. Startled, Song Mo sprang to his feet, recognizing the individuals as the senior executives from his company. He recalled how Yang Wei had struck him on the head with a plastic paddle while he was adrift at sea. Had it not been for the life jacket around his neck, he might have already sunk beneath the waves. An overwhelming fury surged within him as he clenched his fists. Noticing his agitation, Lu Jiechi quickly inquired, "Song-go, what's wrong? Do you know those people?" Nodding, he replied, "Those individuals are the senior executives of our company. When the plane crashed into the sea, they somehow found an inflatable lifeboat and climbed aboard." Pointing angrily at Yang Wei among the crowd, he continued, "Do you see that man? He is our company's vice president. When I escaped from the plane, I swam to their lifeboat. Just as I was about to climb aboard, that scoundrel struck me unconscious with a paddle. If it weren't for my life jacket, I would have drowned." Lu Jiechi was taken aback by his revelation, her expression shifting to one of indignation. "That man is truly despicable. How could he do such a thing?" Song Mo declared, "Since fate has brought me here to confront him, I shall teach him a lesson today." As they spoke, Yang Wei and the executives approached, now within 10 meters of the pair. Upon seeing Song Mo, They were momentarily stunned, pondering how he could possibly be here after Yang Wei had knocked him out. This kid is remarkably resilient, they thought. Song Mo's piercing gaze was fixed intently on Yang Wei. Under the chilling scrutiny of Song Mo's eyes, Yang Wei immediately felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. With a forced smile plastered across his face, he hastily exclaimed, "Song Mo, I never anticipated that you were still alive. This is truly wonderful. I must apologize for my actions above the sea. I acted on impulse when I struck you. Please do not hold it against me. Rest assured, once we return to the company, I will ensure that you are generously rewarded." What do you think? Chapter 10. A vicious blow to Yang Wei. The reason Yang Wei spoke this way was primarily due to his apprehension that Song Mo might seek retribution, as he was well aware that Song Mo was a veteran from the military. If it came to blows, he knew he would stand no chance against Song Mo. Upon hearing Yang Wei's words, Song Mo smiled and replied, "Mr. Yang, do you truly perceive me as someone so petty? Besides, I will be relying on you for my livelihood in the future. If I were to offend you and you dismissed me, I would lose my job, would I not?" Hearing this, Yang Wei genuinely believed that Song Mo feared losing his position and thus refrained from offending him. He immediately wore a smug expression and remarked, "Young Song, your awareness is commendable. You have a bright future ahead. I know you hail from the military and possess some survival skills in the wilderness. As long as you perform well here, when the day comes for you to leave, I shall certainly promote you. Becoming a department manager is well within the realm of possibility." Song Mo replied with a cheerful demeanor, "I appreciate your support, Mr. Yang. Rest assured, I will certainly perform to the best of my abilities." Upon hearing this, the company's executives scoffed at him, surprised that he would resort to such flattery for the sake of a promotion. The finance manager, Li Xiaomei, looked down upon him, thinking Song Mo seems quite formidable normally. How could he behave like this? Even the aloof CEO, Lu Yunhan, regarded him with disdain, contemplating that should he return to the company one day, such a person should not be retained. An individual who knows nothing but to curry favor is of no use to the company. Lu Jiechi observed Song Mo with curiosity, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. Just moments ago, he had fervently declared his intention to teach Yang Wei a lesson. Yet now his tone had shifted so dramatically. Though she had only known Song Mo for 2 days, she was certain he was not the type to engage in sycophancy. There must be some ulterior motive behind his words. With an enigmatic smile adorning his face, Song Mo approached Yang Wei and his entourage with a seemingly leisurely yet calculated stride. As he reached Yang Wei, he paused momentarily, then slowly lifted his gaze, locking his eyes onto the man he despised with an intensity that was palpable. Just when everyone anticipated a mundane exchange, the unexpected transpired. Song Mo abruptly raised an arm and, with astonishing swiftness, delivered a resounding slap across Yang Wei's cheek. The sharp crack echoed through the air, the force behind the blow seemingly immense, as it struck Yang Wei with a resounding impact. The power of Song Mo's strike sent Yang Wei reeling, his balance lost, and he fell heavily to the ground. However, it was evident that Song Mo had no intention of stopping there. With a fierce glint in his narrowed eyes, he swiftly raised his large foot, clad in size 42 shoes, and ruthlessly aimed a kick at Yang Wei's abdomen. The kick was as forceful and swift as a mountain crushing an egg, striking the target with precision. Yang Wei, taken aback by this sudden and brutal blow, felt an excruciating pain radiate from his abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony, his mouth emitting a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the air. The scene was so astonishing that all present stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before their eyes. Just moments prior, Song Mo had been flattering Yang Wei, showering him with compliments. Who could have anticipated that he would so mercilessly turn against Yang Wei in an instant? At that moment, memories flooded Song Mo's mind of the time on the sea when Yang Wei had ruthlessly struck him with a paddle. Were it not for the life jacket around his neck, he would have surely sunk to the depths below. This recollection ignited a fiery rage within him, erupting like a volcano, spiraling beyond his control. Thus, disregarding the gazes of onlookers and Yang Wei's pleas for mercy, he continued to raise his foot and deliver brutal kicks one after another. With each impact, Yang Wei let out a shriek so piercing it tore at the very fabric of the air. The cacophony of his cries was relentless, while Song Mo, akin to an enraged beast, showed no signs of halting his assault. After delivering 7 or 8 kicks, he still exhibited no intention of stopping. It was only then that Lu Yunhan regained her composure and shouted at Song Mo. Song Mo, you must stop at once. You're going to kill Yang Wei. Yet, Song Mo appeared oblivious to her words, striking down 4 or 5 more times until Yang Wei finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did Song Mo relent. Gazing down at Yang Wei, now a lifeless heap on the ground, he clapped his hands expressionlessly and remarked coldly, "Humph, how weak can one be? Just a few blows and he's out cold. I haven't even had my fill yet. How disappointing." As he spoke, he flexed his slightly sore wrists. Meanwhile, the company executives who had witnessed the entire ordeal stood frozen in shock, their expressions akin to those who had encountered a demon risen from the depths of hell. At that moment, Lu Yunhan hurried over to the unconscious Yang Wei, crouched down to assess his condition, and then stood up abruptly. Her face flushed with anger as she turned to face Song Mo, gritting her teeth. She exclaimed, "Song Mo, we are all colleagues in the same company. How could you strike Yang Wei with such ferocity? Are you out of your mind? Let me tell you, you've made a grave mistake. Once we return to the company, you are to pack your belongings and leave immediately. Moreover, I will ensure that this incident of your assault on Yang Wei is pursued to the fullest extent." However, in the face of Lu Yunhan's vehement rebuke, Song Mo remained utterly unfazed. He slowly raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Lu Yunhan, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his lips as he disdainfully replied, "General Manager Lu, do not attempt to leverage work against me. Do you truly believe that I cannot survive after departing from your wretched company?" With that, Song Mo crossed his arms, adopting an air of complete indifference. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan was utterly infuriated, her chest heaving violently as her fair face flushed crimson, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Li Xiaomei hurriedly stepped forward, her face etched with concern as she shouted at Song Mo. "Song Mo, how can you speak to General Manager Lu in such a manner?" Quickly apologized to her. However, Song Mo merely offered a chilling smile, his piercing gaze fixated on both Li Xiaomei and Lu Yunhan as he retorted defiantly, "Humph, why should I apologize to her? Within the company, she indeed holds a lofty position as president, and I naturally heed her commands. Yet this is not a bustling metropolis or a corporate skyscraper. It is a desolate, barren island, where not even a bird would choose to relieve itself. Here, should I still be compelled to obey her every word? Furthermore, whose fault is this, after all? You all bore witness. It was Yang Wei who struck me unconscious with a paddle upon the sea. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I might have perished in those vast, unforgiving waters. When he acted, did he exhibit even a shred of consideration for our camaraderie as colleagues? If he could resort to such violence, what is wrong with me retaliating in kind?" Chapter 11. Confronting Lu Yunhan as soon as the words left his lips, Song Mo cast a sweeping glance across the gathering, his gaze finally settling on Lu Yunhan. With a simmering indignation, he continued, "Ms. Lu, you were a mere bystander while that scoundrel Yang Wei ruthlessly attacked me, weren't you? His blows were so severe that it seemed he aimed to take my life. Now, I merely repay him in kind. Is there truly a fault in that?" Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she slowly replied, "I concede that it was wrong of him to strike you out there on the sea, but the situation was dire, and he acted out of necessity. Furthermore, did he not just apologize to you?" With a derisive snort, Song Mo retorted, "Nonsense about necessity. Was he not merely concerned that I might climb aboard the lifeboat, increasing the risk of its sinking? You could have simply stated that I should not board, and I would have complied. Why resort to such violent measures? Had it not been for the life jacket I managed to escape with, I would have already sunk to the depths." Lu Yunhan fell silent once more at his remarks. Song Mo continued, Song Mo, am not one to harbor grudges. Yang Wei struck me that day, and I have returned the favor. Thus, we are even. As for how you choose to pursue this matter in the future once we leave here, that is entirely your concern. Having said this, he ceased further dialogue and swiftly moved to sit beside Lu Jiechi by the fire. Lu Yunhan and the others stared wide-eyed at the blazing fire beneath the great tree, their gazes then shifting to the two bulging woven bags nearby, brimming with enticing coconuts. The vibrant green shells seemed to beckon to them, causing the group to involuntarily swallow in anticipation. Since the plane crash, the more than a dozen survivors have been crammed tightly together in a small inflatable lifeboat. The sheer number of them had rendered the lifeboat overloaded as it drifted slowly across the water's surface, its sluggish pace inducing anxiety. Compared to Song Mo and Lu Jiechi, they had taken a full day longer to finally reach this desolate island. Just as the lifeboat approached the shore, their keen eyes spotted the rising smoke in the distance. Filled with hope, they trudged toward the source of the smoke, ultimately encountering Song Mo and Lu Jiechi here. Fortunately, when they initially boarded the lifeboat, they had managed to salvage a considerable amount of vital supplies from the sea. These provisions included not only food to stave off hunger, but also precious fresh water essential for survival. It was these lifelines that had enabled them to endure the tumultuous sea for 2 long days, temporarily avoiding the perils of starvation and dehydration. However, as time passed, the salvaged food and fresh water had been completely consumed by yesterday. Now, each of them bore pale faces, cracked lips, parched throats, and the relentless growls of their empty stomachs, as waves of hunger tormented them mercilessly. Lu Yunhan, with her beautiful wide eyes, turned to Song Mo and inquired, "Song Mo, where on earth did you procure such an abundance of coconuts?" Song Mo slowly raised his head, a hint of impatience flickering across his face as he replied with irritation. Do I even need to answer that? Of course, they were personally harvested from the coconut trees. However, I must inform you that I have already picked all the coconuts from those trees. As he spoke, he pointed towards a few tall coconut trees not far away. After uttering these words, he glanced at Lu Yunhan and added with a chuckle, "But I believe that on this desolate island, there must be more than just these few coconut trees. If you search along the coastline diligently, you might just discover more coconuts." Upon hearing Song Mo's blunt and rude response, Lu Yunhan felt her anger ignite instantly. It is worth noting that she is the esteemed president of a large conglomerate, commanding respect and authority within her company, where her employees treat her with utmost deference, careful not to provoke their formidable female superior. Yet, unexpectedly stranded on this deserted island, she found herself repeatedly confronted by Song Mo's insolence. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless. She had just witnessed Song Mo's ferocious assault on Yang Wei, a sight that still sent shivers down her spine. Despite her fury reaching a boiling point, Lu Yunhan endeavored to restrain her emotions, gritting her teeth and adopting a nearly obsequious smile as she spoke softly to Song Mo. Would you consider sharing some coconuts with us? I assure you that once we are rescued from this island, I will reward you handsomely for your kindness." Upon hearing her plea, Song Mo responded with a smile. "President Lu, there's no need to paint grand pictures. Whether we can leave here is still uncertain. These coconuts are hard-earned. Why should I give them to you?" Lu Yunhan, infuriated by his reply, felt her temper flare. Just then, a man in his 40s interjected, "Xiao Song, we all came from the same company. We should help each other. Even though Yang used a paddle to knock you out that day, you did retaliate against him, so it's even. You can't possibly eat all these coconuts by yourself. Why not share some with us?" The speaker was Lu Tao, the manager of the marketing department, whom Song Mo recognized. Lu often carried himself with an air of superiority, even dismissing Song Mo when they crossed paths. Song Mo held a poor opinion of him, recalling an incident where Lu had made advances towards a newly hired beauty, only for Song Mo to intervene just in time. Irritated, Song Mo retorted, "You lecherous old man. Don't try to ingratiate yourself with me by calling me Xiao Song. Why should I share my hard-earned coconuts with you? If you want coconuts, go find them yourselves." Hearing this, Lu Tao's face turned crimson with rage, but he dared not confront Song Mo further. He also feared that Song Mo might suddenly erupt in fury and deliver a severe beating. Just at that moment, Another man's eyes brightened as he unexpectedly pulled out 2 unopened boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. Approaching Song Mo with a smile, he said, "Song Mo, look what I have here, 2 boxes of cigarettes. Could we perhaps exchange them for a few coconuts?" The speaker was none other than Chen Su, the manager of the translation department, someone Song Mo was quite familiar with. He held a favorable impression of Chen, who was amiable and approachable, unlike Lu Tao, who looked down on others. Every time they crossed paths, Chen would make it a point to greet Song Mo, and occasionally, he would indulge in a couple of cigarettes. Chapter 12. Song Mo takes the initiative to offer coconuts upon catching sight of the 2 boxes of cigarettes in Chen Su's hands. Song Mo's gaze was instantly captivated, akin to a moth drawn to the radiant glow of a flame in the dark. His eyes sparkled with delight. One might say that Song Mo did not possess any particularly peculiar hobbies, save for his fondness for smoking. He was undeniably an inveterate smoker. Thus, when he beheld Chen Su producing 2 boxes of cigarettes on this desolate island, his astonishment and joy were beyond expression. A broad smile adorned Song Mo's face as he cheerfully addressed Chen Su. "Manager Chen, you are truly too generous. I recall during our time at the company, you consistently looked after me, occasionally gifting me fine cigarettes to indulge in. Even if you had not revealed those cigarettes today, I would have unreservedly offered you a coconut." Despite his verbal assurances, his hands could hardly contain their eagerness, swiftly and naturally snatching the 2 boxes of cigarettes from Chen Su. Once in possession of the cigarettes, Song Mo moved with the agility of a monkey. He eagerly opened one box, skillfully extracting a cigarette, which he delicately placed between his lips. In a quick motion, he seized a burning stick from the crackling fire and ignited the cigarette. As wisps of smoke began to rise, he inhaled deeply, his face radiating bliss and contentment, as if he had transcended to a paradise on earth. After indulging in several satisfying puffs, Song Mo called out to Lu Jiechi, "Jiechi, don't just stand there. Quickly fetch some coconuts for Manager Chen." Upon hearing Song Mo's call, Lu Jiechi snapped back to reality and promptly replied, "All right." She rose and retrieved 3 or 4 coconuts from the woven bag, handing them to Chen Su. Observing this, Song Mo chuckled and said, "Jiechi, bring him a few more. Otherwise, others might think I'm stingy." Lu Jiechi then carefully passed another 3 or 4 hefty, round coconuts to Chen Su. Chen Su, seeing this, quickly extended his hands to securely catch the coconuts, gently placing them on the damp ground beneath him. Straightening up, he turned to Lu Yunhan and inquired, "General Manager Lu, how should we distribute these coconuts?" Lu Yunhan glanced at the pile on the ground, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Clearly, these few coconuts are insufficient for everyone present to share equally. Why not smash them all open so that everyone could savor some of the sweet, refreshing coconut water?" As soon as her words fell, Chen Su nodded in agreement. At that moment, 2 executives from the company, unable to contain their eagerness, hurried to the seaside, bending down to pick up several suitably sized, sharp-edged stones, and quickly returned to prepare for breaking open the coconuts. Song Mo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lu Yunhan's suggestion. Prior to this moment, the strikingly beautiful female had always exuded an air of aloofness, even a hint of intimidation. However, at this very moment, witnessing her unwavering concern for others amidst such dire circumstances, as she proposed to crack open the limited coconuts to share with everyone, stirred something within Song Mo, prompting a subtle shift in his perception of her. He had initially believed her to be merely a cold-hearted, beautiful powerhouse, yet he was taken aback to discover her genuine kindness and warmth. As this realization washed over him, a faint smile graced Song Mo's lips. Perhaps the illustrious CEO was not as unapproachable as rumors suggested. He had indeed misjudged her. Lu Yunhan, thinking Song Mo was mocking her, coldly remarked, "Song Mo, is this amusing to you? Do you find it funny that we are dividing a few coconuts among ourselves?" Quickly shaking his head, Song Mo replied, "You misunderstand, Miss Lu. I have always perceived you as an unfeeling woman, but it turns out you possess a kind heart. Even in this situation, you still think of others. It is truly commendable." Upon finishing his statement, he approached the 2 woven bags brimming with coconuts, lifted one, and placed it at Lu Yunhan's feet, saying, Please, take these coconuts to share. I'm not one to lack compassion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan glanced again at the overflowing bag of coconuts, momentarily taken aback. Just moments earlier, she had humbly pleaded with Song Mo for a few coconuts. Yet he had shown no mercy, refusing to share even one, and had even offered her several biting remarks. Now, to her astonishment, he was voluntarily presenting her with an entire bag of coconuts. Confusion and disbelief filled her heart as she raised her gaze to fixate on Song Mo's smiling face, attempting to glean his true intentions from his eyes. Noticing her unwavering stare, Song Mo's lips curled into a slightly teasing smile, and he gently quipped, "Oh dear, Miss Lu, please don't look at me so intently. It makes me feel rather bashful." Realizing her lapse in composure, Lu Yunhan quickly averted her gaze. Regaining her composure, she turned to the assembled company executives and, in a calm yet assertive tone, instructed everyone, "Please divide these coconuts among yourselves." As soon as the words left her lips, the executives, who had been suppressing their excitement, surged toward the woven bag filled with coconuts. Within mere seconds, the bag was emptied, the coconuts snatched up in a frenzy. The executives, typically seen in their formal attire, exuding authority and composure, momentarily shed their usual restraint and dignity as they eagerly scoured the beach for suitable stones, ready to crack open the coconuts and savor the sweet, refreshing coconut water and tender flesh within. They resembled a famished horde of souls returned from the brink of starvation, disregarding all semblance of decorum as they relentlessly struck at the coconuts with stones, driven solely by the desire to relish the delectable fruit. Witnessing the scene, Song Mo could only shake his head in resignation, astonished that they would go to such lengths for mere coconuts. Chun Su, having successfully cracked open one of the coconuts, approached Lu Yunhan and offered it to her, saying, "President Lu, do indulge in some coconut water. Otherwise, it may all be consumed before you have a chance." Observing the frenzied antics of the company executives along the shoreline, Lu Yunhan also shook her head in exasperation, accepting the coconut from Chun Su and bringing it to her lips to drink deeply and satisfyingly. Chapter 13. A favor to Li Xiaomei. At that moment, Yang Wei, who had previously been rendered unconscious by Song Mo's blows, began to stir back to life. He first struggled to open his eyes, then attempted to move his limbs, gradually rising from the cold, hard ground. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he appeared disheveled and battered. Nevertheless, his eyes, aflame with fury, fixated on Song Mo as though he intended to devour him whole. Upon sensing the hostile glare emanating from Yang Wei as he regained consciousness, Song Mo, undeterred, bellowed, "Dare to glare at me again, and I swear I will send you to meet the King of Hell." His voice thundered across the desolate beach, instilling a sense of dread in those who heard it. Though Yang Wei seethed with anger at Song Mo's harsh words, he understood the wisdom in avoiding immediate conflict. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, shifting his attention to the distant shoreline. There, a cluster of company executives were gathered, laboriously smashing coconuts with stones in a desperate attempt to extract the sweet, refreshing juice within to quench their thirst and stave off hunger. Clenching his teeth and enduring the waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body, Yang Wei staggered towards the shore. Upon reaching the sandy expanse, he abruptly seized a coconut from an executive's hands. Being the vice president, the man said nothing in protest as the coconut was snatched away. Yang Wei then picked up a larger stone, summoning all his strength to strike the coconut fiercely. However, weakened from his earlier ordeal, his blows fell short, failing to crack the shell despite several attempts. In that moment, Song Mo's gaze landed upon a familiar figure, Li Xiaomei. The finance manager, wielding a stone, was diligently attempting to crack her own coconut. Unlike the other haughty executives, Li Xiaomei was known for her warmth and friendliness, never displaying the airs of authority. She always greeted Song Mo with a smile whenever they crossed paths. What warmed Song Mo's heart even more was the memory of her being the first to notice him during the plane crash, extending her hand in an effort to rescue him, only to be thwarted by Yang Wei. Quickly, Song Mo approached the shoreline and crouched beside Li Xiaomei. "Manager Li, allow me to assist you," he offered, Without waiting for her response, he picked up a sharp stone and struck the coconut with precision. In just a few blows, a crack appeared in the shell. Handing the coconut to Li Xiaomei, she thanked him before eagerly bringing it to her lips to drink the sweet coconut water. When she finished, Song Yimou gestured, "Come with me." With a moment's pause, Li Xiaomei rose and followed him toward the fire. Before long, Song Yimou and Li Xiaomei arrived by the bonfire beneath the great tree. Song Yimou promptly seated himself, while Li Xiaomei stood beside the fire, somewhat at a loss. Song Yimou quickly encouraged her, "Come, sit down. Why are you just standing there?" Hearing his words, Li Xiaomei gradually took a seat. Song Yimou then retrieved 3 coconuts from a woven bag and cracked them open with a stone, handing one each to Li Xiaomei and Lu Jieqi, before taking a coconut for himself and drinking all the juice in one go. Witnessing this, the executives of the company were momentarily taken aback. Their curiosity piqued as to why Song Yimou was so kind to Li Xiaomei. Could it be that he was enamored by her beauty? After all, Li Xiaomei was indeed one of the most stunning women, with countless admirers in the company. After finishing the coconut juice, Li Xiaomei expressed her gratitude to Song Yimou. He smiled and replied, "There's no need for such formality with me. I tend to reciprocate kindness. You have a good heart, always greeting me with a smile in the company, unlike Yang Wei and his group who carry themselves with such arrogance. Besides, you even attempted to pull me onto the lifeboat amidst the chaos." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Xiaomei responded, "I truly apologize. You heard that Yang Wei threatened me, which is why I hesitated to help you, and I never anticipated he would resort to violence." Song Yimou chuckled. "It's all right. I bear you no ill will. By the way, this is Lu Jieqi, a flight attendant who found herself stranded on this deserted island alongside me." Li Xiaomei immediately turned her attention to Lu Jieqi, smiling as she said, "Hello, I'm Li Xiaomei, a colleague of Song Mo's." Lu Jieqi warmly greeted Li Xiaomei, and the 2 young women began to converse amiably. Not long after, Lu Yunhan approached the great tree, addressing Song Yimou. "Song Yimou, thank you for providing us with so many coconuts. Once the rescue team arrives and we return to the company, I shall reward you handsomely." Song Yimou smiled, replying, "You are too kind, Lu. Let's forego the rewards for now. Whether we can leave this place remains uncertain." Hearing his words, Lu Yunhan, Li Xiaomei, and Lu Jieqi were all taken aback. Lu Yunhan quickly inquired, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting the rescue team won't find us?" Song Yimou began to explain, "I have an unsettling feeling about this plane crash. Moreover, we are quite far from the site of the incident. Even if a rescue team is dispatched, they may not locate us here." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan hastily responded, "Are you implying that we might be stranded on this deserted island indefinitely?" Song Yimou nodded. "It is quite possible. I believe we won't be able to leave in the short term unless a passing ship happens upon us. But I find the likelihood of that occurring exceedingly slim. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves for the prospect of enduring a prolonged stay here." The 3 women, Lu Yunhan, Li Xiaomei, and Lu Jieqi, were left momentarily speechless by his words. After a considerable while, Lu Yunhan finally spoke up, "I am aware that all of our security personnel are veterans. I trust you are no exception. Your experience in wilderness survival must be quite extensive. We are all relying on you here on this deserted island." Song Yimou quickly shook his head and replied, "Director Lu, you overestimate me. During my 2 years in the army, I was stationed in the logistics department, tending to pigs and cultivating vegetables. I possess no wilderness survival skills." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaomei interjected, "I have perused your file. Does it not state that you served in special forces? How is it that you ended up in the logistics unit?" Song Yimou was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Xiaomei to have examined his records. He immediately chuckled and said, "Of course, the file needs to be embellished. If I had written that I spent my time in the army raising pigs and planting vegetables, you would not have considered hiring me, would you?" Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were left speechless, astonished that he had fabricated details in his file. However, Lu Jieqi did not believe Song Mo's claims. In her eyes, it was improbable that he had merely tended to livestock and crops during his military service. She recognized that Song Yimou was no ordinary individual and understood that their survival on this island would hinge upon his capabilities. Chapter 14, departing with Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan spoke softly. As you just mentioned, it seems we are unlikely to leave this desolate island anytime soon. Consequently, we shall have to rely on one another and find warmth and unity. I firmly believe that with our combined efforts, we can survive on this island. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Immo smiled, his lips curving upward in a gentle response. President Lu, do not forget, I am merely a humble security guard. Each of you holds significant positions within the company. Being in your company makes me feel somewhat out of place, as though I do not belong. Moreover, I have always been a solitary person accustomed to this way of life. Thus, it is more fitting for you to band together for warmth. At these words, Lu Yunhan's expression darkened instantly. Her brows furrowed as she fixed her gaze on Song Immo, questioning him. Are you implying that you do not wish to live with us? Without hesitation, Song Immo nodded, then slowly elaborated, to be frank, I possess a rather volatile temperament and can be impulsive. If I were to be with you all, what if one day I could not control my emotions and inadvertently offended you? Moreover, I just inflicted quite a beating on Yang Wei, and given his vengeful nature, he will undoubtedly harbor deep resentment towards me. It wouldn't be surprising if he were to take advantage of my slumber and strike me when I least expect it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan nodded in understanding. Since you prefer not to live with us, I shall not press the matter. By the way, how did you manage to start that fire? Do you happen to have a lighter? Song Immo chuckled. President Lu, have you forgotten? We were aboard a plane. Any lighters would have been confiscated at security. Look around. This island is abundant with dry wood. Igniting a fire is not particularly difficult. One merely needs to find 2 sticks for friction fire. Unable to contain herself, Lu Jiechi chuckled, recalling how Song Immo had struggled to kindle the fire the previous day. Without a certain skill and perseverance, it would be nearly impossible for an average person to create fire by friction. Song Immo continued to address Lu Yunhan. In fact, it need not be so complicated. If you wish to ignite a fire, you can simply take 2 burning logs from my fire. Lu Yunhan nodded. That does make sense. Turning toward the shoreline, she called out, Lu Tao, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's call, Lu Tao hurried over, his demeanor eager as he bowed slightly. President Lu, what can I do for you? Lu Yunhan instructed. Please take 2 logs from this fire and use them to start another fire. Lu Tao immediately agreed, reaching for the burning logs. But Song Immo quickly intervened. Addressing Lu Yunhan, President Lu, there is no need for such trouble. I'm about to leave this place. You may keep the fire. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan inquired, where are you headed? Song Immo smiled and replied, staying with you all seems rather uncomfortable, does it not? This deserted island is vast. There are countless places I can explore. After uttering these words, he turned to Lu Jiechi and said, keep an eye on these coconuts. Ensure they aren't taken from you. I shall venture into the woods for a moment. Before Lu Jiechi could respond, Song Immo strode into the forest, where he began to search intently. Before long, he discovered a fungus the size of a plate clinging to a large tree. With determination, he detached the fungus and made his way back to the shore, where he found a sharp stone to bore a small hole into it. He then procured 2 slender sticks and retrieved a piece of glowing charcoal from the fire, placing it into the hole of the fungus and blowing gently. Soon, sparks began to emerge from the fungus. Turning to Lu Jiechi, Song Immo asked, will you accompany me, or will you remain with them? Without hesitation, Lu Jiechi responded, you saved my life. I do not know them well, so I will certainly go with you. Hearing her words, Song Immo smiled and said, very well, let us depart. He handed the fungus to Lu Jiechi while shouldering the bag of coconuts. Addressing Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, he remarked, President Lu, Manager Li, we are leaving with no promise of return. After saying this, he turned to leave, but abruptly looked back at Lu Yunhan and added, you are a good person. I offer you a word of caution. After all, we are on a deserted island, devoid of any legal constraints. Anything could transpire. In the company, they may heed your authority, but here it is uncertain. Given time, anything could happen, especially with you both being so beautiful. So, do be wary of them, particularly Yang Wei and Lu Tao. Even in the company, they have shown an insatiable interest in you. Taken aback by Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei exchanged glances. Lu Yunhan smiled and replied, "Thank you for your warning. I shall remain vigilant." Song Yimou chose not to elaborate further and departed with Lu Jieqi. Watching the two leave, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei stood still, lost in their thoughts. After a while, Li Xiaomei softly spoke to Lu Yunhan, "President Lu, I believe Song Yimou has a point. After all, we are the only two women here. While they may fear you in the company, on this island, they might listen to you for a time. But that could change." Lu Yunhan nodded in agreement, saying, "I am aware that over time, they will not heed my words, as evidenced by their earlier attempts to seize the coconuts. But what can we do now? I can only hope that the rescue team finds us soon." Meanwhile, Song Yimou and Lu Jieqi walked side by side along the sandy shore. Lu Jieqi, puzzled, asked, "Brother Song, isn't it better to stay beneath that large tree? Why must we leave?" Song Yimou smiled as he explained, "What is there to be concerned about? Remember the three essential elements of survival in the wild: food, fresh water, and a secure shelter. We have already secured a source of fire. As for food, we can gather some clams along the coast to roast. And we have this large bag of coconuts, so access to water is not an immediate concern. Our foremost priority now is to find a safe location and swiftly construct a shelter. Who knows how many large carnivorous creatures inhabit this deserted island? Moreover, it is currently the rainy season. If it begins to rain, we will have no place to seek refuge." Chapter 15. The meticulous mind of Song Yimou. Upon hearing Song Mo's detailed explanation, Lu Jieqi couldn't help but nod in agreement. She was genuinely astonished that Song Yimou could consider matters so thoroughly, covering every conceivable aspect. At that moment, Lu Jieqi increasingly felt that accompanying Song Yimou was an exceptionally wise choice, and her admiration for him surged like a tidal wave within her heart. Thus, the two of them ambled along the coastline at a leisurely pace, unknowingly traversing a considerable distance. However, it was regrettable that they had yet to find a suitable location to construct a shelter. Just then, the sun, high in the sky, blazed mercilessly, casting its scorching rays upon the earth. The heat enveloped them, causing beads of sweat to coat their bodies, and their garments were thoroughly soaked. Worse still, Lu Jieqi was clad in a standard flight attendant uniform, her feet encased in high heels. It was easy to imagine that walking on the soft sand was nothing short of a nightmare for her. With every step, she felt a sharp pain and ache radiating through her feet. Eventually, Lu Jieqi could no longer endure the torment. Gasping for breath, she turned to the equally exhausted Song Yimou and lamented, "Song Gu, I truly have no strength left. I simply cannot continue. Perhaps we should pause for a moment?" Burdened with a heavy bag filled with coconuts, Song Yimou was equally weary. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement to Lu Jieqi's suggestion. The two of them then trudged toward the edge of a dense grove by the shoreline. After a laborious search, they finally discovered a lush tree that provided ample shade. Like deflated balloons, they slumped onto the ground, leaning slightly forward with their hands resting on their knees, mouths agape as they greedily inhaled the air, each breath accompanied by heavy panting, as if they had just survived a life-and-death struggle. As time ticked by, after resting for a few minutes, Song Yimou began to regain his composure. With great effort, he stood up, taking wobbly steps toward a nearby spot where he bent down to pick up a stone. Returning to the shade of the tree, he skillfully cracked open 2 coconuts using the stone and handed one to Lu Jieqi. He then raised the other coconut to his lips and took a hearty gulp, the cool, sweet coconut water flowing down his throat until not a drop remained. After finishing the coconut water, Song Yimou set down the empty shell and casually picked up a piece of tender fungus. He carefully brought his lips close to the tiny hole in the fungus and gently blew a few breaths into it. As he exhaled, it seemed that a reaction occurred within the tree fungus, causing the initially faint sparks to gradually brighten and flicker with radiant glimmers. Song Yimou swiftly reached into his trouser pocket and extracted a pack of cigarettes. With practiced ease, he drew one out, placed it between his lips, and gently touched the cigarette tip to the glowing ember on the tree fungus. With a soft hissing sound, the cigarette ignited instantly, and Song Yimou inhaled deeply, a look of profound contentment spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Lu Jieqi, while massaging her sore calves, struggled to remove the high heels adorning her feet. As the shoes slipped off, it became evident that her soles were reddened from friction, with several areas exhibiting signs of blistering and swelling. Noticing Lu Jieqi's plight, Song Mo, without a moment's hesitation, snatched the high heels from her grasp. He then crouched down, searching for a suitably sized stone in the vicinity, and without a second thought, struck the heel of the shoe with force. There was a dull thud, and the heel shattered, transforming the elegant footwear into a comfortable pair of flats. This alteration made it significantly easier for Lu Jieqi to walk. After resting for over 10 minutes and regaining some strength, the two rose to continue their search for a suitable location to construct a shelter near the coastline. However, after walking another 2 to 3 kilometers, disappointment loomed as no viable site for shelter presented itself. Lu Jieqi turned to Song Mo and remarked, "Brother Song, it seems we cannot find a suitable place for a shelter by the coast. Perhaps we should venture into the woods. There might be freshwater sources hidden within." Hearing this, Song Mo shook his head and replied, "We have only just arrived on this deserted island and are still unfamiliar with it. We do not yet know what creatures inhabit this land. Furthermore, it is summer, and the woods are dense with underbrush, potentially concealing venomous snakes. If we were to be bitten, our fate would be sealed. The safest location is by the coast. We must avoid the woods for shelter unless absolutely necessary." Lu Jieqi nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You have a point. Your considerations are quite thorough." Song Mo smiled in response. "Indeed, this is a deserted island, and we must account for every detail if we wish to survive. A moment's carelessness could cost us our lives. I'm still young and do not wish to perish here. I have a gravely ill mother and a sister in school who need my care." The two continued their leisurely stroll, unwittingly covering a considerable distance. Just then, they caught sight of what appeared to be an array of uniquely shaped large stones along the coastline in the distance. The shadowy outlines, illuminated by the sun, exuded an air of mystery and allure. Upon noticing this, they quickened their pace, eager to uncover the secrets that lay ahead. As they approached the massive stones, their anticipation grew ever stronger. At last, they approached closely, and upon closer inspection, they were utterly astonished, their mouths agape. These stones were, in fact, masterpieces of nature's artistry. They bore no traces of human chiseling, appearing as if they had organically emerged from the depths of the earth. The stones varied in height. Some towered at 8 or 9 meters, standing like giants, while others, though comparatively diminutive, possessed their own unique forms. Having endured the relentless battering of sea winds and the scorching embrace of the sun over the years, many of the stones were enveloped in a thick layer of moss, evoking a profound sense of the passage of time. Song Mo promptly set down the woven bag of coconuts he had been carrying on his shoulder and eagerly began to circle around these naturally sculpted stones, his eyes scanning each rock with the precision of a scanner. Suddenly, he noticed several large stones pressed closely together, and to his astonishment, a fissure approximately half a meter wide had formed between two of them. This crack perfectly bisected the two massive stones, resembling an entrance to a stone abode meticulously crafted by nature itself. Chapter 16. The naturally formed stone house. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Mo swiftly slipped through the crevice, eager to explore what lay beyond. Upon successfully traversing the vast fissure, he was met with an astonishing sight that caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. The interior space was unexpectedly spacious, roughly estimated to be around 20 to 30 square meters, with a height of 8 to 9 meters. The large stones were arranged in a seemingly deliberate manner, resembling sturdy walls meticulously sculpted by nature itself. They were closely packed together, and aside from the substantial crack through which he had entered, the surrounding area was virtually impenetrable, resembling a secluded little world cut off from the outside. As Song Mo beheld this scene, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. He mused to himself, "This is precisely the natural sanctuary I have longed for. If only I can devise a way to cover the top and install a sturdy door at this sole entrance, the great fissure, this place could transform into a cozy and secure stone house." At this thought, he was nearly overcome with the urge to cheer aloud. After confirming the excellence of this location, Song Imo emerged from the fissure once more, his heart brimming with delight. Standing outside, he called out loudly to Lu Jiechi, who was resting a short distance away. "Jiechi, come quickly and take a look. I found an ideal spot for our shelter." Lu Jiechi, who had been leisurely seated on the ground, panting heavily, immediately stood up upon hearing Song Mo's excited shout and hurried toward him. In no time, she stood before him, and with an excited smile on his face, he led her into the crevice. Upon following closely behind, Lu Jiechi was equally astounded by the sight that greeted her. Her mouth agape, she stood speechless for a moment, clearly taken aback by this unexpected discovery. She exclaimed in genuine admiration, "Nature truly is a master craftsman. To have shaped such a stone house. It seems this is a blessing from the heavens." Song Yimou nodded, grinning as he replied, "Indeed, I never anticipated finding such a splendid place by the coast. If we can cover the top and fit a wooden door into this crevice, it will become an impregnable sanctuary. As long as we guard this fissure, no ferocious beast could possibly enter this stone house." With spirits lifted by their discovery, Song Yimou then smashed 2 coconuts with a stone, offering one to Lu Jiechi while he raised the other to his lips and drained its contents in one go. After finishing the coconut water, he ventured in the nearby woods to gather some dry grass and kindling. Taking a handful of dry grass, he rubbed it vigorously for a while before picking up a piece of tree fungus, placing the prepared dry grass atop it. Leaning in, he blew forcefully until the grass ignited. He then hurriedly placed the lit grass on the ground, adding some firewood atop it. Before long, a fire was kindled outside the stone house. Song Yimou instructed Lu Jiechi to sit by the fire while he ventured to the shore to collect some clams. He retrieved a few glowing embers from the fire and placed the clams upon them to roast. In less than 10 minutes, the clams were perfectly cooked, and the two, who had been ravenously hungry, eagerly tore into the tender morsels, discarding the shells in their haste. A generous pile of roasted clams quickly diminished to mere empty shells. Song Yimou then cracked open 2 coconuts, handing one to Lu Jiechi while he took the other, finishing the refreshing coconut water in one swift motion. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, noticing that time was passing, Song Yimou led Lu Jiechi into the nearby woods to gather some firewood, which they placed outside the stone house. They also found some dry grass to spread inside the dwelling. Once they completed these tasks, the sun began its slow descent beyond the horizon, and the two settled beside the fire, listening to the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Feeling the sea breeze caress their skin, Lu Jiechi turned to Song Yimou and asked, "Brother Song, do you think we can leave this place someday?" In response, Song Yimou smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. I believe that one day we shall depart from here." Lu Jiechi then inquired, "Brother Song, why aren't you with President Lu and the others?" With a chuckle, Song Yimou explained, "Those individuals have been pampered since childhood, always presenting themselves with an air of superiority. It feels uncomfortable to be around them. Moreover, they lack any survival skills. Why would I subject myself to their whims? Besides, their fates bear no consequence to me." Hearing this, Lu Jiechi nodded in agreement, smiling as she remarked, "That is a valid point. Having too many people around can be detrimental. However, I must say, President Lu is quite admirable. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses a kind heart." Song Yimou replied with a smile, "I do not know her well. After all, she is the company president, and I am merely the deputy captain of the security team, separated by many layers of hierarchy. I rarely see her, let alone converse with her. My impression of her is that she is rather aloof, often wearing a stern expression, and everyone in the company tends to fear her. Today was the first time I realized her kindness." Lu Jiechi laughed. "After all, she is the president of the company, responsible for so many people. To lead as a president, one must embody the role and maintain a certain sternness. If she were always lighthearted, how could she command respect from those under her?" Song Yimou nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, "Indeed, that is true." Lu Jiechi continued, "And Manager Li is quite pleasant as well." Song Yimou responded, "She is the finance manager and does not carry herself with the same lofty demeanor as other executives. She always greets me with a smile when we cross paths, and I hold her in high regard. Furthermore, during the plane crash, she even offered to pull me onto the lifeboat. Unable to resist teasing, Liu Jiechi remarked, "Are you perhaps taken with Manager Li?" Song Imo quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "How could that possibly be? I am acutely aware of my own limitations. How could someone like me ever be worthy of her? Besides, it is unlikely that she would ever take an interest in me." Upon hearing Song Imo express such sentiments, Liu Jiechi responded with a smile. That may not necessarily be the case. Not every woman is so pragmatic. Many seek genuine love. Who knows? She might just be captivated by someone like you. Song Imo chuckled and replied, "Oh, please. In today's society, where can one find true love? Without wealth or influence, what place is there for romance?" Chapter 17. Crafting a stone axe. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Liu Jiechi promptly interjected, "Not every woman is like that. Many women seek love." With her response, Song Imo chose not to elaborate further. Before they knew it, the hour had grown late. Song Imo gathered some firewood and added it to the flames. They both rose and returned to the stone hut, lying down on a pile of dry grass and swiftly drifting into slumber. The following morning, they awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Exiting the stone hut, they found that the firewood had burned down to mere charcoal, with a few embers still glowing. Song Imo quickly placed some dry grass atop the remnants of the fire and, blowing gently for a while, managed to reignite it. He then added more firewood. The two made their way to the shore, splashing their faces with seawater, and collected some clams to roast for breakfast. After enjoying the roasted clams, Song Imo contemplated venturing into the woods to see if he could procure some bamboo to construct a roof for the stone hut. However, without any tools, even finding bamboo would prove futile, as cutting it down would require a knife or an axe. Yet in this desolate island, where could he possibly obtain such implements? He instructed Liu Jiechi to remain outside the stone hut to guard the fire and gather more firewood for storage. Meanwhile, he set off along the coast in search of materials. Though the shoreline was littered with debris washed ashore by the relentless waves, the vast majority proved unusable. Initially, Song Imo harbored hopes that he might encounter a piece of iron or metal along the coast, which would allow him to forge a knife. After all, possessing a reliable weapon in this unknown and perilous wilderness would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the quest for iron among the expansive beach proved to be as daunting as searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Song Imo refused to succumb to despair. He resolutely walked along the coastline, leaving firm footprints in the sand. Unbeknownst to him, he had already traversed 3 or 4 kilometers, only to be met with disappointment. No trace of iron or metal in sight. Yet, amidst the chaotic refuse cast ashore by the tumultuous waves, he stumbled upon a tangled mass of fishing line. To his astonishment, several rusted but still sturdy fishhooks were ensnared within it. Excitedly, Song Imo bent down to retrieve the fishing line, eagerly tugging at it, and was delighted to discover its remarkable strength, as if it had withstood the test of time. He then cautiously examined the rusted fishhooks, confirming through careful testing that, despite their weathered appearance, they remained remarkably robust. At that moment, an indescribable joy surged within Song Mo's heart, and he mused to himself, "Ah, this is splendid. Equipped with the fishing hook and line, I can now catch fish from the sea to eat, no longer needing to consume clam meat every day." To speak candidly, the taste of clam meat is indeed rather unremarkable. As this thought crossed his mind, a radiant smile blossomed on Song Mo's previously weary face, rekindling a flicker of hope for the days ahead. With the salvaged fishing hook and line in hand, he turned and made his way toward the stone cottage. Upon his return, Liu Jiechi had gathered a substantial amount of firewood and placed it inside the stone cottage, sitting by the fire, lost in thought. Seeing Song Imo return, she greeted him with a smile. "Songgu, you're back." Nodding, Song Imo inquired with a smile, "What are you pondering over here?" With a hint of sadness, Liu Jiechi replied, "I miss home. I wonder how worried my parents would be if they knew about the plane crash." Hearing her words, Song Imo felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, his thoughts drifting to his ailing mother and his sister who was still in school. If they were to learn of the plane crash, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken. He was the pillar of the family, now trapped on this deserted island. How would his mother and sister manage to survive? Yet, on second thought, since the plane had crashed, surely the airline would provide some form of compensation. After a moment of silent contemplation, Song Imo managed to muster a smile and reassured Lu Jiechi, "Don't worry. One day, I will take you away from here. There is no use in dwelling on these thoughts now. We should focus on how to survive well in this place." With that, he handed the tangled fishing line to Lu Jiechi, saying, "I found these fishing lines and hooks among the debris washed ashore. Please untangle them. This way, I can fish from the sea and no longer need to eat roasted clams for every meal." Lu Jiechi accepted the tangled fishing line and began to organize it slowly. Song Imo furrowed his brow, contemplating, since iron scraps and sheets were nowhere to be found for crafting tools. Perhaps it would be wiser to shift his approach and collect some pebbles from the shore, attempting to create a stone axe or knife. After all, the coastline had been eroded by waves for years, strewn with pebbles of various sizes and shapes. These pebbles were relatively hard. If successfully fashioned into tools, they would undoubtedly be quite durable. With this thought in mind, Song Imo no longer hesitated and strode purposefully toward the shoreline. He lowered his head, his gaze scanning the ground with keen intensity, determined not to overlook any corner. Before long, fortune favored his diligence as he stumbled upon a flat pebble. To his astonishment, this pebble bore a semblance to an axe head, as if nature had prepared it especially for him. Overjoyed, Song Imo quickly bent down and carefully picked up the pebble. Then, he continued his search and eventually found another stone with a relatively smooth surface. With two stones cradled in his arms, he hastened to the shore and knelt down. He first gathered some crystal-clear seawater in his hands and sprinkled it over the smooth stones. After completing these preparatory tasks, he firmly grasped the pebble that bore a resemblance to an axe head and began to concentrate intently on its slow refinement. As time passed, the pebble in his hands gradually became sharper. Thus, after nearly 2 hours of diligent effort, Song Imo succeeded in honing the pebble into a semblance of an axe. All that remained was to attach a handle to this stone implement. Chapter 18. Catching sea fish. Song Imo firmly gripped the meticulously crafted stone axe in his hand, stepping resolutely into the dense woods. His keen gaze swept the surroundings, diligently searching for usable materials. Before long, fortune smiled upon him. He discovered a stout wooden stick, as robust as an arm, made of exceptionally hard material. Overjoyed, Song Imo hastily picked up the stick, treating it as a treasure, and returned to the coastline with eager steps. He carefully placed the stick upon a large, flat stone, then seized the stone axe, polished from pebbles, and forcefully chopped off a segment roughly 30 to 40 centimeters long. Next, Song Imo devoted himself to refining the cut piece of wood with the stone axe, gradually smoothing its surface to a fine sheen. Having completed the initial shaping, he did not pause. Instead, he turned towards the heap of debris washed ashore by the tumultuous waves, diligently rummaging through it. Fortune favored his efforts, as he successfully unearthed several ropes of varying thickness. Subsequently, with deft skill, Song Imo bound the polished wooden stick tightly to the stone axe fashioned from pebbles. Thus, a somewhat rudimentary, yet exceedingly practical stone axe was born. Though its appearance was slightly coarse, it was perfectly capable of felling trees. Unable to contain his excitement, Song Imo raised the stone axe high once more, swinging it powerfully through the air. The axe seemed to come alive in his hands, dancing gracefully with his movements. At that moment, an unparalleled sense of ease enveloped him, eliciting an uncontainable smile of joy that illuminated his face, his exhilaration palpable. As Song Imo joyfully returned to the exterior of the stone house with his self-made axe, he was pleasantly surprised to find Lu Jiaqing had already organized the previously tangled fishing line, neatly coiling it around a wooden stick. Upon seeing the stone axe in Song Mo's hands, Lu Jiaqing, with a look of astonishment and admiration, exclaimed, "Song Gu, you truly possess an extraordinary skill. You crafted a stone axe." With a smile, Song Imo replied, "It's nothing too remarkable. I merely picked up a pebble and polished it a bit." After saying this, he ventured into the woods and returned with a wooden stick 3 to 4 meters long and as thick as a finger. Grabbing the fishing line that Lu Jiaqing had arranged, he said to her, "I'll head to the coast to see if I can catch a few sea fish for us to eat." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Jiaqing instantly beamed with excitement, declaring, "I want to go with you." Nodding in agreement, the two of them made their way to the coastline. Climbing atop a large stone, gazing into the azure waters, they could faintly see fish swimming in the crystal-clear depths. Song Mo felt a surge of joy, for this season was indeed the time when fish foraged actively. He then instructed Lu Jiaqing to gather some clams while he tied a 3 to 4 meter length of fishing line to the wooden stick. Retrieving a piece of foam to break off a small section, which he affixed to the line as a bobber. He picked up a stone the size of a broad bean and tied it to the fishing line about 10 centimeters away from the hook, using it as a sinker. With this simple fishing apparatus, he set off. At that moment, Lu Jiaqing had also gathered a few clams and brought them to the large rock. Song Mo took a stone and smashed one of the clams, then impaled a piece of clam meat on the hook and cast it into the sea, settling into fish. In less than a minute, the foam bobber reacted, prompting Song Mo to swiftly lift the fishing rod. Before long, he had caught a sea fish weighing around 2 to 3 tails. Witnessing Song Mo's success, Lu Jiaqing was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Brother Song, you are truly remarkable. To catch a fish so quickly means we might not need to eat roasted clams today." Song Mo chuckled and replied, "You needn't praise me. It's not my skill, but rather the abundance of fish in these coastal waters. You could do the same." After saying this, he unhooked the fish and placed another piece of clam meat on the hook, casting it back into the sea. It must be said that the sea was teeming with fish. Within half an hour, Song Mo had caught over 10 fish of varying sizes. Some weighed as much as 3 to 4 tails, while others were merely the length of a finger. By this time, both were ravenous. With such a bounty, they had enough for a hearty meal, so Song Mo decided not to fish any longer. He retracted the fishing rod and returned to the stone hut with Lu Jiaqing, where they prepared the freshly caught fish near the fire. Song Mo found 2 slender sticks and sharpened one end with a stone axe, threading the cleaned fish onto them. He rummaged through the burning embers of the fire to find some still glowing charcoal, placing the skewered fish atop to slowly roast. As the fish sizzled and turned a golden brown, the aroma wafted through the air, making both of them salivate. Once the fish were perfectly cooked, they eagerly began to feast. Despite the absence of any seasonings, the fish were incredibly delicious, and they could hardly stop eating. In less than 10 minutes, they had devoured all the roasted fish, leaving them with an insatiable craving for more. After finishing the fish, Song Mo used his axe to split open 2 coconuts, handing one to Lu Jiaqing while he greedily drank the refreshing coconut water from his own. Feeling satisfied and with time still before dusk, Song Mo turned to Lu Jiaqing and said, "You stay here and don't wander off. I will check the woods to see if I can find some bamboo." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaqing quickly replied, "I want to go with you." Song Mo shook his head, saying, "The woods are too dangerous, and there are many mosquitoes. You're dressed too lightly. It wouldn't be convenient for you to come along. It's best if you stay here." Lu Jiaqing could only nod in agreement, reminding him, "Please be careful. Don't wander too far." Song Mo chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured, I shall be fine." With that, he grasped his stone axe and rose, making his way into the depths of the forest. It was the height of summer, and the woodland enveloped him in an oppressive heat, akin to being trapped in a vast steamer. Not long into his journey, his garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. To add to his discomfort, swarms of mosquitoes buzzed incessantly around him. With one hand clutching the stone axe, he raised the other to swat at the persistent insects. In his mind, he pondered, "Why are there so many mosquitoes in this wretched place? This cannot continue. I must seek out some aromatic herbs to repel these pests, or else I shall not find restful slumber in that stone abode tonight." Chapter 19. The beauty of the setting sun. This grove resembled a primordial forest, shrouded in mystery and depth, with countless towering trees that reach for the heavens, seemingly vying for supremacy with the sky. The lush underbrush sprawled like a verdant ocean, intricately intertwined, making passage nearly impossible. An eerie and ominous atmosphere pervaded the woodland, as if it concealed endless dangers. Scattered across the ground were chilling remnants of animal bones. Some fragmented, others still stained with blood, unequivocally indicating the presence of ferocious carnivorous beasts within this realm. Song Mo was acutely aware of all this, particularly cognizant that it was the season when venomous snakes were most active. Thus, each step he took was marked by an extraordinary caution, akin to traversing thin ice. He remained perpetually vigilant, attuned to the slightest sound around him, unwilling to afford himself even a moment's relaxation. As time slipped away, approximately half an hour later, Song Mo's gaze was suddenly drawn to a thicket of dense bamboo not far ahead. This discovery filled his heart with unexpected joy. However, he did not allow excitement to cloud his judgment and approached the bamboo with utmost care. Upon reaching the bamboo, he was astounded by the sight before him. There were an astonishing number of bamboo stalks, totaling between 80 to 90. The robust bamboo was nearly as thick as a bowl's opening, while the newly sprouted shoots emerged shyly, reminiscent of bashful maidens just beginning to reveal their beauty. To Song Mo's delight, nestled at the base of the bamboo were tender shoots freshly breaking through the soil. They were adorned with a delicate layer of earth, resembling nature's precious gift to him. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, and his heart swelled with elation. Initially hoping merely to find some bamboo, he was pleasantly surprised by the accompanying bamboo shoots, truly an unexpected bounty. He marveled at his fortune, reflecting on the strokes of luck that had accompanied him that day. In the morning, he had found a fishing line complete with a hook along the shore, subsequently crafted a stone axe from river stones, caught a fish from the sea, and now discovered bamboo and bamboo shoots. It seemed even the heavens were favoring him. After reveling in his good fortune, Song Mo eagerly seized the stone axe in his hand and swung it forcefully at a bamboo stalk of considerable girth. Initially, apprehensive about the axe's durability, he refrained from using all his strength, opting instead for a tentative strike. The dull thud resonated as the axe met the bamboo, leaving a narrow gash on its resilient surface. Seeing the result filled Song Mo with excitement, prompting him to halt and examine the stone axe closely. After scrutinizing it, he was pleasantly surprised to find it unscathed, not a single crack marring its surface. His confidence surged, and as he lifted the axe once more, he unconsciously increased the force behind his grip. With a second powerful blow, the already wounded bamboo sustained further damage, revealing a deeper and longer gash. Song Mo hurriedly examined the stone axe, and, finding it still in perfect condition, felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. Indeed, this stone axe is remarkably sturdy, he exclaimed to himself, excitement coursing through his veins. With such a reliable tool at his disposal, his enthusiasm for labor surged. For the next several minutes, Song Mo wielded the stone axe vigorously, striking the bamboo with relentless fervor. Each swing resonated with a crisp sound of cutting and sent shards of bamboo flying. Under the onslaught of his persistent strikes, the bamboo began to sway precariously. Finally, after numerous impacts, the bamboo, as thick as a bowl, could no longer withstand the assault and crashed to the ground. Gazing at his accomplishment, Song Mo let out a deep sigh of relief. He did not pause in his efforts. He swiftly approached the fallen bamboo, methodically severing its dense branches one by one. Then, with the stone axe in hand, he adeptly sliced the bamboo into several segments along its length. Afterward, he collected the freshly cut branches and skillfully wove them together, tightly binding the segmented bamboo. He then crouched down to unearth a bamboo shoot, hoisting the bamboo and the shoot as he made his way toward the coastline. After spending over half an hour, Song Mo returned to the stone hut, breathless. At that moment, Lu Jiechi was anxiously waiting by the fire. Upon seeing him return, the tension in her heart eased. During the hour he was away, she had been consumed with worry for his safety. Although they had only spent a few days together, she had unknowingly begun to rely on him, her fondness for him growing stronger. In this desolate island, Song Mo had provided her with a sense of security. To her, he seemed an omnipotent figure, offering countless surprises. Thoughts of him feeding her coconut juice lingered in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. Seeing that Song Mo not only returned with bamboo, but also a bamboo shoot filled her with immense joy and excitement. He placed a bundle of bamboo and a chute on the ground, then collapsed, gasping for breath. His clothes were completely drenched in sweat. Observing this, Lu Jiechi quickly returned to the stone hut, retrieved a coconut, and using the stone axe, struck it open before handing it to Song Imo. He accepted the coconut and drank deeply of the refreshing coconut water. After finishing the drink, he rested on the ground for a while, feeling his strength gradually returning. Meanwhile, the sun slowly descended over the sea, casting a beautiful twilight glow across the horizon, uplifting their spirits. Unable to contain himself, Song Imo remarked, "The sunset is exquisite, yet it heralds the approach of dusk." Lu Jiechi, intrigued by his words, inquired, "Songgu, what do you mean by that?" Shaking his head with a smile, he replied, "It means nothing, really. I merely thought of that phrase while gazing at the evening sky." Upon uttering these words, he turned to gaze at Lu Jiechi. Where the gentle glow of the evening sunset softly enveloped her, casting a hazy yet warm halo around her. Her lustrous black hair was tinged with an enchanting shade of golden red, swaying gently in the breeze as if each strand whispered tales of romance. Her visage, illuminated by the twilight, radiated a soft hue, her skin as delicate as intricately carved jade. Those bright eyes at this moment seemed to harbor the cosmos, sparkling with vibrant light, reflecting the majestic scenery at the horizon, while also hinting at boundless emotions within. Captivated by the strikingly beautiful Lu Jiechi, Song Imo found himself entranced. Noticing Song Mo's gaze upon her, Lu Jiechi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, feeling not the slightest discomfort, but rather a flicker of secret delight. Chapter 20. Conversations by the campfire. Time passed, and as Song Imo gazed upon Lu Jiechi's slightly flushed face, he realized he had acted inappropriately. He promptly spoke up. "I apologize. I lost my composure. It is merely that you are exceedingly beautiful, and I was momentarily captivated." Upon hearing Song Mo's compliment, Lu Jiechi felt a surge of delight in her heart and softly asked, "Am I truly that beautiful?" With a smile, Song Imo replied, "You are as lovely as a flower. With your beauty, you must have many admirers." Lu Jiechi, feeling a tad shy, responded, "Not really that many. By the way, Songgu, what type of girl do you like?" In response to her inquiry, Song Imo chuckled, "My expectations are not particularly high. After all, my family circumstances are modest. I simply wish to find someone who genuinely cares for me." Lu Jiechi then shyly suggested, "Songgu, what do you think about me being your girlfriend?" Taken aback by her words, Song Imo laughed and said, "Surely you jest. How could someone like you ever be interested in me?" Lu Jiechi quickly countered, "Why would it be impossible? You must have more confidence in yourself." With a bitter smile, Song Imo slowly admitted, "In the past, I was quite confident. But after several blind dates, I began to lose faith in myself." Surprised by his revelation, Lu Jiechi asked, "You still go on blind dates?" Nodding, Song Imo explained, "Yes. I entered the military at 18 and spent many years there, with no time to pursue a relationship. After my discharge, my mother began pressuring me to marry, which led me to blind dates. However, upon learning about my family background and that I work as a security guard, I was politely rejected. Why are girls so pragmatic these days?" He lamented. Lu Jiechi quickly interjected, "Not every girl is pragmatic. I am different. I simply want someone who treats me well and whom I feel a connection with. I do not care about their family circumstances." After saying this, she glanced at Song Imo and whispered, "Songgu, I realize I have developed feelings for you. Given that we are stranded on this deserted island and cannot leave, how about I be your girlfriend?" Taken aback once more, Song Imo chuckled, "You mustn't joke. Your current fondness stems from my saving you, coupled with the fact that it is just the two of us here. You have grown dependent on me, and once we leave this place, your feelings may change." Hearing his response, Lu Jiechi paused, contemplating whether she was indeed developing a dependency on him or she truly had feelings for him. She found herself uncertain. After a while, Lu Jiechi softly remarked, "You kissed me, so you must take responsibility." "That was my first kiss." Song Imo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and replied with a wry smile, "My dear, at that moment, you were unconscious. I acted to save you. You cannot hold that against me." Lu Jiechi playfully exclaimed, I don't care. Since you've taken my first kiss, you must take responsibility for me. From now on, I shall cling to you." Song Yimou was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a while, he chuckled and teased, "Pray tell, how should I be responsible for you? Should I pledge myself to you? I would be more than willing to oblige." His jest left Lu Jieqi at a loss for words, her delicate face flushed with color. With a smile, Song Yimou continued, "All right, I shall cease my teasing." As time drifted by, the sky darkened completely. After sitting by the fire and chatting for a while, noticing the lateness of the hour, Song Yimou said to Lu Jieqi, "It's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow morning, let us venture into the woods to chop some bamboo. We must hasten to construct the roof of this stone house. A rain would pose a predicament." Lu Jieqi nodded obediently, stood up, and returned to the stone house, lying down on the pile of dry grass to sleep. Song Yimou added more kindling to the fire before lying down beside Lu Jieqi in the cave. The following morning, the two awoke early and emerged from the stone house to find the fire reduced to smoldering charcoal, barely flickering with embers. Song Yimou quickly added some dry twigs and grass, and soon the fire blazed anew. They strolled to the shore, splashing their faces with the refreshing sea water. Upon returning to the stone house, Song Yimou used a stone axe to split open 2 coconuts, handing one to Lu Jieqi. He then tilted his head back and drank the coconut water from his. After savoring the refreshing juice, he took the stone axe and led Lu Jieqi toward the grove of bamboo. With the axe in hand, Song Yimou began to fell the bamboo. After more than an hour of labor, he managed to chop down 3 or 4 bamboo stalks, each as thick as a bowl, removing their branches and cutting the 10-meter-long stalks into 2 or 3 sections. He then bound the cuttings together with the branches, and they made their way back to the shore, carrying the bamboo in a single file. After more than an hour, they finally returned to the stone house, placing the bamboo down and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Jieqi, dressed in her summer flight attendant uniform, had exposed arms marked with several swollen mosquito bites. As she panted heavily, she scratched at the welts. Song Yimou felt a pang of sympathy and said to her, "Bear with it. Once we finish the roof, I will fetch some mosquito-repelling herbs from the woods." He glanced at Lu Jieqi in her uniform and added, "We must find a way to get you some proper clothing. This uniform is ill-suited for our situation. However, in this desolate place, where would one procure garments?" After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Song Yimou addressed Lu Jieqi, "Stay here and rest. I will go catch some fish for us to eat. I am nearly starving." Having spoken these words, he picked up his fishing rod and made his way to the shoreline, where he collected several clams. He then ascended the large rock where he had fished the previous day. With a stone, he shattered the clams and took a piece of the meat to bait his hook before casting it into the sea, settling down to fish. No sooner had the baited hook sunk into the water than the foam float began to show signs of agitation. Without delay, Song Yimou lifted his rod, successfully reeling in a sea fish weighing around 3 to 4 taels. Within half an hour, he had caught over 10 sea fish of varying sizes, sufficient for a hearty meal for the two of them. With no intention of continuing to fish, Song Yimou gathered his rod and swiftly prepared the catch, rinsing them in seawater before taking them outside the stone house. Chapter 21. Constructing the roof of the stone house, Song Yimou grasped a bamboo pole the thickness of a bowl and, with a stone axe, he skillfully severed 2 bamboo tubes. Returning to the cave, he retrieved several coconuts, which he cleaved open with the stone axe, pouring the coconut water into the bamboo tubes. Lu Jieqi, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Song, what are you up to?" With a smile, Song Yimou replied, "These past few days I have been feasting on grilled fare, and I am on the verge of constipation. Allow me to prepare a delightful dish for you." With that, he positioned the bamboo tube filled with coconut water over the fire. Once the liquid reached a vigorous boil, he added the prepared sea fish. After 3 or 4 minutes, the fish was thoroughly cooked. Song Yimou then fashioned 2 pairs of chopsticks from small wooden sticks. Famished, the two of them eagerly retrieved the fish from the bamboo tube and began to indulge in their meal. It must be said that the coconut-infused sea fish, cooked in bamboo, offered a unique flavor, combining the sweetness of coconut with the subtle fragrance of bamboo. This meal was undoubtedly the most sumptuous they had enjoyed since arriving on the deserted island. Before long, the fish was devoured completely, and they each took a bamboo tube to savor every drop of the broth. After a brief respite, Song Imo led Lu Jiechi to the shoreline to gather materials for constructing the roof. The coast was littered with debris washed ashore by the sea, and they collected some moderately damaged plastic sheets and some ropes. Upon returning to the stone house, Song Imo selected a sizable stone that he could climb, swiftly ascending it, and then requested Lu Jiechi to hand him the bamboo. He arranged the bamboo haphazardly across the roof of the stone house, securing it tightly with the collected ropes. He then spread the plastic sheets over the bamboo and bound them securely as well. Next, he and Lu Jiechi ventured into the woods to find several palm trees, where he chopped off some palm fronds with the stone axe and carried them back to the exterior of the stone house. He laid the palm fronds atop the plastic sheets on the roof, effectively completing the construction of the roof. To prevent it from being dislodged by the wind, Song Imo placed some stones on top. Noticing that time was passing, Song Imo took his fishing rod to the coast, while Lu Jiechi gathered firewood from the nearby woods. As dusk approached, Song Imo successfully caught several sea fish, which he brought back to the stone house. Following the same procedure as before, he split a few coconuts and poured the water into the bamboo tubes. Once the coconut water reached a boil, he added the prepared sea fish to stew. After dinner, the two sat by the fire, engaged in conversation. As Song Imo gazed at the dwindling coconuts in the woven bag, he contemplated, "These coconuts will only last for another 2 or 3 days at most. It seems I must venture into the woods to seek a water source. After all, relying solely on coconut water daily is unsustainable. Finding a water source is imperative." With the roof of the stone house now completed, all that remained was to craft a door from bamboo to install over the large fissure. Perhaps the labor of constructing the stone house's roof took its toll today. The two individuals settled beside the fire for a brief conversation, only to be overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. Song Imo added a few more twigs to the flames, and they retreated to the stone house, lying down upon the dry grass to sleep. At the break of dawn, Song Imo awoke early, while Lu Jiechi remained in a deep slumber. He chose not to disturb her, quietly rising and stepping outside the stone house. There, he noticed that the twigs in the fire had burned down to mere charcoal, still emitting faint sparks. Promptly, he placed some dry grass atop the embers and blew gently until the grass ignited anew, subsequently adding more twigs. Once the wood caught fire, he took his fishing rod and made his way to the shore, first splashing his face with seawater. He collected a few clams and settled on the large stone where he had fished the previous day to begin his angling. In half an hour, he had caught over 10 fish, which he carried back to the stone house. He found a few small sticks, sharpened one end, and threaded the fish onto them. With a stick, he stirred the still-burning charcoal and laid the fish atop to grill. Just then, Lu Jiechi emerged from the stone house, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Song Imo by the fire, she smiled. "Songge, you're up quite early." With a grin, Song Imo replied, "It has become a habit. The fish will be ready soon. You should wash your face and return so we can eat." Lu Jiechi nodded and went to the shore to freshen up, returning to sit beside Song Imo at the fire. Before long, the fish skewered on the stick turned a crispy golden brown, sizzling and oozing oil. Eagerly, they picked up the grilled fish and began to feast. After their meal, Song Imo turned to Lu Jiechi and said, "Stay here. I will venture into the woods to see if I can locate a water source and perhaps find some mosquito-repelling herbs." Hearing this, Lu Jiechi quickly suggested, "Why don't I accompany you?" Song Imo shook his head. "The woods are teeming with mosquitoes. It would be inconvenient for you. It's best you remain here." Reluctantly, Lu Jiechi nodded, urging, "Please be cautious and return soon." With a reassuring smile, Song Imo replied, "Don't worry, I will be careful." He then took up a stone axe and set off into the woods, each step taken with utmost caution. The heat in the forest was stifling. Before long, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and swarms of mosquitoes buzzed around him. To fend them off, he wielded a branch he had cut from a tree with his axe. After nearly an hour of searching without success, he had yet to find a water source. He did, however, catch sight of several grouse and wild rabbits. But with only a stone axe in hand, he could only watch as they slipped away from his view. He mused to himself, It seems imperative to craft a bow and arrows swiftly. With such tools, I could hunt the grouse and rabbits. Consuming fish daily is simply inadequate. To survive on this desolate island, a balanced diet is essential. As he ventured further into the woods, the vegetation around him grew increasingly lush, and the scattered animal bones on the ground multiplied, enveloping the entire forest in an unsettling aura of eeriness. Song Mo became ever more cautious. In his quest for a water source, he pressed on deeper into the thicket, steeling himself against the encroaching shadows. After traversing another 2 or 3 kilometers without success, a sense of disappointment and frustration began to wash over him. However, he did stumble upon a patch of flourishing citronella plants nestled among a cluster of shrubs. Chapter 22. Harvesting a porcupine, the mosquito-repelling herbs stood approximately half a meter tall, adorned with delicate pink blossoms, exuding a distinct fragrance. Their vicinity was devoid of any pesky insects, which brought a smile to Song Mo's face as he hurried towards the cluster of herbs. Crouching down, he uprooted the plants, then gathered a few longer grasses to bind the herbs together, cradling them in his arms. Perhaps due to the enticing aroma emanating from the herbs, the bothersome mosquitoes dared not approach him any longer. After advancing for a while without discovering a water source, Song Mo pondered. It seems that finding water in this forest is not as simple as I had hoped. Having spent a considerable amount of time searching, he decided to turn back and make his way toward the coastline. Not long into his journey, a faint rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket, causing his heart to race. He carefully set the mosquito-repelling herbs on the ground and, wielding his stone axe, approached the bushes with caution. Before he could draw near, a round, pudgy head suddenly poked out from the foliage, startling Song Mo. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a colossal porcupine, gazing at him with a rather innocent expression. A surge of excitement washed over Song Mo, and he swung the stone axe with force towards the porcupine. Whether it was luck or skill, the axe struck the creature squarely on the head. The blow was lethal. The porcupine's brain splattered, and blood gushed forth, staining the ground. The porcupine emitted a heart-wrenching cry as it writhed in the thicket, letting out an agonizing wail. Song Mo quickly approached the thicket, retrieving his axe to deliver a series of heavy blows to the porcupine's head. After 3 or 4 strikes, the creature lay still, lifeless, gazing at the deceased porcupine. Song Mo could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It seems today is my lucky day. I managed to catch such a large porcupine. Enough for Jiechi and me to enjoy 2 hearty meals. Moreover, the porcupine's quills are quite valuable. They can be used for medicinal purposes and for crafting arrowheads. I was just lamenting my lack of materials for arrowheads, and here comes this porcupine practically offering itself to me, with the stone axe secured at his waist." He carefully grasped the porcupine's hind leg and lifted it, picking up the mosquito-repelling herbs and joyfully making his way back to the coastline. Throughout his journey, Song Mo remained exceptionally cautious, and after nearly 2 hours, he returned, breathless, to the shore. At that moment, Lu Jiechi sat anxiously by the fire, her heart heavy with worry as she awaited Song Mo's return, silently praying for his safety. When she finally spotted him returning, her anxious heart finally eased. Upon seeing him carrying a porcupine, her spirits soared with joy and excitement. Song Mo never failed to surprise her. Returning to the warmth of the fire, Song Mo placed the porcupine and a bundle of mosquito-repelling herbs on the ground, collapsing onto the earth in exhaustion, his clothes thoroughly drenched in sweat. Lu Jiechi hurriedly approached the stone cottage, retrieved a coconut, and, using the stone axe she took from Song Mo's waist, deftly split the coconut in half before handing it to him. Without hesitation, Song Mo drank the coconut water in one go, leaving nothing behind. It was only then that Lu Jiechi, her face etched with concern, remarked, "Brother Song, why did you return so late? I was terribly worried about you." Hearing her words, a warmth spread through Song Mo's heart as he gasped for breath, responding, "I went in search of a water source, but despite wandering far, I found nothing. It seems that locating water in this forest is no simple task. Fortunately, I managed to bring back a porcupine, so we can enjoy a couple of hearty meals. Lu Jieqi's gaze shifted to the delicate pink flowers atop the mosquito-repelling herbs, and with a smile, she teased, "Did you gather all these flowers for me?" Amused by her jest, Song Mo chuckled and explained, "These are mosquito-repelling herbs." Lu Jieqi blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "My apologies. I didn't recognize the mosquito-repelling herbs. I thought you had picked these flowers for me." After resting for a while, Song Mo felt his strength returning and instructed Lu Jieqi to lay the bundle of herbs out in the sunlight to dry. Meanwhile, he began the laborious task of plucking the sharp quills from the porcupine. It took nearly half an hour to remove all of the quills completely. He then placed the plucked porcupine onto the fire, and the acrid smell of burning quills quickly filled the air. The unpleasant odor caused Lu Jieqi to cover her nose and retreat to a distance, while Song Mo remained unfazed, sitting beside the fire. Before long, the porcupine's skin was char-black. Song Mo found a stick to carefully extract the porcupine from the flames, bringing it to the shore to wash in the seawater. He used the stone axe to make an incision in its belly, removing the internal organs while preserving the liver and discarding the rest into the sea. With the clean porcupine in hand, he returned to the area outside the stone cottage, where he found 2 sticks. He sharpened one end of each stick with the stone axe, skewering the porcupine liver onto one stick and a piece of porcupine meat onto the other. He retrieved some charcoal from the fire and began to roast the skewer slowly. In less than 20 minutes, the meat and liver were beautifully golden and sizzling with juices, causing both of them to salivate. Song Mo offered the skewer of porcupine meat to Lu Jieqi, while he took the skewer of liver for himself. Touched by Song Mo's generosity in offering her the meat, Lu Jieqi felt her affection for him deepen. As evening approached and the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, Song Mo turned to Lu Jieqi and said, "Stay here. I'm going to wash up. I feel utterly uncomfortable." Lu Jieqi quickly replied, "I feel uncomfortable too. I also want to take a bath." Upon hearing her words, Song Mo chuckled teasingly. "Why don't we bathe together? I could even give you a back rub." At this playful remark, Lu Jieqi's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Noticing her reaction, Song Mo quickly reassured her, "I was merely joking. I'll go wash up first. You can follow after I'm done." With that, he strolled directly toward the shoreline. Once Song Mo had walked away, Lu Jieqi timidly lifted her head and murmured, "Bathing together isn't entirely out of the question." After uttering those words, another wave of blush swept over her, as her mind began to envision the scenario of sharing a bath with Song Mo. Chapter 23. The first rain on the deserted island. Song Mo arrived at the shoreline, climbed onto a large rock designated for fishing, and stripped down to nothing but his shorts before plunging into the azure waters, indulging in a refreshing swim. Immersed in the sea, Song Mo felt an indescribable sense of comfort and bliss. After nearly 20 minutes of swimming, he finally clambered back onto the rock. Observing his grimy clothes, he took them, rinsed them briefly in the sea, and hung them on a branch of a large tree by the shore to dry. Dressed solely in his shorts, he returned to the fire pit, where Lu Jieqi blushed upon seeing him and softly remarked, "Song-gu, why have you returned wearing only shorts?" A bit embarrassed, Song Mo replied, "My clothes were too dirty, so I washed them and hung them out to dry. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Hurry and take a shower. It's almost dark." Nodding in agreement, Lu Jieqi walked towards the shore, found a large rock, and, moving behind it, slowly removed her flight attendant uniform before wading into the sea to bathe. Meanwhile, Song Mo gathered the half-dried mosquito-repelling herbs and sat by the fire, meticulously rolling them into small strips. Lu Jieqi spent nearly 20 minutes in the water, and upon seeing her soiled uniform, she could only shake her head in resignation. It was impractical for her to wash her clothes as Song Mo did and return to the fire pit in her undergarments. Reluctantly, she put her dirty uniform back on. Upon her return to the fire pit, seeing Song Mo rolling the mosquito-repelling herbs, her curiosity piqued. "Song-gu, what are you doing?" she inquired. With a smile, Song Mo explained, "I'm rolling these herbs into small strips. When lit, they will keep the mosquitoes away from the stone house." Hearing this, Lu Jieqi expressed her admiration, saying, "Song-gu, you truly know so much. It seems there's nothing you can't do." If it weren't for you, I doubt I could survive 3 days on this deserted island alone. Song Imo merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Bathed in the glow of the firelight, Lu Jiechi couldn't help but blush again, her heart racing as she admired Song Mo's bronze skin and muscular physique. After over half an hour, Song Imo successfully rolled all the mosquito-repelling herbs into strips, lighting a few and placing them in various corners of the stone house. He then approached the tree where his clothes were drying and found them thoroughly dry. The summer heat certainly expedited the drying process. Clad in his clothes, he returned to the fire pit, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lu Jiechi. After a while, Lu Jiechi suddenly proposed, Song-gu, why don't we build a kitchen outside the stone house? That way, even if it rains, we won't have to worry about the fire being extinguished. Considering her suggestion, Song Imo nodded and replied, that's a good idea. Tomorrow morning, let us gather some bamboo and construct a kitchen outside the stone house. As time progressed, Song Imo added a few more sticks to the fire. The two then rose and returned to the stone hut, lying down on a pile of dry grass to sleep. Perhaps due to the incense of the mosquito-repelling herbs, all the insects within the stone abode were thoroughly driven away, allowing both to enjoy a profoundly restful night. At the break of dawn the following day, they awoke early, splashed their faces with seawater, and ventured into the forest to gather bamboo. By midday, they returned to the stone hut, carrying a hefty bundle of bamboo, both feeling quite famished and parched. Song Imo skillfully used a stone axe to chop some porcupine meat, skewering it on sticks for roasting. After indulging in the roasted porcupine, he split open 2 coconuts, offering one to Lu Jiechi while he greedily drank from the other. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst and taken a brief respite, they headed to the shoreline to collect some plastic sheeting and ropes. After 2 days of labor, they had successfully constructed a modest kitchen from bamboo outside the stone hut. Although it appeared rudimentary, it provided shelter from the wind and rain, alleviating any concerns about the fire being extinguished by the downpour. However, with the coconuts dwindling, they needed to find a water source promptly. Song Imo resolved to venture into the woods the following morning in search of water. At the break of dawn the next day, Song Imo awoke early, while Lu Jiechi remained sound asleep on the dry grass. Not wishing to disturb her, he stepped outside the stone hut, only to find the sky cloaked in ominous clouds, signaling an impending downpour. A surge of joy filled his heart at the thought of the long-awaited rain. He had been contemplating a search for water in the woods. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to collect as much rainwater as possible. Upon reaching the kitchen, he noticed that the fire had dwindled to a few glowing embers. Quickly, he placed some dry grass onto the remnants and blew gently upon it. In no time, the grass ignited once more, adding more firewood. Song Imo contemplated the absence of a lighter and realized he needed a strategy to preserve the fire. Adding wood to the fire every night was not sustainable, and he was wasting considerable fuel. At that moment, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder. Song Imo hurried to the shore, rummaging through the debris washed ashore by the sea to find suitable plastic containers for collecting rainwater. After rinsing them with seawater, he placed them outside the stone hut to gather rain. Soon, large droplets began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Seated beside the fire, Song Imo listened to the symphony of thunder and rain. Thankfully, the roofs of both the stone hut and kitchen were covered with several layers of plastic sheeting, effectively preventing leaks. Additionally, he had previously dug drainage ditches around structures, ensuring no rainwater seeped in. Watching the rainwater steadily fill the containers, Song Imo felt a surge of happiness. He grabbed a bamboo tube and positioned it under the eaves of the kitchen, filling it to the brim with rainwater, which he then placed over the fire to begin boiling. Before long, Lu Jiechi had awakened and stepped out of the stone house, extending her hand to collect some rainwater from beneath the eaves to wash her face. She then sat beside Song Imo, observing the plastic containers brimming with water. Lu Jiechi smiled warmly at Song Imo and remarked, "Brother Song, this rain has arrived just in time. We've gathered so much water, it will suffice for quite a while, sparing us the arduous task of searching for a water source in the woods." Song Imo nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this rain is a blessing. If we were to receive such a downpour every 7 or 8 days, we would no longer have to worry about fresh water. Chapter 24. Crafting an oil lamp. At that moment, the rainwater inside the bamboo tube had reached a boiling point, prompting Song Mo to promptly remove it from the fire. He then took another bamboo tube and carefully split it open with a stone axe, fashioning 2 bamboo bowls. Pouring the boiled rainwater into the bowls, he offered one to Lu Jiechi, while he himself raised the other to his lips, savoring the long-awaited taste of fresh water after days of relying solely on coconut juice. Their spirits lifted. They relished this newfound refreshment. Once they finished drinking, Song Mo retrieved another bamboo tube, positioning it under the eaves to collect more rainwater, which he placed over the fire. He then chopped some porcupine meat with the stone axe and began to simmer it slowly. Suddenly, Song Mo noticed a considerable amount of porcupine fat, and an idea sparked in his mind. He thought, why not render this porcupine fat into oil within a bamboo tube, then insert a wick, allowing him to ignite it at night to preserve the fire? As this notion blossomed in his mind, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Lu Jiechi, filled with curiosity, inquired, Song-gu, what are you grinning about? Are you thinking of some beauty? Song Mo shot her a glare and replied, somewhat irked, what nonsense fills your mind all day? There is no beauty to occupy my thoughts. I was contemplating how I've been adding firewood to the fire each night to maintain the flame. This consumes quite a bit of wood daily, and I was pondering if I could render some oil from the porcupine fat to create an oil lamp. That way, I could simply light the lamp at night and preserve the fire. Lu Jiechi, astonished, exclaimed, Song-gu, your mind is truly brilliant to come up with such a method. I adore you even more. In response, Song Mo chuckled, don't flatter me too much. Rest assured, I will take good care of you as long as we are on this deserted island. Touched by his words, Lu Jiechi smiled and asked Song-gu, why are you so good to me? Have you been enchanted by my beauty? Be honest, do you have feelings for me? Song Mo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he replied, can you refrain from being so narcissistic? I acknowledge your beauty, but it's not enough to mesmerize me. I know myself well, and it's unlikely you would fall for me. With a mischievous smile, Lu Jiechi retorted, that may not be the case. I'm not a materialistic girl. I reciprocate kindness. I admit you're not conventionally handsome, but you possess a charm that grows on one over time. I feel an overwhelming sense of security when I'm with you. Hearing her words, Song Mo couldn't help but smile as he replied, as I've said, your fondness for me here stems largely from your reliance on me. If we were to part ways, perhaps those feelings would fade. Lu Jiaqing immediately shook her head and remarked, Brother Song, you truly underestimate me. I, Lu Jiaqing, am someone who values emotional fidelity. As long as the person I have chosen remains steadfast, my heart shall remain ever loyal, regardless of the circumstances. After saying this, she cast a glance at Song Mo and continued, Brother Song, why do you, a grown man, always act so coy? Just be honest. Do you harbor even the slightest affection for me? Upon hearing her words, Song Mo smiled and replied, what man could resist the charm of such a beautiful girl? I am no exception. I do indeed have feelings for you. At this declaration, Lu Jiaqing felt a surge of happiness within her. Song Mo then added, I fear that I may not be able to provide you with the life you desire. Lu Jiaqing, slightly annoyed, responded, how can you presume to know what kind of life I wish for? I believe you simply lack confidence. You need to be a bit more self-assured. Song Mo responded with a wry smile, I used to be brimming with confidence, but after numerous blind dates and countless rejections, my self-assurance has waned. Hearing this made Lu Jiaqing chuckle. With a grin, she declared, since you like me and I like you, it seems I shall be your girlfriend from now on. Song Mo could only nod in agreement. At that moment, the porcupine meat that had been simmering in the bamboo tube was ready. The two eagerly picked up their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, indulging heartily in the tender porcupine meat. Although it was devoid of any seasoning, the flavor of the porcupine meat, cooked in the bamboo, was surprisingly delightful. As she savored her meal, Lu Jiaqing remarked, if only we could add a pinch of salt, the porcupine meat would be even more exquisite. In response, Song Mo chuckled and said, that is quite simple. In a couple of days, I can boil some seawater to extract sea salt. Lu Jiaqing was astounded by his knowledge, exclaiming, "Wow. Brother Song, you truly are impressive. You actually understand how to extract sea salt from seawater." Song Mo, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, "There's nothing remarkable about it. One simply needs to boil seawater to crystallize sea salt, then dissolve it in fresh water and filter it. It's a straightforward process." After relishing the stewed porcupine meat, the rain continued to pour without any sign of abating, leaving the two feeling rather bored by the fire. Song Mo then proceeded to cut away all the porcupine fat, placing it into a bamboo tube to render porcupine oil. After nearly half an hour, he finally succeeded in producing some porcupine oil. With great care, he poured the oil into a bamboo bowl. He then tore a small strip from his outer garment, rolled it in his palms to fashion a wick, and placed it in the bowl of porcupine oil. Once the wick was thoroughly soaked, he carefully retrieved a burning stick from the fire and ignited the wick. Seeing the wick catch fire filled Song Mo with joy as he exclaimed, "It appears this method works splendidly. The quantity of porcupine oil is quite insufficient. Once the rain subsides, I shall venture into the woods to capture a couple more porcupines, thereby extracting additional oil." Lu Jiaqi gazed at the oil lamp and remarked, "Brother Song, is it not a tad precarious to rely solely on this one oil lamp? Should it extinguish unexpectedly, you would once again be compelled to create fire by friction." She suggested, "I propose that we divide the porcupine oil into 2 bamboo bowls. This would provide us with an extra layer of security. After all, this lamp will scarcely consume much oil even if it burns throughout the night." Song Mo nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Your suggestion is quite astute. I did not anticipate your cleverness." Lu Jiaqi retorted playfully, "I have never been foolish, you know. I've always been quite intelligent. It is merely that you have failed to notice." With a chuckle, Song Mo remarked, "They say that women are large-breasted and dim-witted. It appears that adage does not hold true in your case. Despite your ample bosom, you are remarkably clever." At his words, Lu Jiaqi felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Chapter 25. Catching the big fish observing her flushed face, Song Mo chuckled softly and refrained from saying anything further. He picked up a bamboo bowl and poured half of the previously collected porcupine oil into it. Then, tearing a strip from his clothing, he twisted it into a wick and placed it within the bowl. The rain continued to fall throughout the day, and by evening, Song Mo diced the remaining porcupine meat into small pieces and cooked them in a bamboo tube. After dinner, the two sat by the fire for a while, igniting the 2 oil lamps and placing them in the corner of the stone house. They also lit small strips of mosquito-repelling herbs and set them at the entrance of the stone dwelling. The pair lay down on the pile of dry grass and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Song Mo awoke while Lu Jiaqi remained sound asleep. He noticed that the 2 oil lamps were still burning brightly. Rising from the dry grass, he approached the lamps, extinguished one, and took the other outside to the kitchen to kindle the fire. Although the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast. Song Mo grabbed his fishing rod and made his way to the beach, searching for a few clams to climb onto a large stone where he often fished. He smashed the clams with a rock, took a piece of clam meat, and baited his hook, preparing to fish. Perhaps due to the day-long rain, the water along the coast had become quite murky, and the sea breeze was strong. Uncertain if he would catch any fish in such weather, he thought that if fishing proved unsuccessful, he could always gather clams to roast. Casting the line with the clam meat into the sea, he settled on the stone, his eyes fixed intently on the foam float. Nearly half an hour passed, yet the float remained motionless. Song Mo muttered to himself, "It seems today will not yield any fish." Just then, a fine drizzle began to fall again, and as he prepared to reel in his line, the float suddenly sank beneath the waves, and the rod was yanked from his grasp. Quick as a flash, Song Mo seized the rod, but the fish that had taken the bait was quite sizable, making it difficult for him to maintain his grip with one hand. Immediately, he gripped the rod with both hands, bracing the end against his abdomen. In an instant, the rod bent into a bow, and the line creaked under the strain. Song Mo's heart raced as he engaged in a slow contest of strength with the fish. After more than 10 minutes, sensing that the fish's vigor had waned, he attempted to pull it from the water. Suddenly, the fish surged with renewed energy. Song Mo found himself once again locked in a battle, though fortunately, both the hook and line held firm. They tugged back and forth for over 10 minutes, and it seemed the fish had grown still. Song Mo tried once more to draw it above the surface. This time, he successfully brought the fish into view, revealing its white belly. It was then that he realized it was a hefty sea fish weighing over 10 pounds, filling him with immense joy and excitement. Yet he dared not be the slightest bit careless, cautiously pulling the fish toward the shoreline. Song Mo also leaped down from the large rock. Grasping its gills, he dragged the fish onto the sandy beach. When he finally released the hook from its mouth, he noticed that the hook had straightened considerably. Had the fish exerted just a bit more force, it would have undoubtedly escaped. Song Mo secretly marveled at his good fortune. Returning to the kitchen, he fetched a stone axe and proceeded to prepare the fish on the shore, while the rain intensified, drenching his clothes completely. After spending over 10 minutes, he finally managed to prepare the fish and brought it back to the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Jiechi awoke and entered the kitchen. Seeing the soaked Song Mo, she anxiously inquired, "Song-ge, what have you been doing? You look like a drenched chicken." Song Mo pointed to the large fish, and Lu Jiechi gasped in astonishment upon seeing it, exclaiming, "Song-ge, where did you catch such a big fish?" Song Mo chuckled, "Of course. I caught it from the sea. I thought I wouldn't catch anything, but I never expected a reel in such a large one. This fish will be enough for us to eat for 2 days." Lu Jiechi, still worried, urged, "Song-ge, quickly take off your wet clothes and dry them. It's easy to catch a cold like this." Nodding in agreement, Song Mo removed his soaked clothes right in front of Lu Jiechi. He set up a wooden frame next to the fire and hung his clothes to dry. At that moment, he was left wearing only a pair of shorts. Observing his sun-kissed skin and robust physique, Lu Jiechi couldn't help but steal a few glances. Noticing her gaze, Song Mo playfully teased, "Jiechi, don't stare at me like that. You're making me feel shy. Honestly, don't you think my physique is quite commendable?" Hearing this, Lu Jiechi's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. His laughter at her adorable demeanor was involuntary. Taking the stone axe, he chopped the large fish into several sections, spearing one on a wooden stick. He rummaged through the fire for some still-burning charcoal, propping it up and beginning to roast the fish slowly. In less than 10 minutes, the fish sizzled, turning a golden brown and releasing a tantalizing aroma that filled the air. The rich scent made both of them salivate uncontrollably. They immediately picked up bamboo chopsticks to savor the grilled fish. The fish was incredibly tender, the flesh melting in their mouths with virtually no bones. As they enjoyed the delectable meal, Lu Jiechi asked, "Song-ge, what kind of fish is this? It's absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything so good in my life." Song Mo shook his head, admitting he didn't know the species. Before long, the sizable portion of roasted fish was devoured completely by the two of them. After indulging in the grilled fish, Lu Jiechi took a bamboo tube and approached the eaves of the kitchen to collect some rainwater, which she then placed upon the fire. Meanwhile, Song Mo retrieved a cigarette, ignited it, and with an air of enjoyment, began to smoke. These 2 packs of cigarettes had been procured from Chinsu, and in recent days, Song Mo had been conserving them, limiting himself to merely 2 or 3 cigarettes a day. However, he now noticed that less than a pack remained. Observing the dwindling quantity within the cigarette box, Song Mo contemplated that once these few cigarettes were finished, he would have to quit smoking. After finishing 1 cigarette, the two sat beside the fire, engaging in casual conversation, their dialogue meandering without a particular direction. Chapter 26, Drenched by the Rain. Lu Yunhan and her group found themselves in stark contrast to the carefree lives of Song Mo and Lu Jiechi. Ever since Song Mo and Lu Jiechi had gracefully departed, Lu Yunhan had established her camp beneath the grand tree alongside the company's senior executives. As the president of the company, she was accustomed to commanding authority in the office. And even in this desolate island, her directives were met with unwavering compliance. Although neither Lu Yunhan nor the executives possessed any wilderness survival skills, it is worth noting that Lu Yunhan, as the leader, exhibited an intellect far superior to that of ordinary individuals. She swiftly organized the group into 2 teams, one led by Yang Wei to search for food and water, while the other, commanded by Chinsu, was tasked with gathering wood to construct a shelter against the elements. Meanwhile, She and Li Xiaomei, another delicate woman, took on the responsibility of collecting firewood to ensure that their bonfire would continue to burn brightly. This division of labor was met with unanimous agreement among the executives, as they all understood the gravity of their situation. No one could predict when they might escape this barren land and return to civilization. Should that day arrive, they would be reliant on Lu Yunhan for their livelihoods. Moreover, Lu Yunhan had always been generous, offering competitive salaries and year-end bonuses, which earned her immense respect from her subordinates. They feared offending her, knowing that upon their return, she could easily dismiss them. Undeniably, Yang Wei and his cohort were fortunate. After walking along the coastline for approximately 3 to 4 kilometers, they stumbled upon a cluster of coconut trees laden with heavy fruit. However, unlike Song Mo, who possessed the skill to effortlessly ascend the tall trees to gather coconuts, Yang Wei and his companions lacked such prowess. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, even the simplest of minds can devise a solution in times of need. Yang Wei quickly rallied the group, and together they clasped the coconut tree tightly, exerting all their strength to shake it vigorously. To their surprise, this seemingly crude method proved remarkably effective, causing the ripe coconuts to tumble down. Unfortunately, those standing beneath the tree were not as fortunate. The suddenness of the falling coconuts, combined with their rapid descent, left many unable to evade the impact, resulting in bruises and cries of distress. In terms of sustenance, aside from the freshly harvested coconuts, their only other option was to scavenge for clams along the shore to grill and consume. Meanwhile, Chun Su was tirelessly leading another group, fully engrossed in their own tasks. They made full use of the salvaged wood and dry grass to successfully construct a rudimentary shelter beneath the towering tree. Thus, in the days that followed, this group of individuals managed to survive on a meager diet of coconuts and grilled clams. Perhaps due to malnutrition, they appeared gaunt and haggard. Days passed without any sign of rescue, and Yang Wei's group began to exhibit signs of restlessness. Their responses to Lu Yunhan's commands became increasingly dismissive and impatient. Although they dared not overtly challenge her, Yang Wei and Lu Tao, the two lecherous men, unabashedly cast lingering glances at Li Xiaomei's figure. Under their scrutiny, Li Xiaomei's unease intensified, a profound sense of impending danger swelling within her like a relentless tide. Lu Yunhan was acutely aware that if help did not arrive soon, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. Before long, Yang Wei's group would cease to heed her authority, and the potential consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. At that moment, a thought flashed through Li Xiaomei's mind. Escape from this group and seek out Song Mo alone. In her eyes, Song Mo was far more reliable than these individuals. She recalled the encounter with Song Mo and Lu Jiechi. Had it not been for her concern for Lu Yunhan, she might have already joined them. Despite her uncertainty about what life with Song Mo would entail, she reasoned that even if he were to take advantage of her, it would still be preferable to the harassment from Yang Wei's unscrupulous cohort. After all, the risk of facing only Song Mo seemed less daunting than that posed by a lecherous mob. Due to the inadequate waterproofing of their shelter, the heavy rain from yesterday caused water to drip directly through the roof. Furthermore, without any drainage ditches around the shelter, the rainwater quickly permeated the interior. Even the fire was extinguished by the downpour, forcing everyone to huddle closely together to avoid the relentless rain. Yet, despite their efforts, they were thoroughly soaked. The rain continued unabated, and Yang Wei's group grew increasingly irritable, unleashing a torrent of curses. Understanding their mental deterioration, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei refrained from speaking further, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. After enduring a grueling day, the following morning revealed the group in a state of utter exhaustion, stripped of any semblance of corporate poise. Although the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast, and many were showing signs of illness. Gazing at the extinguished fire, Yang Wei could no longer contain his rage, and he, along with Lu Tao and the other executives, erupted into a chorus of foul language. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, pale and close together, dared not utter a word, acutely aware that any remarks might provoke Yang Wei's group into further hostility. Li Xiaomei cast a knowing glance at Lu Yunhan and promptly spoke. "President Lu, I need to use the restroom. Would you care to join me? Recognizing the significance of the glance and her words, Lu Yunhan nodded in agreement. Perfect timing. I also need to relieve myself. Let's go together. Thus, the two women supported each other as they made their way towards the outside of the shelter. Chapter 27. The audacious Yang Wei, as Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei donned garments that were exceedingly sheer, their remarkable figures stood out as paragon of beauty. At this moment, their delicate attire, already as thin as a cicada's wings, became thoroughly drenched by the torrential downpour, clinging to their forms with a damp embrace. Consequently, their alluring and graceful silhouettes were laid bare before the eyes of all present. Yang Wei and his companions, upon witnessing the exquisite curves and alluring shapes of these two women, were instantly captivated, their gazes fixed upon them with unabashed desire. As the two women prepared to step out of their shelter, Yang Wei's demeanor shifted to that of a sly and lecherous individual. With a grin spread across his face, he brazenly suggested, Lu Zong, how about I accompany you both? Upon hearing Yang Wei's shameless proposition, Lu Yunhan was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his audacity. She had never anticipated that in just a few short days, this Yang Wei would dare to speak to her with such irreverence. If he were allowed to continue in this brazen manner, she could only dread what further improprieties he might commit in the future. With a deliberate grace, Lu Yunhan raised her head, her gaze as frigid as ice, locking onto Yang Wei with a countenance that was as unyielding as stone. She spoke, each word laced with an icy severity. Yang Wei, I urge you to mind your tone. Although we find ourselves stranded on this desolate island, it does not grant you the liberty to act with impunity. Should you dare to engage in any improper conduct. She paused, the chill in her eyes intensifying, as if capable of piercing through to one's very soul, instilling a profound sense of dread. Continuing, she asserted, you may choose to disregard my authority, but do not forget who my father is. I am certain he is doing everything within his power to orchestrate our rescue. If you were to commit any egregious acts against me, rest assured, he would ensure you face the consequences. Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's words, a sudden chill coursed through Yang Wei's spine, sending shivers throughout his being. He understood all too well that her father was a formidable figure, wielding influence both above and below the law. Should he foolishly overstep his bounds with Lu Yunhan, he could easily find himself in a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Wei's demeanor transformed instantaneously. The arrogance that had previously defined him vanished without a trace. He adopted a sycophantic smile, akin to that of a servile dog, nodding and bowing, hastily proclaiming, Oh dear, Lu Zong, what do you mean by such words? Even if I had 100 hearts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, I would never dare to disrespect you. Those were mere jesting remarks. Please, I implore you, do not take them to heart. Consider me a naive child, foolishly speaking out of turn. I beg for your magnanimity to spare me this once. Lu Yunhan listened to his words, merely emitting a cold snort, utterly disinterested in engaging with this loathsome individual. Subsequently, she grasped Li Xiaomei's hand and resolutely exited the shelter without a backward glance. As they gradually receded from view, and their figures vanished completely from sight, Yang Wei finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the fury within him continued to blaze fiercely, refusing to be quelled. He ground his teeth, lowering his voice to curse venomously. Damn it, that wretched woman. If it weren't for the fear of your powerful father, I would have long since subdued you and ravaged you without restraint, instead of enduring this humiliation. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had not strayed too far. His muttered invectives, thought to be whispered, were crystal clear, reaching their ears without omission. Lu Yunhan was taken aback by Yang Wei's audacity and was instantly engulfed in rage, turning to confront him. However, Li Xiaomei, quick-witted, grasped her arm and urged softly, President Lu, please don't act impulsively. Yang Wei and his crew have gone mad. We cannot predict what they might do if you confront them. Heeding Li Xiaomei's advice, Lu Yunhan recognized the wisdom in her words and stifled her seething anger. The two continued into the woods for quite some distance before halting. Li Li Xiaomei turned to Lu Yunhan and remarked, "President Lu, I sense that Yang Wei and his group are becoming increasingly reckless. It has been several days without any sign of a rescue team. I believe Song Mo's assertion holds merit. They are unlikely to locate this place." Yang Wei's group seems to realize this too, which is why they are emboldened. After all, it is just the two of us women here. I fear it won't be long before they come to prey upon us. In response to Li Xiaomei's words, Lu Yunhan seethed with indignation, declaring, "They dare. If my father were to find out, he would ensure they suffer a fate worse than death." Li Xiaomei hastily interjected, "President Lu, do not forget, we are stranded on a deserted island. If they violate us and then eliminate us, who would ever know? Even if your father inquires, they could easily feign ignorance." Acknowledging the validity of Li Xiaomei's argument, Lu Yunhan inquired, "What do you propose we do now?" Li Xiaomei replied, "If we wish to survive here, we must seek out Song Mo and rely on him. I doubt he could be any worse than Yang Wei and his gang." Lu Yunhan shook her head, retorting, "But Song Mo is merely a security guard. In the military, he was just tending to pigs and growing vegetables. What capability does he possess?" Li Xiaomei continued, "Do you genuinely believe that Song Mo only tended to pigs and cultivated vegetables in the military? I sense he is concealing something from us. There's an enigmatic air about him. I believe that aligning ourselves with him is our only chance of survival on this desolate island." Upon hearing Li Xiaomei's words, Lu Yunhan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Are you so certain that only he can lead us to survive in this place? Are you convinced he will not take advantage of us?" Li Xiaomei shook her head and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether he is a villain, but rather than being bullied by Yang Wei and his group, I would prefer to be oppressed by him. You witnessed the day he confronted Yang Wei. Do you truly believe he would engage in such menial tasks as pig farming and vegetable cultivation in the military? Moreover, he had the foresight to harvest all the coconuts from the trees in advance, indicating his strategic thinking. He is aware that there may be other survivors stranded on this deserted island, which explains his actions." Chapter 28. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei depart. Upon hearing Li Xiaomei's words, Lu Yunhan found herself plunged into contemplation, earnestly pondering the matter at hand. Recalling the scene from the day when Song Mo departed with Lu Jiechi, she remembered how he had specifically cautioned her to remain vigilant against Yang Wei and his cohorts. At that moment, however, Lu Yunhan had dismissed his warnings, and now, reflecting on the unfolding events, it became evident that everything had transpired precisely as Song Mo had predicted. It was as if he possessed an uncanny foresight, meticulously calculating every detail with astonishing accuracy. Such prescience was truly remarkable. As time passed, Lu Yunhan finally parted her lips, softly stating, "Song Mo has been gone for so many days, and we are utterly unaware of his whereabouts. This desolate island is vast and boundless. Seeking him here is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Where shall we even begin our search?" No sooner had she spoken than Li Xiaomei firmly replied, "Rather than remaining here to suffer the indignities inflicted by Yang Wei and his men, we might as well take a bold leap to find Song Mo. If we fail to locate him, we might as well perish on this forsaken island." At these words, Lu Yunhan shivered involuntarily, taken aback by the seemingly fragile Li Xiaomei's resolute and indomitable spirit. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Yunhan nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "If that is the case, then so be it. I shall accompany you in the search for Song Mo. If we cannot find him, then it is our fate to meet our end together." After uttering these words, she cast a glance at Li Xiaomei and added, "However, we cannot embark on this quest just yet. If we venture out now, Yang Wei and his group will surely thwart us. It seems we must wait until tomorrow morning, when they are deep in slumber, to make our quiet escape." Li Xiaomei readily concurred, and the two engaged in light conversation for a while before returning to their shelter. Upon their return, Yang Wei greeted them with a grin. Li, you two have been gone for quite some time. I hope you weren't secretly plotting something behind our backs." Start led by Yang Wei's hasta the observación. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei exchanged glances. Lu Yunhan maintained her composure and replied coolly, "What is it to you? Are you going to supervise us when we use the restroom? Instead of fretting over trivial matters, you should focus on igniting the fire." With a chuckle, Yang Wei responded, "Lu, I assure you, I'm merely concerned for your well-being. I wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall you and Li. Lu Yunhan merely snorted in reply, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Lu Tao brazenly interjected. Didn't Tisong Mo say that all it takes are a couple of sticks to create fire? If he can do it, why can't we? With that declaration, he stood up, retrieving 2 dry sticks from the roof of the shelter. He found a stone and drilled a small hole into one of the sticks. Then, picking up the other stick, he began to mimic the process of creating fire. However, after more than 10 minutes had passed without a hint of smoke, Lu Tao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Hastily explaining, "It must be that the wood has absorbed moisture. Once the rain subsides and the sun shines again, I shall surely succeed." The rain persisted throughout the day, and the group once more sought refuge under a leaking shelter, enduring yet another dreary day. With the fire extinguished by the relentless downpour, they managed to quench their thirst with only a meager sip of coconut water to sustain their strength. After 2 days of being drenched, various members of the group began to exhibit symptoms of colds, with Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei succumbing to low-grade fevers. They felt dizzy and disoriented, nearly devoid of the strength to converse. As the night passed, dawn finally broke the following morning. Li Xiaomei awoke early, gently tapping Lu Yunhan beside her. At the touch, Lu Yunhan slowly opened her eyes, while the others, including Yang Wei and his companions, remained fast asleep. The 2 of them quietly departed the shelter, heading towards the direction that Song Mo had taken. Both were afflicted by fevers and had scarcely eaten anything over the past 2 days. Each step felt as if they might faint. Fortunately, the rain had ceased. After nearly an hour of aimless wandering along the coastline, they covered only a couple of miles. As the sun began to rise above the horizon, casting its warm rays upon their damp bodies, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort and delight. Yet, they were on the verge of exhaustion, apprehensive that Yang Wei's group might catch up with them, compelling them to grit their teeth and persist in their aimless journey along the shore. They remained uncertain whether they would find Song Mo, and after what felt like an eternity of wandering, they could no longer hold on. Their vision blurred, and they collapsed onto the sandy beach. At that moment, they were less than a kilometer away from the stone house where Song Mo and Lu Jiechi resided. On that very morning, Song Mo awoke early as well, opening his eyes to discover Lu Jiechi sprawled across him, soundly asleep. Intrigued, he wondered when she had climbed onto him. To avoid disturbing her, he carefully shifted her off and rose from the dry grass, stepping outside the stone house. Gazing up at the azure sky and inhaling the fresh morning air, he felt a surge of joy, thinking at last the rain has passed. After stretching his stiff limbs, he returned to find the 2 oil lamps still flickering. He extinguished one lamp and carried the other to the kitchen to rekindle the fire. After splashing his face with water from the shore, he returned to the kitchen, retrieving a cigarette, lighting it, and savoring the moment. Observing the dwindling pack of cigarettes, he pondered, once these few are gone, what shall I do? After all, these smokes are my mental sustenance. Finishing one cigarette and watching the flames dance upon the fire, memories of his mother and sister flooded his mind. Having been missing for so many days, they must be worried sick. Now trapped on this deserted island, he was uncertain when he might escape, or perhaps he would remain here for a lifetime. So many days had passed without a single ship appearing on the horizon. It seemed the chances of rescue were exceedingly slim. Upon contemplating these thoughts, Song Mo's eyes involuntarily reddened. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed when Lu Jiechi emerged from the stone house, rubbing her drowsy eyes. Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's footsteps, Song Mo quickly wiped her swollen eyes with her sleeve, composed herself, and turned to her, saying, "Jiechi, you're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Lu Jiechi responded with a smile. "The sun has already risen high. Is it still early?" With that, she strolled toward the shoreline. Chapter 29. Salvation. Song Mo nimbly seized a bamboo tube and ventured outside the kitchen to draw water from the plastic containers collecting rainwater. He gently placed the tube above the roaring flames of the fire. Subsequently, he retrieved the sea fish from yesterday, using a stone axe to chop off a segment, and meticulously sliced the fish into delicate, translucent pieces. Before long, Lu Jiechi had completed her morning routine and returned to the kitchen with a light step. At that moment, the water in the bamboo tube had reached a boil, bubbling vigorously as if joyfully dancing. Observing this, Song Mo swiftly added the meticulously cut fish slices into the bamboo tube to continue cooking. Time passed quietly, and in less than 5 minutes, the fish slices were thoroughly cooked. Their tender hue and enticing aroma were utterly irresistible. Song Mo and Lu Jiechi eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the meal with fervor. With each mouthful, the exquisite flavor spread delightfully throughout their mouths, leaving them wanting more. By now, the sky had cleared, and the sun poured its warm rays through the clouds. Song Mo pondered to himself that, as the weather had improved, it was imperative to quickly boil some seawater to obtain salt. It was well known that a prolonged absence of salt intake could be detrimental to one's health. However, to successfully extract sea salt, one must first locate a suitable iron container to hold the seawater. Although the bamboo tube could barely suffice for this purpose, it presented numerous practical inconveniences. After breakfast, Song Mo led Lu Jiechi to the tumultuous coastline. As they gazed out, the beach was strewn with various debris and refuse washed ashore by the waves. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to sift through this treasure trove, hoping to fortuitously discover the coveted iron container. Having traversed a considerable distance, perhaps by a stroke of good fortune or divine favor, Lu Jiechi stumbled upon a rusty iron oil drum amidst a pile of detritus. She immediately called out, "Songa, look what I found, a drum." Hearing her exclamation, Song Mo hurried over, taking the iron drum into his hands for a thorough inspection. Despite its rusted exterior, Song Mo could faintly discern that it was originally intended for edible oil, boasting a capacity of 20 liters and proudly bearing the mark of Chinese manufacturing. Upon closer examination, he noted that although the drum was indeed corroded, it remained intact. Grasping the drum's lid, Song Mo attempted to twist it open, but the corrosion had fused it tightly to the drum. Reluctantly, he retrieved the stone axe from his waist and struck the top of the drum with a decisive blow. The axe cleaved a gash into the lid, releasing a foul odor that wafted forth. Holding his breath against the unpleasant scent, Song Mo continued to chop at the top of the drum with the stone axe. After spending over 10 minutes, I finally managed to sever the entire top of the oil drum. Peering inside, I noticed some darkened cooking oil lingering at the bottom, emanating an unpleasant odor. I carried the drum to the seaside and began to meticulously cleanse it by pouring in some seawater. Nearly half an hour later, I succeeded in restoring the drum to cleanliness. Not only could this drum be utilized for boiling seawater to produce salt, but it could also serve as a pot. Perhaps due to the fortuitous find, both individuals felt uplifted. They continued along the shoreline, but found no further materials of use. Just as they prepared to return to the stone house, Song Mo glanced up and faintly discerned 2 figures lying on the distant beach. However, the distance made it difficult to ascertain if they were indeed human. He turned to Lu Jiechi and inquired, "Jiechi, do you see those 2 figures on the beach?" Lu Jiechi also gazed into the distance and replied, "It does seem like there are 2 people. Let's go check it out." With purposeful strides, they hurried towards the figures. As they approached, it became clear that the 2 individuals lying on the beach were indeed human. Upon getting closer, Song Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the 2 people sprawled on the sand were Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei. Staring at the 2 of them, lifeless and motionless on the beach, Song Mo was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend how they had ended up there. However, at that moment, he set aside his questions. He quickly crouched down and cautiously brought his fingers near to their noses, hoping to discern any sign of breath. After a brief moment, he exhaled in relief and turned to Lu Jiechi, saying, "Fortunately, they are still alive." Without hesitation, Song Mo called out loudly, "President Lu, Manager Li, please wake up." His voice echoed across the vast beach, tinged with urgency and concern. Yet, despite his desperate cries, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei merely fluttered their eyelids slightly before weakly closing them again. Noticing that their bodies seemed to tremble, Lu Jiechi instinctively extended her right hand and gently touched their foreheads. The instant her fingertips made contact with their skin, a wave of scorching heat surged forth, causing her to frown. She turned to Song Mo and remarked, "Brother Song, their foreheads are extremely hot. It seems they have a high fever. If not treated promptly, they could be in grave danger. What should we do now?" Song Mo immediately responded, "We can't just stand by and do nothing. We need to get them back to the stone house." He then added, "I'll carry President Liu back. You stay here and watch over Manager Li." Lu Jiechi glanced at the petite Li Xiaomei and replied, "Brother Song, I am quite strong. I can carry Manager Li back. Just help me get her onto my back." Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's words, Song Mo nodded and gently assisted Li Xiaomei onto Lu Jiechi's back. He then effortlessly scooped up Lu Yunhan in a princess carry, not forgetting to retrieve the iron oil barrel as well. Fortunately, the distance to their stone abode was not great. Within less than half an hour, they had successfully transported both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei to the stone house. Song Mo carefully laid Lu Yunhan upon a pile of dry grass, while Lu Jiechi cautiously placed Li Xiaomei atop the same bed of straw before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Although Li Xiaomei was petite and delicate, the arduous journey had taken a toll on Lu Jiechi, leaving her quite exhausted. Chapter 30 Mouth-to-Mouth Medication. Song Mo, disregarding the need for rest, addressed Lu Jiaqing. "Jiaqing, please fetch some rainwater and use a cloth to apply it to their foreheads. I will venture into the woods to see if I can find some herbs." Lu Jiaqing nodded and cautioned, "Brother Song, please be careful." Song Mo reassured her, "Do not worry about me. I shall return swiftly. Take good care of them." With that, he hastily exited the stone house and made his way toward the forest. Although the rain had ceased, the ground remained muddy and the paths exceedingly slippery. Not far into his journey, Song Mo was already splattered with mud, yet he paid it no mind, keeping an eye on his surroundings while searching for herbs to alleviate the fever and cold. His heart raced with urgency. Every minute wasted increased the danger for Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaqing had filled a bamboo tube with water and torn a piece of cloth from her clothes to moisten and apply to the foreheads of the two women. After wandering through the woods for nearly half an hour, Song Mo's gaze was suddenly drawn to a cluster of flowers in vibrant hues of red and yellow. He hurried over and recognized them as honeysuckle, bringing a wave of relief. He knew honeysuckle had beneficial effect for treating fevers and colds. He quickly gathered some, tucking them into his clothing, and set off briskly back to the stone house. Upon his return, he found Lu Jiaqing still diligently applying the damp cloth to the foreheads of the two women. Seeing Song Mo, she immediately inquired, "Brother Song, did you find any herbs? I've been using cold water on them, but there are no signs of them waking." Song Mo nodded, "I found some honeysuckle. I will prepare it for them to drink." He then proceeded to the kitchen, filled a bamboo tube with water, placed it over the fire, and added the honeysuckle. After nearly half an hour of simmering, the honeysuckle had transformed into a rich broth. Song Mo poured the concoction into 2 bamboo bowls and carried them back to the stone house. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei remained unconscious. Song Mo wrapped an arm around Lu Yunhan's neck and began to feed her the honeysuckle broth, but Lu Yunhan was unresponsive, her mouth firmly shut. Lu Jiaqing's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Brother Song, why not feed them mouth to mouth?" Song Mo, taken aback, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He stammered, "Perhaps you should do it instead." With a playful smile, Lu Jiaqing retorted, "I'm not at all familiar with them. It must be you. Besides, you've done this for me before. Why are you shy now?" With a resigned glance at her, Song Mo turned to the pale-faced Lu Yunhan and softly said, "Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize. In order to save your life, I have no choice but to resort to this method. Please bear with me." As soon as the words left his lips, Song Mo raised the bowl and took a generous sip of honeysuckle water, holding it in his mouth before gently leaning down to press his lips against the pallid ones of Lu Yunhan. Just as their lips were about to meet, Lu Yunhan seemed to sense something, and her tightly shut lips parted slightly. Seizing the moment, Song Mo gradually transferred the honeysuckle water from his mouth to hers. In that miraculous instant when their lips connected, Lu Yunhan appeared to be awakened by a mysterious force, actively swallowing the honeysuckle water. Witnessing this, Song Mo felt a surge of joy in his heart and continued to feed her cautiously, sip by sip. Each touch was tender and fleeting, yet brimming with warmth and care. After considerable effort, the entire bowl of honeysuckle water was finally consumed by Lu Yunhan. Gently releasing her, he laid her on the dry grass, allowing her to rest more comfortably. Without delay, Song Mo turned to Li Xiaomei. He tenderly embraced her slender neck with one arm, while holding the remaining bowl of honeysuckle water steadily in the other. Following the same method, he took a sip and then, mouth to mouth, fed her the concoction. Initially, Li Xiaomei resisted, but perhaps due to her frail condition or perhaps sensing Song Mo's kindness, she ultimately complied and swallowed the honeysuckle water obediently. Lu Jiechi sat nearby, watching the scene with keen interest. After drinking the honeysuckle water, both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei appeared somewhat revitalized. Song Mo then attempted to rouse them further. "General Lu, Manager Li, please wake up." Perhaps the honeysuckle water was taking effect, as Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei slowly opened their eyes in response to his persistent calls. However, they remained exceedingly weak, gazing blankly at Song Mo and Lu Jiechi. Lu Yunhan, with a faint voice, managed to utter, "Am I alive?" Song Mo nodded reassuringly. "General Lu, you are indeed alive. Fortunately, Jiechi and I found you both. Had we arrived even a few hours later, you would have perished." Lu Yunhan weakly expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Li Xiaomei, equally drained, inquired Song. "Montak, is there any food? We haven't eaten in 2 days." Song Mo nodded. "I will fetch you something to eat right away." He then turned to Lu Jiechi, saying, "Jiechi, keep an eye on them while I go prepare some food." Exiting the stone house, he made his way to the kitchen, filled a bamboo tube with water, and placed it over the fire. Once the water reached a boil, he used a stone axe to chop a large piece of fish, slicing it thinly and placing it in the bamboo tube to stew. In just a few minutes, the fish was cooked. He poured the contents into 2 separate bamboo bowls and brought one to Lu Jiechi. Holding the other bowl himself, he used chopsticks to feed the fish slices to Lu Yunhan, while Lu Jiechi did the same for Li Xiaomei. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei indulged in the fish slices with great enthusiasm. Once they finished the fish, Song Mo and Lu Jiechi proceeded to feed them the fish soup. After enjoying both the fish and the soup, the 2 women appeared noticeably revitalized. Their spirits lifted significantly. Song Mo then addressed them, saying, "You two should take a good rest." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep once more. Turning to Lu Jiechi, Song Mo suggested, "Please keep an eye on them while I venture into the woods to see if I can gather some food." Lu Jiechi immediately responded, "Shall I accompany you?" Song Mo shook his head and replied, "You should remain here in the stone house. The forest is treacherous, muddy, and extremely slippery. Rest assured, I will be fine." Hearing this, Lu Jiechi nodded, reminding him to take care. Chapter 31, The First Kiss of 2 Girls. Song Mo tightly gripped the somewhat coarse stone axe, treading cautiously through the muddy woodlands that exuded a damp aroma. As he trudged forward with great difficulty, he secretly pondered the delightful prospect of capturing a porcupine. With his hopeful aspiration, he had been traversing the forest for nearly half an hour. Along the way, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of 2 vividly colored pheasants that had graced his sight. However, lacking the essential bow and arrow, he could only watch in longing as they elegantly flitted past, vanishing into the dense foliage. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment, Song Mo did not relent in his pursuit and continued onward into the unknown. Before long, he suddenly heard a faint rustling from a nearby thicket. This sound pierced the stillness like a flash of lightning, instantly capturing all of Song Mo's attention. He immediately softened his footsteps, moving stealthily towards the source of the noise, each step taken with utmost care to avoid startling the hidden creature. When he finally approached and peered through the narrow gaps in the branches, a wave of joy washed over him. To his delight, he discovered 2 gray-furred wild rabbits engaged in a passionate embrace within the underbrush. Without hesitation, Song Mo raised his heavy stone axe, aiming for the head of one of the rabbits, and summoned all his strength to bring it crashing down. In an instant, a dull thud resonated as the razor-sharp blade struck its mark with unerring precision. The unfortunate rabbit had no time to emit a cry. its fragile skull shattered under the tremendous force, brain matter splattering onto the surrounding grass and soil. The injured rabbit convulsed violently, its limbs twitching before it succumbed to death, collapsing limply amidst the thicket. Meanwhile, the other rabbit, startled by the sudden turn of events, bolted away like a flash of lightning, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In light of this scene, Song Mo did not hastily pursue the fortunate escapee. Instead, he bent down to retrieve the bloodied axe and lifted the lifeless rabbit, weighing it in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Having secured a wild rabbit, Song Mo chose not to continue his search for food, as the forest was rife with mud and treacherously slippery. Countless mosquitoes buzzed around him incessantly. Each passing minute felt like an ordeal. With the rabbit in hand, he made his way towards the coast. Upon his return to the stone house, he found Lu Yuhan and Li Xiaomei still fast asleep. Their faces had taken on a rosy hue, no longer the pallid appearance they had when he first left, and Song Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Jiechi sat by the kitchen fire, and upon seeing Song Mo return with a wild rabbit, her joy and excitement knew no bounds. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jiechi addressed Song Mo, saying, "Brother Song, this is truly impressive. You've managed to catch a wild rabbit. It seems tonight we shall feast on roasted rabbit." Song Mo replied with a smile, "I was merely fortunate. The rabbit was engrossed in copulation with another in the thicket when I chanced upon it." Lu Jiechi, amused by his words, responded, "That rabbit met a rather unfortunate end." Song Mo then inquired, "Do you know how to prepare a rabbit?" Lu Jiechi shook her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I do not. I have hardly done any chores since childhood. Perhaps you could teach me? I feel quite guilty having you do everything." Song Mo nodded, smiling of course. He then led Lu Jiechi to the shoreline, where he began instructing her on how to process the rabbit. In less than 20 minutes, Song Mo had skillfully prepared the rabbit, washing it clean with seawater and laying its skin on a stone to dry. Observing that there was still ample time before dusk, he ventured into the bamboo grove, wielding a stone axe, to gather a few bamboo shoots for the kitchen. By evening, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had awakened and joined Song Mo by the fire in the kitchen. He brewed some honeysuckle tea for them to enjoy. Song Mo then chopped the prepared rabbit into small pieces, placing them into a pot fashioned from an oil barrel. After sought, ing the meat to release its aroma. He added some rainwater and began to simmer it gently. While the rabbit cooked, Lu Yunhan turned to Song Mo and Lu Jiechi, expressing her gratitude. "I truly thank both of you. Had you not intervened, Xiaomei and I would have perished by the shore." Li Xiaomei quickly echoed, "Indeed. Song Mo, Jiechi, we are immensely grateful. Without you two, we might now be lifeless corpses." Lu Jiechi chuckled, "If you wish to express your thanks, direct it towards Brother Song. He was the one who discovered you both and carried Lu back, not to mention fetching the herbs from the woods." Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's words, Lu Yunhan was taken aback, addressing Song Mo, "You carry me back?" Song Mo nodded, "Indeed. Well, I found you both. You were unconscious. I called out for quite some time, but there was no response, so I had no choice but to carry you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaomei interjected, "And what about me? Did you carry me back as well?" Song Mo shook his head, "No, you were carried back by Jiechi." At this revelation, Li Xiaomei immediately turned to Lu Jiechi, exclaiming, "Jiechi, I cannot thank you enough." Lu Jiechi replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. I could hardly stand by and do nothing." Suddenly, she grinned and added, "Brother Song even administered the medicine to both of you mouth to mouth." At this, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. After a moment, Lu Yunhan finally asked, "Are you saying that Song Mo fed us the medicine mouth to mouth?" Lu Jiechi cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, at that time, both of you had succumbed to unconsciousness, showing no signs of life. In a bid to save your lives, Brother Song had no choice but to administer the medicine through mouth to mouth." Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's words, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were instantly engulfed in a wave of blush, their faces aflame. It is worth noting that they were both innocent young ladies, and their first kisses had been so unexpectedly taken by Song Mo, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 32. The concerns of Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei observing the two individuals before him, their faces flushed and expressions filled with embarrassment. Song Yimou felt a tightening in his chest. He quickly interjected, "General Manager Lu, Manager Li, please do not misunderstand. The situation was dire, and my sole intention was to save lives. I certainly had no thought of taking advantage of you." Upon hearing Song Mo's earnest words, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei exchanged glances, then lowered their heads, murmuring in voices barely above a whisper, We are not actually blaming you." Relieved yet puzzled, Song Yimou furrowed his brow and inquired, "But you were with Yang Wei and his group? How could you suddenly faint here by the shore? Is there something untold that transpired?" At this question, Li Xiaomei lifted her head, bit her lip, and slowly responded, "General Manager Lu and I, we managed to escape from there to specifically find you." As her words fell, both Song Yimou and Lu Jiechi were taken aback, their bodies trembling in shock. Lu Jiechi, unable to contain her astonishment, blurted out, "What? You actually escaped? Did those people dare to bully you?" Finally breaking her silence, Lu Yunhan spoke, her eyes slightly reddened, her tone laced with a mix of anger and fear. "While they have yet to openly bully us, they have begun to make inappropriate advances and speak lewdly. Especially Yang Wei and Lu Tao, their gazes towards us are utterly chilling, indicating they have sinister intentions. They hardly listen to what I say anymore. At this rate, it won't be long before they reveal their true, monstrous selves and recklessly start to harass us." Li Xiaomei chimed in, "I never expected that Yang Wei and his group, who seemed so respectable, could deteriorate into this state after just a few days on this deserted island." Hearing their words, Lu Jiechi indignantly remarked, "They are nothing but beasts in human guise." After uttering this, she glanced at Song Yimou with a grin and added, "At least our Song Gu is commendable. Not only is he capable, but he also doesn't take advantage of me." Song Yimou shot her a glare, retorting with annoyance, "Stop flattering me." He then turned to Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, saying, "It's quite understandable. Yang Wei and Lu Tao were never virtuous within the company. I find it curious that someone like you, General Manager Lu, would keep them around." Lu Yunhan nodded helplessly. After all, they are considered veterans of the company. Though they have not contributed much, they have endured hardships. I am aware of their actions within the company, and as long as they do not overstep too far, I choose to turn a blind eye. If I were to dismiss them, how would the others perceive me? Acknowledging her words, Song Yimou nodded. That is indeed a valid point. After uttering those words, he continued, "After all, we are currently stranded on this deserted island, devoid of any legal constraints. Over time, human nature reveals itself, and anything could potentially occur. Moreover, you two are undoubtedly among the most stunning beauties here. It is only natural for them to harbor certain thoughts about you." Upon hearing Song Mo's remarks, Li Xiaomei suddenly smiled and inquired, "Do you have any thoughts about us?" Taken aback by her question, Song Yimou chuckled and replied, "It is only human to appreciate beauty. Of course, I might have thoughts about you, but unlike Yang Wei and his ilk, I would never take advantage of you." Hearing this, Lu Yunhan remarked with a smile, "It seems you're a decent person after all." Song Yimou laughed again, saying, "I wouldn't call myself a good person, merely not as wicked as Yang Wei's group." Just then, the aroma of the stewed wild rabbit meat wafted through the air. Song Yimou picked up a bamboo shoot, peeled off its outer layer, and used a stone axe to slice it into thin pieces, adding them into the pot to simmer with the rabbit meat. Once the dish was ready, the group eagerly took up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the stewed rabbit and bamboo shoots with great enthusiasm. Perhaps due to their 2-day fast, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei stuffed their mouths with the food, appearing as though they were starving souls reborn, far from their usual corporate executive demeanor. Observing their voracious appetite, Song Yimou and Lu Jiechi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Nearly half of the pot of rabbit stew had vanished into the stomachs of Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, leaving barely any broth behind. Li Xiaomei, durably satisfia, patted her stomach and exclaimed, "After so many days on this deserted island, we finally had a hearty meal." "Thank you so much," Song Yimou hearing this. Song Yimou and Lu Jiechi felt a twinge of sadness. Lu Jiechi, curious, asked, "Did you two not have enough to eat while with Yang Wei?" With a sigh, Li Xiaomei replied, "Don't even mention it. We have only been eating roasted clams these past few days, and I am about to be sick of them." Suddenly, Song Mo inquired. How did you manage to drink water? Lu Yunhan explained. Yang Wei found a few coconut trees by the shore. So we have been drinking coconut water these days. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Mo smiled and said, I never expected that fellow to be so fortunate as to find coconut trees by the coast. Li Xiaomei then cautioned, Song Mo, you need to be wary of Yang Wei. He is quite treacherous. After you severely beat him that day, with his vengeful nature, he is undoubtedly holding a grudge and will come seeking revenge. In response, Song Mo chuckled, You need not worry. If he dares to come, I will ensure he regrets ever existing in this world. Hearing this, Lu Yunhan added, I know you are quite skilled, and if he were to confront you directly, even three young Weiss might not be able to overpower you. However, I fear his group might come together to deal with you. Song Mo chuckled and remarked, Mr. Lu, you surely hold those individuals in far too high regard. Even if they all banded together, dealing with them would be a mere triviality. Observing Song Mo's unwavering confidence, Li Xiaomei suddenly inquired, Song Mo, do tell the truth. What exactly did you do in the military? Song Mo continued to smile and replied, Haven't I already mentioned it to you all? In the military, I merely tended to pigs and grew some vegetables. Despite Song Mo's explanation, both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were clearly skeptical. However, since Song Mo was unwilling to elaborate, they hesitated to press further. Chapter 33 Encounter with a wild boar seated around the campfire well into the night. Song Mo slowly spoke, It is getting late. Everyone should rest early. As soon as he finished speaking, he rose and picked up several small sticks made from mosquito-repelling herbs. Upon gently igniting them, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, having never encountered such herbs before, curiously inhaled the aromatic air. Li Xiaomei, her face filled with curiosity, could not help but ask Song Mo, What exactly is this that you have lit? It smells delightful. Just as Song Mo was about to respond, Lu Jieqi interjected with a smile. These are the mosquito-repelling herbs that Song Mo found. After being rolled into small sticks and burned, they not only drive away those pesky mosquitoes, allowing us a peaceful night's sleep, but it is said that their fragrance also aids in slumber. After hearing Lu Jieqi's explanation, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei cast admiring glances at Song Mo. Lu Jieqi then casually picked up a burning piece of wood, turned, and entered the stone house, igniting the two dim oil lamps within. Upon seeing the illuminated lamps, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei expressed their astonishment once more. Li Xiaomei gazed at the warm scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, how comfortable and cozy your days are here. Not only have you found such a splendid stone house, but there are also oil lamps to brighten it. In response to her remark, Lu Jieqi smiled and said, These oil lamps are not merely for illumination. They were crafted by Song Gu to preserve the fire. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei again directed their admiring gazes towards Song Mo, astonished by his extensive knowledge. It seemed that aligning themselves with him was indeed the wisest choice. Thus, the group lay down upon the thick bed of dry grass and fell asleep. The next morning, Song Mo awoke early, while Lu Jieqi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei remained in slumber. He chose not to disturb them, rising from the grass to find that one of the oil lamps in the corner had already extinguished. Feeling grateful for Lu Jieqi's suggestion to procure 2 oil lamps, he realized that without them, he would have had to resort to friction to kindle a fire. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the extinguished lamp was devoid of hedgehog oil, and the other lamp contained only a meager amount. Song Mo pondered, It seems I must venture into the woods to see if I can catch another hedgehog and render some more oil. Carrying the still-lit oil lamp, he exited the stone house and went to the kitchen to ignite the fire. Grasping his stone axe, he set off toward the forest. After walking a considerable distance without spotting a hedgehog, he did see 2 pine chickens, but lacking a bow and arrow, he was unable to catch them. Just then, an unexpected and deafening crash erupted from a nearby thicket, lush and overgrown with foliage. Song Mo instantly felt a surge of alertness. Halting in his tracks, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move. His eyes, already sharp beyond measure, now gleamed like 2 icy beams. Fixated intently on the enigmatic thicket before him, not daring to blink. In a split second, a colossal wild boar emerged from the underbrush, exuding an intimidating presence. Its massive body, astonishingly weighing an estimated 150 to 160 pounds, left onlookers awestruck. The two formidable tusks protruding from its snout were longer than an adult's fingers and glinted with a chilling sheen. The wild boar, evidently aware of Song Mo's presence, opened its cavernous maw, capable of devouring a human head, and unleashed a deep, resonating roar. The sound reverberated through the tranquil forest like a thunderclap, sending shivers down the spine. Simultaneously, its powerful limbs scraped against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, as if poised to launch a lethal assault at any moment. Faced with such a ferocious beast, a wave of icy dread surged through Song Mo's spine, spreading rapidly throughout his body. He recognized that this wild boar was no ordinary creature. Its ferocity rivaled that of a fierce brown bear. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 50 meters, rendering any thought of retreat utterly futile. With no other choice, he tightened his grip on the stone axe, his palms slick with sweat. His eyes widened, unwaveringly locked onto the wild boar, as he meticulously observed its every movement. In the fleeting span of less than 3 minutes, the enormous, menacing wild boar fixed its fierce gaze on Song Mo, occasionally exhaling a foul stench. With a sudden, explosive thrust of its powerful legs, it charged at him like an out-of-control truck, closing the distance to less than 5 meters in the blink of an eye. In a dramatic turn, the wild boar leaped high into the air, its body soaring several feet off the ground, its gaping maw wide enough to consume a whole person as it lunged directly at Song Mo. However, Song Mo's reaction was swift. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with him, he agilely sidestepped, evading the imminent impact. Simultaneously, he raised his stone axe without hesitation, summoning all his strength to bring it crashing down upon the boar's head. A thunderous crack echoed as the axe struck the wild boar's skull, erupting in brilliant sparks and an overwhelming force. In an instant, the boar's head bore a deep gash as though struck by a cannonball, blood gushing forth like a torrent from the wound, splattering everywhere. The creature, grievously wounded, emitted a heart-wrenching scream that resonated through the air, evoking a sense of horror. It thrashed its head violently in an attempt to alleviate the pain, but to no avail. Despite its grievous injuries, this fierce wild boar showed no signs of surrender. It bore the excruciating pain, continuing to sprint forward for 3 or 4 meters before finally stabilizing its form. Then, with a swift motion, it turned its head, glaring fiercely at Song Mo, panting heavily, its fangs glistening ominously, embodying an unwavering determination to persist. Subsequently, it launched into an even more frenzied assault against Song Mo. At that moment, behind Song Mo stood a tree as thick as a barrel. Just as the wild boar was about to pounce, Song Mo deftly sidestepped. The boar, taken aback by Song Mo's swift reaction, was unable to halt its momentum, crashing headlong into the trunk of the mighty tree. Chapter 34. The Hunt for the Wild Boar Before One's Eyes. The tree, as thick as a barrel, trembled violently after being struck by the wild boar with such ferocity, as if the very earth shuddered in response. Leaves, dense and lush, cascaded from the branches like raindrops, swirling and dancing through the air. One can only imagine the immense force unleashed by the boar upon impact. Were such power to be exerted upon a human, it is likely that, even if one were fortunate enough to escape death, grievous injuries would be inevitable. At this moment, the wild boar was evidently suffering as well. Dazed and disoriented, it shook its massive head repeatedly in an attempt to regain clarity. Observing this, Song Mo seized the rare opportunity with alacrity. He swiftly grasped the stone axe firmly in his hand, aimed at the boar's colossal head, and with all his strength, delivered a resounding blow. A dull thud echoed, accompanied by a splash of crimson blood that gushed forth from the boar's skull, splattering everywhere. The boar let out a piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently before it collapsed heavily to the ground. Subsequently, it began to writhe in agony, its powerful hooves thrashing chaotically against the earth, stirring clouds of dust. Witnessing this, Song Mo felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that the wounded and frenzied boar might inadvertently harm him. Without hesitation, he retreated several meters to maintain a safe distance. At that moment, however, he noticed a log on the ground nearby, thicker than an adult S-arm. Acting decisively, he gently placed the stone axe on the ground and hurried forward to pick up the timber. With the log in hand, he cautiously approached the still struggling boar. Step by step, with both hands tightly gripping the log, his eyes widened and his jaw clenched, veins protruding on his forehead. He aimed for the spot on the boar's head, where blood continued to flow profusely, and unleashed all his might in a fierce strike. A sharp crack resonated as the log, much thicker than his own arm, shattered into two pieces. Simultaneously, the boar's body convulsed violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. It kicked furiously, emitting anguished cries, but as time wore on, these cries gradually weakened until they ceased altogether. After a significant interval, the once formidable wild boar finally ceased its convulsions, lying still on the ground, utterly silent. Yet, Song Mo remained vigilant. He cautiously approached the boar's lifeless body and gently prodded it with the broken piece of wood. Seeing no reaction, he let out a long sigh of relief. The weight of anxiety finally lifted. He was certain the boar lay dead before him. Reflecting on the harrowing encounter with the wild boar, Song Mo felt a shiver of dread. Had his reactions been but a fraction slower, it might have been he, rather than the boar, lying in a pool of blood. Song Mo paused momentarily, taking a moment to adjust his breath and heartbeat. Once he regained a semblance of strength, he casually discarded the piece of wood he had been holding and bent down to retrieve the stone axe that had fallen to the ground, securing it firmly at his waist. Concerned that the overwhelming stench of blood from the wild boar might attract other ferocious predators, he dared not linger. He swiftly approached the wild boar, bent down, grasped its hind legs tightly with both hands, and hoisted it upward, then flung it over his broad shoulders. Thus, he trudged towards the shelter, bearing the considerable weight of the boar, which must have weighed at least 150 to 160 pounds. Despite Song Mo's considerable strength, navigating through the uneven terrain of the forest while carrying such a heavy load proved to be an arduous task. Yet he pressed on without pausing for rest. Gritting his teeth, he staggered toward the coastline. After nearly an hour, he finally emerged outside the stone house, where Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei were seated by the kitchen fire, engaged in conversation. Upon witnessing Song Mo return with such a large wild boar, they were rendered speechless in astonishment. He dropped the boar to the ground and collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Lu Jiechi promptly fetched a bamboo bowl and filled it with cool, boiled water from the iron pot made from an oil drum, handing it to him. Song Mo accepted the bowl and tilted his head back, drinking every last drop in one go. After quenching his thirst, he resumed heavy breathing. Glancing at the sizable wild boar, Li Xiaomei, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Song Mo, you're incredible. You managed to bring back such a large boar. You are truly my idol." Even Lu Yunhan looked at him with admiration, thinking to herself that Li Xiaomei was right. Song Mo was indeed remarkable, and survival here would necessitate reliance on him. After resting for nearly 20 minutes, Song Mo felt his strength begin to return, only to notice that numerous flies and mosquitoes were already buzzing around the wild boar. In such sweltering heat, if he did not process the boar promptly, the meat would easily spoil. He gathered the three girls and ventured into the nearby woods to collect some dry grass, which they spread over the boar's body. Then, he took a burning log from the fire and set the grass alight. As the dry grass blazed, the hair on the boar was quickly singed off, releasing a foul odor into the air. The three girls covered their noses and stood back, waiting until the grass had burned away completely, leaving the boar's skin charred and clean. Together, they lifted the boar to the coastline, submerging it in the seawater to wash it thoroughly. Song Mo then picked up the axe and began to carve the boar's meat. After more than half an hour of diligent work, he finally finished butchering the wild boar and placed the meat on palm leaves in the kitchen. Song Mo took several wild boar ribs and chopped them into smaller pieces with a stone axe, placing them into the iron pot to begin simmering. He was aware that he had yet to extract sea salt, and if the copious amounts of wild boar meat were not properly preserved, they would soon spoil. Although he was fatigued and famished at that moment, Song Imo dared not rest. He instructed Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei to gather some ropes from the shoreline. Meanwhile, he led Lu Jiaqin into the woods, where they hewed several thick branches as robust as an arm and gathered some pine twigs. Chapter 35. A conversation among three girls when Song Imo and Lu Jiechi returned to the kitchen wielding wooden sticks and pine branches. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had also gathered some ropes from the shoreline. With deft hands, Song Imo swiftly and skillfully combined the wooden sticks and ropes, quickly crafting an exceptionally sturdy wooden frame. He then meticulously laid a thick layer of pine branches upon the frame, which exuded a subtle fragrance of pine. Following this, he carefully placed the hard-earned wild boar meat atop the pine branches, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. To further safeguard the meat, Song Imo covered it with another layer of pine branches, ensuring it was completely enveloped. After completing the series of actions, he bent down and retrieved some glowing, smoldering charcoal from the roaring fire. He gently positioned the hot charcoal beneath the wooden frame and began the smoking process for the wild boar meat. Although Song Mo was well aware that the unseasoned wild boar meat, even with meticulous smoking, could only be preserved for a mere 2 to 3 days in such sweltering conditions, the most pressing task at hand was to produce sea salt as swiftly as possible. At that moment, the wild boar ribs simmering in the pot had finally finished cooking. Starving and eager, the group could no longer contain their hunger. They eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, rushing towards the pot filled with the aromatic stewed ribs, devouring them with great fervor. After enjoying the stewed wild boar ribs, Song Mo took the pot to the shoreline and filled it with seawater, returning to the kitchen to begin the process of boiling down sea salt crystals. Noticing Song Mo covered in blood, Lu Jiechi spoke up, "Brother Song, you're all covered in wild boar blood. Why not take a bath? Your clothes could use a wash too. They will dry quickly in this heat." Song Mo nodded in agreement, replying, "Please keep an eye on the pot of seawater. Once the water evaporates, place the boiled sea salt crystals in the bamboo tube." Lu Jiechi and the others nodded in understanding, allowing Song Mo to rise and walk along the shore for several hundred meters. Confirming that Lu Yunhan and the others were out of sight, he climbed onto a large rock, stripped himself bare, and leaped into the vast ocean. After soaking in the seawater for nearly half an hour, he returned to the rock, rinsed the bloodied clothes in the seawater, and spread them out to dry. Sitting on the rock, he let the sea breeze envelop him, pondering that now Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had also joined him, significantly increasing their daily consumption of fresh water. Fortunately, with the abundance of wild boar meat they had collected and the rainwater gathered a few days prior, they had enough provisions for at least 10 to 15 days. Once again, thoughts of Yang Wei and his companions crossed my mind, given that both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had succumbed to a fever from the rain. I could only surmise that Yang Wei's group was not faring much better. It would almost be preferable if they were to fall ill to the point of demise. It is not that Song Mashuan harbors malicious intentions. Rather, in such a desolate place, the continued existence of Yang Wei and his crew poses a potential threat. Should they confront me openly, even if they were all bound together, subduing them would be a trivial matter. Yet, I feared their propensity for underhanded tactics. Moreover, considering how severely I had beaten Yang Wei, I was certain he longed for revenge, wishing to inflict upon me 1,000 tortures. If Yang Wei's group discovered that Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei had left, they would inevitably deduce that they were seeking me, and it would only be a matter of time before they found this place. Lost in such thoughts for nearly an hour, I noticed that the clothes laid upon the stones had completely dried, and I promptly donned them. Upon my return to the kitchen, I found Lu Jiechi and the others busy boiling seawater to collect the crystalline salt, with a pot still simmering over the fire. Seeing me return, Lu Jiechi smiled and said, "Songge, we were thinking of taking a bath and washing our clothes as well." I nodded in agreement, reminding the three girls to take care. They obediently acknowledged my words and rose to walk along the shore for quite a distance. Finding a secluded spot, they, like me, stripped completely bare and cautiously entered the sea to bathe. After their cleansing, The three girls washed their soiled garments in seawater and spread them out on a large rock to dry. Sitting on the stone, unclad, they began to tend to their still dripping hair. Had Song Maxian witnessed this scene, I can only wonder how deeply he would have been moved. After a while, Lu Yunhan turned to Lu Jieqi and inquired, Jieqi, what do you think of Song Maxian? Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's question, Lu Jieqi recalled our first encounter with Song Maxian on the plane and chuckled. Song Ge is quite a good person. On the flight, he ordered 3 servings of rice. And I thought to myself, what kind of person is this? How can he eat so much? Later, when the plane met with disaster and we encountered one another in the sea, if it weren't for Song Ge, I would have perished in the ocean. Throughout our days on this deserted island, Song Ge has consistently surprised me, as if he possesses an understanding of everything. He has taken good care of me, and being with him instills a profound sense of safety. Throughout our time together, he has never bullied me. Upon hearing Lu Jieqi's words, both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were taken aback, surprised by Lu Jieqi's high regard for Song Maxian. Li Xiaomei chuckled and remarked, It sounds like you have feelings for Song Maxian. Lu Jieqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she laughed and replied, Although Song Ge isn't conventionally handsome, he possesses a charm that grows on you, and being with him feels incredibly reassuring. It's only natural to like him. After saying this, she turned to Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei and asked, Aren't you two from the same company as him? Don't you know him well? Lu Yunhan shook her head and remarked, He is merely a deputy captain in the security department, and I seldom encounter him. Were it not for this business trip, I would remain oblivious to his existence within the company. Li Xiaomei responded with a smile. I, on the other hand, do see him quite frequently, but our interactions are limited to mere greetings, and we have little to no connection. Thus, my understanding of him is rather superficial. Chapter 36. The process of boiling sea salt. Upon hearing their conversation, Lu Jieqi nodded, choosing to remain silent. After a while, Lu Yunhan turned to Lu Jieqi and inquired, Jieqi, do you think that over time, Song Mo might develop inappropriate intentions towards us, similar to Yang Wei and his group? Lu Jieqi, brimming with confidence, responded, How can you possibly compare Brother Song to Yang Wei and his ilk? Rest assured, Brother Song is a good person. He harbors no such thoughts towards us and would never bully us. Meanwhile, Song Mo took a bamboo tube, the diameter of which was about that of a bowl, and used a porcupine quill to create several small holes at the bottom. He then procured a wooden stick to extract some burning charcoal from the fire, placing it inside the bamboo tube, and proceeded to add some water from the shoreline. With a hissing sound, the charcoal was instantly extinguished. Song Mo poured the charcoal out and rinsed it clean with seawater. He layered the bamboo tube with a stratum of charcoal, followed by a layer of sea sand, and then another layer of charcoal. Thus, he filled the bamboo tube with alternating layers of charcoal and sea sand, shaking it vigorously a few times. In this manner, he fashioned a rudimentary filtration device. Returning to the kitchen, he evenly distributed the crystallized sea salt he had boiled into several bamboo tubes. He added some collected rainwater, allowing the sea salt crystals to dissolve completely. After another half hour, the seawater in the pot had evaporated entirely, leaving a layer of grayish-white sea salt crystals at the bottom. Song Mo gathered the sea salt crystals into 2 bamboo tubes and added some more rainwater. He then took the pot to the shore to wash it with seawater before bringing it back to the kitchen. He placed the simple filtration device atop the iron pot and carefully poured the salt water from the bamboo tubes into the filtration apparatus. As the salt water passed through the layers of charcoal and sea sand, it slowly dripped through the small holes at the bottom of the bamboo tube and into the pot. Just then, Lu Yunhan and the other 2 girls returned to the kitchen. Lu Jieqi, her face alight with curiosity, asked, Brother Song, what are you doing? With a smile, Song Mo replied, I am filtering the salt water. The sea salt produced from this filtered salt water may still contain a few impurities, but it is indeed edible. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls felt a renewed sense of admiration for him. Song Mo turned to Lu Jieqi and said, Jieqi, you're just in time. Come help me hold this filtration device. Without hesitation, Lu Jieqi knelt down, gripping the filtration apparatus firmly, while Song Mo carefully poured the salt water into it. After more than half an hour, they finally finished filtering the salt water. By this time, there was a substantial amount of salt water in the pot, which Song Mo placed over the fire to begin boiling. Unbeknownst to them, an hour passed, and the salt water in the pot had completely evaporated, leaving a thick layer of sea salt at the bottom. Although the sea salt appeared somewhat gray, it was perfectly suitable for consumption. On this occasion, having brewed a modest amount of sea salt in a bamboo tube, Song Mo promptly sprinkled some of the salt over the wild boar meat, vigorously massaging it with his hands before resuming the smoking process. The wild boar meat, now marinated with sea salt and subsequently smoked, will be preserved for an extended period. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its gradual descent beyond the horizon, casting a lovely glow across the sky, which elevated the spirits of the four companions. Song Mo then took some wild boar fat, chopped it into small pieces, and placed it in a pot to render wild boar oil. He subsequently selected a piece of pork belly, sliced it with an axe, and fashioned skewers from a bamboo tube. He threaded the pork belly onto the skewers and retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire pit, placing the skewers atop to begin the slow roasting process. Before long, the pork belly on the bamboo skewers turned a tantalizing golden brown, sizzling and oozing with fat, releasing a rich aroma that wafted through the air. The others, already impatient, each grabbed a skewer of the roasted pork belly and savored the delightful morsels. Perhaps due to the addition of sea salt, the roasted pork belly was particularly delectable. Each person consumed nearly a pound of it, patting their satisfied bellies afterward. Li Xiaomei could not help but exclaim, "Song Mo, it is truly delightful to be with you. We can fill our stomachs, unlike being with Yang Wei and his group, where we could only nibble on some roasted clams that tasted awful and left us unsatisfied." Song Mo chuckled in response. "Oh, Li Manager, are you now trying to flatter me?" Li Xiaomei replied with a grin. "I am merely speaking the truth. Besides, I wish to rely on you for survival here. I must keep you in good spirits. If one day I were to anger you and you sent me away, I would surely starve on this deserted island." Her words elicited laughter from Lu Yunhan and Lu Jieqi, and Song Mo, still smiling, reassured them, "Do not worry. I'm not that kind of person. As long as I am here, I will take good care of you and would never send you away." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunhan suddenly turned serious and said, "Song Mo, I truly cannot thank you enough. Without you, Xiaomei and I might have perished on the shore. Rest assured, once we leave here and return to the company, I will fulfill any request you have." Hearing this, Song Mo smiled and replied, "Then I thank you in advance, General Manager Lu. My demands are modest. A raise and a bonus would suffice, and perhaps you could help me find a wife." The trio burst into laughter at Song Mo's request, with Lu Jieqi playfully responding, "Song Ge, you need not trouble General Manager Lu about the wife. I would gladly marry you." To this, Song Mo replied with a chuckle, "You are far too beautiful. If I were to marry you, I would feel insecure. Who's to say you wouldn't stray after we wed?" At his remark, Lu Jieqi's face flushed, and she retorted playfully, "Song Ge, do you truly think I would be that kind of person? If you keep saying such things, I might just get angry." Song Mo quickly interjected, all right. I was merely jesting with you. Look, you truly are upset." After uttering these words, he continued, "We must prepare ourselves for an extended stay here. In my estimation, the rescue team is unlikely to locate this place, and there are scarcely any passing vessels in these waters." Upon hearing Song Mo's statement, the three girls' expressions shifted dramatically. Li Xiaomei promptly inquired, "Are you implying that we might be stranded on this deserted island for a lifetime, never to return home?" Song Mo slowly replied, "It should not come to a lifetime of confinement here, but for the time being, we are bound to this desolate isle." After saying this, he added, "Mr. Lu, Manager Li Jieqi, rest assured, I firmly believe that one day I will lead you away from this place. I am still young, and I have a mother and younger sister at home who need my care. I long to leave here even more than you do." Hearing his words, the girl's spirits lifted slightly. After a while, Li Xiaomei spoke up, "Song Mo, please refrain from calling me Manager Li. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Xiaomei. It feels more endearing. I will call you Song Ge, like Jieqi. How's that sound?" Song Mo smiled and nodded. "All right then. From now on, I shall address you as Xiaomei. I too found it rather strange calling you Manager Li." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Yunhan chimed in. "And please do not call me Mr. Lu all the time. You may refer to me as Yunhan or Henin. I will also call you Song Ge, just like the two of them." Taken aback by Lu Yunhan's suggestion, Song Imo quickly shook his head. That simply cannot be. Liu Yunhan laughed. Why not? Do not forget. We are not in the company. We must rely on you to survive here. From now on, we will follow your lead. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. But you must not take advantage of me. With a chuckle, Song Imo responded, Oh, come now. I acknowledge that you are all quite beautiful. But I'm not the type to exploit such opportunities. At that moment, the fat from the wild boar had fully rendered into lard. And Song Imo added some of the lard to the 2 oil lamps. The remainder he poured into a bamboo tube for storage. The group sat huddled around the fire until late into the night, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over them, their eyes growing heavy, prompting them to return to the stone hut and lie down on the pile of dry grass to sleep. The following day, they awakened one by one as the sun ascended high in the sky. After a brief wash, they returned to the kitchen, where Song Imo took a piece of wild boar meat, marbled with fat, cut it into small chunks, and sauteed it in the pot until fragrant, adding some rainwater to begin a slow simmer. Chapter 37 Encounter with the Great Python as the wild boar meat simmered and bubbled in the pot. A rich aroma gradually filled the air, heralding the imminent completion of a delectable feast. At that moment, Song Imo picked up a tender bamboo shoot, skillfully peeling away its verdant outer skin. He then seized a sharp axe from the side, carefully slicing the bamboo shoot into even segments, which he gently placed into the pot to stew alongside the wild boar meat. Before long, a steaming pot of wild boar meat and bamboo shoot was freshly prepared. The group gathered together, indulging in the feast. The exquisite flavors swiftly captured everyone's palates, and each person savored the meal with great delight. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Song Imo wiped the corners of his mouth and turned to the 3 girls, Liu Yunhan and others, smiling as he said, You stay here obediently, while I venture into the woods to fetch some sticks to make a few bows and arrows. However, before he could finish, the 3 girls seemed to share a silent understanding and exclaimed in unison, We want to go with you. Song Imo quickly waved his hand and gently shook his head, saying, There are quite a few mosquitoes in the woods. I can go alone and return soon. With that, he casually picked up the axe resting against the wall and strode purposefully into the depths of the forest without looking back. Once in the woods, Song Imo meticulously searched for suitable trees while cautiously avoiding the tangled roots and thorns on the ground. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, he finally spotted a sturdy tree. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes as he hurried forward, gripping the axe tightly, raising it high, and then swinging it down with force. A crisp crack echoed as 2 tree trunks, as thick as arms, fell to the ground. He bent down to pick up the 2 trunks, nodding in satisfaction, and then turned to walk briskly back toward the shelter. However, he had not gone far when a faint rustling sound suddenly reached his ears. Initially, Song Imo paid little attention, assuming it was merely the wind rustling the leaves. Yet, as he continued forward, the rustling grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by a pungent, foul odor permeating the air. A surge of alarm gripped Song Mo's heart, and he became acutely vigilant, abruptly halting his steps, frozen in place like a statue. Slowly, he turned his body, his sharp eyes meticulously surveying the surrounding environment. As time ticked by, the eerie rustling sound became clearer, and Song Mo's keen hearing discerned that the noise originated from a nearby thicket. Cautiously, he set the 2 wooden sticks he held on the ground and gripped the rough yet sturdy stone axe tightly, as if it were his only lifeline at that moment. Simultaneously, his gaze pierced through the mysterious thicket like 2 bolts of cold lightning, refusing to let his guard down for an instant. Just then, in that tense moment, a tremendous crash erupted from behind the thicket. In an instant, the entire forest seemed to tremble in response. Suddenly, an enormous head emerged from the thicket, resembling a small hill that abruptly appeared before the onlookers. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a gigantic python. Its body was as robust as a grinding stone, adorned with a striking pattern of black and white, akin to a bizarre canvas. The head was astonishingly large, nearly the size of a basin, with 2 bulging eyes that glimmered like brass bells, radiating a chilling light that could captivate the heart. At that moment, the colossal python seemed to have sensed Song Mo's presence. It swiftly reared up its massive body, its gaping maw wide enough to swallow anything whole. As its crimson tongue flickered menacingly, issuing a stern warning and threat directed at Song Mo. Confronted by such a terrifying creature, a wave of dread surged through Song Mo, sending chills from his feet to the crown of his head, causing his scalp to tingle. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it! How could I be so unfortunate today to encounter such a deadly monster?" Despite Song Mo's remarkable skills and exceptional courage, the sheer size of the python instilled a profound sense of anxiety within him. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like pearls strung on a thread, each drop plummeting to the ground. At that moment, even his hands, which gripped the stone axe tightly, began to tremble involuntarily. The once firm and powerful palms now feeling somewhat feeble, as if the axe could slip from his grasp at any moment. In less than 2 minutes, the enormous python lunged without warning, shooting towards Song Mo like a bolt of lightning, launching a fierce attack in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the colossal serpent was nearly upon him, close enough for Song Mo to feel the scorching breath emanating from its mouth. Confronted with such a formidable beast's ferocious assault, Song Mo realized that he could not possibly face it head-on with his current strength. Without hesitation, he chose to sidestep and swiftly evade to the side. Fortunately, renowned for his agility and quick reflexes, he successfully dodged the python's initial strike just in the nick of time. However, the python was evidently unprepared for its failure, and after a fleeting moment of surprise, its fury ignited like a raging inferno. With a sudden flourish, it raised its tail, as thick as a barrel, and swept it towards Song Mo with a force that seemed capable of toppling mountains. Realizing the impending impact of the massive tail, Song Mo's heart raced, disregarding his dignity. He quickly crouched down, rolling to the side. Although his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, he narrowly escaped this lethal blow. The python's tail struck a tree nearly 20 centimeters in diameter, severing it cleanly in half. This demonstrated the unimaginable force contained within that thunderous strike. Had that devastating blow landed squarely upon Song Mo, it would surely have spelled his doom. But would the great python relent? He swiftly turned his head, once again revealing that terrifyingly gaping maw, and lunged towards Song Mo with a speed that was almost deafening, intent on devouring the human before it. In the face of such a fierce and menacing assault from the great python, Song Mo found himself entirely at a disadvantage, utterly powerless to retaliate. At that moment, his only option was to exploit his agility, dodging left and right in a desperate attempt to evade the python's relentless attacks. Although he managed to narrowly escape each of its ferocious strikes, his situation became increasingly dire and precarious. After numerous harrowing evasions, he was left breathless and utterly exhausted, appearing in a state of utter disarray. His clothing was torn by branches, and his face and hands bore numerous small cuts and scratches. Song Mo was acutely aware that if this stalemate continued, it would not be long before he succumbed to the fate of becoming the python's meal. The thought filled him with anxiety as he reflected. Could it be that I, Song Mo, am destined to meet my end on this desolate island? My mother and sister at home are waiting for my care. How could I so easily relinquish my life? Resolute in this moment of despair, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he bellowed with fervor, "You wretched beast, today I shall fight you to the death, even if it costs me my life." With that declaration, he planted his feet firmly, gripping the stone axe tightly, and awaited the python's next move. Just then, in that critical moment of life and death, sharp bird calls pierced the air. Upon hearing those cries, the python reacted as if it had encountered something terrifying, swiftly turning to flee into the depths of the forest. Curiosity piqued, Song Mo looked up to see 2 enormous eagles soaring above, their wings spanning wider than a round table. This was the first time he had ever laid eyes on such colossal birds. They seemed to be the very nemesis of the python, for it would not have fled so hastily had it not been for their presence. The 2 eagles appeared to have locked onto the python, circling in the air as they pursued its retreating form. Having narrowly escaped death, Song Mo's heart raced, and he gasped for breath. Not daring to linger, He picked up 2 sticks from the ground and hurried back toward the stone house without looking back. Upon his return to the kitchen, he found Lu Yun and the other 2 girls seated by the fire, engaged in cheerful conversation. He discarded the sticks on the ground and collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Noticing his disheveled appearance and the fresh wounds on his body, the 3 girls exchanged worried glances. Lu Jiechi quickly inquired, "Songgo, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Chapter 38. Crafting Bows and Arrows. Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's inquiry, Song Mo, panting heavily, recounted his recent encounter. "I just faced a gigantic python in the woods and nearly didn't make it back." The 3 girls immediately turned their gazes toward him in unison. Lu Yunhan quickly asked, "What kind of giant python?" Song Mo continued, "I encountered a python as thick as a millstone and over 10 meters long. Its head was the size of a wash basin, and its eyes resembled copper bells. It launched an attack on me, and these wounds on my body were inflicted while I was evading it through the branches." The 3 girls were utterly astonished by Song Mo's account. Li Xiaomei exclaimed, "No way. Such a colossal snake exists on this deserted island? That's terrifying. Did you manage to deal with that giant snake?" Shaking his head, Song Mo replied, "Xiaomei, you overestimate me. I had no ability to confront such a massive creature. When it lunged at me, I had no chance to resist. Just as it was about to strike, 2 enormous eagles appeared in the sky, their wingspan akin to a round table. The python fled at the sound of their cries. Once again, the girls were left in disbelief. Lu Jiechi gasped, "That's utterly incredible. This island is certainly extraordinary." Nodding, Song Mo remarked, "The island is densely vegetated and devoid of human presence, resembling a primordial forest. It is not surprising to find such a large snake and enormous eagles here. Who knows what other unknown creatures may lurk in the shadows? We must exercise greater caution in the woods from now on." His words resonated with the 3 girls, who nodded in agreement, feeling a wave of apprehension for Song Mo. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the 2 eagles, they might never have seen him again. Concern and fear painted their faces. Noticing their distress, Song Mo smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry excessively. Encounters like today are rare. As long as we remain vigilant, we will be fine." After resting by the fire for nearly half an hour, Song Mo felt some strength returning. He picked up a stick he had brought back and, wielding a stone axe, began to carve it meticulously. After more than half an hour of effort, he had smoothed the stick to perfection and carved 2 notches at either end. He placed the stick over the fire to slowly roast it, aiming to enhance its strength and flexibility while also protecting it from insects. Once the stick had darkened thoroughly, he swiftly took it, bending it into the shape of a bow. Upon releasing it, the stick returned to its straight form, leaving Song Mo quite satisfied with his work. Next, he retrieved the fishing line he had collected earlier, cut several equal lengths, and twisted them together. Bending the stick into the bow shape once more, he secured the fishing line into the notches at either end. Thus, he had successfully fashioned a bow. When he plucked the bowstring, it emitted a crisp sound. Next came the crafting of arrows. Song Mo returned with several wooden sticks, each as thick as a finger, which he had cut from the forest. Using an axe, he meticulously smoothed the surfaces of these small sticks and carved a notch at one end with a stone tool. He inserted quills from a porcupine into the notch, binding them securely with fishing line. A groove was fashioned at the opposite end, and thus an arrow was born. With the arrow knocked onto the bowstring, Song Mo aimed at a distant tree and released it. The porcupine quill tip penetrated the trunk with impressive force. Song Mo nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "This bow and arrow pack quite a punch. With this, I can hunt grouse and wild rabbits." Lu Jiechi and the others gazed at him with admiration. Lu Yunhan remarked, "Brother Song, you're incredible. You fashioned that bow and arrow so quickly." Song Mo chuckled, responding, "Lu, when did you learn to flatter?" Lu Yunhan shot him a playful glare, retorting, "Who has flattering you? I'm merely stating the truth. And please, don't call me President Lu here. Just Yunhan or Han Hang will suffice." Seeing Lu Yunhan adopt such a youthful demeanor, devoid of her usual executive poise, Song Mo couldn't resist teasing. "President Lu," he barely uttered the words before Lu Yunhan shot him another glare. Quickly, he amended, "Han Hang." I can hardly discern the real you anymore. Taken aback by his question, Lu Yunhan inquired, "What do you mean by that?" With a smile, Song Mo explained, "Though our interactions at the company are limited, you strike me as rather frosty, rarely smiling. You seem like a workaholic, exuding an air of aloofness." Lu Yunhan sighed deeply, responding, "Do you think I wish to be that way? As the company president, I have so many eyes on me. Every word and action must be carefully measured. What kind of image would I project if I were always laughing and joking?" Song Mo nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. It appears that being a president is quite taxing. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Honestly, being a security guard doesn't seem so bad." By evening, Song Mo had crafted more than 10 arrows. Lu Jiechi prepared some wild boar meat, cutting it into small pieces and simmering it in a pot. After their meal, the group settled by the fire, listening to the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks, allowing the sea breeze to envelop them as they gazed at the starry sky. Lu Yunhan couldn't help but muse. "Sometimes I think being on this deserted island isn't so bad." Surprised by her words, Song Mo, Li Xiaomei, and Lu Jiechi exchanged glances. Lu Jiechi remarked, "What is so great about this wretched place?" Lu Yunhan replied, "Here, I can truly be myself. It feels much more relaxing." Song Mo thought to himself, "It seems being a president is quite exhausting for her." They lingered by the fire until late into the night before retreating to their stone shelter to rest. The following afternoon, several individuals were gathered around the fire, savoring the succulent wild boar stew. Lu Yunhan glanced up and noticed a group of people approaching from the distant shore. She immediately exclaimed, "Look over there. Someone is coming this way." Upon hearing her words, Song Mo, Li Xiaomei, and Lu Jiechi turned their heads to gaze toward the coastline. To their astonishment, a group was indeed making its way toward them, and upon closer inspection, they recognized Yang Wei, Lu Tao, and several executives from the company. Chapter 39. Viciously beating Yang Wei and his group. Upon spotting Yang Wei and his companions, both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei's expressions shifted dramatically, as if enveloped by an unexpected frost. Li Xiaomei furrowed her brows tightly, a flicker of unmistakable concern reflected in her eyes as she murmured, "Surely they haven't come specifically to apprehend us?" Her voice, though barely above a whisper, carried an unmistakable tremor of fear. Observing this, Song Mo allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, exuding a confidence that reassured. He gently patted Li Xiaomei's shoulder, proclaiming with bravado, "Xiaomei, why are you so frightened? With me here, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. If these ruffians attempt anything untoward, I shall break their limbs and feed them to the fish." His words resounded like thunder, imbued with an undeniable authority and audacity. Upon hearing him, the tension that had gripped Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei's hearts began to ease, and their anxious sentiments were somewhat alleviated. Before long, Yang Wei and his entourage burst onto the scene outside the kitchen. The moment their eyes fell upon the steaming, aromatic wild boar meat within the pot, their eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and uncontrolled drool began to escape their lips. Yang Wei, donning a beaming smile, approached Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei briskly, exclaiming, "President Lu, Manager Li, why did you leave without a word? We've been frantic these past few days, searching high and low for you, fearing the worst. To our surprise, you are here. Come, let us return." However, Li Xiaomei responded with visible displeasure, retorting sharply, "Humph! Yang Wei, spare me your faux sympathy. Don't think for a moment that I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. We are perfectly fine here. Why should we return with you?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's expression faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, chuckling. "What do you mean by that? Do we truly harbor any ill intentions? Did President Lu not say we should stick together? You both leaving like this is quite unreasonable." Lu Yunhan replied coldly, "Yang Wei, do not presume I am unaware of your designs. If we remain with you in your lot, I fear Xiaomei and I will be subjected to your vile antics. I find my time with Brother Song quite agreeable, with ample food and drink." Yang Wei, incensed by her words, gritted his teeth, retorting frostily, "President Lu, you're certain you want to return with us? That decision is not entirely yours to make." No sooner had he uttered those words than Song Mo rose. his demeanor icy as he declared, "Are you finished? If so, leave quickly and do not compel me to take action." Yang Wei's gaze locked onto him, his voice laced with contempt. "Song Mo, you wretched fool, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. I know you are formidable, but I doubt you can best all of us." With a smile, Song Mo replied, "Then go ahead and test your luck." Yang Wei, with a cold smirk, retorted, "Let us see if you can withstand our onslaught. If you don't get beaten to a pulp today, I shall call you grandfather." Song Mo inquired, "What are you shouting about?" Yang Wei responded loudly, "Grandpa." Song Mo chuckled, "Good grandson, grandpa is here." At that moment, Yang Wei realized he had fallen into Song Mo's trap, and his face flushed with rage. Lu Yunfan, Li Xiaomei, and Lu Jieqi could not help but burst into laughter. Yang Wei then shouted to the group of company executives, "Everyone, let us join forces and take this scoundrel down. Then we can have some fun with these three women." Upon hearing this, the executives appeared eager and began to roll up their sleeves, ready to confront Song Mo. With a disdainful snort, Song Mo was the first to launch an assault. In a flash, he closed the distance to Yang Wei, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. The force of this kick sent Yang Wei hurtling 3 to 4 meters away, crashing onto the beach. Next, he struck Lu Tao with a punch, landing squarely on his temple. Lu Tao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him before he collapsed to the ground. Song Mo, now enraged, turned his attention to the group of executives and launched his attack. Within a minute, all the executives lay defeated on the ground. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were left speechless in shock, while Lu Jieqi laughed, seemingly aware of how effortlessly Song Mo dealt with these individuals. The fallen Yang Wei and his companions looked on in terror at Song Mo. With a mocking clap of his hands, Song Mo taunted, "Oh, I thought you all were tough. Is this all you've got? I haven't even had my fill of fighting." He then approached the fallen Yang Wei. Upon seeing him draw near, stammered in fear, Song Mo, "Don't come any closer." As Song Mo reached him, he seized Yang Wei by the collar, as if lifting a chick, and with his other hand he slapped Yang Wei's face several times, transforming it into a swollen mess. With a thunderous voice, he demanded, "What were you calling me just now?" Yang Wei, mumbling incoherently, replied, "Grandpa, I know I was wrong." Hearing this, Song Mo couldn't help but chuckle and finally released him. Yang Wei collapsed to the ground like a rag doll and staggered towards Lu Tao. Upon seeing Song Mo approach, Lu Tao turned pale and pleaded, "Song Mo, don't hit me. I'll give you cigarettes." He then produced 3 unopened packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Song Mo, taken aback by the cigarettes. Song Mo was intrigued as to where Lu Tao had acquired them. Seizing the packs from Lu Tao's hands, he coldly demanded, "Tell me honestly where you got these cigarettes, and I might reconsider not hitting you." Lu Tao, fidgeting anxiously, fell silent, prompting Song Mo to raise a hand as if to strike him. Lu Tao, startled, immediately spoke up, "Yesterday we discovered 2 suitcases by the shore, and the cigarettes were found within them." Upon hearing this, Song Mo was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself how fortunate these individuals were to stumble upon such suitcases, while he himself had never encountered such serendipity. He then inquired, what else was inside the suitcases besides the cigarettes? Fearing a possible reprimand from Song Mo, Lu Tao hastily replied, "Apart from the cigarettes, the 2 suitcases contained some medicines and clothing. A few days ago, we were caught in the rain and all came down with fevers and colds. It was only yesterday, after consuming some of the medicines we found in the suitcases, that we began to recover." Chapter 40. Exchange of goods. Upon hearing his words, a surge of ecstatic joy welled up within Song Mo. The medicines and clothing were indeed exceedingly precious items. He must devise a means to acquire them at all costs. Therefore, he swiftly concealed his inner elation and feigned an air of nonchalance, leisurely stating, "As for the cigarettes, they may indeed be considered quite a delightful commodity. However, the clothing and medicines, in truth, bear little significance. You must understand, on this desolate island, various herbs flourish abundantly. A mere handful can suffice to treat ailments and save lives. Just as President Liu and Manager Li experienced high fevers, they recovered swiftly after consuming a herbal concoction. Did they not?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song Mo's gaze shifted back to the wild boar meat resting on the wooden rack, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged forth in his mind. He then turned to Lu Tao and the other company executives, donning an expression of concern, and said in a gentle tone, "Look at you all. It seems you haven't had a proper meal in quite some time. Alas, I am quite soft-hearted. After all, we are colleagues from the same company, and I cannot bear to see you perish from hunger on this bleak island." Pausing momentarily, Song Mo surveyed the executives with a piercing gaze before continuing in a steady voice. "In light of this, how about this arrangement? You hand over the cigarettes, clothing, and medicines you have gathered, and in return, I shall generously share some delectable wild boar meat with you. What do you say? This transaction seems rather advantageous, does it not?" After articulating this proposition, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor, adding, "If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall not resort to coercion. However, I advise against seeking further trouble from me. Should you continue to provoke us, it shall not merely result in a scuffle." In truth, had it not been for the presence of the three girls, Lu Yunhan included, he would have already dispatched Yang Wei and his cohort. After all, on this isolated island, their mere existence posed a risk. If they were truly reluctant to exchange the clothing and medicines for wild boar meat, he would not hesitate to seize them by force. Upon hearing Song Mo's declaration, Lu Tao immediately nodded in agreement. "You mustn't play tricks on me. I shall return to fetch those items in exchange for the wild boar meat." Song Mo smiled and nodded, reassuring him. "Rest assured, I would never resort to deceit. Hurry back with the goods. Make haste, lest I have change of heart." At his words, Lu Tao promptly rose from the ground and swiftly departed, followed closely by the other executives, who hastily got to their feet and left. "Song Mo ten aprodet Yang Wei, coldly stating, Yang Wei, I trust this will be the last time. If you dare to provoke us again, I will not hesitate to end you. Do you understand?" Gazing into Song Mo's icy cold eyes, Yang Wei felt as if he were under the relentless gaze of a venomous serpent. He immediately acquiesced, saying, "I will not trouble you again." Yet despite his words, a tempest of rage brewed within him, wishing to rend Song Mo into 1,000 pieces. However, recognizing his own impotence against Song Mo, he could only stifle his fury. He was acutely aware of Song Mo and his companion's residence, knowing that revenge could be sought at any moment. Song Mo, too, was cognizant of Yang Wei's inner turmoil, yet he could not publicly execute him in front of Lu Yunhan and the others. Struggling, Yang Wei managed to rise from the ground and stagger away. Once the group departed, Lu Jiechi cheerfully remarked, "Brother Song, your strategy of feigned capture to lure was masterfully executed. You effortlessly acquired their possessions. Truly, you are a wily old fox. Yang Wei and his entourage are simply too naive to play such mind games with you." In response, Song Mo replied with feigned annoyance, "Are you praising me or disparaging me? If I'm an old fox, then what does that make you?" Lu Jiechi laughed. "If you're the old fox, then I shall be the vixen. We make a perfect pair." Lu Yunhan approached Song Mo with admiration, saying, "Brother Song, I was initially concerned that you might struggle against those individuals. I did not expect you to dispatch them so effortlessly. It seems I underestimated your capabilities." Song Mo smiled. "Did I not tell you? Dealing with them is but a trifling matter for me." Li Xiaomei chimed in. "Today you taught them a harsh lesson. It seems they will think twice before troubling us again." However, before Song Mo could respond, Lu Jiechi interjected, "Xiaomei, your perspective is still too innocent. I suspect that Yang Wei would relish nothing more than to exact revenge on Brother Song. I believe they will undoubtedly return to harass us." With a chuckle, Song Mo replied, "Jiechi, you have a surprisingly keen insight. I am fully aware that Yang Wei and his cohorts harbor an intense animosity towards me. As you said, they would delight in inflicting torment upon me, hoping to possess you instead." Li Xiaomei, her face etched with concern, asked, "What shall we do then?" Song Mo, still smiling, replied, "What can we do? We shall remain unperturbed, enjoying our meals and drinks as usual." As the hours passed, Lu Tao and several company executives arrived, carrying 2 large suitcases. Upon opening the suitcases, they revealed a plethora of clothing and medical supplies, along with 2 unopened packs of cigarettes. much to Song Mo's delight. However, he maintained a facade of indifference, casually saying, "Aside from these cigarettes, these clothes and medicines are of little use to us. Do you have anything else?" Lu Tao promptly responded, "No, this is all we managed to gather." Song Mo nodded. "Very well then." After uttering these words, he approached the wooden rack and retrieved some wild boar meat, which he handed over to Lu Tao and his companions. Grateful, Lu Tao and the company executives expressed their heartfelt thanks to Song Mo once again. Lu Tao then turned his gaze towards the fire pit and inquired of Song Mo, "Might you be able to provide us with another spark?" With a smile, Song Mo replied, "Are you not adept at producing fire through friction?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tao and the executives were visibly embarrassed. Since the fire pit had been doused by rain that day, they had made several attempts to create fire through the traditional method. Yet their efforts had only resulted in calloused hands and no success. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Mo suggested, "Why not take a few burning logs back with you?" Lu Tao and the executives then selected a glowing log from the fire pit, expressed their gratitude to Song Mo once more, and turned to depart. Song Mo added that whenever they found anything along the shore in the future, they could bring it to him in exchange for food. Chapter 41. The shooting of two grouse. Once Lu Tao and his companions had departed, Song Mo gazed at the suitcase filled with clothing, medical supplies, and the two unopened packs of cigarettes, unable to suppress a smile. He spoke, "With these garments and medicines, we can enhance our chances of survival here. Each of you should select 2 sets of clothes to change into." Although the suitcase contained only men's attire, Lu Yunhan and the others each chose 2 outfits. At that moment, Li Xiaomei quietly remarked, "My menstrual cycle is due in a couple of days, and on this deserted island, there are no sanitary pads. I'm unsure how to manage." Lu Yunhan chimed in, "Indeed, mine is also coming soon." With a smile, Song Mo replied, "That is easily resolved. There are plenty of clothes in this suitcase. We can tear a thicker piece into strips for use. Moreover, after washing, they could be reused." The 3 girls paused at his words, and Lu Yunhan questioned, "Is that really acceptable? Wouldn't it be unhygienic?" Song Mo, slightly exasperated, responded, "Han Heng, we are on a deserted island. Given the circumstances, you're still pondering over this? Our elders managed in similar ways." Hearing this, Lu Yunhan ceased her objections. Song Mo then instructed the 3 girls to bring the clothes and medicines to the stone house, while he secured the axe at his waist and prepared to venture into the woods with the bow and arrow he had crafted the previous day. Noticing his intentions, Lu Jiechi inquired, "Brother Song, where are you headed?" With a grin, Song Mo replied, "I've made the bow and arrow. Eating wild boar every day can become monotonous. I'm going to see if I can hunt a grouse to diversify our meals." Lu Jiechi, visibly concerned, cautioned, "Brother Song, perhaps you shouldn't go. Didn't you encounter that giant python yesterday? Besides, we still have plenty of wild boar meat." Lu Yunhan quickly added, "Yes, Brother Song, it's best not to take unnecessary risks. What if something were to happen to you?" Smiling, Song Mo reassured them, "You needn't worry. I won't be that unfortunate." After saying this, he set off toward the woods. Before long, he heard the call of a grouse, and, upon looking up, spotted a vividly colored grouse perched on a nearby pine tree, calling out incessantly. Song Mo promptly readied his bow and arrow and approached the grouse, which, instead of fleeing, curiously regarded him, oblivious to the impending danger. Reaching the base of the tree, he nocked an arrow and aimed at the grouse, releasing the arrow in a swift motion. To his surprise, the arrow missed its mark, merely grazing the grouse as it soared away in fright to a tree several dozen meters distant. Song Mo was filled with curiosity. Typically, his archery skills were exceptional, and at such a close range, he expected to hit his target effortlessly. He picked up an arrow and, upon inspection, immediately discerned the reason for its inaccuracy, the absence of fletching. With a sigh, he retrieved the fallen arrow and made his way towards a grouse several dozen meters away. Arriving beneath the tree, he nocked an arrow onto the bowstring, this time deliberately aiming slightly off target. Releasing the bowstring, the arrow flew true, striking the grouse's body with precision. The porcupine quill tip pierced through the bird, causing it to emit a distressing cry, and the arrow was propelled from its body, tumbling several meters before landing and rolling on the ground. Song Mo swiftly approached, drawing a stone axe from his waist and decisively severing the grouse's head. The bird twitched a few times before falling still. He collected the grouse, extracting the arrow from its body, and continued deeper into the woods. After traversing a considerable distance, he successfully hunted another grouse. At this point, Song Mo was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his clothes soaked, and a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around him. The 2 grouses were sufficient for a hearty meal for the 4 of them, so he turned towards the coastline. Upon his return to the stone shelter, he found Lu Yunhan and the other girls playing along the shore, having changed into fresh attire. Seeing Song Mo's return, they rushed to greet him, their excitement palpable upon spotting the 2 grouses he had brought back. Li Xiaomei couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Song, you are truly remarkable. You always surprise us with your hunts." With a smile, Song Mo replied, "Enough flattery. Grab a pot and fetch some seawater to boil." Li Xiaomei nodded and hurried to the kitchen to fetch a pot, heading to the shore to collect seawater to place over the fire. Within minutes, the seawater in the pot was boiling. Song Mo carried the scalding water back to the shore, briefly submerging the 2 grouses before removing them to pluck their feathers. Lu Yunhan and the others joined him in processing the grouses, fully aware that survival on this desolate island required them to acquire essential skills alongside Song Mo. Observing their clumsy attempts brought a smile to his face, filling him with a sense of pride. In less than half an hour, the 2 grouses were prepared and taken back to the kitchen. Although the roof of the stone shelter had been constructed, it still lacked a door. Noticing that it was still early, Song Mo suggested, "I plan to install a door for the shelter. Jiqi and I will go chop some bamboo in the woods, while Hanhang and Xiaomei, you 2 should gather some rope from the coastline." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei promptly turned to search for rope along the shore, while Song Mo led Lu Jiqi towards a grove where the bamboo grew. Soon, they arrived at the thicket of bamboo, and Song Mo swung his stone axe against a stalk the width of a bowl, beginning to chop. In less than 10 minutes, he felled a bamboo stalk, thick as a bowl, to the ground. Song Mo then removed the branches and cut the 10-meter-long bamboo into sections of 2 to 3 meters. With his stone axe raised, he set to work on another bamboo of similar girth. After more than an hour of labor, he finally amassed a substantial bundle of bamboo, which he bound together. Together with Lu Jiqi, they lifted the bundle and made their way towards the coastline. Upon reaching the stone house, they set the bamboo down from their shoulders and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 42. The Night of the Rain and the Black Bear's Onslaught. Thus, time passed by, each second stretching into eternity. After what felt like an age, Song Mo and Lu Jiqi gradually regained their composure, their strength slowly returning to them. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei rushed back, panting heavily, clutching ropes of varying thickness tightly in their hands. Song Mo skillfully selected 4 robust bamboo poles and deftly bound them together with the resilient ropes. After considerable effort, a stable framework began to take shape. He cautiously lifted this structure above the wide opening leading to the stone house, meticulously adjusting its position to ensure it was placed with precision. Subsequently, he gathered several appropriately sized stones, cleverly wedging them into the gaps between the framework and the opening. Consequently, the previously wobbly bamboo structure became as steadfast as a mountain, firmly secured in place. Without pausing in his industriousness, Song Mo continued to guide the 3 girls into their next task. After nearly 3 hours, they had collaboratively crafted a sturdy and durable bamboo door. With everyone working in unison, the final assembly of the door was swiftly completed and successfully installed onto the previously constructed framework. By the time the bamboo door was affixed, the night had quietly descended, cloaking the sky beneath a veil of darkness. At this moment, the stomachs of the group echoed in unison, protesting their hunger, for they had long been famished. Consequently, Song Mo sprang into action, retrieving the 2 pre-cleaned pine chickens and gently placing them on a large wooden plank he had salvaged from the shore. With a stone axe in hand, he expertly chopped the chickens into evenly sized pieces. With everything prepared, he placed the iron pot steadily over the roaring fire and poured in some wild boar fat, which began to sizzle gently as it heated. When the oil reached the perfect temperature, Song Mo decisively added the chopped chicken pieces into the pot. Instantly, the hot oil sputtered as the chicken met the heat, releasing an enticing aroma. Grasping his handmade spatula, Song Imo stirred the ingredients diligently, ensuring each piece of chicken was evenly cooked. In a short while, the once pale chicken pieces turned a tantalizing golden brown, glistening with an irresistible sheen. Noticing the optimal cooking point had been reached, Song Imo added a suitable amount of rainwater to the pot and began to simmer the mixture. Within less than an hour, the pine chicken was perfectly tender, and the group eagerly picked up their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, savoring the succulent meat in hearty bites. Before long, the two pine chickens had been reduced to a mere pile of bones, with not a drop of broth left to spare. Everyone appeared to be left wanting more. Just then, the sky, which had been adorned with countless stars, suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. While gusts of wind swept across the sea, it appears that a torrential downpour is imminent, prompting a few individuals to place their rainwater collection containers beneath the eaves of the kitchen. Before long, large raindrops begin to cascade from the heavens, and in an instant, a deluge ensues. The group retires early to the stone house, seeking rest. By midnight, everyone has succumbed to slumber, while the rain continues to fall incessantly. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupts from outside the stone house, followed by a resounding roar that reverberates through the air. The slumbering Song Imo and his companions are jolted awake by this fearsome sound. Quickly, Song Imo rises from his bed of dry grass and strides to the door, peering through the gaps in the bamboo door. However, the inky darkness outside obscures any visibility. At that moment, another roar pierces the night, sending a chill down their spines. Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei are already pale with fright. Trembling, Li Xiaomei turns to Song Imo and asks, "Brother Song, what creature produces such a terrifying sound?" Song Imo replies, "That is the roar of a bear. It seems to be lurking near our stone house." The girl's fear intensifies upon hearing his words. Shortly thereafter, a colossal black bear appears, less than 5 meters from the stone house's entrance. Through the narrow crack of the bamboo door, Song Imo catches sight of the enormous creature. The bear, exceeding 3 meters in length, possesses limbs as thick as an adult's thighs and a head as large as a basin. Though Song Imo has encountered many bears before, he has never seen one of such immense size, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He muses, "Surely, the creatures on this deserted island have taken on a form of supernatural prowess. How can they all be so large?" Grasping a stone axe tightly, he fixates on the imposing black bear outside. The bear, having detected the presence of the occupants within the stone house, becomes agitated and stands on its hind legs, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a deafening roar. The sound reverberates, causing Song Imo and the others to feel a ringing in their ears. Within moments, the bear charges toward the stone house. With a tremendous crash, it collides with the bamboo door, which, though sturdy, cannot withstand such force. While the door does not collapse entirely, several bamboo poles of bowl-like thickness are sent flying. Lu Jiechi and the others scream in terror, and Song Imo instinctively recoils a few steps, observing that its initial assault did not demolish the door. The bear retreats 3 or 4 meters and prepares to charge once more. This time, it crashes through the bamboo door, which crumbles under the impact, allowing the bear to enter the stone house. However, the wide opening is only slightly more than half a meter, and the bear's massive frame prevents it from fully squeezing through. With its basin-sized head thrust into the stone house, it opens its gaping maw and emits another fearsome roar at the occupants within. Song Imo, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, bellowed, "You beast! I shall cleave you in two." Raising the axe in his hand, he aimed it squarely at the head of the black bear and brought it crashing down. The axe struck with such force that it carved a deep gash into the bear's ample skull, causing a torrent of crimson blood to spurt forth. The black bear emitted a heart-wrenching wail, instinctively retracting its head. It then swung its paw, as large as a platter, fiercely against the stone wall, which resonated with a series of thunderous echoes. This demonstrated the immense power behind the bear's strike. Had it landed upon a human, the outcome would undoubtedly have been fatal. Chapter 43. The kitchen, devastated by the black bear struck by such a heavy blow, the black bear instantly erupted in fury, its crimson eyes fixated on Song Mo, emitting a deep, menacing growl as it recklessly attempted to squeeze its massive form into the stone house. However, despite its desperate efforts, the entrance proved exceedingly narrow, rendering all its struggles futile. Bathed in the dim, flickering light of the two oil lamps, Song Mo observed the scene before him with a sense of relief. Witnessing this predicament, Song Mo felt a surge of courage. He straightened his posture and boldly shouted at the bear, "You wretched beast, if you dare, come in and bite me. What skill is there in merely howling outside?" With that, he swiftly bent down to retrieve a robust bamboo pole from the ground. Gripping it tightly with both hands, and summoned all his strength to strike the bear's head with a forceful blow. With a sharp crack, the bamboo connected solidly with the bear's skull, the tremendous impact causing its head to involuntarily dip. In agony, the bear emitted a piercing wail that echoed across the coastline. Yet at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Due to its earlier exertions, the bear's hefty body became lodged at the entrance of the stone house, unable to advance or retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mo wasted no time in raising the bamboo once more, delivering another fierce strike to the bear's head. This blow left the bear dazed, its vision blurred by stars, as its anguished cries grew deafening, seemingly capable of shattering eardrums. Capitalizing on the bear's temporary incapacitation, Song Mo swiftly called out to the stunned Lu Yunhan and the others, "What are you all doing standing there? The bear is stuck and cannot move. Come over and help me beat it." Responding to Song Mo's call, Lu Yunhan and the others regained their composure, each picking up sturdy bamboo poles from the ground. Gripping them firmly, without hesitation, they swung their makeshift weapons down upon the ferocious bear's head. Each strike reverberated with a dull thud, resonating in the hearts of those present. The bear cried out in a series of pitiful howls, its massive form struggling desperately to retreat. Yet it remained firmly lodged in the entrance to the stone house. Thus, the four of them relentlessly continued their assault on the bear's head, striking a time and again, delivering over a dozen blows. Finally, under the relentless barrage akin to a tempest, the bear could endure no longer and forcefully pulled itself backward. Its immense body retreated outside the stone house, and astonishingly, despite its head being reduced to a grotesque, bloodied pulp, it still stood defiantly, unwilling to fall. With its gaping maw agape, the bear unleashed a roar of rage and defiance at the individuals within the stone house. The sound akin to a demon-esque screech from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Immediately, the furious black bear abruptly turned its head, charging forth like an out-of-control heavy truck towards the already precariously constructed kitchen outside the stone house. With a thunderous crash, the bear's massive body collided with the kitchen, causing it to collapse in an instant, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. Witnessing this catastrophic scene, Song Mo's face turned ashen with rage, and he erupted with vehement curses. "You wretched beast! Why have you destroyed our kitchen? If you have the audacity, come into the stone house, and I shall slay you." However, the black bear appeared indifferent to Song Mo's tirade, continuing its wanton destruction within the kitchen. After a brief moment, perhaps feeling it had sufficiently vented its fury or realizing the potential for greater peril if it lingered, the bear abruptly ceased its rampage and sprinted towards the distant woods. Its agile form darted through the trees, vanishing within the dense foliage in the blink of an eye. With the bear having departed, the occupants of the stone house exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Li Xiaomei could no longer contain her distress and collapsed into Song Mo's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Between sobs, she implored, "Brother Song, this desolate island is terrifying. I cannot bear to stay here a moment longer. Can you devise a way for us to escape?" Song Mo gently patted her back, offering soft reassurances. "Xiaomei, there is no need to fear. The black bear has been driven away, has it not? Rest assured, I will protect you all here." Comforted by Song Mo's words, Li Xiaomei gradually regained her composure. The bamboo door of the stone house lay in ruins, and a fierce wind howled through the opening. The flames of the two oil lamps flickered precariously, threatened to extinguish at any moment. Song Mo called out loudly to Lu Yunhan and Zhao Jieqi, "Hanhai, Jieqi, quickly shield the oil lamps. Do not let them go out." Heeding his command, Lu Yunhan and Zhao Jieqi hastened to the lamps, crouching low to shield them from the bitter wind. Meanwhile, Song Mo dashed outside the stone house, rummaging through the collapsed kitchen for dry firewood that had escaped the rain. He carried it back to the entrance, placing it in a sheltered spot, then returned inside to gather some dry grass from the ground, igniting it and placing it atop the firewood outside. Before long, the pile of wood blazed fiercely, and seeing this, Song Mo felt a quiet relief wash over him. He then turned to Lu Yunhan and Zhao Jieqi, saying, "Extinguish the oil lamps. This fire will not die out anytime soon." After speaking, he utilized the light of the flames to search the kitchen for more firewood to bring back to the entrance. Addressing the still trembling trio, he added, "It is getting late. The black bear will not dare return tonight. Let us retire early." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan and the others lay down on the dry grass to sleep, while Song Mo settled beside the fire, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Listening to the thunderstorm outside, a thought crossed my mind. This desolate island seems far more perilous than I had ever imagined. First, I encountered a wild boar, then a massive python, and now a black bear. How many more unknown creatures lurk on this island? At that moment, Song Mo felt a profound lack of confidence in his ability to ensure the survival of Lu Yunhan and the other two girls in this inhospitable place. He sat by the fire, chain-smoking 3 cigarettes, and added some kindling to the flames. Rising to his feet, he returned to the shelter and laid down beside Lu Jieqi, seeking solace in sleep. Chapter 44. The catch of the giant grouper the following day. It was not until midday that everyone gradually roused from their slumber. The rain outside the stone house continued to patter incessantly, casting a persistent gloom over the sky. It appeared that this downpour would linger for some time. Song Mo stepped outside the stone house and observed that the fire pit at the entrance had dwindled to mere charcoal, still emitting wisps of smoke. He returned inside to retrieve some dry grass, placing it atop the embers, and after a considerable effort of blowing on it, the grass finally ignited. Immediately, he added some firewood to the flames. He proceeded to the kitchen, which had been ravaged by the black bear. The wooden rack that held the wild boar meat lay toppled on the ground, the meat now smeared with mud. Undeterred, Song Mo gathered the soiled pieces of wild boar meat and braved the rain to the shoreline, where he rinsed them clean with seawater before bringing them back outside the stone house. He found several bamboo stalks and fashioned a makeshift rack to hang the meat for drying. Lu Jieqi also ventured into the kitchen, retrieving the iron pot, which had been crushed but was still serviceable. With determination, she reshaped it back to its original form, collected some rainwater, and placed it over the fire. She then chopped a piece of meat with a stone axe and added it to the pot for stewing. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei were not idle either. They joined Lu Jieqi in the rain, gathering the damp firewood from the collapsed kitchen to dry by the fire. The relentless rain continued to fall, and with the kitchen in disarray, the group's spirits were understandably low. The rain persisted intermittently for 2 days and nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, Song Mo awoke early. Lu Yunhan, Li Xiaomei, and Lu Jieqi were still sound asleep, and he chose not to disturb them. Rising from the pile of dry grass, he stepped outside the stone house and looked up to see the sky transformed into a brilliant blue, with the sun slowly ascending above the horizon. Witnessing the clear sky lifted his spirits, and he exclaimed, "At last, the rain has ceased, and the sun shines bright." He made his way to the shore to wash his face, noting the murky waters lapping at the coast. A thought crossed his mind. During the last rain, he had caught a fish weighing over 10 pounds from this very spot. Perhaps today would bring another hefty catch. After all, they had been subsisting on wild boar meat for days, and a change in taste was due. With this in mind, he hurried back to the stone house, grabbed his fishing rod, and approached the shoreline, where he collected a few clams from the rocks. He crushed the clams with a stone, selecting the largest piece of meat to bait his hook before casting it into the sea, settling down to fish. Nearly half an hour passed with the foam float remaining utterly still, prompting Song Mo to wonder if perhaps no fish were interested in his bait. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and the others awoke, greeting Song Mo as they approached the shore. They knelt down, cupping the murky seawater to wash their faces. Song Mo addressed them, saying, "If you have no pressing matters, could you please tidy up the collapsed kitchen? I will remain here a little longer to see if any fish are inclined to bite." The trio agreed and turned to begin their work at the fallen kitchen. Sitting upon a large stone, Song Mo fixed his gaze intently on the bobber. Just as he began to despair of any catch, the bobber abruptly plunged beneath the waves. The fishing rod was yanked towards the sea, and with swift reflexes, Song Mo grasped the rod firmly. The fish that had taken the bait was evidently substantial, nearly straining the grip of one hand. He quickly employed his other hand, securing both hands around the rod, bracing the end against his abdomen. In an instant, the rod bent into a taut arc, the fishing line emitting a series of sharp sounds. Thus began a contest of wills between Song Mo and the fish, a stalemate that persisted for nearly 20 minutes. The fish, now fatigued, yielded slightly as Song Mo gradually lifted the rod, attempting to draw it from the depths. Soon, a hefty fish, weighing over 10 pounds, surfaced, exposing its white belly to the air. Yet, Song Mo remained cautious, carefully maneuvering the creature towards the shore, extending a hand to grasp its gills and drag it onto the sandy beach. At that moment, Song Mo discerned that it was indeed a grouper, a magnificent specimen weighing over 10 pounds, and he couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment, having never encountered such a sizable grouper before. His exclamation drew the attention of Lu Yunhan and her companions, who hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed to the shoreline. Upon witnessing the impressive catch, they too erupted in exclamations of surprise. Lu Yunhan, unable to contain her admiration, remarked, "Brother Song, you are truly remarkable. To catch such a large grouper is no small feat." Taken aback by her knowledge, Song Mo inquired, "You know this is a grouper?" Lu Yunhan shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Did you really think I was completely ignorant? I occasionally cook at home and enjoy fish, so recognizing a grouper is quite natural. However, a grouper of this size is indeed rare." With a chuckle, Song Mo responded, "I never would have imagined. Our esteemed Lu actually cooks. It's quite impressive." Lu Yunhan glared at him again, saying, "Are you complimenting me or mocking me? It sounds rather awkward. And please refrain from calling me Lu Zong in the future." Nodding in agreement, Song Mo swiftly returned to the stone house to retrieve a stone axe, then returned to the shore to process the large grouper. After nearly 20 minutes, he had skillfully prepared the fish, rinsing it with seawater before bringing it back outside. He placed the grouper on a piece of wood salvaged from a beach, cutting it into smaller pieces and rubbing them vigorously with sea salt. He set a pot over the fire, pouring in some wild boar fat. Once the fat reached the right temperature, he placed the marinated fish pieces into the bubbling oil to fry. In less than 10 minutes, the fish was perfectly golden brown. Lu Yunhan, unable to contain her eagerness, picked up a piece with chopsticks and savored it slowly. After the first bite, she could not help but exclaim, "This fish is absolutely delicious. The frying is executed to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. You all must try it." Upon hearing her words, Li Xiaomei and Lu Jieqi picked up their bamboo chopsticks and delicately sampled the crispy fried fish pieces, savoring each bite. Like Lu Yunhan, they were instantly captivated with the first taste. Observing the trio lost in their enjoyment, Song Mo could not help but inquire, "Is it truly that delectable?" After uttering this, he too took a piece, and upon tasting it, he was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "I must admit, this fish is quite delightful." The fried fish in the pot was soon devoured by the four, prompting Song Mo to cut another generous portion, slice it into smaller pieces, sprinkle it with sea salt for marination, and return it to the pot for further frying. A hefty grouper weighing over 10 pounds was nearly consumed by the group in one sitting. Lu Yunhan could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Fried grouper is simply exquisite. If only we could indulge in this more often." Chapter 45. The Grand Vision. Upon hearing her words, Song Mo could not help but smile faintly and replied gently, "Your imagination is indeed quite splendid. A fish as magnificent as that grouper is rarely seen, let alone caught. Today was merely a stroke of luck, and who knows when we might be graced with such fortune again." The group gathered around the warm fire for a brief respite before they resumed the arduous task of repairing the kitchen, which had been ravaged by the bear. With unwavering determination, they devoted nearly 2 long hours to restoring the once chaotic and disheveled space. Despite the severe damage inflicted by the bear, the bamboo and ropes used to construct the kitchen remained intact, sparing them the trouble of sourcing new building materials. Soon after, Song Mo led the 3 girls back into the fray of rebuilding the kitchen. Just as they were immersed in their work, Lu Yunhan suddenly paused, her hands stilling as she posed a question. "Brother Song, even if we exert all this effort to reconstruct the kitchen, what if that ferocious bear returns? It could easily demolish our hard work again. Are we to start anew after every destruction?" With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Song Mo responded with confidence, "I have already considered that. This forest is rife with thorny brambles. Once we have rebuilt the kitchen, we shall gather more thorns to encircle it. I believe the bear will think twice before approaching." Upon hearing his words, the 3 girls gazed at him with admiration, taken aback by his thoroughness. Lu Yunhan then chuckled, "Brother Song, I had no idea you possessed such capabilities. It truly seems beneath you to merely serve as a deputy security chief. If we ever leave this place, I shall ensure you receive a promotion and at least the title of manager." Song Mo laughed in response. "Henin, please do not paint an unrealistic picture for me. Whether we can leave here remains uncertain. Besides, you have brought your company's executives along. Who knows if it will still be standing when you return?" With a grin, Lu Yunhan replied, "This company was founded by my father. Even if I am not there, he will take charge, so rest assured, it will not falter. I am not embellishing. When we return, I will make sure you become the manager." Song Mo chuckled again. "I'm not cut out for a managerial role. I do not thrive in the cutthroat environment of corporate intrigue. I find contentment in being a security guard, living worry-free without the burdens of office politics." Surprised by his response, Lu Yunhan inquired, "Do you not have any aspirations?" With a smile, Song Mo replied, "I do not harbor grand ambitions. I do not seek to accumulate wealth. I only wish to support myself and my family." Her response left Lu Yunhan momentarily speechless. Song Mo chuckled and asked, "Han Han, do you feel happy earning so much money every day?" Taken aback by this question, Lu Yunhan pondered. Indeed, she worked tirelessly to earn a living, dedicating every moment to her job, leaving little time for herself. Ever since she took over the company from her father, not a single day had been truly joyful. However, since the plane crash and her subsequent stranding on this desolate island, the pressure seemed to dissipate and her smiles had multiplied. Perhaps this is the life she had been seeking. Noticing her prolonged silence, Song Mo refrained from further inquiries. After 3 or 4 hours of diligent effort from the 4 of them, they finally restored the kitchen to its former state. With daylight still lingering, Song Mo led the girls into the woods to cut the thorny brambles. Although the rain had ceased, the ground remained muddy, and before long, everyone was splattered with mud. By evening, through their collective efforts, they had managed to clear a significant amount of thorny brambles to encircle the kitchen. Despite their carefulness, their clothes were torn by the thorns, leaving many scratches on their skin as well. For Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, this day had proven to be the most exhausting. After laying the brambles around the kitchen, they returned to the fire pit and collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. Lu Jiqi fared slightly better, but was still quite fatigued. Observing that the sky had not yet darkened completely, Song Mo addressed the 3 girls. "You're all covered in mud. While it's still light outside, hurry to the shore and wash up. It won't be safe once it gets dark." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan and the others nodded in agreement, quickly rising to fetch a change of clothes from the stone house before heading towards the coast. Fortunately, they had managed to barter some clothes with Lu Tao and the others for wild boar meat. Otherwise, they would have had no spare garments at all. Meanwhile, Song Mo retrieved the leftover half of the grouper for breakfast, chopping it into small pieces with a stone axe and sprinkling some sea salt to marinate. Nearly half an hour passed, and darkness enveloped the island. Lu Yunhan and her companions returned from their bath, sitting by the fire to tend to their still dripping hair. The sight of the freshly bathed trio was akin to exquisite water lilies, captivatingly beautiful, and Song Mo couldn't help but steal a few glances. At that moment, Lu Jiechi suddenly lifted her head and inquired, Song Ge, who do you think is the most beautiful among us three? If you had to choose one as a wife, who would it be? Her question left Song Imo momentarily flustered, contemplating. Isn't this a rather perilous query? He chuckled and replied, I'm somewhat face-blind. I find all three of you lovely. However, no matter how beautiful you are, you're not quite my type. At his response, the three girls shot him disapproving glares, and Lu Jiechi retorted, What do you mean by not your type? Why are you so self-deprecating? Song Yamo chuckled once more and remarked, This is not a reflection of my inferiority. After all, I am simply not of the same ilk as the three of you. One of you is the president of a company, another is a financial expert, and the third is a flight attendant, whereas I am merely a security guard, earning a meager salary each month. Furthermore, you three hail from affluent families, while I belong to a different social stratum altogether. Do you truly believe that you could forge a connection with someone like me? Even if we were to somehow find ourselves together, I doubt it would lead to genuine happiness. Additionally, I have a mother who is gravely ill and a sister who is currently in university. If it weren't for this unfortunate plane crash that has stranded us on this desolate island, I suspect you would hardly have any inclination to engage with me at all. Chapter 46. Searching for food in the woods with three girls upon hearing Song Mo's suggestion. Lu Yunhan and the other two girls were momentarily rendered speechless. Song Mo, however, chose not to elaborate further. He placed an iron pot over the fire and ladled in some wild boar fat. Once the fat sizzled with heat, he gently added the marinated fish pieces, allowing them to fry slowly. In less than 10 minutes, the fish turned a delectable golden brown, prompting the girls to eagerly pick up their chopsticks and savor the crispy morsels. After enjoying the fried fish, Song Mo turned to Lu Yunhan and the others, saying, You have all worked hard today. It is time for you to rest. I shall take a bath. Without waiting for their response, he returned to the stone house, fetched a change of clothes, and made his way to a large rock by the shore. Stripping down, he leaped into the sea to wash himself. After soaking for nearly half an hour, he climbed back onto the rock, donned his fresh attire, and washed his soiled clothes, hanging them on a sturdy tree by the shoreline to dry. When he returned to the stone house, he found that Lu Yunhan and the others had already fallen into a deep slumber. Song Mo lay down beside Lu Jiechi, drifting off to sleep himself. The following morning, after everyone awoke, they feasted on some stewed wild boar meat. Song Mo then led the three girls to reinstall the bamboo door that had been broken by the black bear. To prevent the bear from damaging it again, he devised a clever plan. He chopped down some sturdy wooden sticks, sharpened both ends, and firmly affixed them to the bamboo door. The door now resembled a hedgehog. Should the bear dare to charge again, it would certainly be pierced by the sharpened stakes. Days passed, and for over 10 days, the rain ceased, and the black bear did not return for vengeance. Each day, Song Mo ventured to the large rock to fish, yet he was unable to catch any more grouper. One morning, after breakfast, he observed the dwindling supply of wild boar meat on the wooden rack, which would only suffice for 2 or 3 days for the four of them. Turning to Lu Yunhan and the others, he said, Stay here while I venture into the woods to see if I can find some food. Upon hearing this, the three girls chimed in unison. We want to go with you. Song Mo shook his head, saying, The woods are too perilous, and there are many mosquitoes. It is better for you to remain in the stone house. I can manage alone. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yunhan immediately interjected, You must take us with you. We feel quite guilty relying on you for everything. And besides, we wish to learn some wilderness survival skills from you. Li Xiaomei quickly added, Yes. Song Ge, please take us with you. Although we may not be of much help, it's always safer in numbers. Lu Jiechi chimed in, Indeed. Song Ge, please bring us along. We ought to learn some survival skills. We cannot depend on you entirely. Faced with their insistence, Song Mo could only nod in agreement. He then instructed the three girls to tie their sleeves and pant legs with ropes. They found a bamboo tube and ignited some mosquito-repelling herbs, molding them into small strips to place inside. Lu Jiechi held the tube in her hands as the four of them ventured deeper into the woods. Song Mo led the way with a stone axe, followed closely by Lu Yunhan, who bore a bow and arrow. Li Xiaomei trailed behind Lu Yunhan, while Lu Jiechi brought up the rear, clutching the bamboo tube filled with smoldering herbs. Perhaps it was the smoke wafting from the tube that kept the mosquitoes at bay. After walking for nearly half an hour, the crisp call of a pine hen suddenly pierced the air. The group halted, looking up to see a vividly colored pine hen perched on a large pine tree, calling out incessantly. In a hushed tone, Song Mo instructed the three girls to remain silent and still. "Stay here," he said, "while I bring down that pine hen." He passed the stone axe to Lu Yunhan, took the bow and arrow from her, and stealthily approached the bird. Remarkably, the pine hen noticed Song Mo's approach but did not flee. Instead, it curiously observed him, chirping melodiously, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Soon, Song Mo stood beneath the grand pine tree, knocking an arrow on the bowstring, aiming carefully at the pine hen before releasing the arrow. Since his last successful hunt, he had realized the importance of arrow accuracy and had subsequently attached some animal feathers to the arrow's fletching. Now, his aim was precise, and the arrow struck the pine hen squarely. The porcupine quill tip pierced through its body, eliciting a mournful cry as the hen was propelled several feet forward before collapsing and thrashing on the ground. Witnessing Song Mo's remarkable shot, Lu Yunhan and the others gazed at him with admiration, wishing they too could master such archery skills. Song Mo quickly approached, grasping the flailing pine hen by its neck with one hand while twisting its head with the other. A sharp crack signaled the breaking of its neck, and after a few feeble struggles, the pine hen lay still. He extracted the arrow from the bird's body and walked back to Lu Yunhan and the others, handing the bow back to her and offering the pine hen to Li Xiaomei. Suddenly, Lu Yunhan exclaimed, "Song Gu, your archery is incredible. You brought down the pine hen with a single shot. I want to learn archery too. Could you teach me?" Song Mo nodded with a smile, replying, "Of course. The next time we encounter a pine hen, I will teach you." Li Xiaomei and Lu Jieqi eagerly chimed in, expressing their desire to learn as well. And Song Mo readily agreed. Taking the stone axe back from Lu Yunhan, he led the three girls further into the depths of the forest. After a while, the familiar call of another pine hen echoed, prompting the group to halt once more. Not far away, a plump capercaillie perched gracefully atop a grand pine tree. Upon spotting the bird, Lu Yunhan's demeanor instantly transformed into one of eager anticipation. Observing this, Song Mo could not help but smile slightly and whispered Xiaomei, "Jieqi, you two stay here. Yunhan and I shall venture forth to take aim at that capercaillie." With utmost caution, Song Mo and Lu Yunhan approached the base of the towering pine. Leaning closer, Song Mo whispered archery techniques into Lu Yunhan's ear. The proximity stirred a wave of shyness within her, and a rosy hue enveloped her cheeks as she felt the warmth of his breath against her skin. Chapter 47. A vivid scene. Song Mo gently inhaled, catching the refreshing and delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Yunhan, reminiscent of the unique scent of spring blossoms that young maidens possess. This enchanting aroma seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly penetrating his nostrils and coursing through his veins to every corner of his being, leading his thoughts astray. After meticulously explaining the intricacies of archery to Lu Yunhan, Song Mo gradually approached her side and tenderly grasped her small hand, preparing to instruct her on how to accurately aim at the foraging hazel grouse in the distance. The intimacy of this gesture was palpable. The moment their skin made contact, a rosy blush adorned Lu Yunhan's fair cheeks, resembling a ripe apple. While Song Mo felt a flicker of embarrassment, his heart racing slightly faster. Yet, in that moment, neither paid heed to these subtle emotional shifts, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the hazel grouse ahead. Lu Yunhan took a deep breath, gradually adjusting her posture and angle as instructed by Song Mo, finally aligning the arrowhead with the target. Then, with soft lips slightly parted, she gently released her grip on the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, hurtling towards the grouse. Alas, despite Song Mo's diligent assistance, Lu Yunhan's shot ultimately missed its mark, the arrow merely grazing the feathers of the bird, startling the previously serene grouse into a flurry of wings, taking flight to a large tree several dozen meters away. Gazing at the successfully escaped grouse, Lu Yunhan felt a wave of disappointment and embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed, she turned her head slightly, bashfully addressing Song Imo. Brother Song, I truly apologize. Am I just too clumsy? You've explained everything so thoroughly. Yet I couldn't even hit a small wild chicken. With that, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Song Mo's eyes, as if fearing mockery. Song Imo quickly reassured her. Everyone has their first time. You've done remarkably well for your first attempt. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Just a bit more practice will suffice. After saying this, he hastened to retrieve the arrow that had fallen to the ground. Together, he and Lu Yunhan made their way towards the tree where the grouse had landed. Upon reaching the tree, Song Imo positioned himself behind Lu Yunhan once more, taking her small hand to assist her in aiming at the grouse. Observing her palpable nervousness, he murmured, "Relax, don't be so tense." Lu Yunhan nodded, took a deep breath, and released the bowstring, aiming at the grouse. This time, the arrow struck true, embedding itself into the body of the grouse. Although the quill-tipped arrow did not penetrate the bird's flesh as Song Imo had done, it nonetheless pierced deeply, eliciting a pained cry from the grouse, which caused the arrow to fly several meters away before falling to the ground. Upon witnessing her successful shot at the grouse, Lu Yunhan was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, her face radiating delight. In the distance, Li Xiaomei and Lu Jieqi, upon seeing her triumph, felt elated for her and hurriedly made their way towards her. Song Imo, smiling, remarked, "See, I told you could do it. You've hit the grouse." Lu Yunhan suddenly lifted her head, sincerely expressing to Song Imo, "Thank you so much. Song Imo, you have allowed me to experience a different life." Her words rendered Song Imo slightly bashful, and he replied with a chuckle, "You're being unexpectedly courteous. I'm not quite accustomed to it." After saying this, he quickly walked to where the grouse had fallen, picked it up from the ground, grasped its neck with one hand while using the other to break it, and removed the arrow from its body before returning to Lu Yunhan and the others. Lu Jieqi eagerly asked Song Imo, "Brother Song, when we encounter another grouse, can I take a shot?" Li Xiaomei chimed in, "I want to shoot too." Song Imo, with a grin, reassured them, "No need to compete. Everyone will have their chance." They continued walking for a while, and aside from the occasional animal bones scattered on the ground and the distant calls of birds from the branches, no sign of grouse was to be found. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely, suspended in the azure sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. The entire forest seemed ensconced within a colossal steamer, exuding an oppressive heat, with not even a whisper of wind capable of penetrating the thick, sweltering air. The group was drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their bodies uncomfortably. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei, the three young women, gasped for breath, their faces flushed like the dawn, glistening with perspiration and panting as if they were flickering candles in the wind. Witnessing this scene, Song Imo felt an involuntary surge of compassion. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a towering tree, its lush foliage providing ample shade. Cautiously approaching the tree, he looked around for any potential dangers. Once assured that there were no threats, he invited the three girls to rest beneath its canopy. Supported by one another, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei stumbled to the base of the grand tree and slowly settled down. Meanwhile, Song Imo stood quietly to the side, leaning against the sturdy trunk. Positioned at a height above them, and with the girls sitting below, their loose-fitting clothing allowing for an unobstructed view, he inadvertently caught sight of the colors of their undergarments and the enticing contours that hinted at their delicate forms. Despite being 27 years of age and still a virgin, this sight ignited a rapid heartbeat within him, causing his breath to quicken. He felt a dryness in his throat, as if a flame were consuming him from within, rendering him restless and fervently agitated. He struggled to avert his gaze from the three girls, yet his eyes seemed to possess a will of their own, refusing to stray. He found himself fixated on them for an extended period, when suddenly, Lu Jieqi lifted her head and turned her gaze towards Song Imo instantly. Song Imo averted his eyes. But the moment did not escape Lu Jieqi's notice. A surge of curiosity washed over her as she glanced down at her open neckline. immediately comprehending what Song Mo had been observing. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Yet curiously, she felt no discontent. Rather, a flicker of joy and anticipation blossomed within her. Chapter 48. The Shooting of the Wild Goat After a Considerable Respite. The group felt a semblance of restored vigor and rose to continue their trek into the woods. They traversed a considerable distance without encountering any more grouse. And as time passed, they decided against further searching, turning instead towards the coastline. Not far into their new direction, they were suddenly startled by a distant bleating echoing from the depths of the forest. The group halted abruptly, and Song Mo, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "That sound appears to be emanating from wild goats. I never expected to find such creatures on this desolate island. It would be splendid to hunt one." With that declaration, he hastened towards the source of the bleating, closely followed by Lu Jiechi and the others. As they advanced, the bleating grew increasingly distinct, suggesting the presence of multiple goats. After walking several hundred meters, 4 or 5 gray wild goats came into view, leisurely grazing on the grass below, merely 200 meters away. Song Mo promptly instructed Lu Jiechi and the others, "Stay here and remain as quiet as possible. I will attempt to see if I can bring down one of the goats." He then took the bow from Lu Yunhan's hands, crouching low as he stealthily approached the grazing goats. The others quickly crouched as well, aware that wild goats possess a keen sense of awareness. Any sudden movement could startle them. Fortunately, the landscape was thick with foliage and shrubs, providing ample cover. Crouched low, Song Mo managed to draw closer without alarming the goats. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he found himself within 50 meters of the animals. With each cautious step forward, he paused to observe, ensuring he did not draw their attention. After several more minutes, he succeeded in positioning himself behind a thicket, now merely 3 to 4 meters from the goats. At such a distance, using his bow to shoot a goat seemed nearly impossible, yet he dared not approach any closer for fear of scaring them away. Hidden behind the bushes, he silently prayed for the goats to wander nearer. His patience was rewarded when 2 goats gradually approached his concealment. Heart racing with anticipation, he knocked an arrow onto the string, extending it from the thicket to aim at the larger of the 2 goats. Before long, the goats were within 5 meters, their heads bowed to graze on the tender grass. With unwavering focus, Song Mo aimed for the neck of the larger goat and released the arrow without hesitation. The arrow struck true, piercing the goat's neck with astounding accuracy, the quill crafted from porcupine quills nearly penetrating through. The goat let out a piercing cry, and before it could react, Song Mo quickly loosed a second arrow, which also found its mark on the goat's neck. The wild goat abruptly turned and fled, causing the other goats to scatter in fright. Song Mo rose to his feet and swiftly pursued the goat he had struck with 2 arrows. Lu Jiechi and her companions, hidden at a distance, immediately stood and followed him. Despite being pierced by 2 arrows, the goat's speed showed no sign of diminishing. It soon vanished from Song Mo's sight. However, he remained unperturbed, for he understood that the more the goat ran, the faster it would bleed, and its collapse would inevitably follow. Thus, he leisurely followed the trail of blood the goat left behind. After pursuing for nearly a kilometer, he spotted the goat lying beneath a large tree, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Song Mo quickened his pace towards the wounded creature. As he approached, the goat struggled to rise in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, it had lost too much blood and soon fell again, convulsing on the ground. Reaching the goat, Song Mo drew a stone axe from his waist and struck it forcefully on the head. The goat let out a final anguished cry before succumbing to death. With the goat finally lifeless, Song Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. After such a lengthy pursuit, he was thoroughly exhausted and collapsed onto the goat's carcass. Gasping for breath, after more than 10 minutes, Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei arrived, panting heavily. Upon seeing that Song Mo had successfully dealt with the goat, they were filled with joy and excitement, collapsing onto the ground to catch their breath. After resting for a while, Song Mo felt some of his strength returning and said, "We must leave this place quickly. If we linger, I fear other carnivorous animals will be drawn here by the scent of blood." With that, he hoisted the 80 to 90-pound goat onto his shoulder and made his way towards the coast, while the three girls promptly followed suit. Although Song Mo possessed greater stamina, carrying the heavy goat through the rugged terrain was still quite laborious. Nevertheless, he pressed on, unwilling to stop for rest. It was over an hour later that he finally reached the stone house, feeling utterly drained, and unceremoniously dropped the goat to the ground before collapsing beside it. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Jiechi went to the kitchen and fetched a bamboo tube, filling it with cool water from the pot and handing it to Song Mo. He took the tube and tilted his head back, drinking every last drop in one go. After quenching his thirst and resting for a while to regain some strength, he carried the goat to a large stone by the coast and began the process of butchering it. Lu Jiechi and her friends joined him in this endeavor. After nearly half an hour of laborious effort with a solitary stone axe, Song Mo finally stripped the hide from the wild goat and laid it upon a large stone. He deftly made an incision in the goat's belly, extracting the internal organs and discarding all but the liver into the vast, unending sea. He then used the stone axe to chop the goat meat into manageable pieces for the girls to carry back to the kitchen. The goat's skin was meticulously washed in seawater and hung upon a branch to dry. Returning to the kitchen, Song Mo took several ribs from the goat and chopped them into smaller segments with the stone axe, placing them into a pot to stew. While the goat ribs simmered, he led the three girls in seasoning the goat meat with sea salt, hanging it upon a bamboo rack beside the fire. Chapter 49. Lu Jiechi's confession at this moment. The goat ribs simmering in the pot had been perfectly cooked. The four individuals, having been ravenous for quite some time, eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the tender, flavorful goat ribs. Despite having only seasoned them with a pinch of sea salt, the dish was remarkably delicious. In less than 20 minutes, they had devoured nearly the entire pot, leaving no trace of the broth behind. As the sun gradually descended below the horizon, Song Mo fetched a change of clothes and took a refreshing bath by the shore. Upon returning to the campfire, he found Lu Jiechi and the other two girls engaged in lively conversation, filled with laughter. He lit a cigarette, relishing the moment as he inhaled. Suddenly, Lu Jiechi turned to Song Mo with a playful grin and asked, "Song-gu, tell me honestly, did you sneak a peek at us three while we were resting under the tree this afternoon?" Startled by her question, Song Mo momentarily froze, wondering if Jiechi had indeed caught him in the act. However, he knew he could never admit to such a thing. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Am I that kind of person? If I wanted to see you, I would do so openly. Why would I need to sneak a glance?" In response, Lu Jiechi continued to smile. "Are you certain you didn't sneak a look? We were sitting on the ground, and you were leaning against the tree. Our collars were all open. You didn't see anything at all?" He quickly shook his head. "How could you say such a thing? I, Song Mo, am a gentleman. How could I ever engage in such behavior?" With a laugh, Lu Jiechi replied, "A true gentleman indeed. But even if you did take a look, it would be nothing to worry about. If you wish to see more next time, I could accompany you to the woods and show you openly." Taken aback by her bold remark, Song Mo was momentarily speechless, as were Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, both equally astonished. Lu Yunhan remarked to Lu Jiechi, "Jiechi, are you suggesting that you are ready to offer yourself to Song-gu?" Jiechi chuckled. "I would go that far, but I believe I have developed feelings for Song-gu. After all, he saved my life, and I feel an overwhelming sense of security when I am with him." Hearing this, Song Mo felt a surge of happiness within him, recognizing that Jiechi's words were a clear confession of her feelings. Lu Yunhan, still smiling, nudged Song Mo. "Song-gu, Jiechi has been so forward. You should also express your feelings." With a grin, Song Mo replied, "How am I to express myself? After all, on this deserted island, it is quite normal for her to develop feelings for me, as I am the only man here. Perhaps when we leave this place, she may not feel the same way." Immediately, Lu Jiechi retorted, "You always say that. I believe you simply do not see me in that light. I've told you before, I am quite devoted in matters of the heart. As long as I like someone, I do not care about their background or family. Since I have chosen you, my heart shall remain steadfast, regardless of whether I can leave this place." Upon hearing her words, Song Mo promptly replied, "Jiechi, how could I possibly overlook you? It is merely that I feel unworthy of you. With your beauty, What man could resist being captivated? At this, Lu Jiaqi's heart soared with joy, and she eagerly pressed on. So does that mean you also harbor feelings for me? Song Mo nodded and declared, Of course I like you. Lu Jiaqi beamed with happiness and exclaimed, Then I shall be your girlfriend from now on. You must treat me well. Song Mo chuckled. Whether you are my girlfriend or not, I will care for you all. As long as we are on this deserted island, I shall look after you. After saying this, he suddenly turned his gaze playfully and added, Jiaqi, now that you are my girlfriend, shouldn't we engage in some activities typical of couples? Hearing this, Lu Jiaqi's face flushed crimson as she softly asked, What do you want to do? Song Mo laughed heartily. Are you genuinely oblivious or pretending? As a couple, it is only natural to share a kiss. Lu Jiaqi's face turned as red as a ripe tomato at his words. Observing her adorable and charming demeanor, Song Mo, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei could not help but chuckle. Li Xiaomei teased, All right, enough of your public display of affection in front of me and General Lu. Lu Jiaqi suddenly lifted her head and retorted, Oh my Xiaomei, your words sound a bit envious. Could it be that you have developed feelings for Songge as well? Flustered, Li Xiaomei quickly replied, Don't say such things. How could I possibly like Songge? Lu Jiaqi laughed. In truth, it is quite normal for you to have feelings for him. If we remain on this island for a few more months, I believe not just you, but even Han Han will fall for him. At her words, both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei felt their cheeks warm. During their time with Song Mo, they too had gradually developed fond feelings for him. They shared the same sentiment as Lu Jiaqi, feeling a profound sense of security in his presence. Lu Jiaqi continued, Even if both of you were to fall for Songge, I would not feel jealous. After all, we are on a deserted island. When the day comes that we truly leave this place, who Songge chooses to be with will depend on his own desires. Sitting nearby, Song Mo felt an overwhelming sense of delight, never imagining that as an inconspicuous security guard back at the company, he would become so sought after on this deserted island. If one day, these three girls were to fall for him, he would wake from dreams filled with joy. The four remained by the fire until late into the night before rising to return to the stone house, lying upon the dry grass. The following morning, as dawn broke, Song Mo was already awake, while Lu Jiaqi and the other girls were still in slumber. He chose not to disturb them, rising quietly from the grass. He walked to a corner of the stone house to extinguish one oil lamp, took another lamp, opened the bamboo door, and proceeded to the kitchen to ignite the fire. Arriving at the seashore, I splashed my face with water before returning to the stone cottage to retrieve my fishing rod. I then returned to the coast, where I gathered several clams and made my way to a large rock. Using the stone, I shattered the clams and selected a particularly sizable piece of clam flesh, which I impaled onto the hook before casting it into the sea to begin my fishing endeavor. After nearly an hour had passed, I managed to catch only 3 or 4 fish, each weighing around 3 to 4 tails. Given the ample supply of goat meat I already possessed, these few fish held little appeal for Song Mo, as their flavor was rather unremarkable. Thus, I promptly returned the fish to the sea, retracting my fishing rod and taking it back outside the stone cottage. Chapter 50. The mysterious woman Song Mo returned to the kitchen, retrieving a piece of marbled lamb from the bamboo rack. He cut it into small cubes and sauteed them in the pot until they released a fragrant aroma, adding some water to begin the simmering process. Observing the dwindling supply of collected rainwater, which would only last 3 or 4 days at most, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. He pondered the necessity of seeking a water source in the woods if the rain did not come soon. Living by the coast was not a sustainable solution, and he contemplated relocating to the forest. After all, once the rainy season passed, it would be impossible to gather sufficient rainwater for their needs. Furthermore, since being stranded on this desolate island, bathing and washing clothes had relied on seawater. Each time he finished bathing, a layer of sea salt crystals remained on his skin, leaving him with an indescribable discomfort. However, with only a stone axe at his disposal, venturing into the woods felt perilous. This single tool could hardly ensure the safety of himself and Lu Jiaqi along with the others. It seemed imperative to return to the coast in search of iron rods or scraps to forge a couple of knives. Lost in these thoughts, The fragrant aroma of the simmering lamb wafted through the air. Lu Jiechi and the others, rubbing their sleepy eyes, emerged from the stone dwelling, greeted Song Mo, and made their way to the coast to freshen up. After enjoying the stewed lamb, Song Mo addressed the three girls. You stay here while I head to the coast to see if I can find iron rods or pieces to craft some tools. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls clamored to accompany him. Song Mo did not refuse, and together they began their search along the shoreline for iron rods and scraps. However, being on a deserted island, the likelihood of finding such metal objects was nearly impossible. Searching for them was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After walking 4 or 5 kilometers along the coast without sighting any iron, disappointment and frustration weighed heavily on their hearts. Lu Jiechi and the others were already sweating profusely, their faces flushed. Song Mo could only find a relatively cool tree to rest beneath, surveying the area to ensure there were no lurking dangers before allowing them to sit and recuperate. Leaning against the trunk himself, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the three girls seated beneath the tree. At that moment, a wave of heat and dryness consumed him. He noticed the girls' collars were slightly open, revealing glimpses of their undergarments and alluring curves. Such a sight was impossible to ignore. Just then, Lu Yunhan vaguely spotted what appeared to be smoke rising from the distant coastline. She immediately exclaimed, "Look, is that smoke rising from the coast over there?" At her call, Lu Jiechi and Li Xiaomei lifted their heads to peer towards the distant shore. Song Mo hastily redirected his gaze as well. Together, they discerned the faint plume of smoke rising in the distance. Li Xiaomei curiously remarked, "Could that smoke possibly be from Yang Wei and his group?" Song Mo immediately shook his head and said, "That shouldn't be the case. It seems that Yang Wei and his group are not on this coast." Lu Jiechi quickly interjected, "Could it be that this deserted island harbors other survivors?" Song Mo replied, "We will know for certain if we head over there." With that, he took the lead toward the source of the smoke, followed closely by Lu Jiechi and the others. As they drew nearer, the rising smoke became increasingly distinct. After over an hour of walking, they found themselves merely a few hundred meters from the smoke. At this point, they could vaguely discern a bonfire on the shore, beside which sat a figure. The group exchanged curious glances and quickened their pace toward the fire. As they approached, they finally saw clearly that the figure by the fire was a young woman. Although she sat with her back to them, she quickly sensed the sound of their footsteps. Whipping around, her gaze locked on Song Mo and the others. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet, drawing a gleaming military knife from her waist with alarming speed, her expression brimming with wariness as she fixed her gaze upon the four of them. At that moment, the distance between Song Mo's group and this enigmatic woman was a mere 7 or 8 meters. Upon catching sight of the military knife in her hand, Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei trembled in fear, their faces turning ashen. In stark contrast, Song Mo appeared intrigued. He began to scrutinize the woman carefully. She appeared to be in her 20s, sporting a neat, short haircut, and her striking features were tempered by an expression as cold as frost. Further observation revealed she wore a finely crafted combat uniform, exuding an aura of spirited valor. Song Mo's gaze ultimately fixated on the military knife she held, its blade sharp and glimmering with a chilling light. At the sight, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. What a splendid weapon! If he could acquire it, they could delve into the woods to seek out a water source. Thus, his eyes remained transfixed on the knife, unable to divert even for a moment. Mistakenly believing that Song Mo's gaze was fixated on her prominent chest, the woman felt a surge of unbridled fury ignite within her. "You insolent man! How dare you stare so impudently at me? I shall kill you!" she exclaimed, raising her gleaming knife without hesitation and leaping towards Song Mo with the ferocity of a fierce leopard. The sudden turn of events sent Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei into a panic, their faces drained of color as they collectively screamed in terror. Song Mo was equally taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fiery temperament of this woman, who launched an aggressive assault without a moment's hesitation. However, he reacted swiftly. Just as she was about to charge towards him, he decisively extended his right hand in an attempt to seize her wrist, which gripped the military knife. Yet, This woman was evidently not to be underestimated. She instantly sensed Song Mo's intention. At the critical moment, she deftly retracted her arm slightly, and with a fluid motion, the blade in her hand pivoted, its sharp edge slicing directly towards Song Mo's body. Chapter 51. The enigmatic Xiao Bing. Song Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a canvas of disbelief. Internally, he marveled. I never anticipated this. The woman's reaction time is astonishingly swift, surpassing all expectations. Clearly, her agile prowess reveals her to be a concealed master of combat. A spark of exhilaration flickered in Song Mo's eyes. He had once been unstoppable in the military, never encountering a worthy adversary. Since his retirement, he had felt invincible. Yet, this woman before him reignited a long-dormant competitive spirit. Though she wielded a razor-sharp military knife, its cold gleam sending shivers down the spine, Song Mo remained undaunted, relentlessly advancing without a hint of retreat. In a tempest of skill, they exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, engaging in a flurry of strikes. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on the woman's brow, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. She inwardly lamented, believing herself formidable, but found it challenging to gain the upper hand against this man. In a fleeting moment, Song Mo keenly detected a subtle flaw in her defense. Without hesitation, he struck with the swiftness of lightning, executing a disarm that precisely struck her wrist. With a sharp clatter, the knife clattered to the ground. Following this, he lunged forward, employing a fierce grappling maneuver that swiftly brought the woman to the ground. Yet, instead of pursuing his advantage, he quickly retrieved the fallen knife and retreated several paces, establishing distance between them. Watching the breathtaking encounter, Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei stood agape, their mouths agape as if one could fit an egg within. They could scarcely fathom the prowess Song Mo displayed. The woman, rising from the ground, gazed at him in shock and inquired, "Who are you?" With a grin, Song Mo replied, "I'm merely a humble security guard. What is the matter with you, attacking without a word?" The woman shot him a glare, retorting coldly, "A security guard can be this skilled? Who told you to stare at my chest?" Taken aback, Song Mo chuckled, "I truly am a security guard. If you don't believe me, ask our General Lu." He gestured toward Lu Yunhan. He continued, "I assure you, I wasn't staring at your chest. I was focused on the military knife you held. Besides, even if I were, would it justify your attempt to attack me?" At that moment, the woman's gaze fixated on Lu Yunhan, and after a prolonged silence, she finally asked, "Are you Lu Yunhan?" Her question left Song Mo and the others momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected her to recognize Lu Yunhan. With curiosity etched upon her face, Lu Yunhan nodded. "I am Lu Yunhan. How do you know me? I don't believe we've met before." The woman replied, "I was hired by your father to find you." Upon hearing her words, Song Mo and the others were momentarily taken aback. With a hint of curiosity, Song Mo inquired, "How did you find your way here? And why are you alone?" However, the woman did not immediately respond to his questions. Instead, she asked, "Are you truly a security guard?" Song Mo chuckled and replied, "Indeed, I am a genuine security guard. No deception here. You can verify with Mr. Lu." Lu Yunhan promptly affirmed, "He is our company's security guard." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded and, with great curiosity, asked Song Mo, "Did you serve in the military?" Song Mo smiled and nodded. "I spent a few years in the military, tending to pigs and growing vegetables." Yet the woman clearly did not believe his words, pressing him, "Can you honestly tell me which military unit you were in?" In fact, during their earlier encounter, Song Mo had discerned that this woman had a military background, specifically in special forces. After pondering for a moment, he approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. Upon finishing, he returned to the side of Lu Jiechi and the others. The woman's face registered shock, and it took her a while to regain her composure. With admiration in her eyes, she asked Song Mo, "Is what you said true?" With a playful smile, Song Mo responded, "Would I have any reason to deceive you?" The woman nodded, her face filled with awe. "I never imagined you came from such a background. No wonder your skills are so remarkable." Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei were all exceedingly curious about what Song Mo had said to the woman that had so drastically shifted her demeanor. However, since Song Mo had intentionally leaned in to speak with her, it was clear he wished to keep it private, so the three girls refrained from asking further. Song Mo then cheerfully asked, "You still haven't told me how you arrived here and why you are alone." In response, the woman slowly said, "My name is Xiao Bing, and I am the captain of a private search and rescue company." After glancing at Lu Yunhan, she continued, "This time, Mr. Lu's father paid a substantial sum to hire us to conduct a search in the area where you went missing. However, after several days of searching, we found no clues. Strangely enough, just as we were preparing to return, our rescue boat suddenly exploded, and I was the only one who escaped. I have no idea how I drifted to this place." Upon hearing this, Song Mo and the others were intrigued. How could a rescue boat explode unexpectedly? After a moment, Xiao Bing turned to Song Mo and said, "I thought you all had perished. I never anticipated that you were still alive." After a brief pause, Song Mo asked, "Are you staying here alone, or will you return with us?" Without hesitation, the woman replied, "Of course, I will return with you. By the way, what is your name?" With a grin, Song Mo responded, "I am Song Mo, and you may call me Brother Song, just like the others do." Song Mo. Song Mo. Xiao Bing repeated his name incessantly. After a brief moment of hesitation, a sudden realization illuminated my expression as I gazed incredulously at Song Mo, exclaiming, "You are Song Mo. I recognize you now. You are indeed a legend within the military." Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Xiao Bing's speech faltered slightly. Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei were equally astonished, never having anticipated that Song Mo was, in fact, a military myth. It appeared they had underestimated him in the past. Their curiosity about Song Mo intensified, each silently speculating on the myriad secrets he might still hold. Chapter 52. The Stolen Lamb. A bittersweet smile graced Song Mo's lips as he slowly parted them, his voice imbued with a hint of melancholy. "What a military legend I am. Please, do not exaggerate my prowess. At present, I am merely an ordinary security guard." Beside him, Xiao Bing, her face alight with curiosity, could not suppress her inquiries. Logically speaking, how could someone of your caliber be so easily released from the military? Surely, there must be a reason behind it. With a gentle smile still adorning his face, Song Mo replied, "It is because, during the execution of a significant mission, I inadvertently committed a minor error, which led to my request for retirement." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing was momentarily taken aback, pondering to herself, the mistake that cost him his military career must have been rather substantial, otherwise he would not have faced such a fate. However, before she could pursue her line of questioning further, Song Mo cheerfully diverted the conversation, saying, "Look at the time, it is getting late. We should hasten our return." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bing interjected, "Please wait for me a moment." Before she could complete her sentence, she darted away like a nimble deer into the nearby woods. Before long, Xiao Bing reappeared before the group, now sporting a large, bulging backpack on her back. The sight of such a sizable pack piqued the curiosity of Song Mo and the others, though they refrained from asking too many questions. After spending 3 to 4 hours, the group finally returned to the stone house. Upon entering the kitchen, they discovered that the lamb, which had been placed on the bamboo rack, had mysteriously vanished. Their expressions shifted in unison. Lu Jiechi exclaimed in anger, "Where is our lamb? Could it be that some animal came in and devoured it while we were away?" Song Mo retorted with a cold laugh, "It wasn't an animal that stole it. It was a person." His words left Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei momentarily stunned. Lu Yunhan asked, "How do you know it was stolen by a person?" Before Song Mo could respond, Xiao Bing interjected, "It is quite evident. Look at the multitude of footprints on the ground. They are clearly men's prints. Moreover, these prints differ, indicating that more than one person was involved in the theft." Only then did Lu Jiechi and the others notice the footprints scattered across the ground. It was evident that these prints did not belong to them or to Song Mo. Li Xiaomei, perplexed, suggested, "Could it be Yang Wei and his group who took the lamb while we were absent?" Song Mo, irritated, replied, "Aside from them, are there any other souls on this desolate island who would dare to steal our lamb? They are in dire need of a lesson." As time was of the essence and the group was already famished, Song Imo suppressed his urge to confront Yang Wei and his companions. He addressed the girls, saying, "You all rest in the kitchen. I will see if I can catch some fish." Before the few girls could respond, he emerged from the kitchen, grabbed a fishing rod, and made his way to the shore to collect several clams. He climbed onto a large rock and, using the stone, smashed the clams open. Selecting a notably sizable piece of clam meat, he baited it onto the hook and cast it into the sea. Nearly 20 minutes passed, yet the foam bobber remained utterly still. Song Imo thought to himself, "It seems I shall have to settle for roasted clams tonight." The thought of the lamb he had painstakingly acquired being stolen by Yang Wei and his group ignited a fury within him. He pondered, Yang Wei and his ilk are bound to become a menace. It would be wise to eliminate them before they cause further trouble. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he saw that it was Xiao Bing, climbing up onto the large rock. She sat beside Song Imo and asked, "Are there others on this desolate island besides you? Who exactly is Yang Wei?" In response to her inquiry, Song Imo explained, "Yang Wei and his associates are executives from our company. We were on a business trip to Africa when our plane encountered trouble. They ended up stranded on this island alongside General Liu. Subsequently, they plotted against General Liu and Li Xiaomei, who then discreetly sought refuge with me. A few days ago, they found this place as well, but I gave them a thorough lesson. I never expected they would dare to come back and steal from us. Clearly, the punishment I dealt them was insufficient." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing nodded in understanding and remarked, "It seems men are inherently troublesome." Surprised by her statement, Song Imo turned to her. She quickly added, "Except for you, of course." Chuckling, Song Imo replied, "Why do you harbor such disdain for men? Have you been wronged by one? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come at me with a military knife without a word." Xiao Bing's expression shifted, revealing a tumult of emotions. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. "The reason for my disdain stems primarily from my father. I remember when I was young, he treated both my mother and me with kindness. However, when he encountered a beautiful woman, he abandoned us to be with her. Ever since that day, I have harbored a deep-seated hatred for men." Song Imo nodded in sympathetic understanding, stating, "It appears your father truly was a scoundrel. It is no wonder you harbor such animosity towards men." With a deep sigh, Xiao Bing changed the subject, asking, "Enough about me. Let us discuss you. Aren't you the captain of that mysterious unit? Why did you suddenly retire? What transgression did you commit that led to this?" Song Imo also sighed deeply and recounted, "Our mission involved eliminating a group of mercenaries attempting to breach the border. We waited for 2 days at the border before finally encountering them. A fierce exchange of fire ensued, resulting in the demise of most of the mercenaries. However, 2 of my comrades were also killed by them. The mercenaries escaped across the border and consumed by a desire for vengeance for my fallen friends. I disregarded the advice of others and crossed the border to eliminate them all. Later, I was almost sent to a military tribunal. However, considering my contributions over the years, the higher-ups decided against it, allowing me to retire early." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiao Bing immediately applauded and exclaimed, "Well done. If it were me, I would have made the same choice. You are truly a man of loyalty and righteousness." In response to her praise, Song Imo merely smiled and remained silent. Xiao Bing then inquired, "Do you have any regrets?" Song Imo shook his head and replied, "What is there to regret? After all, I avenged my comrade. Given another chance to choose, I would still act in the same manner." Chapter 53. Provisions within the backpack. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiao Bing suddenly chuckled, exclaiming, "Now that is a true man." Song Mo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a response from her. It must be said that Xiao Bing's smile was quite enchanting. He then remarked, "You look rather lovely when you smile." At this, Xiao Bing instantly reverted to her frosty demeanor. Song Mo continued, "Not every man is so wicked." Xiao Bing chose to remain silent. At that moment, the float on the surface of the sea suddenly sank beneath the waves, and the fishing rod was yanked violently towards the water. With swift reflexes, Song Mo seized the rod, but the fish that had taken the bait seemed rather substantial. Struggling to maintain his grip with one hand, he quickly employed his other hand to firmly grasp the rod, anchoring its base against his abdomen. The rod bent dramatically, and the fishing line emitted a high-pitched whine as the battle commenced. Minutes passed, and the fish gradually exhausted its strength. Song Mo, with great effort, pulled it from the depths, revealing a floundering fish with a white belly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a grouper weighing over 10 pounds. Eliciting immense joy and exhilaration from both Song Mo and Xiaobing. Unable to contain his excitement, Song Mo exclaimed, "What a massive grouper!" Hearing his shout, Lu Jieqi and the others, who were resting in the kitchen, quickly rose to their feet and hurried to the shoreline. By the time they arrived, Song Mo had already dragged the grouper to the beach, using one hand to grasp its gills as he brought it ashore. Gazing at the magnificent fish, Lu Yunhan beamed. "It seems we'll be enjoying fried fish again today. How delightful." Suddenly, Xiao Bing interjected, "Allow me to handle this." No sooner had she spoken than she retrieved her military knife from Song Mo's waist, crouching down to begin preparing the large grouper. Observing her deft technique, Song Mo felt a swell of pride. With her skills, surviving on this desolate island would undoubtedly become easier. It was evident that Xiao Bing had a background in a special forces unit, equipped with formidable wilderness survival skills, quite unlike Lu Yunhan and her companions, who were completely inexperienced. Watching Xiao Bing skillfully process the grouper, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei could not help but feel a twinge of envy. In a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Bing had expertly prepared the substantial grouper, rinsing it clean with seawater before returning to the kitchen. Although their supply of mutton had been pilfered by Yang Wei and his group, they were fortunate that the wild boar fat and sea salt they had rendered remained intact. Song Mo used a stone axe to cut a hefty portion of the grouper, slicing it into smaller pieces with his military knife and sprinkling some sea salt for seasoning. He placed a cast iron pot over the fire, pouring in some wild boar fat. Once the oil heated, he added the marinated fish pieces, commencing the frying process. Within 10 minutes, the fish pieces had turned a delectable golden brown, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. The few individuals, long famished to the point of desperation, were already salivating at the rich aroma that enveloped them. Eagerly, they seized their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the delectable morsels of fried fish. After relishing the fried fish, the night had completely descended. Observing Xiao Bing's bulging backpack, Song Mo, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xiao Bing, what do you have in that backpack?" Lu Yunhan and the others also looked at Xiao Bing with expressions of intrigue. Xiao Bing swiftly grasped the backpack and unzipped it. First, she retrieved several sets of clean clothing and 2 pairs of shoes, followed by a military canteen. The sight of the canteen left Song Mo and the others momentarily stunned, as such canteens serve not only to hold water, but also to cook food. Next, she produced a folding military shovel, a flashlight, and a flint. Finally, she extracted an emergency medical kit. The sheer volume of items she produced left Song Mo and the others both astonished and elated. With these provisions, they could enhance their chances of survival in this wilderness. Song Mo, brimming with curiosity, remarked, "I never expected you to bring so many useful items. With these, we can thrive here." After Song Mo finished speaking, Xiao Bing responded, "These items have always been in my backpack." At the moment the lifeboat exploded, this backpack was right beside me. I grabbed it and jumped into the sea. Song Mo then asked, "What could have caused the lifeboat to explode? Was it intentional?" Xiao Bing shook her head, replying, "I don't believe it was deliberate. After all, there were 15 of us on the lifeboat, and, aside from me, everyone else perished." Upon hearing this, Song Mo and the others grew even more intrigued. Xiao Bing continued, "I have an unsettling feeling about the area where your plane crashed. The lifeboat's navigation system malfunctioned several times in that region, and it seemed to drift in a particular direction on its own, as if guided by some mysterious force." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths agape. After a moment, Lu Jieqi slowly spoke, "If what you say is true, that area is indeed peculiar. The plane also encountered an inexplicable accident there." Song Mo chuckled, "It's not as sinister as you suggest. I believe the magnetic field in that area is exceptionally strong, resulting in such phenomena, much like the Bermuda Triangle." The group lingered by the fire for quite some time, before returning to the stone house for rest. Now that they possessed a flint, the arduous task of preserving the fire was unnecessary. The following morning, Song Imo awoke early, and upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Jiechi sprawled on her like an octopus, sound asleep. Her soft bosom pressed against her own chest, and Song Imo was filled with profound curiosity. When had Lu Jiaqing positioned herself atop him? Why had he been utterly oblivious to it? Gently, he shifted Lu Jiaqing off him and stood, making his way softly toward the entrance of the stone house. Despite his careful steps, he inadvertently roused Xiao Bing, a testament to her heightened vigilance. Xiao Bing, too, rose from the dry grass, treading lightly toward the entrance of the stone dwelling. Stepping outside, he washed his face with the seawater at the shore, then returned to the kitchen to ignite a fire with a flint. Suddenly, Song Imo addressed Xiao Bing. "You stay here. I shall take a stroll along the coastline." Chapter 54 Encounter with a Wild Boar. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiao Bing immediately responded, "Are you planning to confront those who stole the mutton? I shall accompany you." Surprised by Xiao Bing's astuteness in discerning her intentions to seek out Yang Wei and his group, Song Imo nodded and remarked, "These ruffians are utterly despicable, daring to steal mutton. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will truly believe me to be an easy target." Xiao Bing inquired, "Do you know where these individuals are located?" Song Imo affirmed, "They reside along the coast, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers away, where they have constructed a makeshift shelter." Xiao Bing continued, "Do you think it would still be there? They must be aware that after stealing the mutton, you would come to confront them. They likely departed long ago." Song Imo nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of Xiao Bing's perspective. After all, Yang Wei's group had already received a thorough reprimand from her. They would not be foolish enough to linger, waiting for her to seek them out. "You are correct. They would not be so naive as to remain in my pursuit. It seems I shall have to deal with them another time. For now, I shall venture into the woods to search for a water source." With the rainy season nearly over, gathering rainwater has become increasingly difficult. Additionally, I will see if I can procure some food. Xiao Bing replied, "Then I shall go with you." Song Imo did not decline, understanding that Xiao Bing possessed considerable wilderness survival skills. Having her company would offer mutual protection in case of danger. Xiao Bing retrieved a foldable military shovel from her backpack, while Song Imo armed herself with a bow and some mosquito-repellent herbs rolled into small sticks. Together, they made their way into the forest. At that moment, the sun had just risen, and the woods were still shrouded in mist, resulting in limited visibility. They proceeded cautiously, aware of the need for vigilance despite their confidence. Each step was taken with utmost care. After more than an hour of walking, they had only traversed 3 to 4 kilometers. Although they had not found a water source, they had successfully hunted 2 grouse. As the sun climbed higher, the mist in the forest began to dissipate and visibility improved. As they ventured deeper into the dense thicket, the vegetation grew increasingly lush, and the ground was littered with animal bones, lending an air of foreboding to the woods. After nearly another hour of fruitless searching, disappointment and frustration began to set in. Realizing they had been wandering for over 2 hours without success, they decided against further exploration into the depths of the forest and turned back toward the coast. Before they could travel far, an earth-shattering noise erupted from a nearby thicket, as if a colossal beast were rampaging within. The sudden commotion tightened their hearts, prompting them to halt in unison. Song Imo swiftly placed her bow on the ground, her movements precise and deliberate. Immediately, he drew a razor-sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it tightly in his hand, the blade glinting ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Meanwhile, beside him, Xiao Bing demonstrated equal resolve, deftly unfolding her portable military shovel, her hands firmly grasping the handle, her gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Fixated intently on the rustling bushes, unwilling to let her guard down for a moment. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, as they held their breath in anticipation, a colossal wild boar slowly emerged from the thicket. This beast was as massive as a mountain, estimated to weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. Its enormous head was comparable in size to a wash basin, and the 2 long tusks protruding from its mouth were nearly the length of a chopstick, sharp and exuding a chilling aura. Upon encountering such a formidable creature, both Song Mo and Xiao Bing were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, they each possessed weapons sufficient for self-defense, preventing them from succumbing to panic in the face of such a ferocious beast. At that moment, the wild boar evidently sensed their presence. It widened its eyes, glaring fiercely at them, and from deep within its throat emanated a low, menacing growl. Simultaneously, its powerful hooves scraped against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, suggesting that it was poised to charge at any moment. "Be careful, this wild boar is about to attack us," Song Mo cautioned Xiao Bing. She nodded in acknowledgement. A few seconds later, the enormous, tusk-laden wild boar charged at them like an out-of-control heavy truck, accompanied by a terrifying roar and an imposing presence. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a sudden tempest, and, in the blink of an eye, it was less than 5 meters away from them. At that instant, the wild boar leapt into the air, opening its cavernous maw, reminiscent of a ferocious wolf, lunging directly at Song Mo, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. However, Song Mo reacted with remarkable swiftness. Just at the critical moment, he agilely sidestepped, narrowly evading the boar's fierce onslaught. Simultaneously, the military knife in his hand sliced through the air, and with blinding speed, he struck fiercely at the wild boar. A dull thud echoed as the blade found its mark on the boar's abdomen, instantly revealing a long gash, from which bright crimson blood gushed forth like a breached dam, splattering everywhere. Observing this, Xiao Bing wasted no time. She swiftly seized her military shovel, channeling all her strength to deliver a powerful blow to the boar's head. The shovel, evidently razor-sharp, struck with a resounding crack, creating a deep gash in the boar's tough skull. The severely injured wild boar let out a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the forest, an echoing cry that was deafening. In agony, it surged forward several meters before barely managing to halt its frantic pace. However, it quickly turned its head, eyes wide with hatred and fury, glaring intently at the two individuals. In an instant, it charged once more, propelled by a whirlwind of rage and the scent of blood, resembling a frenzied beast in its unrelenting advance. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar was upon them, prompting both individuals to instinctively evade to the side. Chapter 55. Uniting efforts to confront the wild boar. The massive wild boar, with its sharp tusks, evidently did not anticipate the swift reflexes of Song Mo and Xiao Bing. Like an uncontrollable beast, it charged forward, yet its considerable momentum rendered it incapable of halting in time. With a resounding crash, its iron-like head collided forcefully with a pine tree of considerable girth, resulting in a sharp crack as the tree splintered and fell aside, as if unable to bear the weight of the impact. This breathtaking scene vividly illustrated the tremendous force behind the boar's reckless assault. Had this power been unleashed upon Song Mo and Xiao Bing, it is likely they would not only have faced grave injuries, but perhaps even death. Dazed from the violent collision, the wild boar swayed unsteadily, its hefty head shaking in an attempt to dispel the disorientation. Seizing the moment, Song Mo gripped a glimmering military knife, razor-sharp and glinting with cold light, and swung it decisively at the boar's hind leg. This blade, custom-made at great expense by Xiao Bing, was so sharp it could slice through iron as though it were clay. In an instant, a spray of blood erupted as one of the boar's hooves was cleanly severed, rolling to the ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing was undeterred. With both hands firmly grasping a heavy military shovel, he summoned all his strength to strike the boar's body with a resounding thud. The shovel connected solidly with the boar's back, the force of the impact causing the creature to lurch forward. The boar emitted a chilling, anguished scream that echoed throughout the forest. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the wild boar did not succumb. Instead, it became even more enraged, turning to charge at the two once more. The pair swiftly dodged aside, narrowly evading the beast's onslaught. At this juncture, the boar was drenched in blood, resembling a frenzied creature, as it sprinted forward a few meters before halting and launching another attack against the duo. This time, Song Mo did not retreat. As the boar bore down upon him, He thrust the military knife directly into the creature's head with unerring precision. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing brought the military shovel crashing down upon the boar's front leg. This time, the wild boar could no longer endure. It collapsed to the ground, rolling and emitting a series of pitiful cries. Song Mo and Xiao Bing quickly retreated to a safe distance of 4 to 5 meters. After a brief struggle on the ground, the boar gradually ceased its movements, eventually succumbing to death. With the beast now lifeless, Song Mo and Xiao Bing exchanged relieved glances, letting out long sighs of relief. Song Mo approached the fallen boar and extracted the military knife embedded in its skull. Transporting the substantial weight of the 300 to 400-pound carcass back home was an impossibility for just the two of them. With remarkable ease, Song Mo wielded a razor-sharp military knife, effortlessly severing the hind legs of the wild boar. Concerned that the intense scent of blood might attract large carnivores, the two individuals dared not linger in the area. Each shouldered a hind leg of the boar and made their way toward the coastline. Once they had departed, a pack of hyenas, drawn by the smell of blood, approached the carcass and began to tear into it voraciously. In less than 20 minutes, the wild boar was reduced to mere scraps by the ravenous hyenas, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. Although both Song Mo and Xiao Bing possessed considerable stamina, the weight of a single hind leg was still quite substantial. Navigating through the rugged terrain of the forest while carrying it proved arduous, yet they pressed on without respite, determined to reach the coast. After nearly 3 hours, they finally returned to the stone house. Meanwhile, Lu Jieqi, Lu Yun, and Li Xiaomei had been anxiously awaiting by the fire in the kitchen. Upon waking, they had noticed the absence of Song Mo and Lin Xiang, speculating that the two had ventured into the woods in search of food. Given the prowess of both individuals, the girls were not overly concerned initially. However, as the hours passed without any sign of their return, their worry for their safety began to grow. When Song Mo and Xiao Bing finally appeared, their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, were finally at ease. At this moment, Song Mo and Xiao Bing were nearly exhausted, their clothes completely drenched in sweat. Beads of perspiration cascading from their foreheads like a torrential downpour. They dropped the boar's hind legs onto the ground and collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Lu Yin promptly filled 2 bamboo bowls with cool boiled water from the pot and handed them to the two. After gulping down the refreshing liquid, Song Mo and Xiao Bing continued to breathe heavily. The sight of them not only bringing back 2 hind legs of the wild boar, but also 2 grouse brought joy to Lu Yun and the others. Lu Jieqi seized the 2 grouse and approached the fire, placing them directly onto the flames. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the feathers were singed away, and the skin blackened. Requesting the military knife from Song Mo, she took the charred grouse to the coastline to begin processing them. Seeing this, Lu Yun and Li Xiaomei quickly joined her to assist. Due to their inexperience, it took them over half an hour to properly prepare the 2 grouse before bringing them to the kitchen. At this point, Song Mo and Xiao Bing had regained some of their strength. Song Mo took the prepared grouse from Lu Jieqi and placed them on a wooden board, chopping them into small pieces with a stone axe. He added some wild boar fat to a pot, and once it heated, he tossed in the grouse. Sot ing it until fragrant before adding water to simmer. While the grouse cooked, Song Mo used his military knife to skin the 2 hind legs of the boar, cutting the meat into smaller portions, sprinkling them with sea salt, and hanging them on a bamboo rack by the fire. As the succulent meat of the grouse simmered to perfection, the eager crowd promptly seized their bowls and utensils, indulging in hearty feasting. After savoring the tender, stewed grouse, they took a moment to rest by the warmth of the fire. Subsequently, Song Mo led a few young women to the shoreline in search of usable resources, with plans to relocate into the forest to construct a shelter upon discovering a water source. It was imperative to gather as many useful materials as possible to enhance their chances of survival on this desolate island. Thus, after wandering along the coastline for 3 to 4 hours, they fortuitously stumbled upon 2 rusted iron barrels. With these 2 barrels, they could craft 2 cooking pots. Chapter 56. Li Xiaomei is bitten by a snake. Upon returning to the kitchen in the evening, Song Mo took a piece of wild boar meat, cut it into small pieces, and sought it in the pot until it exuded a fragrant aroma. After adding some water, he began to stew it. Lu Jiechi suddenly turned to Song Mo and said, "Brother Song, after sweating so much, we should head to the coast for a wash." Song Mo nodded, reminding them to be cautious. Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei rose to retrieve a change of clothes from the stone house before making their way towards the coast. At that moment, only Song Mo and Xiao Bing remained by the campfire. Observing the departing figures of the three girls, Xiao Bing suddenly remarked, "It's evident that they all have a fondness for you." Song Mo chuckled and replied, "You've only known them for a day. How can you tell they like me?" Xiao Bing retorted, "A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate, especially Lu Jiechi. I can see she cares about you." Song Mo laughed lightly, saying, "You're overthinking it. One is a CEO, another a manager, and the last an air hostess, while I'm merely a humble security guard. Their current fondness for me stems from their reliance on me, especially since I'm the only man here. Do you believe that if they left this place, they would still treat me the same way?" Xiao Bing smiled suddenly and said, "I don't believe that. If they knew about your military background, I think they would unhesitatingly fall for you. After all, you're a legend in the army, an idol and hero to everyone." Song Mo sighed with a wry smile, saying, "What legend? That is all in the past. I'm just an ordinary person now." Xiao Bing insisted, "In my eyes, you have never been an ordinary person. Wherever you are, you remain my supreme idol. I recall my days in the military, yearning to one day join the mysterious unit you were part of. Yet, reality has always been cruel. Every assessment I participated in ended in failure. I truly cannot comprehend which twisted individual devised such exceedingly harsh evaluation criteria to keep passionate individuals like us at bay." Upon hearing Xiao Bing's words, Song Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He scratched his head and hesitantly admitted, "Actually, I'm the perverse one you speak of." Xiao Bing was taken aback, her face displaying disbelief. After a moment, she regained her composure and awkwardly asked, "So those daunting evaluation criteria originated from you?" Song Mo nodded, gently without further elaboration. He picked up a discarded oil barrel from the ground and, with a deft yet careful motion, drew a sharp military knife from his waist to begin cutting the top of the barrel. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the calm of the coastline, reverberating through the air. Both Song Mo and Xiao Bing's nerves instantly tightened as they simultaneously recognized that the scream belonged to Li Xiaomei. Without the slightest hesitation, the two individuals sprang to their feet like arrows released from a bow, striding swiftly towards the coastline. In a mere span of seconds, Song Mo and Xiao Bing rushed forward like a tempest, reaching Lu Jiechi and the other two girls. At that moment, the trio stood at the water's edge, utterly exposed and visibly alarmed. Under the faint moonlight, the alluring and fair forms of the three girls were fully revealed to Song Mo's gaze. He promptly turned his body and inquired what happened. Lu Jiechi immediately responded, "We were bathing in the sea when a snake bit Xiaomei." Upon hearing this, both Song Mo and Xiao Bing's expressions shifted with concern. If she had been bitten by a venomous snake, the absence of anti-venom on this desolate island could pose a grave risk to her life. Xiao Bing quickly approached Li Xiaomei, asking, "Where were you bitten?" "On my thigh." Li Xiaomei replia astili. Xiao Bing knelt down, using the moonlight to examine her wound. A clear imprint of teeth was visible on her fair thigh, with blood oozing from the injury. After inspecting the surrounding area of the wound, Xiao Bing noticed no signs of swelling and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She then looked up at Li Xiaomei and asked, "How do you feel now?" Li Xiaomei quickly replied, "It just hurts a bit." Xiao Bing nodded and said, "The snake that bit you is not highly venomous. You're fortunate. Just apply some anti-inflammatory ointment when we return, and you'll be fine." Hearing this, Song Mo and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Song Mo then advised, "It's best to avoid bathing in the sea at night. A moment's carelessness on this island could cost you your life." After saying this, he turned to head towards the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Jiechi and the others dared not venture back into the water, hastily donning their clothes and returning to the kitchen. The three girls sat by the fire, beginning to tend to their dripping hair. Meanwhile, Song Mo continued to focus on cutting the oil drum with his military knife. After a while, Lu Yuhan suddenly blushed and said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, did you see everything when you ran to the beach?" At her words, Song Mo recalled the invigorating scene from earlier, but maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "I didn't see anything." Lu Yuhan pressed further, "If you saw nothing, why did you suddenly turn your head away?" Song Mo responded earnestly, "When I reached the beach, all I saw was a blinding expanse of white, and I turned away immediately." Just as Lu Yuhan was about to say more, Xiao Bing interjected, all right, even if he did see you, it's not a big deal. You haven't lost anything. I can tell that you three are interested in him. After all, he will be yours in the future. What is the harm in letting him see?" The others were taken aback by Xiao Bing's unexpected remark, and Lu Yuhan and the others, as if struck at the core of their thoughts, lowered their heads in embarrassment, while Song Mo also felt a tinge of awkwardness. Before long, the wild boar meat in the pot had been thoroughly stewed. The group eagerly picked up their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, savoring the tender meat with hearty enjoyment. After dinner, they gathered around the fire, engaging in light conversation while gazing at the myriad stars above. Song Mo remarked, "It appears that we shall not encounter rain in the coming days. The rainwater we have collected will suffice for merely 3 or 4 days. So it seems we must venture into the woods tomorrow in search of a water source." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei replied almost in unison, "We shall accompany you." Song Mo shook his head and replied, "It would be best for the three of you to remain in the stone house. Your presence would not significantly aid me, and I would have to divide my attention to ensure your safety. Xiao Bing and I will handle it." Chapter 57. Xiao Bing nearly bitten by a snake upon hearing his words. Lu Jiechi and the others chose to remain silent. After all, what Song Mo said held truth. Their presence would not provide any substantial assistance. At the break of dawn the following day, Song Mo and Xiao Bing awoke almost simultaneously, while Lu Jiechi and her companions were still in deep slumber. They refrained from disturbing the others, carefully rising from the dry grass and tiptoeing out of the stone dwelling. After washing up briefly by the shoreline, Song Mo wielded a military knife, while Xiao Bing held a folding military shovel. They ignited some mosquito-repelling herbs, kneading them into small sticks and placing them in a bamboo tube before venturing into the woods. Having procured 2 wild boar hams the previous day, they opted not to carry bows and arrows today. Their intention was to explore a different direction in search of a water source, as their earlier expedition had yielded no results despite several hours of effort. The sun had just begun to rise, casting a soft glow through the lingering mist in the forest, which rendered visibility quite poor. The pair proceeded with utmost caution, carefully observing their surroundings with each step. After nearly an hour, they had traversed less than 2 miles. Fortunately, the sun ascended higher, filtering through the trees and gradually dispersing the fog. Visibility improved, prompting them to unconsciously quicken their pace. As they delved deeper into the dense thicket, the vegetation grew increasingly lush, and the ground was littered with animal bones. Some bones still bore remnants of flesh, crawling with insects and maggots, emitting a foul odor. Judging by the size of the teeth marks on these bones, Song Mo and Xiao Bing deduced that the animals leaving such impressions were not small in stature. The entire forest exuded an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Yet in their quest for water, they gritted their teeth and pressed onward into the depths of the wilderness. Their audacity and skill rendered them less fearful. Had it been Lu Yunhan and her companions, they would likely have trembled in terror long ago. After more than an hour of fruitless searching for a water source, a wave of disappointment and frustration washed over them. The oppressive heat of the forest enveloped them, their bodies slick with sweat, their clothes thoroughly drenched. They sought refuge beneath a large, shady tree, scanning their surroundings for potential dangers before finally resting at its base. Gasping for breath, Xiao Bing turned to Song Mo and exclaimed, "Surely, there must be no water source in this forest." Song Mo shook his head, replying logically, "That should not be the case. A deserted island of this size should certainly have streams or small rivers. Let us rest for a moment before we continue our search." Xiao Bing nodded in silence, leaning against the tree trunk and inhaling deeply. At that moment, Song Mo's keen ears detected a faint, unusual sound. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze honing in on the thicket behind Xiao Bing, where an exceedingly subtle rustling could be heard, as if something was stealthily approaching. A tightening sensation gripped Song Mo's heart, causing every nerve in his body to tense instantaneously. His eyes, sharp and focused like those of a hawk, fixated unwaveringly on the thicket, where he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of relaxation. Upon scrutinizing the scene more closely, he could not suppress a gasp of shock. A formidable serpent, as thick as a grown man's arm, had stealthily invaded the underbrush. Its skin was adorned with a bizarre pattern of crimson and ebony, reminiscent of flames entwined with the shroud of night, exuding an unsettling aura. Particularly arresting was its triangular head, from which glimmered menacing fangs, subtly hinting at its potent venom. At that moment, the serpent coiled its massive body, lifting its head high and incessantly flicking its scarlet tongue toward Xiao Bing, mere meters away. The creature's poised stance suggested it was ready to strike with lethal precision at any moment. As Song Mo observed this, a chill raced up his spine, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow. Yet, he understood the importance of remaining composed in such perilous circumstances. He steadied himself and slowly unsheathed the military knife strapped to his waist. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing, oblivious until now, finally sensed Song Mo's alarming behavior. She first gazed at his intensely vigilant expression and then caught sight of the knife he clutched, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. A tremendous danger lurked behind her. In that instant, her complexion turned ashen, and she froze in place, as if ensnared by a spell, daring not to draw breath. Noticing Xiao Bing's heightened awareness, Song Mo swiftly signaled her with his gaze. With her keen intellect, she deciphered his intentions in an instant. She nodded subtly, indicating her understanding, and maintained her stillness. With his right hand gripping the knife, Song Mo extended his left towards her slowly. At that precise moment, the concealed serpent shot forth from the thicket like an arrow released from its bow. It opened its gaping maw, sinister and bloodthirsty, lunging ferociously at Xiao Bing, seemingly intent on devouring her whole. In a heartbeat, Song Mo showcased remarkable reflexes and agility. Without hesitation, he seized Xiao Bing's clothing with his left hand and yanked her forcefully towards him. Simultaneously, his right hand swiftly drew the glistening knife from his waist, executing a swift and powerful strike at the menacing serpent. The blade sliced through the air with a decisive swish, landing squarely upon the serpent's body. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a razor-sharp Nepalese dagger, its edge impossibly keen. With a single stroke, it effortlessly cleaved the serpent in twain, which then thudded heavily to the ground in two lifeless segments. However, Xiao Bing's reaction was notably swift. With the military shovel raised high, he summoned all his strength and brought it down forcefully upon the severed head of the venomous snake. Accompanied by a resonant thud, the shovel struck the snake's head with tremendous force. In an instant, brain matter exploded forth, and blood splattered everywhere, transforming the once writhing and struggling head of the snake into a grotesque, bloodied mass, a sight too horrific to behold. Observing the snake's body, it feebly twisted a few more times before succumbing to a final stillness, clearly lifeless beyond recovery. Only when they witnessed the snake's complete loss of vitality did Song Mo and Xiao Bing exhale deeply, their tension finally alleviated. At that moment, Xiao Bing slowly lifted his head, his face imbued with gratitude as he gazed at Song Mo and earnestly remarked, "I truly owe you my thanks. Had you not discovered the snake in time, I would have surely been bitten." Song Mo shook his head, replying, "I had just thoroughly inspected the area. I cannot fathom when this snake made its way into the thicket. We must remain doubly cautious." Following the recent ordeal, the two refrained from resting further and stood up to venture deeper into the dense forest, now exhibiting an even greater degree of caution and vigilance. Chapter 58. Discovery of the waterfall. Deep in the jungle as time ebbed away, they trudged onward for nearly an hour, both utterly fatigued and nearly devoid of hope in their quest for a water source. At that moment, Song Mo suddenly perceived a faint sound, akin to the gentle murmur of flowing water. Initially, He questioned whether his parched desire had conjured an auditory illusion. However, instinct compelled him to halt, straining his ears to listen intently. Before long, the ethereal sound of water, reminiscent of celestial music, graced his ears once more. This time, he was certain of his senses. Overwhelmed with excitement, he stood still, anxious not to miss even the slightest clue. Noticing Song Mo's abrupt stillness, as if enchanted, Xiao Bing approached him, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. "Why are you standing here? Why not move?" she inquired, puzzled. Turning to her, Song Mo could hardly conceal his exhilaration as he exclaimed, "I believe I just heard the sound of water flowing." At this revelation, Xiao Bing paused momentarily, then focused her attention to listen carefully. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, her face alight with joy as she said, "Indeed, it seems to be the sound of flowing water." With this confirmation, their spirits soared, akin to discovering a glimmer of dawn amidst darkness. Filled with anticipation, they began to advance cautiously in the general direction of the sound. With each few steps, they would pause to listen, ensuring they remained on the correct path. After a considerable journey of such starts and stops, the two eventually pinpointed the precise location of the water source. Without hesitation, they quickened their pace, striding purposefully toward that beacon of hope. As they drew nearer, the once faint sound of water grew increasingly distinct. The melodious rush of the cascade resonated like a divine chorus, heightening their senses and quickening their heartbeats. Continuing onward, the sound swelled to a thunderous roar, as if a legion were galloping forth. It reverberated like a war drum, echoing through the air, stirring their souls. They suppressed their mounting exhilaration, their steps unconsciously quickening as they raced toward the source of the sound. Before long, the scene before them opened up, revealing a magnificent waterfall. It cascaded like a silver dragon descending from the heavens, plunging from a towering cliff over 10 meters high, sending up a dazzling spray that resembled smoke and mist. A spectacle of grandeur. Elated, the two sprinted toward the waterfall with uncontainable enthusiasm. As they approached, they discovered a vast pool, measuring several dozen meters square. Beneath the cascading waterfall, the water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, and sparkled under the sunlight, emanating an enchanting glow. Connected to the pool was a meandering stream, approximately 2 to 3 meters wide. The water flowed gently, rippling as it extended into the depths of the dense forest, ultimately disappearing from sight. Surrounding the pool was an expanse of open land, carpeted with lush green grass that swayed gracefully in the breeze, resembling a soft emerald blanket laid upon the earth. Among the grass, vibrant wildflowers dotted the landscape, red, yellow, purple, each vying for attention and releasing waves of delightful fragrance that invigorated the senses. Additionally, numerous charming little creatures and vividly colored birds inhabited this paradise. They frolicked joyfully across the grassy expanse or perched upon the wildflowers, singing melodiously, creating a lively and vibrant tableau of nature. However, as the two approached the edge of the pool, the small animals and birds sensed their presence and, startled, scattered in a flurry of panic. Some little rabbits hopped away into the nearby thicket, while some birds took flight, vanishing among the dense foliage. By the time the two reached the water's edge, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The water in the pool resembled a flawless mirror, so clear that one could see straight to the bottom. Sunlight danced upon the surface, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Logically, one would not expect fish to thrive in such a secluded, dense woodland. Yet, astonishingly, a multitude of fish of varying sizes and vibrant colors swam joyfully within the pool. They darted among the aquatic plants and leaped from the water, seemingly showcasing their vitality and grace. At that moment, the two were parched, their throats feeling as if they were on fire, unable to bear the torment of thirst. Though they harbored doubts about the water's purity and the possibility of bacteria or parasites, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Without a moment's thought, they bent down, bringing their lips close to the cool surface, and began to drink deeply, quenching their thirst with abandon. After a satisfying bout of hearty gulps, they finally felt refreshed, letting out contented burps. They then casually settled upon the soft, verdant grass by the pool, relishing the pleasant caress of the gentle breeze against their cheeks. The air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of wildflowers, a soothing aroma that enveloped them in bliss. Xiao Bing took a deep breath and, unable to contain her awe, exclaimed, "I could never have imagined that such a breathtaking paradise would be hidden within the depths of this dense forest. This truly is a legendary utopia. Nature is indeed full of mysteries and wonders." As she spoke, she closed her eyes, quietly savoring the tranquility and beauty surrounding her. Song Yimou smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I too never anticipated encountering such a treasure in the heart of this woodland. It is most fitting to construct a shelter here." Gazing at the crystal-clear pool of water, Song Yimou was suddenly overcome by an urge to leap in and bathe. However, with Xiao Bing by his side, he had to relinquish this thought. To his surprise, Xiao Bing suddenly remarked, "Why don't you take a stroll around? I haven't bathed in several days, and I might as well wash in this pool." Upon hearing her words, Song Yimou was rendered speechless, pondering to himself, "Had I known, I would have spoken up earlier." Chapter 59. Bathing by the pool in an instant. A brilliant smile blossomed on his face as he cheerfully remarked, "Haha, I was just pondering whether it was time for me to indulge in a relaxing bath. I didn't expect you to voice it first." Xiao Bing turned to him, her tone light, as she suggested, "Shall we bathe together?" Upon hearing this, Song Yimou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he awkwardly replied, that might not be very appropriate." Xiao Bing's expression immediately turned frosty, and she bluntly urged, "If you know it's inappropriate, then don't linger. Hurry and move away." Song Yimou silently grumbled to himself, pondering how changeable this woman was, having just invited him to bathe together. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, turning away and stepping toward the woods. Just as he had taken a couple of steps, he suddenly seemed to recall something, spinning around with a mischievous grin to tease Xiao Bing. "Hey, aren't you afraid I might secretly hide in these woods and sneak a peek while you bathe?" Instead of becoming angry, Xiao Bing's lips curved into a confident smile as she replied, "Humph, if you want to watch, feel free. It wouldn't be any loss to me. But I must say, someone like you, a legendary figure in the military, surely wouldn't resort to such sneaky and lewd behavior, would you?" Her words pierced Song Mo's heart like a sharp blade, leaving him momentarily speechless, frozen in place. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and muttered, "You're impressive," before turning away and hastening deeper into the woods. Once Xiao Bing saw that Song Yimou had moved far away, she felt relieved and began to shed her clothing. With graceful movements, she stepped into the pool, the cool water enveloping her fair skin and creating delicate ripples. On the other side, Song Yimou quickly found a leafy tree that offered ample shade after entering the woods. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no potential dangers lurked nearby, before slowly leaning against the tree and sitting down. Time passed unnoticed, and nearly half an hour slipped away quietly. Estimating the time, Song Yimou believed Xiao Bing's bath must be nearing its end. He gradually rose from the ground and, with steady steps, made his way toward the crystal-clear pool. Upon reaching the bank of the pool, a breathtaking scene unfolded before his eyes. Xiao Bing sat serenely on the lush grass by the water, her delicate hands gently combing through her hair, still glistening with droplets of water. Fresh from her bath, she resembled a newly blossomed lotus, ethereal and strikingly beautiful. Even the well-traveled Song Yimou could not help but be captivated by the enchanting sight, his gaze lingering on Xiao Bing for a moment longer. In quiet contemplation, I mused to myself, this woman possesses a remarkable beauty, rivaling that of Lu Jieqi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei, without a hint of inferiority. Alas, her demeanor is somewhat too aloof and proud. After regaining my composure, I stepped before Xiao Bing and softly suggested, "Would you care to take a stroll in the nearby woods? I am inclined to indulge in a refreshing bath." To my astonishment, Xiao Bing parted her crimson lips and replied, "If you wish to bathe, then do so. Are you suggesting that a man of your stature fears I might spy on you?" Her words left me momentarily speechless, internally lamenting, what an unabashed vixen she is. Reluctantly, I made my way to the edge of the pond, quickly shedding my garments until I was left with only a snug pair of shorts for modesty. As Xiao Bing beheld my sun-kissed skin and well-defined muscles, a blush crept across her cheeks. Upon noticing the myriad scars that adorned my body, she was taken aback and inquired, "What are all these scars from?" With a smile, I replied, "Some are remnants of training, while most were earned during missions." Her curiosity piqued. She asked, "What kind of missions do you undertake?" I chuckled lightly and responded, "They are perilous tasks, where a moment's inattention could cost one their life." "Do you find my scars unsightly?" She immediately shook her head, proclaiming, "These are your honors. How could they be ugly? You are a true man." I remained silent, diving into the pond and reveling in the invigorating swim. Having bathed in the ocean since arriving on this desolate island, the soothing waters of the pond felt utterly delightful. Time drifted by, and after nearly half an hour, Xiao Bing called out to me, "It's getting late. Jiechi and the others must be worried. Hurry up and let us return." Reluctantly, I emerged from the pond, donned my clothes, and we made our way back towards the coast. The journey consumed over 3 hours, and by the time we reached the stone house, Lu Jiechi, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei were anxiously fretting like ants on a hot pan. Our excursion had taken us 7 or 8 hours, and the 3 girls had been concerned for our safety. As they saw us return, their previously anxious hearts finally found relief. Lu Jiechi addressed me, "Song-ge, why were you both gone for so long? We were terribly worried about you." Touched by her concern, I smiled and replied, "What could have happened to us? I bring good news. We discovered a water source in the woods. There's a waterfall and a large pond, surrounded by wildflowers and grasses. It is a veritable paradise." And my words, Lu Jiechi and the others were filled with immense joy and excitement. By this time, it was already afternoon, and the collective rumbling of stomachs indicated that everyone was quite famished. Fortunately, the wild boar meat had long been simmering in the pot. The group eagerly seized their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in hearty portions of the succulent meat. After savoring the tender delicacy, Lu Jiechi turned to him and inquired, "Brother Song, when shall we relocate to the edge of the pond?" With a smile, Song Mo replied, "The sooner, the better. However, before we make the move, we must gather more useful supplies and produce additional sea salt crystals. After all, in this sweltering heat, without sea salt for preservation, our food would spoil in no time." Chapter 60. Moving to the pond having spoken, he ignited several bonfires outside the stone hut with a few girls. They filled pots made from oil drums with seawater and set them atop the flames to boil down sea salt. He instructed Lu Jiechi to guard the bonfires outside the stone hut while he, accompanied by Xiao Bing, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei, ventured to the coastline in search of useful supplies. Thus, 2 days passed, during which they had extracted 8 or 9 bottles of crystallized sea salt from the seawater. They also collected empty bottles, broken fishing nets, ropes, and other salvageable materials from the shore. On the 3rd morning, everyone awoke early, gathered their belongings, and placed them into woven bags they had retrieved from the coast before heading into the woods. Each person carried a bag filled with supplies, which slowed their pace considerably. Consequently, they had to pause frequently for rest. After nearly 6 hours of intermittent walking, they finally arrived at the pond, utterly exhausted. They dropped their woven bags to the ground and collapsed, gasping for breath. After resting for nearly half an hour, they began to regain some strength. Song Mo and Xiao Bing ventured into the nearby woods to gather some dry grass and firewood, quickly igniting a fire by the pond. They took a piece of wild boar leg meat brought from the coast, cut it into small chunks, and placed it in the pot to stew. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei gazed in fascination at the scenic beauty surrounding the pond. Lu Jiechi could not help but exclaim, "I never expected such breathtaking beauty to be hidden in the depths of this dense forest. This truly is a paradise on earth." Li Xiaomei added with a smile, "Indeed, this place is simply magnificent. Look at how crystal clear the water in the pond is. I must take a proper bath here." Lu Yunhan also marveled. "After all this time on the deserted island, I have been bathing in the sea, and each time I emerge, my body is coated in a layer of sea salt. It has been unbearable, and finally, I can enjoy a proper wash." Within an hour, the stewing wild boar meat began to emit a rich, savory aroma. The group, already ravenous, began to salivate. Xiao Bing retrieved several bamboo bowls from the woven bags, cleaned them in the pond, and distributed them to everyone. Eagerly, they picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the tender wild boar meat with gusto. After their hearty meal, they lazily reclined on the lush grass by the pond, relishing the fiery warmth of the summer afternoon sun. The sunlight enveloped them like countless golden hands, gently caressing their skin and imparting a warm, comforting sensation. Time slipped by, and it felt as if the entire world was immersed in tranquil serenity. After an indeterminate period, Song Imo slowly sat up from the grass, stretched widely, and remarked, "If any of you wish to bathe, now is the time to do so. It will be unsafe once night falls. I plan to wander into the woods and see if I can find some bamboo." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bing immediately sat up straight and said to him without hesitation, "Then I shall accompany you. It is certainly beneficial for two individuals to look out for one another." Song Imo nodded slightly in agreement. He then turned to Lu Yunhan and the other three, advising them, "You three must remain cautious here. Do not wander off, and pay attention to your safety." After receiving their assurances, he set off with Xiao Bing towards the nearby forest. Watching Song Imo and Xiao Bing gradually disappear from view, Lu Yunhan and the others exchanged glances as if sharing a silent understanding. In an instant, they swiftly shed their garments, standing completely bare by the edge of the pond. With joyous shouts, they leaped into the crystal-clear water, splashing playfully, their laughter ringing melodiously through the tranquil woods. Meanwhile, Song Imo and Xiao Bing had been trudging through the dense forest for over half an hour. They carefully navigated around thorns, weeds, and potential hidden dangers. At last, their perseverance bore fruit as they stumbled upon a sprawling grove of bamboo. The bamboo varied in thickness. Some stood tall and proud, while others were comparatively shorter. Yet there were hundreds of them. Such an abundance of bamboo would undoubtedly suffice for constructing a shelter. An unexpected delight awaited them. Beneath the bamboo, numerous tender shoots were sprouting. These shoots resembled bashful young maidens, timidly hiding beneath the bamboo leaves. Noticing that time was of the essence, the two did not proceed to cut the bamboo, but instead dug up two shoots and turned back toward the pond. Upon their return, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei had finished bathing and were seated by the fire, arranging their still damp hair. Seeing the two bamboo shoots that Song Imo had brought back, Lu Jiechi inquired with a smile, "Did you find the bamboo, Songge?" Song Imo nodded and replied with a grin, "Indeed, we found quite a bit. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to harvest bamboo for our shelter. Let us hope it does not rain in the coming days." After resting on the grass for a while, Song Imo led the girls to gather some firewood and palm leaves from the nearby woods. They laid the palm leaves beside the fire, and before they knew it, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Song Imo then retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo basket, cut it into small pieces, and sauteed it in a pot until fragrant before adding water to simmer. As the wild boar meat neared completion, he sliced one bamboo shoot and added it to the pot to stew together. Finally, when the dish was ready, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. The group could no longer contain their anticipation, eagerly grabbing bowls and chopsticks, reaching towards the pot. They quickly scooped up the fragrant wild boar meat and crisp bamboo shoots, devouring them with hearty bites. It must be admitted that this dish of wild boar stew with bamboo shoots possessed a distinctive flavor that was truly exceptional. After a prolonged simmering, the wild boar meat becomes tender and imbued with flavor, melting in the mouth, while the bamboo shoots have thoroughly absorbed the delicious essence of the meat, offering a crisp and delightful texture. The harmonious pairing of the two creates an unforgettable culinary experience. After dinner, Song Mo kindled several fires around them and, with genuine concern, addressed the girls, saying, "We have traversed a long journey today, and everyone has worked hard. Please take some rest. Tomorrow morning, we must rise early to cut bamboo, and I shall keep watch." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan promptly replied, "Songge, you have exerted yourself even more than we have today. The labor of cutting bamboo undoubtedly requires your and Xiao Bing's strength. I lack the vigor for such tasks and would be of little assistance. Therefore, allow me to take the night watch so you can rest properly." Just as Song Imo was about to decline further, Li Xiaomei interjected, Song Ge, you should heed Lu's advice. After all, you are our pillar of support, and you must rest well to gather the strength needed for bamboo cutting. Chapter 61. Felling bamboo to construct a shelter. Upon hearing their conversation, Song Yimou ceased with the polite formalities and turned to Lu Yunhan, advising her, you will bear the brunt of the night's watch. Should any unusual occurrences or emergencies arise, do not hesitate to rouse me immediately. Lu Yunhan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. Subsequently, Song Yimou unreservedly reclined upon a makeshift bed crafted from palm fronds, and before long, the rhythmic cadence of his steady breathing filled the air, signifying his descent into a blissful slumber. Lu Yunhan remained quietly seated beside the crackling fire, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the slumbering Song Yimou. A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind. What manner of man is he? Even Xiao Bing, who harbored a profound disdain for men, held him in such high regard, often referring to him as a military legend. How could a person of such formidable stature willingly assume the role of a mere security guard in this remote place? The enigma perplexed her, and a tide of questions surged forth, prompting her to indulge in fanciful speculations. As time slipped away, the hour crept towards midnight. Lu Yunhan found herself utterly fatigued, her eyelids feeling as though they were glued shut, heavy to the point of near impossibility to open. Just as she struggled to maintain her composure, a rustling sound broke the silence. It was Li Xiaomei, awakened by the urgency of nature's call. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sluggishly rose from her palm leaf bed and staggered towards a nearby watering hole. After hastily attending to her needs, she returned to the fire and plopped down beside Lu Yunhan, softly suggesting, President Lu, you should take a moment to rest. I could take over the night watch from here. Exhausted, Lu Yunhan nodded in agreement, saying, I appreciate your kindness. And please, no more President Lu, here on this deserted island. There are no titles. I am merely a year your senior, so you may call me Sister Han. Li Xiaomei nodded, and Lu Yunhan lay down upon the palm fronds, surrendering to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, Song Yimou and Xiao Bing awakened with the first light of day. Although they were no longer in the military, their early rising habits remained unchanged. Upon opening his eyes, Song Yimou spotted Li Xiaomei dozing by the fire and gently patted her back. The unexpected touch startled her awake, and upon seeing Song Yimou and Xiao Bing, she awkwardly apologized, Song Ge, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I had fallen asleep. Song Yimou spoke softly, you should seize the opportunity to rest. Your eyes are quite puffy. Li Xiaomei nodded and lay back down on the palm fronds to sleep once more. Meanwhile, Song Yimou and Xiao Bing strolled slowly to the crystal-clear watering hole. They bent down, gently splashing the cool stream upon their faces, relishing the refreshing sensation that invigorated their spirits. After a simple morning routine, the two individuals ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood, which they carried back to the edge of the pond. At that moment, Lu Yunhan, Lin Xia, and Lu Jiechi remained blissfully ensconced in their sweet dreams. Song Yimou and Xiao Bing exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to rouse the trio from their slumber. Song Yimou placed some firewood onto the dwindling flames of the fire pit, and once the wood began to blaze, the duo armed themselves with a stone axe and a military knife, heading towards the grove of bamboo. Upon reaching the bamboo thicket, they selected stalks of a diameter akin to that of a bowl. With determination, Song Yimou raised his military knife high and struck forcefully at the base of the bamboo, while Xiao Bing wielded the stone axe, assisting by clearing away the extraneous branches. The sharp sound of cracking echoed as sturdy bamboo fell one after another. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours had elapsed, and a formidable pile of dozens of cut and processed bamboo stalks had accumulated before Song Yimou and Xiao Bing. Despite their considerable stamina, the relentless labor had left them utterly fatigued. Beads of sweat cascaded down their foreheads, soaking their garments, which clung heavily to their bodies. Meanwhile, their stomachs betrayed them with grumbling protests. Gazing up at the sky, they noted that the sun hung high above, signaling that time was indeed slipping away. Consequently, Song Yimou and Xiao Bing set down their tools and trudged towards the pond with somewhat weary strides. Upon their arrival, they found Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei already awake, engaged in cheerful conversation by the water's edge. The pot atop the fire simmered with wild boar meat, exuding an enticing aroma. Noticing the return of Song Mo and Xiao Bing, the trio abruptly halted their chatter. Lu Jieqi addressed Song Mo, saying, "Brother Song, you both have worked hard. Wash your hands and let us begin our meal." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Mo and Xiao Bing approached the shore to wash their faces. Returning to the fire, they seated themselves on the ground, grasping bamboo bowls and chopsticks, eagerly devouring the tender wild boar meat and bamboo shoots from the pot. After breakfast and a brief freshening up by the pond, Song Mo led the girls back to the bamboo grove to continue harvesting the necessary bamboo for their shelter. Song Mo took charge of cutting the bamboo, while Xiao Bing paired the girls into teams to carry the harvested stalks back to the pond. Though Xiao Bing managed reasonably well, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei were unaccustomed to such physical labor, quickly succumbing to exhaustion yet resolutely persevering. As evening fell, they concluded their day's toil and returned to the fire by the pond. By this point, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei were utterly spent, slumping onto the grass beside the fire and gasping for breath. Song Mo took a piece of wild boar meat, cutting it into smaller chunks and placing it in the fire to stew. As the meat neared completion, he added slices of bamboo shoots to cook alongside it. After 3 lengthy and arduous days of labor, they had finally succeeded in cutting and transporting the bamboo necessary for constructing their shelter, each step marked by tremendous effort and sweat. Fortunately, during these pivotal 3 days, the sky remained clear and unclouded, untouched by rain. On the 4th morning, as the sun began to rise, its golden rays cascaded upon the earth, prompting the gathering of individuals who arrived early by the waterhole. They meticulously selected a relatively elevated, dry, and flat area, intent on constructing a sanctuary of their own. Song Mo, one of the central figures within the group, took the initiative to lead several young women into action. Armed with wooden sticks, they commenced the vigorous task of excavating a series of small pits, each approximately half a meter deep, upon the open ground. Although the tools were not particularly convenient, the soil proved to be quite loose, rendering the excavation process less arduous than anticipated. After half a day's labor, a neat array of small pits gradually emerged upon the clearing. Chapter 62. Constructing a shelter at this moment, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei found their palms covered in an array of blood blisters, both large and small. These blisters were a distressing sight, evoking a sense of compassion. It is important to recognize that from the moment they entered this world, they had lived a life of privilege, accustomed to having their needs met without effort. Within the comforts of their homes, they were akin to delicate blooms in a greenhouse, nurtured and cherished. However, not a single word of complaint escaped their lips. They understood all too well that survival on this desolate island could not rely solely on Song Mo and Xiao Bing. They needed to depend on their own diligence, swiftly mastering vital survival skills. Only then could they enhance their chances of enduring. After a hearty meal of stewed wild boar, Song Mo led the girls to select the sturdiest and straightest bamboo stalks. Together, they worked diligently to erect these bamboo poles into previously dug holes. To ensure the pillars stood firm, Song Mo guided the girls to fill the gaps between the bamboo with an assortment of stones and soil. Each individual then used their feet to compress the filling materials until they became remarkably solid. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away and evening gently descended. After a day of strenuous labor, the once barren ground now boasted a series of neatly aligned shelter pillars. As they gazed upon the emerging framework of their construction, a sense of satisfaction illuminated their faces. Following dinner, perhaps due to the overwhelming fatigue from their prolonged exertion, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei gradually made their way to the campfire, engaging in light conversation. However, the weight of their heavy eyelids soon proved too much to bear, and one by one, they reclined on makeshift beds adorned with soft palm leaves, swiftly drifting into a sweet slumber. After a brief exchange with Xiao Bing, who suggested that he take the first watch, Song Mo nodded and laid down upon the palm leaves to rest. At the break of dawn, As the first light of day emerged, Song Imo awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Xiao Bing sitting by the fire, her face etched with fatigue and her eyes swollen. When she noticed that he was awake, she inquired, "Why are you up so early?" Rising from the palm leaves, Song Imo replied, "The sun is already up. You should get some sleep. Your eyes are puffy." Xiao Bing nodded and settled back down on the palm leaves. Song Imo stood up to stretch his stiff limbs and approached the waterhole, splashing some water on his face, which invigorated him significantly. Observing the fish swimming gracefully in the water, he thought to himself, "Having consumed wild boar for several days, I am growing weary of it. Perhaps I should catch a few fish for a change." With this notion in mind, he ventured into the woods and cut a stick as thick as his finger to fashion a fishing rod. He found another stick and dug up a few earthworms from the soil, wrapping them in leaves. Arriving at the edge of the pond, he retrieved the fishing hooks and lines he had brought from the shore, fastening them to the stick. He baited a hook with an earthworm and cast it into the pond, beginning his fishing endeavor. Before the bait had even sunk to the bottom, a fish took the hook, and soon after, he reeled in a fish weighing around 4 to 5 ounces. The fish shimmered with a silvery hue, and Song Imo was unsure of its species. Within half an hour, he had already caught 7 or 8 fish from the pond. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei had awakened. Only Xiao Bing, who had just fallen asleep, remained in slumber. The 3 girls were delighted to see that Song Imo had caught so many fish, especially after days of eating wild boar. They were eager for a change of flavor. Not wishing to continue fishing, Song Imo packed away his rod and began to prepare the fish at the pond's edge. After cleaning the fish thoroughly, he took them to the fire pit, made a few cuts, and seasoned them with sea salt for curing. He placed a pot over the flames and added some wild boar fat, waiting for it to heat before dropping the marinated fish into the bubbling oil to fry. Soon enough, the fish turned a crispy golden brown, and the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The 3 girls, enticed by the fragrance, could hardly contain their anticipation. They eagerly grabbed bamboo bowls and chopsticks, devouring the fried fish with hearty bites. Observing Xiao Bing still asleep, Lu Jiechi gently called, "Sister Xiao Bing, wake up. It's time to eat." Song Imo immediately interjected, "Don't wake her. She just fell asleep at dawn. Let her rest a little longer." Heeding his words, Lu Jiechi refrained from calling Xiao Bing again. After enjoying the fish, Song Imo led Lu Yunhan and the others to continue constructing their shelter. They had erected the support pillars the previous day, and today, Song Imo guided the girls in tying them together with bamboo and rope. They toiled until noon before taking a break. At that moment, Xiao Bing had awakened and was sitting by the fire, adding some wild boar meat to a pot for stewing. By evening, thanks to their collective efforts, they had finally erected the main framework of the shelter. It took another 3 days to complete the roof and walls of the shelter. To prevent leaks, they mixed soil with dry grass to create a thick layer on the roof and walls. Considering the inconveniences of sharing space with the girls, Song Imo decided to construct a small dwelling for himself. He promptly shared his thoughts with the girls. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiechi was the first to respond. "Songgu, there's no need for that. Just stay with us." Lu Yunhan quickly chimed in, "Yes. Songgu, you can stay with us. The shelter is spacious enough." Li Xiaomei also added, "Indeed, Brother Song, why not reside with us? We mean no harm." Xiao Bing retorted, somewhat exasperated, "You a grown man, why are you being so coy? What difference does it make if you stay with us? We haven't raised any objections, and yet you seem reluctant. Are you truly worried that we might take advantage of you?" Song Imo chuckled softly and replied, "Perhaps it's best if I construct a small dwelling for myself. After all, as a man, it feels rather uncomfortable to live alongside a group of young women." Chapter 63. The shelter is complete. Listening to his insistence, the girls felt it was best not to say much more. Thus, it took another 4 or 5 days to construct a small shelter and a kitchen. It had been over 10 days since they moved from the coastline to the edge of the pond. Throughout these days, they had been tirelessly engaged in building the shelter, hardly resting at all. This labor had exhausted them significantly, particularly Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei, who felt that the physical work they had done over the years paled in comparison to the intensity of these past 10 days. The wild boar meat they had brought from the coast had been consumed a couple of days ago, and for the last 2 days, their meals consisted solely of fish that Song Mo had caught from the pond. With the shelter and kitchen now established, everyone could finally take a moment to relax. That evening, after dinner, Lu Yunhan and the other girls went to bathe in the pond. Song Mo, feeling rather bored, sat by the fire, contemplating how it had been several days since he last smoked, wishing he had a cigarette. His thoughts then drifted to his mother and sister, and he wondered how they were faring. Trapped on this deserted island, they had lost their source of income, and he was concerned for their well-being. As these thoughts consumed him, he felt a warmth gather in his eyes. After about half an hour, Lu Yunhan and the others returned from their bath, sitting by the fire and tending to their still damp hair. Noticing the redness around Song Mo's eyes, Lu Jiechi inquired, "Song-gu, what troubles you?" He replied, "I am thinking of my mother and sister. It has been so long since I went missing, and the family has lost its source of income. I wonder how they are managing." Hearing this, Lu Yunhan quickly reassured him, "You need not worry about that. After the plane crash, the airline will provide compensation." Song Mo responded, "I fear that the airline's compensation may not be immediate." Lu Yunhan smiled and replied, "Rest assured, even if the airline does not compensate right away, the company will provide compensation to the families of the victims. My father will ensure that the relatives of the employees aboard the flight are compensated promptly." Comforted by her words, Song Mo felt a sense of relief wash over him. He looked up and regarded the girls before him with a discerning gaze. It must be said that all 4 girls were exceptionally beautiful, especially after their recent bath, each resembling a delicate lotus emerging from water. Noticing Song Mo's gaze, Lu Yunhan and the others felt a delightful warmth in their hearts. After a moment, Lu Jiechi suddenly turned to Song Mo and asked, "Song-gu, do you think we 4 are beautiful?" He nodded and replied, "You're all very lovely." With a playful smile, Lu Jiechi continued, "Then tell me, among us 4, who would be the most suitable to be your wife?" Taken aback by her question, Song Mo paused for a long moment before responding, "None of you are suitable." The girls were momentarily stunned by his answer. Lu Jiechi then asked, "Why are none of us suitable to be your wife?" Song Mo slowly began, "Han Han is the company president. Xiao Mei is also an executive, while you are merely a flight attendant, having grown up in a wealthy family. Ultimately, we exist in entirely different social strata." At this moment, Xiao Bing interjected, "What about me?" Song Mo turned his gaze towards her and chuckled, "Aren't you averse to men?" Xiao Bing retorted, somewhat annoyed, "I dislike other men, not you." Song Mo, still smiling, remarked, "If you harbor no disdain for me, then why did you approach me with a knife in silence upon our initial meeting?" Xiao Bing, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "That day, I thought you were staring at my chest, which prompted my reaction. Had I known you were Song Mo, I would not have acted that way." At this juncture, Lu Yunhan suddenly addressed Xiao Bing. "Xiao Bing, I see admiration in your eyes for Brother Song. What kind of person is he, really?" Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's inquiry, Xiao Bing turned her gaze to Song Mo, who remained silent. She slowly articulated, "The reason I admire him is primarily due to the mysterious nature of his unit. Everyone aspires to join the ranks of his team, and he is the captain, a legend within the military." Hearing this, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei were taken aback. Their curiosity piqued about the nature of Song Mo's military unit. However, Xiao Bing was reluctant to elaborate, leaving them hesitant to press further. Lu Yunhan, intrigued, asked Song Mo, "Brother Song, given your remarkable capabilities, why do you settle for being a mere security captain at our company?" In response, Song Mo chuckled wryly, "Aside from my physical skills, what else do I possess? What else could I do but serve as a security guard? I would aspire to apply for a managerial position, but you would never consider me for such roles." His words resonated with Lu Yunhan and the others, who found his reasoning compelling. They lingered by the fire until late, eventually retreating to their bamboo shelters to rest. The following morning, Song Mo awoke early. Upon opening the bamboo door of the shelter, he noticed Xiao Bing already at the waterhole, freshening up. Approaching her, he smiled and said, "Why are you up so early? There's no rush. You could have slept a bit longer." Xiao Bing looked up and countered, "And why aren't you still asleep?" Song Mo replied with a grin, "I've grown accustomed to rising early. No matter how late I sleep, I naturally awaken at this hour." Xiao Bing nodded in agreement. I'm the same way. After completing their morning routines, the two decided to venture into the woods to seek food. Song Mo equipped himself with a bow and arrow, while Xiao Bing took a folding military shovel and some mosquito-repellent herbs, which she rolled into small sticks to ignite and place in a bamboo tube. As they ventured into the woods, they had not gone far when they heard the call of a grouse. They immediately halted, looking up to see two grouse perched on a branch of a large tree, calling out incessantly. Song Mo quietly instructed Xiao Bing, "Stay here. I'll go shoot the grouse down." Xiao Bing immediately addressed him, saying, "Allow me to take charge." Without awaiting a response from Song Mo, she placed the bamboo tube containing the mosquito-repelling herbs and the military shovel on the ground. She then seized the bow and arrow from Song Mo's hands and strode towards the tree where the two wood grouses had alighted. Observing this, Song Mo could only remain rooted in place. The two wood grouses, noticing Xiao Bing's approach, did not flee. Instead, they curiously regarded her, emitting a series of melodious calls. Oblivious to the impending danger, Xiao Bing soon found herself beneath the tree. As she beheld the two wood grouses standing side by side, a bold idea began to blossom in her mind. Chapter 64. Encounter with the Serpent in Her Heart. She mused, "How fortuitous that these two grouses are standing so conveniently in a row. This is a divine opportunity. If I seize the moment correctly, I can undoubtedly achieve a remarkable feat, bringing them both down with a single arrow. This would also allow me to showcase my skills before Song Mo." Without any hesitation, she sprang into action. Her agile eyes, reminiscent of hawks, swiftly scanned her surroundings until she discovered an impeccable angle for her shot. Stealthily, she approached her chosen position and knocked an arrow onto the bowstring. With steady hands, she raised the bow, aligning the arrowhead with the unsuspecting grouses, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, not far away, Song Mo, with keen eyes like lightning, instantly discerned her intentions. Yet, he refrained from interrupting her, a faint smile playing on his lips as he observed her every move with keen interest. Xiao Bing took a deep breath, as if gathering all her strength into her arms. Then, with a sudden release of the bowstring, the arrow whizzed through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards its target. In an instant, the arrow struck the first grouse with unerring accuracy, the tremendous force rendering it incapable of any reaction before it was pierced through. Remarkably, the arrow continued its path, striking the adjacent grouse with equal ferocity. In the blink of an eye, these unfortunate birds appeared as if strung together, resembling a skewered delicacy. Witnessing this splendid moment from a distance, Song Mo's eyes gleamed with delight, and he applauded heartily, exclaiming, "What a remarkable shot!" With a thud, the two grouses fell heavily beneath the great tree. They thrashed and struggled, emitting haunting cries that sent chills down the spine. Yet, Xiao Bing remained unfazed. Advancing with resolute steps, she bent down, grasping one grouse firmly with one hand while securing its neck with the other, and with a sudden twist, she snapped its neck with a crisp crack, silencing its cries. Following the same method, she effortlessly dispatched the second grouse. Standing upright, she wore a smile brimming with confidence and satisfaction. Extracting the arrow from the body of the grouse, she returned to Song Mo's side. With a cheerful demeanor, Song Mo remarked, "Your archery is impressive. You managed a true 2-for-1. Elated by his praise, Xiao Bing beamed with joy and eagerly inquired, "How does it compare to your skills?" Song Mo chuckled, responding, "To be honest, achieving a 2-for-1 is indeed challenging, but for me, it is not an insurmountable task." Not one to back down, Xiao Bing retorted playfully, "You speak with bravado. If you're so skilled, why not demonstrate a 2-for-1 yourself?" With a grin, Song Mo replied, "In due time, I shall show you." The two individuals continued their journey deeper into the dense forest. After traversing a considerable distance, they encountered nothing but the occasional chirping of birds from the branches above and the sporadic remains of animal bones scattered on the ground, with no other signs of wildlife in sight. At this moment, both felt a twinge of disappointment and frustration. The sun had risen high in the sky, casting a stifling heat upon the woodland. Having been away from their shelter for nearly 2 hours, fatigue began to set in. They sought refuge beneath a large, shady tree, scanning their surroundings to ensure safety before settling down to rest. After approximately 20 minutes of repose, they felt a certain degree of revitalization. Thus they rose slowly, resuming their firm stride into the depths of the forest. However, they had scarcely moved a short distance when a thunderous commotion erupted from the nearby thicket. The startling noise instantly heightened the alertness of Song Mo and Xiao Bing, compelling them to halt their advance without hesitation. Simultaneously, the multitude of birds that had been perched above took flight in a panic, their flapping wings echoing the urgency of their escape. In that moment, Song Mo and Xiao Bing keenly detected an elusive, pungent odor wafting through the air. The unusual scent intensified, igniting a sense of caution within them. With swift reflexes, Song Mo drew a sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it firmly in hand. Xiao Bing, equally resolute, placed her bow and the freshly caught wild chicken upon the ground, swiftly grasping her foldable military shovel, ready to confront any impending danger. Thus, they remained intently focused, their eyes fixed on the thicket from which the sounds emanated, unwilling to afford even the slightest lapse in vigilance. As time passed, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Just at the precipice of this suspenseful moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A massive serpent emerged languidly from behind the bushes, revealing its enormous head. The size of its head was staggering, akin to a colossal basin. Its eyes, round and glistening like two gigantic bronze bells, radiated a chilling light. Despite their exceptional skills and bravery, both Song Mo and Xiao Bing felt a shiver traverse their spines at the sight of such a formidable serpent-esque head, as if a cold breeze had penetrated their clothing, reaching deep into their skin. At that moment, the serpent seemed to have sensed their proximity. In an instant it reacted, rearing up and transforming its form into a towering presence. It then opened its cavernous mouth, exposing its sharp fangs, and hissed menacingly at Song Mo and Xiao Bing, its crimson tongue flicking out as if to assert dominance. Finally, they obtained a clear view of the serpent in its entirety. Before them lay a creature of profound ebony hue, as if steeped in ink, emanating an aura both enigmatic and foreboding. Its girth surpassed that of an ordinary water barrel, rivaling that of colossal stone pillars. Even more astonishing was its height when reared, reaching an astounding 8 to 9 meters, resembling a diminutive mountain standing resolutely before them. As Xiao Bing beheld this formidable serpent, his complexion gradually paled, and with a voice quivering in disbelief, he exclaimed, "Heavens! How can such a colossal serpent exist?" Beside him, Song Mo furrowed his brow tightly, his expression grave as he replied, "This desolate island is teeming with lush vegetation, akin to an untouched primeval forest. In such an environment, the emergence of serpents of this immense size is, in fact, not surprising. Only days ago, I too encountered another serpent of similar magnitude." Chapter 65. United efforts against the serpent. As Song Mo's voice faded, the enormous, jet-black serpent lunged towards him and Xiao Bing with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying creature materialized before them, its gaping maw lined with jagged fangs emitting a fetid stench, as if it intended to devour them whole. However, Song Mo and Xiao Bing responded with remarkable agility, their figures darting like twin flashes of lightning across the night sky, narrowly evading the serpent's lethal strike with impeccable timing. Simultaneously, Song Mo's military knife glinted ominously as it sliced through the air, its razor-sharp blade meeting the serpent's armored scales with a shrill screech. With a muffled thud, the knife effortlessly carved a deep gash into the serpent's flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain and splattering the ground in a shocking crimson. Not to be outdone, Xiao Bing gripped his military shovel with both hands, channeling all his strength into a fierce strike against the serpent's body. The resounding impact reverberated through the air as the shovel crashed down with tremendous force, causing the serpent to shudder under the blow. Infuriated by the ease with which these humans evaded its attacks, the serpent let out a thunderous roar that rattled the leaves surrounding them. Its powerful tail lifted high, then swung down with a ferocious velocity towards Song Mo and Xiaobing. Without a moment's hesitation, they both dropped to the ground in a desperate attempt to dodge the serpent's fierce tail swipe. The serpent's tail, accompanied by a gust of wind, struck a pine tree of considerable girth with a resounding crack. The tree broke in an instant, its crown crashing to the earth and sending dust swirling into the air. In a sudden twist, the serpent lunged at Song Mo like a black whirlwind, its terrifying maw agape, as if capable of swallowing the entire world, bearing down with a chilling ferocity. At that moment, Song Mo's heart raced, and as he sought to evade, he realized it was too late. In a split second, he raised his gleaming military knife, striking with unparalleled force towards the serpent's mouth. With a sharp crack, the knife sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing a substantial portion of the serpent's jaw. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, splattering across Song Mo's face, rendering him a ghastly sight. Meanwhile, Xiaobing, undeterred, swiftly seized his heavy military shovel, summoning all his strength to bring it crashing down upon the serpent's head. The force of the blow was astounding, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, producing yet another thunderous sound as the shovel struck solidly against the serpent's skull. Struck with such a tremendous blow, the colossal serpent crashed to the ground, writhing in agony as if engulfed by unbearable pain. Seizing this rare opportunity, Song Mo agilely rolled several meters away. Observing this, Xiaobing dared not linger for a moment, swiftly retreating 7 or 8 meters before taking refuge behind a stout pine tree, its trunk as thick as a barrel, thus temporarily evading the serpent's deadly range. However, this formidable creature, having suffered a gash above its maw from Song Mo, was further assaulted by a powerful strike from Xiaobing wielding a military shovel. The excruciating pain sent the serpent into a frenzy. With eyes wide and fierce, it emitted a series of menacing hisses, then raised its tail, as thick as a barrel and as sturdy as steel, whipping it towards Xiaobing's south hiding place, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. Fortunately, the massive tree stood before Xiaobing, and the serpent's tail struck the trunk with a resounding force. In an instant, the tree began to sway violently, as if besieged by a fierce tempest. Branches trembled and leaves cascaded to the ground like a verdant shower. This spectacle vividly illustrated the astonishing power contained within the serpent's recent strike. Had that terrifying blow landed upon Xiaobing's fragile form, the consequences would have been dire. Even if she were to miraculously survive, she would surely bear grievous wounds. Yet, this cunning and ferocious serpent was not ready to relent. Realizing it had missed its target, it swiftly redirected its fury towards Song Mo, launching another fierce assault. This time, faced with the onslaught of the serpent, Song Mo chose not to evade. With unwavering resolve, he gripped his military knife tightly, and as the serpent's gaping maw descended to seize him, he hesitated not to raise his weapon, pouring every ounce of strength into a devastating strike aimed at the creature's head. A sharp crack resonated as the knife embedded deeply into the serpent's skull, nearly severing its head entirely. The serpent let out a tortured scream, its massive body crashing to the ground. Yet it still fought against its fate, thrashing and struggling upon the earth. Witnessing this, Song Mo and Xiaobing dared not delay further. They immediately retreated, putting a considerable distance of over 10 meters between themselves and the beast before halting. At that moment, the injured serpent writhed as if possessed, its tail thrashing with a force that shattered the slender nearby trees, which could not withstand the tremendous impact, snapping like twigs. After several minutes had passed, the serpent finally lay still. Cautiously, Song Mo and Xiaobing refrained from approaching immediately, observing for an additional 7 or 8 minutes. When it became clear that the serpent had ceased all movement, they gingerly approached to inspect the creature. Confirming its demise, both exhaled a sigh of relief, their hearts still racing as they recalled the harrowing encounter. Had there been the slightest misstep moments ago, the two individuals might have found themselves as mere sustenance within the jaws of this colossal serpent. This formidable creature weighed several hundred pounds, rendering any attempt by the two to transport it nearly impossible. With a swift motion, Song Mo brandished a military knife, carving a gash across the serpent's neck. Together with Xiao Bing, they grasped a section of the snake's skin and began to pull it back. After more than 10 arduous minutes, they finally succeeded in stripping the serpent of its entire skin. Chapter 66. Stewed snake meat. Without hesitation, Song Mo tightened his grip on the military knife, his gaze sharply fixed upon the massive form of the serpent. With a swift and decisive motion, he brought the blade down, expertly slicing off 2 substantial pieces of snake flesh, each weighing several dozen pounds. Observing this, Xiao Bing quickly stepped forward to assist. They each hoisted a hefty chunk of snake meat onto their broad shoulders. Turning, they began to stride resolutely towards the direction of the shelter. Despite their usual physical prowess, the weight of the heavy snake meat made their journey through the rugged, thicket-laden woods somewhat arduous. It was midday, and the sun hung high in the sky, pouring down its relentless rays, transforming the forest into a vast steamer, stifling in its heat. Before long, beads of perspiration began to form on their foreheads, trickling down their cheeks and soaking through their garments. As time wore on, the sweat intensified, rendering their clothes thoroughly drenched, clinging tightly to their bodies. Yet they pressed on, gritting their teeth and trudging forward. With each small stretch of their journey, they paused to catch their breath, allowing their fatigued bodies a momentary respite. Thus, amidst a series of stops and starts, they persevered through the lengthy and grueling trek. Finally, when the familiar outline of the shelter came into view, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within them. At this moment, it was indeed nearing noon. In the shelter's kitchen, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei anxiously awaited the return of Song Mo and Xiao Bing. They frequently glanced towards the door, their eyes betraying their concern and worry. At last, when they spotted Song Mo and Xiao Bing emerging into view, the tension in their hearts began to ease. The 2 men quickly entered the kitchen, gently placing the snake meat and the pine chickens down, carefully positioning them atop the laid palm leaves. Exerted as if all strength had been siphoned from their bodies, they collapsed onto the ground, their chests heaving. With mouths agape, they desperately inhaled the air, only to exhale with heavy, rapid breaths. At that moment, Lu Jieqi, with quick reflexes, seized 2 bamboo bowls, rushed into the pot to ladle out 2 bowls of cool, clear water. Cautiously, she approached Song Mo and Xiao Bing, offering the bowls into their hands. They gratefully accepted the bamboo vessels, tilting their heads back and eagerly pouring the refreshing liquid down their throats. The sound of gulping filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, the water was entirely consumed, leaving not a single drop behind. As Lu Yunhan gazed at the white snake meat laid upon the palm leaves, a flicker of curiosity sparked in her eyes, prompting her to inquire of Song Mo. "Brother Song, what kind of meat is this? It appears to be quite extraordinary." Upon hearing the voice, Song Mo raised his head, glanced at Lu Yunhan, and responded with a smile, "This is snake meat." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei were momentarily taken aback, their faces filled with astonishment. After a considerable pause, Lu Yunhan regained her composure and hurriedly inquired, "Snake meat? How'd you 2 bring back snake meat? Are you really willing to eat it?" In response to Lu Yunhan's question, Song Mo could not help but chuckle, explaining, "Of course it's edible. Otherwise, why would we have gone through such trouble to bring it back? Moreover, I must tell you, snake meat is a delicacy, incredibly tender and flavorful. If we stew it together with some hazel grouse, the taste is simply exquisite." Hearing this, Lu Yunhan shook her head, saying, "I dare not eat it." Lu Jieqi and Li Xiaomei echoed in unison, "Neither do I." Song Mo chose not to press the matter further. Lu Jieqi then fetched a pot and drew some water from the nearby pool, placing it over the fire to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she brought it to the edge of the pool and submerged the 2 hazel grouse for 4 to 5 minutes. After extracting them, they began processing the birds, which took nearly half an hour before they were finally cleaned and returned to the kitchen. At this point, Song Mo and Xiao Bing had also regained their strength. Song Mo picked up a prepared hazel grouse with practiced ease and deftly cut it into evenly sized pieces. Each slice echoed a crisp sound, resembling a silent dialogue with the ingredients. He then carefully placed a cast-iron pot over the roaring flames, waiting briefly before pouring in some wild boar fat brought back from the coast. As time progressed, the oil heated gradually, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke. When the oil reached the perfect temperature, Song Imo swiftly added the chopped hazel grouse into the pot. Instantly, a symphony of sizzling sounds erupted, accompanied by an enticing aroma that filled the air. Wielding his homemade spatula, he continuously stirred the hazel grouse, ensuring each piece was evenly cooked until it turned golden brown and crispy, emitting a mouth-watering fragrance. Next, Song Imo added an appropriate amount of clear water to the pot, allowing the hazel grouse to simmer gently. He then sliced some snake meat and delicately placed it into the pot to stew alongside the hazel grouse. The snake meat intertwined with the grouse, swirling together in the hot broth, merging their flavors. As the seconds ticked by, within less than half an hour, the simmering concoction exuded an incredibly rich aroma. This fragrance acted like an invisible thread, tugging at the hearts of those present who were already famished. They widened their eyes, fixated on the steaming cast-iron pot, their throats involuntarily swallowing, as if they needed only to wait a moment longer to savor this rare culinary delight. Unable to contain his eagerness, Song Imo promptly grabbed a pair of bamboo chopsticks and without hesitation reached into the pot. He skillfully picked up a piece of freshly cooked snake meat, still steaming, and without a moment's pause, promptly popped it into his mouth. Despite the scalding heat that made him wince, it could not quench his fervor for indulging in the culinary delight before him. With a single bite, the succulent and juicy snake meat unfurled an unparalleled burst of exquisite flavor within his mouth. This distinctive texture and taste utterly captivated Song Imo, prompting him to exclaim in delight, "Goodness, this flavor is simply extraordinary. It is beyond imagination in its deliciousness. You must come and savor it for yourselves." Chapter 67. Constructing the fireplace and kitchen. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiao Bing promptly seized her chopsticks and bowl, her eyes fixated on the tender, succulent piece of snake meat simmering in the pot. In a flash, she deftly picked up a generous morsel and cautiously brought it to her lips. As she savored each bite, her expression transformed into one of rapture and contentment, as if she were indulging in the most exquisite delicacy in the world, relishing every mouthful. Meanwhile, seated nearby, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei gazed at the daunting dish with a countenance of sheer terror, hesitating to reach for their chopsticks. Despite their growling stomachs, the dread of such an unfamiliar food stifled their courage to partake. Observing their apprehension, Song Imo couldn't help but smile slightly, querying with gentle curiosity, "Aren't you three hungry? Why are you merely watching and not eating?" His tone was warm and inviting, aiming to dispel the awkward silence. However, confronted with Song Mo's inquiry, the trio exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, they finally mustered the courage to stammer in unison, "We dare not eat this." As soon as the words escaped their lips, their cheeks flushed crimson, revealing their shyness and embarrassment. At that moment, before Song Imo could respond, Xiao Bing, unable to contain herself, interjected eagerly, "Oh, come on, just eat. Don't be so delicate. We're on a deserted island. Having snake meat is already a stroke of fortune. Besides, I assure you, it's absolutely delicious. Just one taste, and you'll be hooked, yearning for seconds and thirds." Despite Xiao Bing's enthusiastic entreaties, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei remained unmoved. They clutched their chopsticks tightly, their glances occasionally darting towards the pot of snake meat. Yet they showed no sign of making a move. Witnessing their reluctance, Xiao Bing shook her head in resignation and remarked, "If you want to eat, then you'll just have to endure your hunger." With that, she ceased further persuasion and began to indulge in the snake meat herself. Song Imo too fell silent, focusing on devouring the snake and chicken meat, relishing each bite with palpable delight. As time slipped away, approximately 2 to 3 minutes later, the two were thoroughly enjoying their meal, their expressions reflecting the pleasure of savoring the finest culinary delights. Observing this, Lu Jieqi couldn't help but ponder. Could the snake meat truly be so delectable? With her heart brimming with curiosity and intrigue, She cautiously reached for the bamboo chopsticks on the table and slowly extended them towards the pot, gingerly lifting a small piece of snake meat. The morsel trembled precariously, as if it might slip from her grasp at any moment. At last, she successfully brought the piece to her mouth, her heart racing with anticipation. She tentatively took a small bite, and yet that mere morsel left her momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a rare treasure, her face radiating a blend of astonishment and delight. In the next instant, she could no longer contain herself. She opened her mouth wide, voraciously chewing as if she wished to swallow the entire piece of snake meat whole. After swallowing the delectable morsel, Lu Jiechi excitedly raised her head and called out to Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, who were seated beside her. Yunhan, Xiaomei, you both must try this. The snake meat is absolutely divine. Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's exuberant endorsement, the initially hesitant Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei gathered their courage. They exchanged glances and each reached for their bamboo chopsticks, mimicking Lu Jiechi's earlier actions, selecting a piece of snake meat from the pot and slowly bringing it to their lips. At first, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei cautiously took a small bite, but that single taste ignited a spark in their eyes. The exquisite flavor rapidly spread across their palates, conquering their taste buds in an instant. Thus they, too, abandoned their reservations and began to devour the meat with the same fervor as Lu Jiechi. Observing the three of them, Song Yimou and Xiao Bing exchanged amused glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Within a mere 20 minutes, the large pot of snake meat stew had been completely devoured, leaving not even a trace of broth behind. The group appeared unsatisfied, with Lu Yunhan laughingly remarking, "In all my years, this is the first time I have tasted snake meat. I never expected it to be so delicious." Lu Jiechi chimed in with a grin, "Indeed, this is my first experience with snake meat as well. I thought it would be quite fishy and unpleasant, yet it is astonishingly delightful." Hearing their remarks, Song Yimou chuckled, "I told you so. The flavor of snake meat is exquisite. You were skeptical, but now you believe." After chatting by the fire for a while, the group decided to season the remaining snake meat with some sea salt. They erected a bamboo rack by the fire to hang the marinated snake meat. Suddenly, Xiao Bing proposed, "Since we have some idle time, why don't we construct a fireplace in the kitchen? It would make cooking much more convenient in the future." Her suggestion was met with unanimous approval from Song Yimou and the others. Li Xiaomei jokingly added, "How about we also build a toilet by the pond? That way, we won't have to trek into the woods for that." The group enthusiastically agreed. Without further ado, Song Yimou led the girls to the nearby stream connecting to the pond, where they collected stones to begin constructing the fireplace. By evening, thanks to their collective efforts, they had successfully built a simple fireplace in the kitchen. As darkness descended, they roasted the leftover pine chicken from lunch, ready to enjoy another meal together. After gathering around the campfire for a while, everyone returned to the shelter early to rest. The next morning, the group awoke at dawn, and after a quick wash, Song Yimou took several girls to mix some mud. They applied a thick layer of it both inside and outside the fireplace. Then they found a bamboo pole, the diameter of a bowl, and used a sharpened stick to create an opening at the connection point, installing it atop the fireplace as a chimney. In the following 2 days, Song Yimou and the girls returned with more bamboo and constructed a toilet right above the small river that connected to the pond. Chapter 68. The search for wild greens. With the establishment of this latrine, the group could finally bid farewell to the awkwardness and inconvenience of venturing into the woods to attend to their physiological needs. They were now able to fulfill their daily excretory functions in a comparatively comfortable and private setting. More importantly, the waste no longer required careful burial or handling, as it could simply fall into the adjacent crystalline stream, swiftly carried away by the flowing water. Time flew by unnoticed, and it had now been over a month since they found themselves stranded on this desolate island. At this juncture, their hopes for rescue had significantly waned, especially considering that even the rescue boat that Xiao Bing had boarded had encountered mishaps. The fondness that Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei felt for Song Yimou was also deepening. However, the most remarkable among them was undoubtedly Xiao Bing. Despite her long-standing aversion, even hatred, towards men, Song Yimou was no ordinary individual. During her service in the military, although she had never witnessed Song Mo's charisma firsthand, tales of his valor and renown had echoed throughout the barracks, becoming almost legendary. Thus, from that time onward, Song Mo had become an irreplaceable idol in Xiao Bing's heart. Little did she expect that fate would lead her to encounter her idol, Song Mo, on this desolate, uninhabited island. From that moment forth, her vague affection for him blossomed like tender sprouts breaking through the spring earth, rapidly expanding. After breakfast one day, Song Mo ventured into the woods to dig for some earthworms, wrapping them in palm leaves to bring back to the pond's edge. He deftly baited a hook with a worm and began to fish. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing and the other girls reclined comfortably on the grass beside the pond. It must be noted that the fish in this pond were remarkably easy to catch. In less than an hour, Song Mo had already successfully reeled in over a dozen fish, each weighing around 3 to 4 tails. These shimmering, lively fish sparkled under the sun, bringing joy to all who beheld them. With such a bountiful catch, they would have more than enough for a delightful meal. He swiftly reeled in his fishing rod, then crouched down to begin processing the freshly caught fish by the pond. With practiced hands, he quickly gutted the fish, removed their scales, and cleaned them thoroughly. Subsequently, he carefully cradled the prepared fish as he returned to the kitchen, gently placing them into a pot before evenly sprinkling in some sea salt, allowing them to marinate quietly. Having completed this task, and noticing that time was still on his side, a thought sparked in his mind. Why not take a stroll in the woods? Perhaps he could discover some fresh, delectable wild greens or sweet, juicy fruits. It was worth noting that since their arrival on this island, they had scarcely consumed any green vegetables, leading to signs of nutritional deficiency among them. With this in mind, Song Mo briskly walked back to the pond and shared his thoughts with Xiao Bing and the others. As soon as the words left his lips, several girls immediately erupted in excitement, expressing their desire to accompany him. Song Mo did not refuse. After all, he believed it essential for Lu Yunhan and the other girls to acquire some wilderness survival skills to better endure life on this deserted island. He ignited some mosquito-repelling herbs, rolling them into small sticks and placing them into 2 bamboo tubes, which he then handed to Li Xiaomei and Lu Jiechi. Thus, they ventured into the woods, with Song Mo leading the way, military knife in hand, while Li Xiaomei and the others closely followed behind. At the rear, Xiao Bing carried a folding military shovel. It was afternoon, arguably the hottest part of the day. The woods felt stiflingly humid, and it wasn't too long before everyone's clothes were drenched in sweat. Though there were numerous mosquitoes, Li Xiaomei and Lu Jiechi held the ignited mosquito-repelling herbs, which kept the pesky insects at bay. After walking some distance, Xiao Bing, who was at the back, suddenly spotted some green plants growing not far ahead. She quickly made her way towards them and, upon closer inspection, realized they were purslane. A wave of joy washed over her. She had not anticipated the presence of purslane on this deserted island. Having served in the military and later working with a rescue company, Xiao Bing was quite familiar with common wild vegetables. Thus, she immediately recognized the green plants as purslane, knowing they could be boiled for their cooling and detoxifying properties. Xiao Bing promptly called out to Song Mo and the others to stop. Hearing her shout, they halted and turned to join her. At that moment, Song Mo was also captivated by the lush green plants on the ground. Upon closer examination, his eyes brightened, and a delighted smile spread across his face. Oh, I never expected to find purslane on this deserted island. How'd I overlook this before? Xiao Bing's eyes widened in surprise at his words, and she incredulously asked, "You know what purslane is?" With a slight smile, Song Mo replied, "Of course. Back in my hometown, purslane is quite abundant. Every summer, families go out to gather some to cook." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing chose not to comment further. However, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei stood by, looking bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the plant known as purslane. Curiosity got the better of Lu Yunhan, who couldn't help but ask Song Mo, "Go, can you really cook purslane?" With a reassuring smile, Song Mo affirmed, "Absolutely. It tastes quite good, too." As soon as he finished speaking, he squatted down without hesitation and began carefully harvesting the tender purslane from the ground. Observing his actions, Lu Yunhan and the others eagerly followed suit, crouching down to join him in the bustling task of gathering. Before long, the group had gathered a considerable amount of purslane. Song Mo swiftly removed his outer garment, wrapping the herbs within and presenting them to Lu Yunhan for her to cradle in her arms. The party continued deeper into the woods, advancing further along the path. Suddenly, a cacophony of calls from a capercaillie echoed through the air, prompting everyone to halt in their tracks. Looking up, they spotted a capercaillie perched on a branch of a nearby towering pine, vociferously announcing its presence. Before Song Mo could utter a word, Xiao Bing had already seized his bow and arrow, preparing to take aim at the bird. Chapter 69. Teaching Lu Jia to shoot arrows. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jieqi extended a delicate hand to grasp Xiao Bing's sleeve, her charming and adorable face radiating eagerness and anticipation. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, were fixated on Xiao Bing as she gently implored in her sweet voice, "Sister Xiao Bing, please teach me how to shoot arrows. I truly wish to be as skilled as you." Hearing Lu Jieqi's earnest plea, Xiao Bing could not help but smile softly. Nodding slightly in agreement, "Of course, I would be delighted to teach you." With that, she took Lu Jieqi's soft little hand and began to walk towards the tall pine tree where a pine hen was perched, leisurely preening its resplendent feathers. As they approached, the pine hen noticed their presence but seemed unperturbed, curiously turning its head to observe Xiao Bing and Lu Jieqi. With round, glistening eyes, it emitted a series of melodious chirps, seemingly greeting them, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Before long, Xiao Bing and Lu Jieqi had reached the base of the grand pine tree. Xiao Bing cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there was no cause for alarm, before leaning down to whisper the essential techniques of archery into Lu Jieqi's ear. Once Lu Jieqi had committed these principles to memory, Xiao Bing confidently handed her the bow and arrow she had been holding. With a heart full of joy, Lu Jieqi accepted the bow, her hands trembling slightly as she endeavored to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath to steady her rhythm, she squinted her left eye, aligning her right eye with the arrow's tail and tip, focusing intently on the unsuspecting pine hen. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world around her faded away, leaving only her, the bow, and the oblivious pine hen. At last, with resolute determination, Lu Jieqi released her grip on the bowstring. However, as it was her first attempt at archery and lacking sufficient experience, the arrow did not strike the pine hen as intended. Instead, it landed on the trunk of a tree approximately 20 to 30 centimeters away. Startled, the pine hen flapped its wings in fright and soared away at an astonishing speed, soon alighting atop a tall tree several dozen meters away. Lu Jieqi's eyes widened as she watched her arrow pass by the pine hen, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment and disappointment. She turned to Xiao Bing and murmured, "Sister Xiao Bing, am I too foolish? I couldn't even hit a small pine hen, and now my arrow is stuck in the tree." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, akin to a child who had erred. Seeing this, Xiao Bing hurried forward, gently patting Lu Jieqi's shoulder and offered her soothing words of encouragement. "Oh, Jieqi, please do not say that. To have performed so well on your first attempt is commendable. Archery is no easy feat. It requires continual practice to master. Therefore, do not lose heart. Believe that with diligent practice, you shall surely hit your target next time." From short distance away, Song Mo observed Lu Jiaqing's arrow miss the grouse. Without hesitation, he quickly strode over to Xiao Bing and Lu Jiaqing. He first glanced up at the arrow lodged high in the tree trunk. Then, without a moment's pause, he extended his arms and embraced the sturdy trunk, beginning to climb with great effort. Agile and nimble, Song Mo ascended with the grace of a monkey, reaching the arrow's location in under a minute. Cautiously, he retrieved the arrow and, like a gust of wind, swiftly descended the tree, landing firmly on the ground beneath the towering pine. Witnessing the spectacle, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiaqing, and Li Xiaomei were left astounded, their mouths agape in silence. Even Xiao Bing appeared shocked, unable to fathom Song Mo's remarkable tree-climbing prowess. She remarked, "You must be born under the sign of the monkey. How else could you climb so expertly?" Song Imo shot her an exasperated glance, handing the arrow to Lu Jiaqing, and said, "Do not be disheartened. With a few more attempts, you will succeed. Come, let me help you bring down that grouse." Feeling a bit embarrassed by his encouragement, Lu Jiaqing replied, "Songgu, I think I should pass. Perhaps I lack the innate talent for archery. It would be unfortunate to leave the arrow lodged in the trunk." Song Imo, somewhat frustrated by her defeatist attitude, responded, "What is the matter with you? How can you give up after a single failure? Such a mindset is truly disappointing." At his words, Lu Jiaqing lowered her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Song Imo took her hand firmly and led her towards the large tree where the grouse had landed. Upon reaching the base of the tree, he bent slightly, bringing his sharply defined face close to Lu Jiaqing's petite ear, and began to meticulously explain the techniques and key points of archery. Once he had finished, Song Imo straightened and moved behind Lu Jiaqing. He extended his strong arms, gently yet firmly grasping her hand that held the bow, adjusting her stance and angle. In that moment, the proximity between them was such that they could almost feel each other's breath, the air thick with a subtle tension. Lu Jiaqing focused intently on following Song Mo's instructions, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Then, without hesitation, she released the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow shot forth like lightning, racing towards the distant grouse with astonishing speed. The arrow, as if imbued with life, struck its mark, the grouse foraging in the underbrush. The sharp quill tip pierced the bird's body, causing blood to spatter as it let out a piercing cry, propelled forward by the force of the impact for several meters. Subsequently, the capercaillie fell heavily to the ground, rolling and struggling incessantly, emitting a series of heart-wrenching cries of agony. Witnessing the moment, she successfully struck the capercaillie. Lu Jiaqing's face flushed with excitement, her eyes shimmering with joy and pride. She abruptly turned to face Song Imo, exclaiming with fervor, "Brother Song, I hit the capercaillie. I am truly grateful to you." Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, Lu Jiaqing seemingly recalled something, and without a hint of hesitation, she rose on her toes and swiftly planted a gentle kiss on Song Mo's handsome cheek. Chapter 70. Lu Jiaqing shoots the grouse. Song Imo was utterly unprepared for the sudden kiss from Lu Jiaqing, and an indescribable awkwardness surged within him. His face, already not youthful in appearance, turned as red as a ripe apple. With no other option, he gently shook his head and slowly made his way toward the spot where the grouse had fallen. As he approached, he observed the grouse struggling and flapping on the ground. Without hesitation, Song Imo bent down and firmly grasped it. Then, with his right hand, he tightly held the bird's neck and with a swift motion, twisted it. A sharp crack echoed, and the grouse's neck was instantly broken. After a few violent convulsions, the bird lay still, having lost all signs of life. Next, Song Imo cautiously removed the arrow embedded in the grouse before turning to Lu Jiaqing. Upon reaching her, a faint smile adorned his face as he said, "See, I successfully brought down the grouse." However, Lu Jiaqing appeared somewhat shy and embarrassed, lowering her head slightly as she responded softly, "Songgu, please don't praise me. Without your guidance, I would never have been able to shoot down this grouse." Hearing her words, Song Imo immediately encouraged her, saying, "You did remarkably well. You must have confidence in yourself. When I first practiced archery, I wasn't at your level." After the group had continued a short distance deeper into the dense forest, they suddenly heard a clear and resonant call of another grouse. Everyone halted in unison, looking up in the direction of the sound. There, perched on a nearby branch, was a vibrantly colored grouse, cheerfully calling out. Song Imo fixed a serious gaze upon Lu Jiaqing and said earnestly, "This time, you will shoot the grouse on your own." His eyes were resolute and sharp, seemingly conveying an unspoken pressure to her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiaqing's face displayed a hint of distress. She lowered her head slightly and responded with hesitation, "I am truly worried that I won't be able to do it." Her voice was soft, revealing her inner uncertainty and fear. Just then, Xiao Bing stepped forward, gently patting Lu Jiaqing's shoulder with a firm tone full of encouragement. "Jiaqing, you must believe in yourself. Don't be too nervous. It's perfectly normal if you can't hit the grouse." Xiao Bing's warm words brushed over Lu Jieqi's heart like a gentle spring breeze, alleviating some of her initial anxiety. Inspired by Xiao Bing, Lu Jieqi gradually lifted her head, her gaze now filled with newfound confidence. Taking a deep breath, she tightly gripped her bow and arrow, then, with slightly heavy steps and a heart full of trepidation, she walked toward the tree where the grouse had landed. Finally, Lu Jieqi arrived beneath the tree. She looked up at the plump grouse perched above her, and an intense wave of nervousness surged within her once more. However, she soon steadied herself, silently encouraging, "Lu Jiaqin, you can absolutely achieve this." Subsequently, she gradually raised her bow, cautiously adjusting the angle, and aimed the arrow at the grouse perched on the branch. Once everything was in place, Lu Jiaqin held her breath and gently released the bowstring. The arrow shot forth like lightning, swiftly racing towards the grouse. In the blink of an eye, it struck the grouse with unerring precision. However, unlike Song Mo and Xiao Bing, Lu Jiaqin lacked the formidable strength. Thus, although the quill arrow, fashioned from porcupine quills, penetrated the grouse's body fiercely, it failed to pierce through entirely. The wounded grouse let out a piercing scream, desperately struggling to escape, carrying the arrow along as it flew forward, landing heavily on the ground several meters away, where it began to roll about. Lu Jiaqin was astonished that she had indeed hit the grouse. This unexpected joy flushed her cheeks with excitement, her heart racing. Unable to contain herself, she shouted exuberantly, "Wow, I finally hit the grouse." From a distance, Song Mo and Xiao Bing, who had been observing Lu Jiaqin's archery, broke into satisfied smiles and nodded in approval upon witnessing her success. They understood that for Lu Jiaqin, a novice in hunting, this was a remarkable breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, upon hearing the news of Lu Jiaqin's achievement, hurriedly ran over. When they saw the grouse lying on the ground, they too were filled with exhilaration, cheering joyfully. Lu Jiaqin, unable to conceal her inner excitement, briskly approached the spot where the grouse lay. She bent down, cautiously extending her hands to retrieve the grouse from the ground. However, just as she touched it, the injured grouse suddenly flailed, vigorously flapping its wings. In its fierce struggle, blood spattered from its wound, staining Lu Jiaqin's clothes crimson. Faced with the thrashing grouse in her hands, Lu Jiaqin panicked, utterly unsure of how to handle the situation. She turned her head, anxiously calling out to Song Mo, "Song Gu, come quickly. This grouse keeps flapping around. What should I do to put an end to it?" At that moment, Lu Jiaqin appeared quite flustered, her hair disheveled by the wind, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Hearing Lu Jiaqin's frantic cries and witnessing her flustered demeanor, Song Mo and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Song Mo quickly approached Lu Jiaqin, taking the struggling grouse from her hands. Grasping its neck, he twisted with force, and with a sharp crack, the grouse's neck was instantly broken. The grouse twitched a couple of times before falling still, after which he removed the arrow from its body. Addressing Lu Jieqi, he remarked, "Do you see? Next time, if you happen to shoot a hazel grouse, follow my method to ensure its demise." Lu Jieqi nodded, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks as she replied, "I understand." Thus, the group ventured further into the woods, traversing a considerable distance. Aside from the occasional chirping of birds perched among the branches and the scattered remnants of animal bones on the ground, no other signs of wildlife were observed. As time passed, it became evident that they had been out for quite a while, prompting the group to turn back towards the direction of the shelter. Chapter 71. Do you like me? As they returned to the sanctuary, the sun began its gentle descent. Several girls collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Song Mo gathered some firewood to ignite a fire, then took a pot to the water pool, filling it with water and placing it over the flames to boil. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing cleaned the purslane they had foraged at the edge of the pool. Once the water reached a vigorous boil, Song Mo immersed the two wood grouse for a few minutes before bringing them to the water's edge for preparation. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei, noticing this, joined him at the pool to assist with the grouse. Though their methods were somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, Song Mo felt a wave of gratitude as they willingly lent a hand. Having been stranded on the deserted island for some time, the three had indeed changed, becoming more proactive in helping out. In less than half an hour, the grouse were ready and taken back to the kitchen. Song Mo chopped the grouse into smaller pieces and placed a pot over the fire, pouring in some wild boar fat. As the oil heated, he added the grouse, stirring to release its enticing aroma, before adding water to commence the braising. He then found several small sticks of bamboo, skewering the marinated fish onto them. Using some burning charcoal from a fire, he set the fish to grill slowly, while the grouse simmered. Xiao Bing entered the kitchen with a bamboo pole measuring 2 to 3 meters. Seizing a military knife, she began to split the bamboo into strips. Lu Jieqi, intrigued, asked, "Sister Xiao Bing, what are you doing?" With a smile, Xiao Bing replied, "I plan to split some bamboo to weave a few baskets. This will make transporting our belongings much more convenient." Her statement left everyone momentarily stunned, and Song Mo chuckled, "I never imagined you could weave baskets." Xiao Bing responded with a grin, "It's not difficult at all. Back in my hometown, during the off-season, many people weave bamboo items to sell for extra income. I learned to do this when I was very young." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunhan and the others looked at her with admiration. Lu Jieqi, filled with awe, remarked, "Sister Xiao Bing, you are truly remarkable. Not only are you skilled, but you also possess such rich survival experience and knowledge of weaving. Unlike me, who knows nothing. I wish I could be as capable as you." In response, Xiao Bing smiled and said, "If you spend enough time on this deserted island, you too will acquire these skills." As the grouse neared completion, Song Mo added the cleaned purslane to the pot to simmer alongside the meat. The fish on the sticks had turned a golden brown, sizzling and releasing oil. At that moment, Xiao Bing had successfully split a large pile of bamboo strips. The group eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, ready to enjoy their meal. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of green vegetables, the combination of braised grouse and purslane tasted exceptionally refreshing to them all. After dinner, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei each took a set of clean clothes and made their way to the grassy area by the pond. Disrobing completely, they descended into the water to bathe. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing skillfully grasped a bamboo strip in her hands, her fingers deftly dancing up and down as if the bamboo had come alive, gradually weaving into a delicate prototype of a bamboo basket. At that moment, Song Mo sat quietly beside the crackling fire, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames, lost in thought, leaving others unable to discern what occupied his mind. As time passed quietly, the only sounds were the popping of burning branches and the soft rustle of Xiao Bing weaving her basket. Amidst this tranquility, Xiao Bing suddenly halted her work, lifted her head abruptly, and gazed intently at Song Mo, softly asking, "Brother Song, what do you truly think of me?" Taken aback by her unexpected question, Song Mo momentarily froze, a look of surprise crossing his face, clearly astonished by her sudden inquiry. However, he soon regained composure, pondered for a few seconds, and slowly replied, "Well, you're actually quite remarkable. Not only are you agile and impressive, but you also possess exceptional survival skills in the wild. You've been a great help to me during this time. It's just that." At this point, Song Mo paused slightly, raising his gaze to meet Xiao Bing's eyes. Sensing that he had left his sentence unfinished, Xiao Bing's heart tightened, prompting her to urge, "Just what?" Meeting her eager gaze, Song Mo took a deep breath and continued, "It's just that sometimes you come across as rather aloof, which can create an impression of being hard to approach and interact with." After expressing this thought, he shifted his gaze back to the fire. Upon hearing Song Mo's evaluation of her, Xiao Bing fell silent for a moment, then gently nodded, murmuring to herself, "Ever since I abandoned my mother, it feels as though my world has lost its vibrancy. Since that time, my personality has gradually become reclusive, no longer enjoying interactions with others, especially with men. In my heart, I've always believed that no man in this world is trustworthy." Hearing her words, Song Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded in agreement, responding playfully, "I've known about your prejudice against men for quite some time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached me with a knife in silence during our first meeting." Xiao Bing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, a sensation too complex to articulate, as a rosy hue spread across her fair cheeks, reminiscent of a ripening apple. At that moment, She had believed that Song Mo was staring at her chest, which had prompted her to brandish the military knife. Observing her shy and charming demeanor, Song Mo couldn't help but tease, "You look quite lovely like this. Perhaps this is the most authentic version of yourself. Do not wear a frown all day. During idle moments, engage with us more." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiao Bing instinctively nodded, her large, sparkling eyes blinking with a hint of shyness as she inquired once more, "Do you think I am beautiful?" Without hesitation, Song Mo nodded affirmatively, responding with unwavering conviction. "You are indeed beautiful, exuding an air of unattainable elegance. If only you smile more often, you would be even more enchanting." Receiving such praise from Song Mo filled Xiao Bing with a delightful warmth. Summoning immense courage, she leaned closer to Song Mo, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, "Do you like me?" At the moment those words reached his ears, Song Mo felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Standing frozen in disbelief, his expression a portrait of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Xiao Bing would suddenly pose such a question. Chapter 72. Piercing questions. After a prolonged moment of stupor, Song Mo gradually regained his composure, a faint smile illuminating his face as he turned his gaze towards Xiao Bing. With a gentle chuckle and a hint of playful sarcasm, he remarked, "Your question is indeed quite incisive. However, a captivating beauty such as yourself would undoubtedly charm any normal man who lays eyes upon you." Although Song Mo refrained from directly addressing the pivotal question posed by Xiao Bing, her heart swelled with joy upon hearing his flattering words about her appearance. A radiant smile blossomed on Xiao Bing's exquisite face as she softly replied, "In truth, even during my time in the military, I held you in the highest regard as my ultimate idol. I dreamt day and night of becoming someone like you, and longed to meet you in person. Regrettably, that small wish remained unfulfilled until my departure from the service." Who could have imagined that fate would orchestrate such a serendipitous encounter on this desolate island? Upon hearing Xiao Bing's heartfelt confession, a sly smile crept upon Song Mo's lips as he playfully inquired, "Now that you see me in person, do you feel a tinge of disappointment? After all, I might not quite match the image you had conjured in your mind." In response to his question, Xiao Bing quickly shook her head, eager to clarify, "Not at all. I certainly do not feel disappointed. However, I must admit, I never anticipated that someone revered as a mythic figure in the military could appear so remarkably ordinary." Song Mo chuckled softly at her words, replying, "What myth? That is merely the embellishment of others. I am truly just an ordinary person." To this, Xiao Bing smiled and countered, "You are anything but ordinary. Wherever you go, you remain my idol." Song Mo gently shook his head, seemingly disinclined to pursue the topic further, and fell silent. Xiao Bing, too, ceased her conversation, bowing her head to continue weaving a bamboo basket. Time passed, and after a while, Lu Yunhan and the others emerged from their showers, gradually making their way back to the kitchen. They walked gracefully to the hearth, taking their seats as they meticulously tended to their still damp, silken hair. The three women, freshly bathed, resembled exquisite lotuses emerging from clear waters, their beauty striking and captivating. For a moment, Song Mo found himself entranced, unable to divert his gaze from them. Rather than feeling any discomfort from his unabashed admiration, Lu Yunhan and her companions secretly reveled in it. After enduring the trials of survival on this desolate island, their reliance on Song Mo has undeniably deepened, and the affection they harbor for him has grown steadily with the passage of time. Particularly for Lu Jiechi. At this very moment, she has fallen deeply in love with Song Mo. A brief silence enveloped them before Lu Jiechi lifted her gaze. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Song Mo, her lips parting slightly. "Song Ge, do you think we are beautiful?" Her voice was melodious and delightful, akin to a nightingale's song, yet it bore a hint of subtle anticipation and nervousness. Song Mo was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly nodded without hesitation, responding with a smile, "You are all exceptionally beautiful." However, Lu Jiechi was not satisfied with this answer. A mischievous smile danced at the corners of her mouth as she pressed on. "Then tell me, among the four of us, Who do you think is the most beautiful? This question detonated in the air like a bombshell. Hearing her direct inquiry, Song Imo inwardly lamented. He thought to himself, why is she asking such a difficult question? If I name one person, it would surely offend the other three. Rubbing the back of his head, he chuckled awkwardly and replied leisurely, you are all unique beauties, each possessing your own charm and grace. It is truly a matter of individual preference. His words were carefully crafted, avoiding any clear indication of who was the most beautiful while cleverly praising each one. Yet, it was evident that Lu Jieqi was not appeased by this response. She furrowed her brow and pouted, persistently demanding, Sangge, don't dodge the question. If you had to choose one of us as your girlfriend, who would it be? At this moment, her gaze sharpened, as if she sought to pierce through Song Mo's eyes to uncover his innermost thoughts. Faced with Lu Jieqi's relentless inquiry, Song Mo felt a twinge of helplessness, but a clever idea struck him. He burst into laughter, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he said, "Ha ha, such choices are for children. I want them all." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei simultaneously raised their heads, glaring at him with expressions that hovered between amusement and reproach. Only Xiao Bing seemed oblivious, continuing her task of weaving a bamboo basket. Noticing Lu Yunhan's gaze, Song Mo addressed them, "What kind of look is that?" "I was just joking. To be honest, I don't think we belong on the same path. If it weren't for this unforeseen circumstance trapping us on this deserted island, we might not have crossed paths at all." He paused briefly before adding, "In this wilderness, it is only natural for you to depend on me. In this arduous environment, it is only through mutual reliance that we can endure. Moreover, given this unique mode of interaction, it is only natural for you to develop a certain fondness for me. However, should we one day be fortunate enough to escape this solitary island and return to the bustling world, the circumstances will undoubtedly change. At that moment, perhaps you will no longer treat me as you do now." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Lu Yunhan and the others were momentarily taken aback, and a profound silence enveloped the group. Chapter 73. Torrential rain. Moments later, Lu Jiaqing was the first to break the silence. She bit her lip and, with a determined expression, declared, "I won't concern myself with all that. My first kiss has already been taken by you. I am irrevocably bound to you. Regardless of what happens, you must take responsibility for me. Moreover, I am not the kind of girl who seeks material pleasures, whether I can leave this place or not. I am yours." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei chimed in unison. "My first kiss was also taken by you, and you must be responsible for me as well." Hearing their words, Song Mo felt a deep sense of speechlessness wash over him, pondering inwardly. What on earth is happening here? In the past, during every blind date, I was always rejected. Yet, who would have thought that after being cast away on this deserted island, I would transform into the object of desire for so many? Regaining his composure, Song Mo turned to face Lu Yunhan and the others, and slowly began to explain, "What I did was to save you. I couldn't just stand by and watch you perish." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiaqing eagerly interjected, "I don't care about that. My first kiss is already yours, and I have fallen in love with you. You figure out." At that moment, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, seemingly in perfect harmony, echoed exactly, "We share the same sentiments as Jiaqing." Faced with their resolute and fervent attitudes, Song Mo once again felt at a loss for words. Yet simultaneously, a sweet and joyous feeling began to blossom within him. After all, to garner the affection and admiration of three stunning beauties is a dream that countless men dare not even imagine. If Yang Wei and the other executives were to learn that Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei willingly expressed their love for a mere security guard, they would surely be left speechless, their eyes wide in astonishment, perhaps even dropping their jaws to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Bing suddenly burst into laughter, looking up at Song Mo and giving him a thumbs up, teasingly exclaiming, "It's all you. Truly a military legend, so popular everywhere." Hearing this, Song Mo shot her an annoyed glance. Xiao Bing continued, still chuckling, "With three such beautiful women confessing their feelings to you, I bet your heart is soaring." Song Mo found himself at a loss for words. unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, he finally said, "It's getting late, and I feel rather tired today. You all chat slowly. I'll head back to sleep." With that, he stood up and quickly made his way back to his shelter. Once Song Mo left in a fluster, the girls could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of giggles. Particularly Xiaobing, whose lovely face radiated with a brilliant smile, as she found it hard to fathom that the man revered as a military legend could exhibit such an awkward side. A group of girls sat around the campfire, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, yet Xiaobing remained absorbed in weaving bamboo strips. After considerable effort, she successfully crafted an exquisite bamboo basket. Just then, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness swept over the group. Gradually they rose, dragging their weary bodies towards the shelter, ready to rest. However, none could have predicted that in the dead of night, the once starry sky would suddenly transform. Dark clouds swiftly gathered, obscuring the heavens entirely, leaving no trace of light. Shortly thereafter, brilliant bolts of lightning tore through the night, accompanied by deafening thunder, as fierce winds howled, mercilessly battering everything in their path. The frail bamboo door of the shelter trembled under the onslaught of the gale, emitting spine-chilling creaks. This scene seemed to herald the imminent arrival of a violent storm. Meanwhile, those slumbering within, including Song Mo, were abruptly awakened by the startling thunder. Before long, large raindrops began to pour down from the pitch-black sky, resembling a string of broken pearls. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour unleashed, the heavy raindrops pummeling the roof with a resounding crackle. The world appeared to be engulfed by the sound of the rain, instilling a sense of fear and unease. Fortunately, during the construction of the shelter, a thick layer of mud had been applied to the roof and walls, ensuring no signs of leakage. Additionally, several drainage ditches leading to the pond had been excavated outside, preventing any rainwater from seeping in. The group lay on the bamboo beds, listening to the tempest outside. It was unclear how much time passed, but the rain not only persisted but intensified. Eventually, Song Mo and the others drifted into a drowsy slumber. The following day, just before noon, Song Mo awoke and opened the bamboo door of the shelter. A light drizzle continued to fall outside, and the sky remained overcast. It seemed the rain would not cease anytime soon. The shelter where Lu Yunhan and her companions resided remained closed, indicating they had yet to awaken. Braving the light rain, Song Mo approached the pond, where the once crystal-clear water had turned slightly murky, yet remained usable. The waterfall, too, had grown considerably larger than before. The water level in the pond nearly inundated the surrounding grass. Thankfully, the elevation of the shelter's location alleviated concerns of flooding. The small river connected to the pond now flowed with remarkable swiftness. Observing the waterfall, Song Mo shook her head in resignation and squatted down to scoop some water to wash her face. Turning back to the kitchen, she gathered some firewood and dry grass. Igniting the fire with a flint, she placed a pot beneath the eaves of the kitchen to collect the falling rainwater. Once the rainwater had gathered sufficiently, it was placed atop the fire pit. From the bamboo rack beside the fire, a piece of snake meat, seasoned with sea salt, was retrieved. Utilizing a military knife, it was deftly sliced into small pieces and placed into a pot for a slow simmer. As the aroma of the cooking snake meat wafted through the air, Lu Yunhan and the others gradually awakened, making their way to the nearby pool to freshen up before arriving at the kitchen. At that moment, the snake meat had reached the perfect tenderness, prompting everyone to eagerly grab their bowls and chopsticks, savoring the succulent dish with hearty bites. After breakfast, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour once more, leaving the group with no choice but to languidly linger by the warmth of the kitchen fire. Fortunately, they had amassed an ample supply of firewood over the past few days, along with a generous stock of the sea salt-cured snake meat, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance and fuel for the time being. Chapter 74. The Assault of the Wolf Pack. On a rainy night, the rain had been persistently drumming since dawn, continuing unabated until the twilight hours, showing no signs of relenting. The inhabitants within the shelter found themselves at a loss, idly passing the time in the kitchen, their boredom palpable. As evening approached, they managed to prepare a meager meal of snake meat, which barely satiated their hunger. They then gathered around the comforting warmth of the fire to engage in desultory conversation for a brief while. Perhaps it was the lethargy induced by the dreary weather, for soon they opted to retreat to their makeshift bamboo beds, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. As time slipped quietly by, the clock struck midnight. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour down, as if it would never cease. In the midst of this tranquil yet oppressive atmosphere, a sudden, haunting howl of wolves pierced the stillness, shattering the night's serenity. The slumbering occupants were abruptly roused from their dreams by this unexpected sound. Song Mo jolted awake, swiftly leaping from his bed, fumbling to put on his shoes before hastily making his way to the entrance of the shelter. Squinting, he peered through the gaps in the bamboo door, anxiously scanning the darkness beyond. Yet all he could perceive was an impenetrable blackness, save for the relentless patter of rain. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing was startled awake by the wolf's howl. She nimbly sprang from her bamboo bed, deftly donning her shoes and seizing a folding military shovel resting at the foot of her bed. She hurried to the threshold of the shelter, equally anxious as she gazed into the void outside. However, like Song Mo, she could only discern an endless dark expanse, unable to ascertain what lay beyond. In stark contrast, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei appeared to be far more frightened. Huddled together on their bamboo beds, they trembled uncontrollably, their faces as pale as parchment, eyes wide with terror. At that moment, another wolf's howl erupted, seemingly emanating from the nearby woods, indicating that the pack was not small in number. Xiao Bing called out, "Song Mo, it appears we are surrounded by wolves." Upon hearing her cry, Song Mo responded loudly, "Do not be alarmed. I am right at the door of the shelter. Quickly, open it for me." Xiao Bing promptly removed the wooden stick propping up the bamboo door and cracked it open just enough. Song Mo swiftly opened the shelter door and dashed through the rain into the space where Xiao Bing and the others resided. Once he was inside, Xiao Bing hurriedly shut the door and secured it with the wooden stick. Surveying the pitch-black interior of the shelter, Song Mo suddenly remarked, "We cannot see anything in this darkness. We must ignite a fire." With that, he opened the shelter door once more, braving the rain to gather some firewood and dry grass from the kitchen. He returned, placing the kindling on the floor of the shelter, and after several minutes of striking flint, he finally ignited a fire. As the wood crackled and blazed, the entire shelter was illuminated, casting away the shadows of fear. The smoke rising from the bonfire swiftly dispersed into the air. Fortunately, the shelter was spacious, and the gaps in the bamboo door allowed for adequate ventilation, preventing an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. On the bamboo bed, Lu Yunhan curled up tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Lu Jieqi shut her eyes tightly, covering her ears, seemingly attempting to shut out all external sounds, while Li Xiaomei's face turned as pale as parchment, her teeth chattering incessantly, radiating an aura of sheer terror. Observing their distress, Song Mo's lips curled into a gentle smile, exuding an air of reassurance as he softly consoled them. "There is no need to be overly fearful. Our shelter is remarkably sturdy. Just look at the surrounding walls, meticulously constructed from bamboo as thick as a bowl, stacked one by one. Even a fierce pack of wolves would struggle to breach it." His words appeared to possess a magical quality, soothing the previously anxious trio, allowing them to relax slightly and dispelling some of their fear and worry. As time ticked by, approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, a dozen massive gray wolves appeared without warning, less than 10 meters from the shelter. These wolves stood upon the muddy ground, lifting their heads to the sky, their gaping maws unleashing a series of thunderous howls that echoed through the air. The terrifying sound of their howls struck the eardrums of Song Mo and the others within the shelter, resembling the relentless buzzing of countless bees swirling around their ears. The trio, who had just begun to calm their nerves, found themselves once again paralyzed with fear at the proximity of the howls, their faces paling even further than before. In stark contrast, Song Mo and Xiao Bing exhibited remarkable composure. They briskly approached the entrance of the shelter, peering intently through the narrow gaps in the bamboo door. their gazes fixed on the menacing pack of wolves outside. At that moment, despite the obstruction of their view, their keen observational skills allowed them to discern the silhouettes of the wolves, along with their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light. The wolves, having caught the scent of Song Mo and the others within the shelter, grew increasingly agitated, their howls escalating in intensity. Their paws dug restlessly into the muddy ground, as if attempting to tear the earth apart. Each vigorous scrape sent up sprays of mud, instilling a chilling sense of dread. From their fierce gazes and restless movements, it seemed that they were poised to launch a ferocious attack on the shelter at any moment. As time passed, approximately 1 or 2 minutes later, an unexpected development occurred. One particularly massive and imposing gray wolf stepped forward, slowly breaking away from the pack. With its movement, the previously raucous gathering fell silent, all eyes turning toward the formidable creature. Undoubtedly, the reactions of the other wolves reveal that this particular wolf must be the alpha, the leader of the entire pack. At this moment, the alpha fixated its piercing, knife-like gaze upon the shelter, its eyes radiating an uncontrollable ferocity. Suddenly, the alpha lifted its head with great intensity, opening its gaping maw to unleash a thunderous howl that resonated like a clap of thunder across the vast expanse. Simultaneously, upon hearing the alpha's command, a dozen other, similarly formidable gray wolves charged towards the shelter without hesitation. Chapter 75. An arrow strikes the Wolf King in the blink of an eye. Over a dozen agile gray wolves surged forth like arrows released from a bow, their velocity astounding as they collided violently against the walls of the shelter. Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering roars, the entire structure seemed to endure a fierce tremor, shaking violently as if caught in the throes of a powerful earthquake. The soil above the roof and walls, disturbed by the impact, cascaded downwards like a torrential downpour, creating a chaotic mess below. Fortunately, this shelter had been meticulously constructed from bamboo as thick as a bowl, rendering its structure remarkably resilient. Despite the ferocious assault from the pack of wolves, it stood defiantly, suffering only minor damage as a few clods of earth fell from above. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiaqing, and Li Xiaomei, seated on their beds, were caught completely off guard by this sudden upheaval, their faces blanching in terror as they instinctively screamed at the top of their lungs. Their cries pierced through the tumult, intertwining with the howls of the wolves to form a chilling symphony of horror. As the initial wave of brutal impact failed to dismantle the shelter, the wolves withdrew momentarily to a safe distance. Yet they did not relent. Instead, they remained poised, baring their formidable fangs while emitting low, menacing growls. Their paws, seemingly tireless, clawed frantically at the muddy ground, splattering murky water in all directions. Their movement suggested that another assault on the shelter was imminent. Minutes ticked by, and this tense standoff persisted for 3 or 4 minutes. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a piercing, mournful howl that sliced through the heavy atmosphere. At this signal, the pack of predatory gray wolves surged forward once more, charging toward the shelter like a released bolt. In an instant, another deafening crash echoed as they collided with the walls, shaking the structure violently once again. The relentless impact caused more dirt to rain down, cascading like raindrops. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiaqing, and Li Xiaomei were once again startled into a state of panic, their screams reverberating in the confined space, amplifying the atmosphere of dread and chaos. Yet, the gray wolves were undeterred. After their initial assault, they swiftly retreated like a receding tide, continuing to emit spine-chilling howls that rose and fell, harmonizing into a terrifying symphony. Xiao Bing, her face etched with anxiety, turned to Song Mo and urgently exclaimed, "Brother Song, this cannot continue. Although our shelter is relatively sturdy, it cannot withstand the relentless assaults of the wolf pack for much longer. If we do not implement effective measures soon, it is only a matter of time before our refuge is utterly destroyed." Song Mo fixed his gaze on the imposing figure of the Wolf King outside the shelter, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he pondered strategy. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He turned to Lu Jieqi and shouted, "Jieqi, quickly bring me the bow and arrows." Hurry! Upon hearing Song Mo's urgent call, Lu Jieqi swiftly descended from her bed, grabbed the bow and arrows from the foot of the bed, and rushed to the entrance of the shelter, barely taking the time to put on her shoes. She handed the bow and arrows to him. Song Mo accepted the bow, knocking an arrow onto the string. With a serious expression, he turned to Xiao Bing and declared, "I will count to 3, and when I reach 3, you must immediately open a breach in the door." Xiao Bing understood and nodded in agreement. Aware that Song Mo intended to shoot the Wolf King, she focused intently on his command, her body taut and ready for action. Taking a deep breath, Song Mo began to count. 1. His voice was steady and powerful, as if each number bore immense weight. He continued, 2. The atmosphere in the shelter grew increasingly tense, with everyone's hearts racing, their eyes locked on Song Mo and the tightly shut door. At last, he uttered the pivotal number, 3. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Bing swiftly opened a gap in the bamboo door. In that fleeting moment, Song Mo was fully prepared. As the door parted, he quickly adjusted his stance, narrowing one eye as he aimed directly at the Wolf King's glowing green eyes. The next instant, he decisively released his grip on the top bowstring. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward the Wolf King. However, despite Song Mo's considerable archery skills, the pitch darkness outside the shelter prevented him from striking the Wolf King's eye with precision. Fortunately, the arrow still found its mark, striking the Wolf King squarely in the head. The porcupine quills embedded themselves deeply into its skull. In an instant, the Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching howl, akin to a piercing flash of lightning streaking across the night sky. Its massive form collapsed to the ground, splattering murky water everywhere, and it began to writhe in agony upon the muddy earth. Each roll was accompanied by deep growls and whimpers, as if it were lamenting its suffering to the world. The other members of the pack, witnessing this spectacle, fell silent in fear, retreating several paces. The Wolf King continued to thrash on the ground for some time before finally struggling to rise from the mire. At this moment, it was already in a state of utter disarray, yet those eyes, glimmering with a frigid light, remained fixed upon the entrance of the sanctuary, revealing an inexhaustible fury and intent to kill. Having been struck by an arrow in the headshot by Song Mo, the Wolf King's rage had reached a boiling point. It abruptly lifted its massive head and unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the skies. The sound seemed capable of piercing the clouds, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble in response. Subsequently, the Wolf King, disregarding all else, charged furiously towards the bamboo door of the sanctuary. With a thunderous crash, its colossal body collided with the fragile bamboo door as if it were a cannonball. The bamboo door, inherently less sturdy than a wall, could hardly withstand such a ferocious impact from the Wolf King. Under the force of this tremendous blow, the door violently shook, emitting creaking groans. The ropes binding the bamboo door to the walls could not endure the onslaught, and one snapped immediately, leaving the door swaying precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Chapter 76. The Wolf King enters the shelter as the sturdy bamboo door of the shelter remained unyielding against the assault. The Wolf King, filled with irritation, retreated a short distance. Once steady, it raised its head, opening its gaping maw to unleash a howl that reverberated through the forest. The sound, piercing the stillness of the night, resonated with a chilling and terrifying intent, as if it were a challenge directed towards Song Mo and his companions. In a swift motion, the Wolf King adjusted its stance and, like a cannonball discharged with fervor, surged once more towards the bamboo door with astonishing speed. The impact echoed with a thunderous bang, causing the entire door to shudder violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The bamboo that constituted the door, unable to bear the strain, yielded under the pressure, sending one of its poles flying through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground nearby. Witnessing the spectacle, Song Mo's heart sank with foreboding. He understood that this course of action could not persist. If the Wolf King continued its relentless assault, it would not be long before their defensive line shattered completely. Resolutely, Song Mo withdrew a sharp military knife from his waist. Gripping the hilt firmly, he fixed a determined and serious gaze upon Xiao Bing, and commanded in a low voice, "When this beast charges the door again, you must open it immediately. I am determined to slay it today." Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Xiao Bing did not hesitate for an instant. She nodded emphatically, signifying her comprehension, and swiftly removed the wooden stick that had been used to reinforce the door. Meanwhile, the Wolf King had retreated to a distance of 3 to 4 meters, baring its fangs and emitting a series of low, guttural growls, while its sharp claws scraped the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Clearly, it was gathering strength for an even more ferocious assault. Before long, the Wolf King charged once again. With a burst of energy, it sprinted towards the bamboo door like a bolt of lightning. At that precise moment, Xiao Bing, who had been intently observing the Wolf King's movements, seized the opportunity and yanked the door wide open. The Wolf King, caught entirely off guard by the unexpected opening of the seemingly impenetrable door, plunged headlong into the shelter. On the other side, Song Mo had been poised for this very moment. As the Wolf King darted into the shelter, he swiftly drew his gleaming knife, striking with lightning speed towards the creature's thick neck. With a forceful thrust, the knife pierced through, and in an instant, a torrent of warm, crimson blood erupted from the Wolf King's neck, splattering across the ground, saturating the air with a pungent, metallic scent. In agonizing pain from such a grievous wound, the Wolf King let out a harrowing howl that echoed throughout the shelter, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. Subsequently, this injured and frenzied creature began to thrash violently within the confines of the shelter, a wild beast now wholly out of control. At this moment, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei, who had been hiding atop the bamboo bed, were rendered pale with fright by the sudden and harrowing scene before them. They screamed at the top of their lungs, their terrified cries intertwining with the howls of the Wolf King, plunging the entire shelter into chaos. In that instant, the quick-witted Xiao Bing swiftly closed the bamboo door and grasped a sturdy wooden stick, using all her strength to brace the door firmly against the Wolf King, preventing its escape and the encroachment of the distant wolf pack. However, facing the rampaging Wolf King within the shelter, Song Mo gathered his resolve and boldly charged forward without a hint of fear. With remarkable agility, he leaped and tightly embraced the Wolf King's rotund belly, exerting every ounce of his strength to force it down to the ground. The Wolf King, naturally unwilling to yield easily, writhed violently, twisting its body and turning its head to reveal a gaping maw capable of swallowing a human head whole, snapping viciously at Song Mo. As the Wolf King's sharp fangs were poised to pierce Song Mo's flesh, Xiao Bing acted decisively. She raised her sturdy folding military shovel high and, summoning all her might, brought it crashing down upon the Wolf King's head. A resounding thud reverberated through the air, as if the very space trembled in response. The Wolf King's massive head absorbed the blow, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, and its previously swift movements abruptly halted, releasing a low and agonized whimper. The Wolf King began to shake its heavy head desperately, attempting to dispel the dizziness brought on by the sudden impact. Its limbs flailed chaotically as it struggled, unleashing a powerful force. Observing this, Song Mo pressed down firmly on the Wolf King, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he found it nearly impossible to contain this feral beast. At that moment, Xiao Bing unhesitatingly seized the military shovel again, raising it high before delivering another crushing blow to the Wolf King's head. With another loud bang, the Wolf King emitted a chilling scream that echoed through the heavens. Xiao Bing showed no mercy, delivering blow after blow, each strike accompanied by the Wolf King's anguished cries. Lu Yunhan and her companions watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. They could hardly fathom that Song Mo and Xiao Bing possessed such valor, daring to confront the ferocious Wolf King within the shelter and engage in a life-and-death struggle. Xiao Bing's military shovel fell relentlessly, raining down upon the Wolf King's head like a torrential downpour. After a dozen strikes, the Wolf King gradually lost its will to resist, its body slumping and ceasing to move. By this time, the Wolf King's head had been reduced to a bloody, unrecognizable mess from the relentless blows of Xiao Bing's shovel. Seeing this, Song Imo slowly released his grip, his hands trembling slightly from exertion, allowing the barely alive Wolf King to collapse onto the ground. He struggled to rise from the dust-laden ground, his body somewhat unsteady, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from a harrowing battle for survival. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves that had been lingering outside the shelter erupted into a chorus of anguished howls upon witnessing their leader, the Wolf King, charge into the sanctuary. The wolves became restless, advancing a few steps closer, their pairs of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the shelter, intermittently letting out spine-chilling howls. Listening to the cacophony of the wolves outside, Song Imo felt a wave of disquiet wash over him. Chapter 77. The departure of the wolf pack. Song Imo, consumed by fury, unleashed a torrent of invective. "You wretched beasts, howling like banshees outside. What do you intend to achieve? If you possess any courage, come in and test me. Let us see how I shall flay the hides off your wretched forms." His furious roar echoed ominously in the stillness of the night. In response to Song Mo's vehement tirade, Xiao Bing could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. She quickly interjected, "Brother Song, why engage with a pack of wild wolves? No matter how vile your insults, they cannot comprehend." Amidst her laughter, she shook her head, finding Song Mo's demeanor both exasperating and amusing. Upon hearing Xiao Bing's words, Song Imo too found the situation somewhat ludicrous. The tension in his face relaxed, and he erupted into hearty laughter. The two shared a moment of mutual amusement, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Observing the Wolf King barely clinging to life, Song Imo let out a disdainful huff, gradually squatting down. With a powerful hand, he seized the Wolf King by its ear, while the other hand gripped his razor-sharp military knife. Without hesitation, he brought the blade down, decisively severing the Wolf King's head. This gruesome spectacle did not go unnoticed by Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiaqing, and Li Xiaomei, who recoiled in horror, their faces drained of color as they emitted shrill screams of terror. Song Imo, visibly irked, turned to them and scolded, "What are you shrieking about? Is it truly that terrifying? Look at your meager courage. You must train harder. Learn from Xiao Bing and stop overreacting." Chastened by Song Mo's reprimand, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiaqing, and Li Xiaomei fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Song Imo strode purposefully towards the entrance of the shelter, the severed, bloodied head of the Wolf King in hand. He swiftly opened the bamboo door and, without a second thought, hurled the still dripping head into the air. It arced gracefully before crashing down just outside the door. The Wolf King's head rolled across the ground like an uncontrolled ball, ultimately coming to rest before the frenzied pack of wolves. The once boisterous wolves fell into a stunned silence at the sight of their leader's gruesome, blood-stained head. As if bewitched, their eyes widened in terror, and they instinctively recoiled several steps. As the seconds ticked by, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. After several minutes, the silence was abruptly shattered. The wolves, as if awakening from a nightmare, raised their heads in unison and howled mournfully, their cries filled with sorrow and despair. In this lament, they cast one final, lingering glance at the gruesome remains of their fallen king, as if bidding a poignant farewell to their erstwhile leader. Subsequently, without the slightest hesitation, the pack of wolves abruptly turned, surging like a dark torrent into the depths of the forest. In the blink of an eye, their lithe forms vanished without a trace, leaving behind an expanse of desolate land and the decapitated head of the Wolf King still resting in place. Observing the departure of the wolves, the inhabitants of the shelter breathed a quiet sigh of relief, glancing at the headless corpse of the Wolf King on the ground. Xiao Bing furrowed her brow and turned to Song Imo, inquiring, "Brother Song, how shall we dispose of the carcass of the Wolf King?" Upon hearing this, Song Imo lowered his gaze to examine the body of the Wolf King with thoughtful contemplation flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly replied, "I wonder if wolf meat is palatable? Perhaps we could cut some of it to cook and eat? The hide could be used to craft a wolfskin coat." Listening to his suggestion, Xiao Bing shook her head. "I think we should refrain. We already have an abundance of snake meat in our shelter that we cannot consume in a hurry. Moreover, this dark creature is rather cumbersome to handle." In response to her words, Song Imo nodded. Then let us simply cast it into the small river. After stating this, he and Xiao Bing worked together to drag the Wolf King's corpse to the water's edge, where they promptly discarded it into the river that connected to the pond. At that moment, dawn was approaching, and the group was so fatigued that their eyes could scarcely remain open. Once they had dealt with the Wolf King's body, Song Imo, dragging his weary frame, took heavy steps back to his modest shelter. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing and several others also climbed onto their bamboo beds, succumbing to sleep amidst a chorus of snores. Days passed, and before long, a week had slipped by. During this time, aside from the occasional excursion into the forest to gather firewood or forage for fresh wild vegetables, the majority of their hours were spent by the pond. Song Imo almost daily took his fishing rod to the pond's edge, seeking to alleviate the tedium of time. Ever since he and Xiao Bing had jointly dealt with the Wolf King, the wolf pack had not returned for revenge. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei, since that fateful night of the wolf attack, seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, emerging with newfound resilience. Previously somewhat delicate, they now exhibited an unwavering spirit. Each day, they would eagerly implore Xiao Bing to teach them archery and self-defense techniques. Witnessing their proactive approach to learning, Song Imo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, in such a harsh environment, acquiring survival skills would undoubtedly enhance their chances of enduring. During their confinement on this deserted island, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei had experienced unprecedented trials and growth. The fragility and dependence of the past had gradually receded, replaced by strength, courage, and independence. One evening, after dinner, the group gathered around the kitchen's fire, engaging in lively conversation filled with laughter. Gazing at the scant remnants of snake meat upon the wooden rack, Song Imo pondered. This meager portion of meat would scarcely suffice for 2 or 3 days. It seems I must venture into the woods tomorrow in search of sustenance. At that moment, a sudden, blood-curdling scream resonated from the distant forest. Upon hearing the anguished cry, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Listening intently, Li Xiaomei swiftly remarked, "That scream sounded remarkably like Li Ming's voice. Was he not with Yang Wei in his group? How could he possibly be here?" As she spoke, Song Imo and the others turned their gazes toward her. Chapter 78. The Discovery of Wild Grapes. Lu Yunhan inquired, "Xiaomei, are you certain that this voice belongs to Li Ming?" Li Xiaomei nodded affirmatively. "That is indeed Li Ming's voice. We share a good rapport at the company, so I would not mistake it." Lu Yunhan, intrigued, remarked, "That is peculiar. What could Li Ming possibly be doing in the woods at this hour?" The others were equally puzzled, and Song Imo suggested, "It is getting late. We should retire for the night." With that, he rose and retreated to his modest shelter to rest. As he lay in bed, Song Imo pondered. What could have prompted Li Ming to wander into the woods at such a late hour? Could it be that Yang Wei and his associates have discovered this place and are lurking in the shadows? Or perhaps they have relocated to the nearby woods. The following morning, Song Imo awoke early. Upon opening the wooden door of his shelter, he spotted Xiao Bing by the waterhole, freshening up. Approaching her with a smile, he said, "You're up quite early." Xiao Bing returned the smile. "You are no different." After washing up, Song Imo suggested, "I am going into the woods to forage for food. Would you care to join me?" Xiao Bing nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the shelter, Xiao Bing placed her bow and arrows into a bamboo basket, while Song Imo ignited some mosquito-repelling herbs, rolling them into small sticks and placing them in a bamboo tube. He then secured the tube firmly onto the bamboo basket. With their burdens strapped to their backs, the two set off towards the woods. The sun had just risen, and the forest was still shrouded in mist, obscuring visibility and impeding their progress. After nearly an hour of walking, apart from the occasional chirping of birds in the branches and scattered animal bones on the ground, they encountered no other signs of wildlife. Fortunately, as the sun ascended higher, the mist within the woods began to dissipate. Continuing side by side, they navigated the uneven terrain, with the surrounding grass and bushes occasionally tugging at their pant legs. After traversing a considerable distance, an unusual sight suddenly captured their attention. A towering tree, majestic and grand, its robust trunk entwined with numerous verdant vines. What drew their gaze even more were the clusters of jet-black fruits, resembling obsidian, hanging from the vines. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, they hurried closer to investigate. As they approached, they scrutinized the scene, and a wave of indescribable joy surged within them. To their delight, the clusters of black fruits were none other than ripe wild grapes. Each plump berry, akin to black pearls, nestled among the lush green vines, radiating an alluring sheen. Unable to contain her excitement, Xiao Bing eagerly plucked a wild grape and placed it in her mouth. Upon gently biting into the skin, a tangy sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. Despite a hint of tartness, the overall flavor was quite delectable. She nodded in satisfaction and turned to Song Mo beside her, saying, "Brother Song, you must try this. The wild grapes are truly delightful. I never expected to find wild grapes growing on this desolate island." Upon hearing Xiao Bing's words, Song Mo was equally tempted. Without hesitation, he reached out and plucked a bunch of wild grapes, savoring them as he chewed. The sweet and sour flavor caused him to squint his eyes in pleasure, a look of contentment spreading across his face. Soon, it was as though they had discovered a treasure, and both indulged heartily, each consuming 2 entire bunches of wild grapes. Song Mo then drew the military knife he carried at his waist and carefully sliced the remaining grapes, placing them meticulously into the bamboo basket he carried on his back. After gathering the wild grapes, they continued deeper into the dense foliage. They had not ventured far when the crisp call of a pine chicken reached their ears. Instantly, they halted and turned toward the sound. There, perched on a branch of a large pine tree, were 2 pine chickens vociferously calling out. Recalling his previous success in shooting 2 pine chickens with a single arrow, Song Mo remarked that his archery skills were rather decent. Xiao Bing felt a twinge of skepticism in her heart. She then said to Song Mo, "Brother Song, I'll leave these 2 pine chickens to you. Let me see how skilled you truly are with your bow." Understanding her intent to test his archery, Song Mo replied with a smile, "Today, I shall show you my prowess." With that, he gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground and, with swift and fluid motions, retrieved his bow and arrows. Approaching the 2 pine chickens, Xiao Bing crossed her arms, watching intently as Song Mo moved. She understood, well, that although the 2 pine chickens stood side by side, there was still a distance of about 40 to 50 centimeters between them. To shoot them both simultaneously with a single arrow would be no easy feat, however. Song Mo's confident demeanor suggested he felt assured about his chances. At that moment, the 2 pine chickens noticed Song Mo drawing closer. Surprisingly, instead of fleeing in panic, they curiously fixed their round eyes on the approaching human. Their little heads tilted from side to side, occasionally emitting a series of clear and melodious calls, as if attempting to communicate with him. Before long, Song Mo had stealthily positioned himself beneath the tall and sturdy pine tree. He paused, narrowing his eyes slightly as he began to carefully observe his surroundings, rapidly selecting the optimal shooting angle. He then knocked an arrow onto the bowstring, steadying it with precision. Taking a deep breath to steady his rhythm, he aimed the arrowhead directly at the 2 pine chickens. With everything in place, he released the top bowstring without hesitation. In an instant, the arrow flew like a streak of lightning, tearing through the air with astonishing speed toward the pine chickens. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the first pine chicken with unerring accuracy, the powerful impact piercing through its body. However, the arrow did not cease its relentless advance. Instead, it surged forward with unstoppable momentum, ultimately piercing the body of the second grouse with formidable precision. Both grouse emitted a heart-wrenching cry as they plummeted to the ground, thrashing and flailing in their final moments. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Bing could not help but applaud in admiration, exclaiming, "What a masterful shot! Indeed, it surpasses my own skills." In response to Xiao Bing's praise, Song Mo merely turned his head and offered her a faint smile. He swiftly approached, collected the 2 fallen grouse, and deftly snapped their necks. Returning to Xiao Bing, he placed the 2 grouse along with the bow and arrow into the bamboo basket. Chapter 79. Discovering the wild boar after a brief respite. the two resumed their determined strides, venturing deeper into the dense forest. However, despite traversing a considerable distance, they encountered no signs of other wildlife. Noticing the late hour, they decided against further searching and turned back towards the shelter. They gathered a few wild grapes and successfully hunted 2 ptarmigans, deeming their expedition fruitful. After nearly 2 hours, they returned to the kitchen, breathless. Song Mo placed the bamboo basket on the ground, and both collapsed onto the earth, gasping for air. At that moment, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei were seated by the pond, engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon seeing Song Mo and Xiao Bing return, the trio quickly rose and made their way back to the kitchen. The sight of the 2 ptarmigans and the wild grapes within the basket filled them with immense joy and excitement. Lu Jiechi, quick on her feet, seized an iron pot and hurried to the pond, expertly filling it with clear water before sprinting back to the shelter, where she placed the pot securely over the fire. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei busied themselves, each retrieving several bunches of wild grapes from the basket to wash at the pond before returning to the kitchen. Eagerly, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei grabbed handfuls of the freshly washed wild grapes, indulging in them without hesitation. Having survived on little more than coconut water since their arrival on the deserted island, the tartness of the wild grapes brought them a sense of satisfaction. After consuming 2 bunches each, they paused. By this time, the water in the pot had boiled, and Lu Jiechi placed the 2 ptarmigans into the scalding water. She carried the pot to the pond's edge, where the 3 of them began to prepare the birds. Observing their somewhat clumsy efforts, Song Mo felt a wave of contentment. It was remarkable to witness their growth. These 3 had previously been entirely inexperienced, yet each day on the island had brought about significant change. After more than half an hour, Lu Jiechi and her companions had successfully prepared the ptarmigans and returned to the kitchen. By this time, Song Mo and Xiao Bing had also regained their strength. Song Mo chopped the clean ptarmigans into smaller pieces, sought ing them in the pot to release their aroma, before adding water to begin simmering. He then took a piece of snake meat, cutting it into small chunks to stew alongside the ptarmigans. Once the dish was ready, it was already midday, and everyone was famished. They eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the tender ptarmigan and snake meat with gusto. After satisfying their hunger, Song Mo instructed Xiao Bing to take Lu Yunhan and the others into the woods to gather firewood for the kitchen. Meanwhile, he ventured into the nearby thicket to dig for earthworms, wrapping them in leaves for later use. Upon arriving at the edge of the pond with fishing rods in hand, they commenced their angling endeavors. It must be noted that the pond teemed with fish, as even before the baited hooks, adorned with worms, had fully submerged. They were already nibbled at by the aquatic inhabitants. Thus, after more than an hour elapsed, Xiao Bing and his companions returned to the kitchen, each bearing a bundle of firewood. Meanwhile, Song Mo had successfully reeled in over 10 fish, each weighing approximately 3 to 4 taels. As twilight descended, the group indulged in roasted fish, engaging in light-hearted conversation by the crackling fire before retiring early to their refuge for a night's rest. The following morning, as dawn broke with a gentle light, Song Mo and Xiao Bing were already awake. After a brief wash by the pond, they equipped themselves with bows and quivers, venturing into the thickets. Wandering through the woods for more than an hour, they encountered nothing but the occasional chirping of birds among the branches, devoid of any other wildlife. By this time, the sun had risen high, generously casting its ardent rays upon the earth. The air within the forest grew increasingly oppressive, suffused with an unbearable warmth. Having walked for an extended period, their garments were thoroughly drenched in perspiration, clinging to their skin as if one could wring water from them. At this moment, Song Mo and Xiao Bing leaned against the sturdy trunk of a large tree to rest. Just as they relished this tranquil interlude, a deep and guttural bellow erupted from the depths of the nearby woods, resonating with the sound of a wild boar. The instant they heard the beast cry, their spirits were invigorated. Exchanging a glance, they hastened toward the source of the sound. As they drew closer, the boar's cries became increasingly distinct and louder, reverberating through the forest like thunderous roars. After traversing a short distance, they finally beheld the wild boar, blissfully foraging for food. This particular boar was relatively small, Weighing perhaps a little over 100 pounds, its body cloaked in a coarse, thick black hide. It chewed diligently on the ground's offerings, occasionally lifting its head to survey its surroundings with vigilance. Observing the scene, Song Imo cautiously set his bamboo basket down upon the ground, then deftly unsheathed his military knife from his waist. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing, not to be outdone, skillfully unfurled her previously folded military shovel, gripping the handle firmly. Once prepared, they inhaled deeply, exchanged a knowing glance, and stealthily approached the boar's position. As they continued to close the distance, the boar, which had been engrossed in its search for food, suddenly lifted its head with alertness. Its keen, piercing eyes fixated on the advancing figures of Song Imo and Xiao Bing. In an instant, a cacophony of deafening snarls erupted from its fearsome, tusk-exposed mouth, as if issuing a stern warning to the unwelcome intruders. Do not approach me. Meanwhile, its four sturdy and powerful hooves began to scrape incessantly against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. However, in the face of the wild boar's fierce warning, Song Imo and Xiao Bing remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. They steadfastly continued their approach towards the beast, witnessing that these two individuals were utterly disregarding its warnings and advancing closer. The wild boar's fury ignited to unprecedented levels. With uncontainable rage, it opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp and menacing tusks, and then, like a bolt of lightning, it lunged towards Song Imo and Xiao Bing with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious wild boar was upon them. Fortunately, Song Imo and Xiao Bing reacted swiftly and nimbly, their figures flashing like phantoms as they simultaneously darted to the sides to evade the onslaught. Chapter 80. The collaborative hunt for wild boars. As they deftly evaded the ferocious charge of the wild boar, Song Imo skillfully wielded his razor-sharp military knife, striking with the force of a tempest towards the oncoming beast. Standing beside him, Xiao Bing was equally undaunted, swiftly grasping her sturdy, folding military shovel, and poured all her strength into a powerful downward blow aimed at the wild boar. In an instant, Song Mo's swift strike descended like a bolt of lightning across the night sky, accurately landing on the boar's plump belly, instantly carving a long gash. In a flash, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the ground and filling the air with an intense, acrid scent of iron. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing's shovel struck solidly against the boar's muscular neck, producing a muffled thud reminiscent of a heavy object colliding with a wall. The wild boar, reeling from the severe blow, emitted a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the air. The tremendous impact propelled its massive body several meters forward before it finally regained its footing. Yet, the enraged beast was far from subdued. It furiously pivoted its head and lunged once more at Song Imo and Xiao Bing. Fortunately, the two displayed remarkable synergy, dodging in unison just as the boar was about to pounce upon them, their movements perfectly synchronized as if rehearsed countless times before. Thus, they narrowly escaped the wild boar's fierce assault once again. Without granting the boar a moment's respite, Song Imo and Xiao Bing swiftly resumed their relentless offensive, weapons in hand. Song Mo's knife, like a lethal blade, struck the boar's hardened skull, sparks flying in its wake. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing wielded her military shovel with all her might, delivering a heavy blow to the boar's powerful foreleg. The wild boar, overwhelmed by the successive strikes, could no longer withstand the assault, letting out a pitiful wail before stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Though gravely injured, its eyes still burned with fury and hatred as they fixed upon Song Imo and Xiao Bing. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Song Mo's gaze sharpened, and gripping his glinting knife, he surged towards the kneeling boar like a gust of wind. With his left hand, he firmly grasped one of the boar's ears, forcefully pulling its head to the side to expose its vulnerable neck. Simultaneously, with unwavering resolve, he thrust the gleaming knife towards the boar's throat. As the blade pierced through, a fountain of scarlet blood erupted from the wound, cascading into the air and forming a mist of crimson. The wild boar sustained such a grievous blow that it emitted a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing shriek, causing the nearby leaves to tremble. In excruciating pain, The wild boar struggled desperately, thrashing on the ground even after collapsing, attempting to escape the shadow of death. Song Imo swiftly retreated 2 or 3 meters to avoid harm from the frenzied beast. At that moment, Xiao Bing, wielding a sturdy military shovel, fearlessly charged towards the writhing wild boar. She raised her shovel high, aiming for the creature's massive and corpulent head, and with all her might, brought it crashing down. A dull thud resonated in the air, and the wild boar let out another mournful cry. Without hesitation, Xiao Bing unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, each shovel landing precisely upon the boar's head. With each heart-stopping wail, she struck 4 or 5 times, and gradually, the once madly thrashing boar fell still, finally succumbing to silence. Confirming the beast's demise, Xiao Bing paused, breathing heavily. Neither of them felt any relief, for the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, a smell that could potentially attract other ferocious carnivores. Realizing this, Song Imo wasted no time. He grabbed his military knife and dashed into the nearby thicket. Shortly after, he returned with several resilient vines and a sturdy branch, as thick as an arm. He bound the boar's limbs with the vines and threaded the thick branch through them. Together, they hoisted the wild boar and began their arduous journey toward the shelter. Despite their considerable strength, the boar weighed around 150 to 160 pounds. Even split between 2 individuals, the burden on each shoulder was still a daunting 70 to 80 pounds. The uneven terrain was fraught with dense underbrush, making their trek even more strenuous. Both were drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. After a short distance, they had to set down the boar to catch their breath. After nearly 2 hours of this toiling journey, they finally reached the entrance of the shelter, utterly exhausted. They dropped the boar to the ground and collapsed beside it, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Lu Yuhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei sat by the pond, laughing and chatting merrily. Upon seeing Song Imo and Xiao Bing return with a large wild boar, they were both delighted and astonished. They quickly stood and rushed to the duo. Noticing their sweat-soaked, breathless state, Lu Jieqi hurried back to the kitchen, filled 2 bamboo bowls with water, and brought them to the pair. Gratefully accepting the water, Song Imo and Xiao Bing drank eagerly. After quenching their thirst, they resumed their heavy breathing. Gazing at the large wild boar on the ground, Li Xiaomei praised them. Song Gu, Bing Jia, you two are truly incredible. To think we have managed to bring back such a sizable wild boar. This creature is enough to sustain us for a fortnight. Song Imo, panting heavily, remarked, spare us the flattery, with the time you have. You ought to gather some dry grass from the woods. The more, the better. Upon hearing Song Mo's words, Li Xiaomei did not bother to inquire about the purpose of collecting dry grass. Instead, she turned and strode into the forest. Lu Yunhan and Lu Jieqi quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, Song Imo and Xiao Bing remained seated on the ground, taking a well-deserved rest. After all, carrying such a hefty wild boar for an extended period would be a challenge for anyone. Chapter 81. Shall I scrub you? Time ticked by relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 20 minutes had slipped away unnoticed. Lu Yunhan and her companions, each clutching a hefty bundle of dried grass, trudged back toward the entrance of their shelter with a slightly labored gait. At this moment, Song Imo and Xiao Bing, having enjoyed a brief respite, had regained a measure of their strength. Upon witnessing the return of Lu Yunhan and the others, a flicker of relief illuminated their faces. Without delay, the group united their efforts to drag the wild boar to the edge of a nearby pond. Song Imo skillfully spread the dried grass evenly over the boar's body. He then turned and returned to the shelter, extracting a burning log from the fire, and hastened back to the water's edge. Approaching the pile of dry grass, he gently crouched down, carefully igniting the grass with the flames. In an instant, the crackling sounds filled the air as the grass ignited fiercely, releasing a pungent odor of singed bristles that quickly enveloped the surroundings. The overpowering stench was nearly unbearable, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their mouths and noses, retreating swiftly to maintain a safe distance from the conflagration. The grass continued to burn, the flames intensifying. Gradually, the once mountainous heap of dried grass was reduced to ashes, and the hair on the boar was completely charred away. Moreover, the skin was scorched to a darkened, woeful state. Once the dried grass had entirely incinerated, the group sprang into action again, collectively dragging the boar into a small river that connected to the pond. They rolled up their sleeves and bent down, meticulously washing the boar's body. The water flowed gently, splashing as they worked diligently for about 20 minutes until the boar was thoroughly cleansed. In the end, they joined forces to haul the clean boar back to the grassy bank. At this juncture, Song Imo unhesitatingly grasped a military knife, holding it firmly in his hand, and precisely made a long incision above the boar's abdomen. With resolute force, he pulled out the warm, viscous, and blood-scented entrails with a rough motion. He then deftly extracted the liver, placing it carefully aside, while the other innards were discarded into the flowing river, treated like worthless refuse, allowed to be carried away by the current. Next, he took up the military knife again, skillfully cutting the boar's meat. Each slice was clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. As time passed, in less than 20 minutes, the boar's meat was neatly portioned and returned to the shelter. At this point, the sun hung high in the sky, signaling noon. The group's stomachs rumbled in chorus, waves of hunger crashing upon them. Song Imo selected several robust ribs from the boar and raised his knife once more, chopping them into manageable pieces suitable for consumption. Once completed, he gently placed these rib segments into a pot, adding an appropriate amount of water, allowing them to simmer slowly. While the wild boar ribs simmered, the others were not idle. They took sea salt and sprinkled it generously over the wild boar meat, massaging it thoroughly with their hands to allow the salt to permeate the flesh. Subsequently, they hung the marinated meat on wooden racks beside the fire. Given the substantial quantity of meat, their previously laboriously prepared sea salt was nearly depleted. Noticing the scant amount of salt remaining, Song Imo contemplated that he would need to make another trip to the seaside to procure more crystallized sea salt. Meanwhile, the enticing aroma of the boiling wild boar ribs wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of his companions. Famished, they eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, savoring the tender ribs until not a morsel remained. Even the broth was licked clean. After indulging in the succulent ribs, Song Imo glanced down at his attire, now stained with boar blood and exuding an odd odor, prompting him to frown. He then turned to Lu Yunhan and the others, saying, "You all stay in the kitchen for now. I must hurry to the pond for a thorough wash to rid myself of this grime and unpleasant smell." Upon hearing Song Mo's intent to bathe, Lu Jiechi's face lit up with a radiant smile as she jested, "Oh, why should we remain in the kitchen? Are you worried we might sneak a peek at you bathing?" Song Mo, hearing this, let a mischievous smile escape his lips as he replied, If you truly wish to watch, then by all means feel free. I assure you, I have nothing to lose." Nearby, Li Xiaomei joined in the banter, cheerfully asking, "Song Ge, do you need me to help scrub your back?" At this unexpected suggestion, Song Mo froze in place, momentarily stunned. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei burst into laughter, their amusement echoing throughout the kitchen. After several seconds of bewilderment, Song Mo finally regained his composure. Turning to Li Xiaomei with a resigned expression, he remarked, "Xiaomei, I always thought you were a demure and gentle girl. I never expected you to be so bold today." Unfazed by his comment, Li Xiaomei maintained her smile and playfully responded, "Humph, I learned it from you." Song Mo was left momentarily speechless. Choosing not to engage further with the girls, he stood up and returned to his modest shelter to fetch a change of clothes. Upon reaching the pond, he stripped down to his underwear and leapt into the water. Swimming beneath the cascading waterfall, he allowed the torrents to cascade over him. After soaking for nearly half an hour, he finally emerged from the water, donned a fresh set of clothes, and hung his wet garments on a nearby branch to dry. Sitting on the grassy bank, he gazed into the crystal-clear depths of the pond. Song Mo couldn't help but reminisce about his mother and sister. Lost in thought for quite a while, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by the sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he discovered that it was Xiao Bing and 3 other girls approaching, carrying a change of clothes. Upon reaching Song Mo's side, Lu Yunhan inquired Song Ge, "What are you daydreaming about here?" Song Mo shook his head and replied, "It's nothing much, just thinking about my mother and sister. I wonder how they are doing." Chapter 82. Towards the shore. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yunhan and her companions felt a stir in their hearts, their thoughts drifting towards the warmth of their distant home. They shared the same deep yearning for their loved ones as Song Mo, and their once bright eyes were now veiled with a hint of melancholy. Time seemed to stand still as they lingered in this suffocating silence. Eventually, Song Mo rose slowly, breaking the oppressive stillness. He took a deep breath, turned to the girls beside him, and softly said, "You should go take a bath first. I will wander a bit in the nearby woods." Before his words fully settled, he had already turned away, leaving no opportunity for Lu Yunhan and the others to respond. With determined strides, Song Mo swiftly returned to the shelter, shouldered a bamboo basket, and without looking back, ventured deep into the woods. Once inside, he slowed his pace, attentively observing his surroundings. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, bringing with it a refreshing coolness and the fragrant scent of grass and leaves. As he walked, he remained vigilant for anything useful. Approximately half an hour later, his eyes brightened as he discovered a lush patch of mosquito-repellent herbs growing beneath a colossal tree. The leaves were a vibrant green, exuding a delightful and refreshing aroma. Song Mo hurried over, carefully uprooting them and placing them into his bamboo basket. Then, he stumbled upon a bountiful supply of tender purslane nearby and collected some to add to his harvest. Satisfied with his plentiful finds, he nodded contentedly and turned back, retracing his steps towards the shelter. Upon his return, he found Lu Yunhan and the others had already bathed and were leisurely seated on the grass by the water's edge. They held handmade wooden combs, gently detangling their damp, long hair with movements both tender and graceful. Their hair danced in the breeze, resembling a captivating and beautiful painting. Song Mo stood quietly at a distance, gazing at Lu Yunhan and her companions, feeling an indescribable warmth swell within him. After watching the girls for a while, he made his way to the kitchen, took out the purslane, and placed it in a pot. He then carried the mosquito-repellent herbs outside the shelter, laying them evenly on the grass to dry. Once the herbs had dried, Song Mo joined Lu Yunhan and her friends on the grass. Turning his gaze towards them, he smiled and remarked, "I must say, you all look quite lovely after your baths." At his compliment, Xiao Bing and the others turned their attention towards him. Lu Jiechi, beaming with a smile, asked, "Song Ge, what has gotten into you today? Your words are so sweet. You didn't praise us like this after our baths a few days ago. So tell us, who among the four of us is the most beautiful?" Upon hearing her question, Song Mo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and replied, "Why do you always ask such questions? Didn't I already say that each of you possesses your own unique charms and are all beautiful?" Indeed, among the four girls before him, if one were to declare the most beautiful, it would undoubtedly be Lu Yunhan. Her grace and visage surpassed those of the other three, albeit only slightly. However, Song Mo would never utter such words. Lu Jiechi, clearly unsatisfied with Song Mo's remarks, chose not to press further. The group sat on the grass, engaged in lively conversation, until the sun began to set, prompting them to rise and return to the kitchen. Xiao Bing took a piece of wild boar meat, marbled with fat, and cut it into small chunks to saw it, releasing a tantalizing aroma. She added some water to the pot, commencing the simmering process. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei washed the purslane that Song Mo had gathered by the riverside. Outside the kitchen, Song Mo collected the mosquito-repelling herbs that had been drying on the grass and brought them back to the fire pit. After several hours of exposure, the herbs had reached a semi-dry state. He began to knead the herbs into small strips. Before long, Lu Yunhan and the others returned with the clean purslane and joined him in preparing the mosquito-repelling herbs. Once the herbs were properly shaped, the simmering wild boar meat began to emit an irresistible fragrance. Xiao Bing added the cleaned purslane to the pot to cook alongside the meat. The group eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in generous helpings of the wild boar and purslane, savoring every bite. In no time, the pot was emptied, even the broth consumed to the last drop. After dinner, Lu Yunhan and her companions took the initiative to gather the dishes and wash them by the pond. The group then settled around the fire, sharing laughter and stories. Song Mo informed the girls of his plan to visit the coast the following day, hoping to gather more useful supplies and perhaps procure some sea salt crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiechi exclaimed, "I want to join you. I've been at this pond for over a month, and the monotony is driving me mad." Lu Yunhan quickly added, "I want to go as well. It would be nice to clear my mind by the coast." Xiao Bing and Li Xiaomei also expressed their desire to accompany him. Song Mo did not refuse, as leaving the girls behind would leave him somewhat uneasy. After conversing by the fire for a while, the group returned to their shelter early, settling down on the bamboo beds to rest. The next morning, as dawn broke, everyone gradually awoke and washed up by the pond. After returning to the kitchen to cook some wild boar meat for breakfast, Song Mo instructed the girls to take empty bottles to fetch water from the pond, placing it in bamboo baskets. He also packed some wild boar meat in 2 pots in the baskets, igniting some of the needed mosquito-repelling herbs, which he placed in 2 bamboo tubes, handing them to Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei. Thus, they set off towards the coast, the sun just beginning to rise, casting a veil of mist over the entire forest, which rendered visibility quite low. As they proceeded at a rather leisurely pace, Song Mo led the way with a military knife in hand, closely followed by Lu Jiechi, who carried a bamboo basket on her back. Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei walked in the middle, each holding a bamboo tube filled with mosquito-repelling herbs, while Xiao Bing brought up the rear with a folding military shovel. The shelter was still a good 7 or 8 kilometers from the coastline, and after nearly 2 hours of walking, they had not yet covered half the distance. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the mist within the forest had completely dissipated. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting an oppressive heat throughout the woodland. Chapter 83. Are you unable to proceed? After traversing such a considerable distance, the group was thoroughly exhausted. Their clothing was completely drenched in sweat, with only Song Mo and Xiao Bing faring slightly better. At this moment, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiechi, and Li Xiaomei were all flushed. Panting heavily, gasping for breath, Lu Jiechi addressed Song Mo, "Brother Song, we truly cannot go on any longer. Shall I not take a moment to rest?" Observing the weary expressions on their faces, Song Mo nodded and sought out a shady tree. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no lurking dangers, he allowed the girls to sit beneath the tree to recuperate. Lu Yunhan and the others promptly collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Song Mo leaned against the trunk, his eyes vigilant, surveying the environment. Since the girls wore loose-fitting clothing, Song Mo's position afforded him a view down their necklines. As he gazed downward, he could distinctly see their undergarments and the alluring curves they concealed. An overwhelming thirst and rush of blood coursed through him, his gaze fixated on the girl's attire. Just as he became entranced, Xiao Bing suddenly lifted her head to look at him. Noticing his intense gaze, she glanced down at her neckline and immediately understood, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Caught in the act, Song Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and he quickly averted his eyes. Blushing, Xiao Bing remarked, "Brother Song, what do you think? Is it appealing?" Her question piqued the curiosity of Lu Yunhan and the others, who simultaneously turned their heads to look at Song Mo. He feigned innocence, responding, "What are you talking about? I can't quite comprehend." Xiao Bing, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Do not pretend. I clearly saw you staring at her necklines." With a serious demeanor, Song Mo replied, "What are you saying? What did I ever gaze at your necklines? One can indulge in food, but one must not speak frivolously. I, Song Mo, am not that kind of person." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiechi interjected, "I believe you are precisely that sort of person. Last time, you were indeed peeking at us, and it's no wonder you always lean against the tree during breaks. It's to sneak a glance at us. I assenti it?" Before Song Mo could respond, Lu Yunhan eagerly asked, "Jiechi, when did Brother Song peek at us?" Lu Jiechi laughed. "It was during our last excursion to gather food in the woods. We rested under a large tree, and he was leaning against the trunk, secretly watching us." Upon hearing Lu Jiechi's revelation, both Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei felt their faces flush. Lu Yunhan teased, "Brother Song, I initially thought you were a paragon of virtue. I never imagined you harbored such a penchant for voyeurism." Song Mo hastily defended himself. "Do not listen to her nonsense. When have I ever peeked at you? Besides, if I wished to look, I would do so openly without the need for stealth. Faced with Song Mo's adamant denial, the girls found themselves at a loss. Time passed, and Lu Jiechi suddenly chuckled, saying, Song-gu, if you really want to see it, just let me know. Next time, we can sneak into the woods, and I'll strip for you. After all, I will eventually be yours. Her bold words left everyone momentarily stunned. They had not expected such brazen flirtation from her. Song Mo was equally taken aback, rendered speechless by her blatant seduction. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor, replying, I am not that kind of person. In response, Lu Jiechi mischievously teased, Song-gu, could it be that you are incapable? Her remark incited laughter from Lu Yunhan, Xiao Bing, and Li Xiaomei. Enraged, Song Mo retorted, who is incapable? One day, I will definitely show you my prowess. Lu Jiechi laughed heartily, replying, I eagerly await that day. After resting under the great tree for nearly half an hour, the group felt a resurgence of energy. They rose and continued their journey toward the coast. After another 3 hours of walking, they finally arrived at the shoreline. An additional half hour brought them to the stone house where they had previously resided. Despite their prolonged absence, the stone house remained untouched, indicating that Yang Wei and his group had not visited during their time away. Exhausted, the group collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. By now, it was afternoon. The trek from the shelter had taken a full 5 or 6 hours, leaving them thoroughly fatigued, hungry, and parched. After a brief rest, feeling somewhat revitalized, Song Mo ventured to the kitchen outside the stone house and kindled a fire. He retrieved a pot from the bamboo basket and placed it over the flames. From the same basket, he took a piece of wild boar meat, chopped it into small pieces, and sauteed it in the pot until it released a savory aroma. He then added some water and began to stew it. In less than an hour, the wild boar meat was ready, and the famished individuals eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks to indulge in the hearty dish. After savoring the stewed meat and resting by the fire for a while, Song Mo addressed Xiao Bing and the other girls, saying, You should fetch some seawater to boil for salt crystals while I look for useful supplies along the coast. Xiao Bing immediately replied, I'll accompany you. Song Mo nodded in agreement, and the two of them shouldered their bamboo baskets and headed toward the shoreline. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and the other girls took the 2 pots to the coast to fill them with seawater, placing them over the fire to begin the process of boiling for salt crystals. Song Mo and Xiao Bing walked along the coast for 3 to 4 kilometers, but found nothing of use, leaving them with a sense of disappointment and frustration. The sun blazed high overhead, and as they walked, their clothes became once again drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Xiao Bing turned to Song Mo and said, I feel utterly uncomfortable. I am thinking of taking a dip in the sea. You might as well take a stroll nearby. Upon hearing her words, Song Mo replied with a mischievous grin, I too am feeling exceedingly uneasy and have the same inclination to bathe in the ocean. Why not join forces? I could even give you a back rub. Xiao Bing nodded, laughing as she replied, That sounds wonderful. Let us go together. You can indeed give me a back rub. With that, she made her way towards a large rock by the shore. Song Mo was momentarily taken aback, having only intended to jest, never anticipating that Xiao Bing would actually acquiesce. Chapter 84. The discovery of the oil drum with a light and graceful stride. Xiao Bing approached the massive stone at the edge of the shore. She gently turned around, her gaze fixed intently upon Song Mo, and without hesitation began to remove her clothing. Upon witnessing this scene, a fleeting, awkward smile spread across Song Mo's face as he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, Oh, I was merely jesting with you. I didn't expect you to take it so seriously. Well, take your time washing up. I shall take a stroll nearby. No sooner had he uttered these words than he turned on his heel and hurriedly departed, as if his feet were greased. Watching Song Mo's hasty retreat, Xiao Bing couldn't help but stifle a laugh, softly murmuring to herself, I never would have imagined that the legendary figure of the military could possess such an endearing side. With that, she disregarded Song Mo entirely and continued to focus on disrobing. Before long, she stood completely bare, diving without hesitation into the refreshing sea, joyfully beginning her bath. Meanwhile, Song Mo walked along the coastline, his eyes scanning the debris washed ashore by the waves. hoping to uncover any materials of value. Having gone several days without a cigarette, the yearning drove him nearly to distraction. Therefore, whenever he spotted even a single cigarette box along the shore, he would bend down to retrieve it, anticipation swelling within him as he opened it, yearning to find one or two unfinished cigarettes inside. Regrettably, the reality was disappointing. Most of the boxes he found were thoroughly soaked by seawater. Occasionally, he would discover a box containing a few half-smoked cigarettes. Yet they too were rendered unsmokable by the brine. After wandering a considerable distance along the shore without uncovering any useful supplies, let alone an unopened pack of cigarettes, disappointment and frustration began to weigh heavily on Song Mo's heart. Reaching a large rock at the shoreline, he sat down, gazing out over the vast expanse of the ocean while listening to the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks. This tranquil moment stirred memories of his mother and sister, and a wave of sadness washed over him. After resting on the stone for a while, he finally stood up and continued his trek along the coast. Thus, Song Mo trudged forward, alternating between deep and shallow steps, traversing a long stretch of sand. Suddenly, something in the distance caught his eye, an indistinct object floating on the surface of the sea. It was difficult to discern its nature from afar, but it appeared to be a substantial mass. He halted, squinting his eyes to focus intently on the sight before him. As he observed, his heart raced with exhilaration. Could it be? It was a colossal metal oil drum. This discovery ignited a surge of excitement within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly began to shed his garments, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover himself. Then, like an arrow released from its bow, he plunged into the sea, swimming vigorously towards the enormous oil drum. Waves surged relentlessly towards him. Yet Song Mo remained undeterred by the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead. His mind was singularly focused on one thought. He must retrieve that oil drum. With all his might, he flailed his arms and kicked his legs, exerting every ounce of strength with each stroke. As seconds morphed into minutes, after a grueling struggle of over 10 minutes, Song Mo finally reached the vicinity of a large oil drum. He immediately extended one hand to grasp the edge of the drum firmly, while using the other to swim vigorously towards the shore. Another 10 minutes passed, and he successfully towed the heavy oil drum back to the coastline, emerging from the water unscathed. As soon as he reached the sand, Song Mo eagerly dragged the oil drum onto the beach and reached for the lid. Initially, he feared that after being submerged in seawater for so long, the lid would be rusted and impossible to turn. To his immense delight, he found that with just a slight exertion, the lid began to loosen. This was an unexpected joy. Bolstered by newfound confidence, he intensified his efforts, alternating between both hands. Indeed, within a mere half-minute, he had successfully unscrewed the lid entirely. The moment the lid was removed, a pungent odor of diesel wafted from within the drum. It appeared that the drum had been intended for storing diesel, but it was now completely empty. Song Mo surmised that the drum must have fallen from a cargo ship and floated here with the current. With such a large capacity of several hundred liters, the drum could be used to store water and heat it for bathing. He carried the drum back to the sea and began to fill it with water for cleaning. After nearly 20 minutes of scrubbing, he finally succeeded in cleansing the drum, leaving no trace of diesel scent. Dressed in his clothes and hoisting the large drum over his head, he retraced his steps. Upon arriving at the spot where Xiao Bing had bathed, he found her sitting on a rock by the shore, lost in thought after finishing her bath. Shocked and delighted to see Song Mo returning with the enormous oil drum, she quickly stood up and walked towards him. As he placed the drum down on the sand, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Xiao Bing approached him and inquired, "Where did you find such a large oil drum?" Breathless, Song Mo replied, "I saw it floating on the surface of the sea and brought it back." Xiao Bing nodded, exclaiming, "This is a wonderful find. With it, we can heat water for bathing." Song Mo agreed, "That was my thought as well." After resting for a while to regain some strength, he stood up, and together with Xiao Bing, they lifted the oil drum and headed towards the stone house. By the time they returned, the sun was slowly descending beneath the horizon, and there sat Lu Yunhan, Lu Jiaqing, and Li Xiaomei, gathered around the kitchen fire, laughing and chatting merrily. Upon witnessing Song Mo and Xiao Bing returning with an enormous oil drum, Lu Yunhan and her companions were filled with a sense of joy. During the absence of Song Mo and Xiao Bing, Lu Yunhan and her friends had managed to extract 2 bottles of sea salt crystals from seawater. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had gradually darkened. Xiao Bing retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo basket, deftly slicing it into small chunks before placing it in the pot to stew. Amidst the simmering of the wild boar meat, Song Mo took out a military knife and cautiously cut off the top of the large oil drum. After savoring the stewed wild boar, the group gathered by the fire for a brief conversation before retiring early to the stone house for rest, perhaps due to sheer exhaustion. They had barely settled down when they were enveloped in slumber. Chapter 85. Lobster fishing by the sea the following morning, as the sun ascended high into the sky. Song Mo and Xiao Bing simultaneously awakened from their slumber. They gently propped themselves up, taking care to avoid disturbing the still sleeping Lu Yuhan, Lu Jiaqin, and Li Xiaomei. After exchanging a knowing glance, they nodded in agreement and stealthily made their way out of the stone house. Approaching the coastline, they were greeted by the refreshing sea breeze, which carried a touch of coolness. Upon reaching the shore, they crouched down and splashed their faces with the invigorating seawater, rousing themselves completely. After washing up, Song Mo turned to Xiao Bing and softly remarked, "I was contemplating that we could utilize that large oil drum to evaporate sea salt crystals." Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Bing's eyes, and she smiled in response. "What a coincidence. That was precisely my thought as well. That oil drum has quite a capacity, capable of holding several hundred liters of water, allowing us to harvest several pounds of sea salt crystals at once." Without further ado, the two sprang into action. They scoured the beach for suitable stones and, after considerable effort, managed to collect an ample supply. They then skillfully stacked the stones to construct a rudimentary stove. Subsequently, they worked in unison to securely place the enormous oil drum atop the makeshift furnace. With the preparations complete, they took to carrying seawater to the oil drum in a metal pot, making numerous trips back and forth. Due to the substantial volume of the drum, this laborious task consumed nearly 20 minutes before they finally filled it to the brim. Next, they ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, binding it with vines to transport back to the shoreline. Placing the wood beneath the stove, they ignited a fire, knowing that it would take at least a dozen hours to boil the vast quantity of seawater into salt crystals. Recognizing the need for more firewood, they returned to the woods once more to gather additional supplies. Seated beside the stove, they occasionally added more wood to the flames. As noon approached, Lu Yuhan and the others emerged from the stone house, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they made their way to the beach. Noticing the large oil drum on the stove, Lu Yuhan curiously inquired, "Songge, what are you all doing?" With a smile, Song Mo replied, "I am evaporating sea salt crystals using this oil drum. We can produce several pounds of salt at once." Taken aback by his statement, Lu Yuhan and the others paused in surprise. Lu Jiaqin gave him a thumbs up, saying, "I truly admire your ingenuity in coming up with this idea." Song Mo, feigning annoyance, retorted, "No need for flattery. This is something anyone could conceive. Hurry and wash up." Lu Jiaqin chuckled awkwardly and headed to the shore, while Lu Yuhan and Li Xiaomei quickly followed suit. Once the three had finished washing up, they joined Song Mo and Xiao Bing by the stove, engaging in cheerful conversation as the sea breeze gently tousled their hair, carrying with it the salty scent of the ocean. At this moment, Song Mo felt an unparalleled sense of joy. He rose to his feet and, with a buoyant stride, made his way toward the shoreline. Agilely, he climbed atop a large rock, gazing out into the distance. The vast, boundless sea shimmered under the sun, resembling countless tiny diamonds scattered across its surface. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a movement beneath the water, as if something were swiftly swimming below. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a massive lobster. Its hard shell gleamed with a dark turquoise luster, and its long antennae swayed gently with the currents, standing out clearly in the crystalline waters. A wave of delight washed over Song Mo, and a look of surprise spread across his face. He had never anticipated that such a delectable lobster would be concealed beneath the seemingly ordinary seabed. Fortune indeed smiled upon him today. He mused himself, contemplating how he could enhance his meal. Having grown weary of wild-boar meat in recent days, he thought it would be perfect to catch a few lobsters for a change. He surveyed the surrounding waters, which were as clear as transparent crystal, revealing everything beneath with remarkable clarity. Moreover, the depth was merely 2 to 3 meters, making it relatively easy for Song Mo to capture the lobster. With this in mind, he immediately sprang into action, swiftly removing his clothing. His movements were decisive and efficient, and before long, he had stripped down to just his shorts, tossing his shirt atop the rock. At that moment, four girls seated near the stove were taken aback by the sight, their gazes fixed upon Song Mo. Lu Yunhan was the quickest to react. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Song Gu, what are you doing? Why are you bathing now? Could you not be a tad more considerate of us?" Her voice was bright and clear, tinged with surprise and mock reproach. Hearing Lu Yunhan's exclamation, Song Mo couldn't help but chuckle, responding with a hint of annoyance. "Bathing? I'm merely going to catch a few lobsters I spotted at the bottom to enhance your meals." As he spoke, he had already shed most of his clothing, now clad only in his shorts. The sun generously bathed him in its warm light, casting a radiant glow upon his bronzed skin. His physique resembled a carefully sculpted masterpiece, robust and exuding strength. The contours of his well-defined muscles flowed seamlessly, suggesting an innate explosive power, while his broad shoulders resembled solid mountains, instilling a sense of dependable security. His taut abdomen showcased 6 distinct muscles, visibly rising and falling with his gentle breaths. The girl's attention was instantly captivated by his impressive physique, their cheeks flushing with a vivid hue akin to a brilliant sunset. Li Xiaomei's gaze was fixated on Song Gu, her heart racing like a startled deer. She pondered to herself, "I never expected Song Gu to possess such an enviable build. Just look at those muscles. They are clearly the result of rigorous training. I wonder what it would feel like to touch them. Are they as hard as steel? Or do they possess just the right amount of elasticity?" Upon reaching this thought, she felt her heart race abruptly, as if it were on the verge of bursting from her chest. A flush spread rapidly across her face, reaching the very roots of her ears, while her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her garment. Lu Yunhan and Lu Jieqi were equally captivated by Song Mo's muscular physique, their eyes betraying a hint of shyness and curiosity. Their minds began to wander into a realm of fanciful imaginings. In contrast, Xiao Bing remained relatively composed, for this was not her first encounter with Song Mo in his bear form. Chapter 86. The charming Lu Jieqi Song Mo gradually shifted his feet, stepping deeper into the sea until the water engulfed his chest. He inhaled deeply once more and then plunged into the ocean, sending a cascade of sparkling droplets into the air. Once submerged, he was struck by the remarkable clarity of the water in this region. Sunlight streamed through the surface, illuminating the seabed in exquisite detail. With meticulous care, Song Mo sought the presence of lobsters. Before long, his gaze fell upon a massive boulder. Nestled within the crevices of the rock, a lobster lay hidden, its large form clad in a profound shade of crimson. Its long antennae swayed gently in the water, alert to its surroundings. A wave of delight washed over Song Mo as he cautiously approached the boulder, striving to remain silent so as not to startle the creature. When he was close enough, he swiftly extended his hand toward the lobster. Sensing danger, the lobster vigorously waved its formidable claws in defiance. Yet, Song Mo was quicker. He seized the lobster firmly, ensuring it had no chance of escape. With the lobster in hand, he propelled himself upward, breaking the surface of the water. The sight of the captured lobster filled the girls with uncontainable joy and excitement. Song Mo tossed the lobster at their feet, took a deep breath, and once again submerged to continue his search. After nearly an hour, he emerged from the sea with 8 or 9 lobsters, each weighing over half a pound. Exhaustion began to set in, but the bounty was ample enough for a delightful feast. Back on shore, he donned his clothes while Xiao Bing and the others took the lobsters to the grill. They retrieved some still-burning charcoal from the fire and placed the lobsters atop, beginning to roast them. In a little over 10 minutes, the lobsters turned a vibrant red. The group, unable to resist the temptation, eagerly grabbed the hot lobsters, peeling off the shells and indulging in the succulent flesh. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the lobster meat was extraordinarily delectable. Each bite was tender and juicy, allowing the sweet essence of the ocean to burst forth on their tongues as the springy texture danced merrily in their mouths. Before long, the pile of roasted lobsters had dwindled to a mere collection of shells, sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The group still wore expressions of longing, smacking their lips, their eyes brimming with nostalgia for the exquisite flavor they had just savored. Lu Jiechi licked her lips, her face alight with rapture as she exclaimed, "I never imagined lobsters could be this delicious. The tender texture and unique sweetness are simply irresistible. If only I could enjoy this every day. I feel I could feast on them at every meal without ever growing weary." Upon uttering these words, her sparkling, doe-like eyes instantly illuminated, directing their gaze towards Song Mo. She swayed her body slightly, her hands rhythmically shaking his arm as she playfully exclaimed, "Brother Song, look at all these lobsters by the sea. Why not dive back in and catch a few more for us to feast on? I haven't had my fill yet." Her exuberance sent shivers down Song Mo's spine, akin to a multitude of tiny insects crawling upon him. Frowning, he rolled his eyes and retorted, "Could you not act so whimsically? Your playful demeanor is quite unbearable. It's making the hairs on my arms stand on end." Hearing their banter, Xiao Bing, Lu Yunhan, and Li Xiaomei couldn't suppress their laughter. Xiao Bing remarked to Lu Jiechi, "Jiechi, your skills in being coy are truly becoming remarkable." Lu Yunhan, clutching her stomach in mirth, added, "Haha, Brother Song is completely at your mercy." Meanwhile, Li Xiaomei chuckled as she patted Lu Jiechi's shoulder. "Jiechi, have mercy on Songge. Look, his face has turned crimson." Unfazed, Lu Jiechi persisted in her playful antics. With her hands clasped in prayer at her chest, she blinked her large eyes and implored, "Brother Song, I know you're the best. You are the most handsome, kind-hearted, and capable person in the world. Please, go catch a few more lobsters. I really want to eat." At this point, Song Mo could no longer endure the incessant pleas. Feeling as if his head might explode from the sound of her cooing, he waved his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, I'll go catch them now. Just please stop." With that, he reluctantly stood up and made his way to the shore. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Bing and the others burst into laughter once more. Song Mo approached the coastline, climbed onto a rock, and stripped down to his shorts before plunging into the water to continue his lobster hunt. After 2 arduous hours in the sea, he finally managed to capture over 10 lobsters weighing more than half a pound each. Exhausted, he climbed back onto the rock, donned his clothes, and returned to the cooking area with his catch. The girls, upon seeing Song Mo's bounty, were filled with joy and excitement. Lu Jiechi, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Song, you're incredible. Look at how many lobsters you've caught. Truly worthy of being my man. I adore you so much." Before Song Mo could react, she darted forward like a nimble little rabbit, puckering her rosy lips to plant a fervent kiss on his cheek. Taken aback by this sudden display of affection, Song Mo stood frozen for a moment before regaining his composure. Wiping the spot where she had kissed him, he admonished her, "You mustn't speak so frivolously. When did I become your man? And please refrain from kissing me so carelessly. It leaves my face all sticky and uncomfortable." Upon hearing his words, Lu Yunhan, Xiao Bing, and Li Xiaomei could no longer contain their laughter, erupting in a chorus of mirth. Lu Jiechi, upon listening to Song Mo's remarks, widened her bright eyes, which glimmered like 2 crystal orbs, filled with indignation and dissatisfaction. With her hands firmly placed on her hips, she glared at Song Mo and declared, "How can you claim not to be my man? After all, you have taken my first kiss, so you must take responsibility. I kiss you, and you should be secretly delighted. Yet here you are, making disparaging comments. Consider how many would cherish the opportunity to kiss me, while you, on the contrary, seem to disdain it." As she continued, her agitation grew, and her cheeks turned a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe apple. Song Mo, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, quickly retorted, "Wasn't that kiss merely to save you? Besides, it didn't even feel like anything. Chapter 87. A gun pointed at the head upon hearing Song Mo's words. Lu Jiaqing's eyes widened in surprise, her face adorned with a hint of indignation as she retorted. Oh, what are you hoping to feel? Shall we venture into that dense grove right now, where I can give you a proper kiss? And you can take your time to discover your feelings? She deliberately articulated the phrase, give you a kiss, with pronounced clarity, her tone laced with a teasing inflection. Hearing such audacious and brazen remarks, Song Mo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead as he inwardly muttered, "What a shameless woman! How could she speak so unabashedly?" He shook his head in resignation, his eyes reflecting a mix of bemusement and disbelief. Nearby, Lu Yunhan and the others could not help but burst into laughter at Lu Jiaqing's boldness. Noticing the situation, Song Mo realized that if he did not intervene soon, Lu Jiaqing might utter even more astonishing words, and he quickly donned a smile, pleading, "My dear lady, have I not aired enough? I spoke out of turn and should not have said that. I beg you, please stop." Just as Lu Jiaqing was poised to tease Song Mo further, Xiao Bing suddenly pointed toward the distant shoreline, exclaiming, "Hold on, look! There are people approaching from the coast." At her words, Song Mo and the others immediately raised their heads, gazing toward the shoreline, and indeed, they spotted a group of individuals making their way toward them. However, due to the considerable distance, they could only discern vague silhouettes, making it difficult to ascertain the identities of those approaching. As the figures drew nearer, the keen-eyed Lu Yunhan quickly recognized the group, noting it's Yang Wei and the other executives. Upon hearing this, Song Mo's anger flared as he muttered, "Damn it! How dare they come here? I haven't settled the score for the stolen lamb last time. They shall receive a proper lesson today." Lu Yunhan hastily cautioned, "Please, do not act impulsively." Song Mo coldly replied, "Rest assured, I won't kill them. I merely intend to teach them a lesson." After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, Yang Wei and his entourage finally approached and halted before Song Mo and his companions. It was then that Song Mo noticed, in addition to Yang Wei and the other executives, there were two unfamiliar faces among them. One was a burly man, while the other, bespectacled, appeared rather genteel. Curious about their identities and how they had come to associate with Yang Wei's group, Song Mo listened as Yang Wei addressed Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, saying, "General Manager Lu, Manager Li, it's been quite a while since we last met. I missed you terribly. I've been losing sleep over thoughts of you both every night." To this, Lu Yunhan replied coldly, "I have no such sentiments. What brings you here?" Yang Wei responded with a grin, "Of course. I have come to take you lovely ladies back for a delightful time." After uttering those words, he shifted his gaze towards Xiao Bing, chuckling, "This lovely lady. Why have I never seen you before? You are quite beautiful." His compliment ignited Xiao Bing's fury, and she retorted with wide eyes, "Shut your filthy mouth. Do you dare challenge me?" As she prepared to strike, Song Mo swiftly restrained her, addressing Yang Wei with a frigid tone, "You scoundrel. I have yet to settle the score for the lamb you stole last time, and here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter." At this remark, Yang Wei finally turned his attention to Song Mo, icily responding, "You filthy security guard. Last time you left me battered. Today, I shall ensure your demise." With that, he pivoted towards a burly man standing nearby, nodding and ingratiatingly stating, "Brother Long, this is the little security guard I mentioned. Eliminate him, and these beautiful ladies will be yours." Upon hearing this, the stout man, with a face as fierce as his physique, fixed his piercing gaze on Song Mo, scrutinizing him before coldly declaring, "I've heard you possess some skill. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, if you are wise. Break your own legs and let these ladies serve me well, and I might show you mercy. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." A cruel smile crept across his lips, his eyes brimming with provocation. In response, Song Mo paused momentarily, then let out a chilling laugh. He turned to the smug Yang Wei and remarked, "Why the sudden bravado today? So you found a benefactor, have you? How intriguing. I look forward to witnessing just how formidable this ally of yours truly is." Yang Wei, emboldened by Song Mo's words, straightened his posture, an arrogant expression plastered across his face. With hands on his hips, he boisterously declared, "Filthy security guard, you should know your own worth. With Brother Long here, today marks your end. Prepare to scream for mercy. Yet, Song Mo remained unfazed. His eyes filled with disdain as he casually retorted, "What a farce! This Brother Long is nothing in my eyes. Today, I shall make him understand the true essence of his folly." His tone was resolute and self-assured, as if the so-called Brother Long were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as tensions reached their peak, Brother Long's expression darkened with malice. In a swift motion, he drew a dark handgun from his waistband, his movements precise and decisive. He advanced towards Song Mo, pressing the barrel against his forehead, snarling, "Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Let us see you maintain that bravado now." The cold touch of the gun seemed to exude an aura of death. Witnessing this, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei's faces drained of color, their previously rosy complexions turning ashen. Lu Yunhan's eyes widened like copper bells, filled with terror. Lu Jieqi's body trembled involuntarily, while Li Xiaomei covered her mouth, nearly gasping in astonishment. They could never have anticipated that this seemingly formidable brute would possess a firearm. Despite the icy muzzle pressed against his forehead, Song Mo remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering and serene, as though the weapon poised above him were merely a trivial toy rather than a lethal handgun. He slightly raised his chin, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he coldly regarded Brother Long, already strategizing his response in his mind. Chapter 88. Xiao Bing takes action. Xiao Bing's countenance was ashen, devoid of expression, her eyes fixated on the firearm that pressed ominously against Song Mo's temple, as if she were ensnared by an immobilizing spell. In stark contrast, Song Mo remained stoic, his face a placid mask, seemingly unfazed by the menacing barrel aimed at him. This demeanor led Yang Wei to mistakenly believe that Song Mo had succumbed to fear. Consequently, Yang Wei's arrogance swelled, and he taunted Song Mo with scornful laughter. "Ha! You pathetic security guard, why the sudden silence? Are you too frightened to speak? You were quite formidable earlier, yet now you resemble a lifeless statue. Where has that fierce spirit gone?" With that, Yang Wei shifted his gaze to Lu Yunhan, his countenance morphing into one of lewd delight. He leered at her, Miss Lu, you truly are a stunning beauty. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Once Dragon Brother takes care of this insufferable security guard, you shall see just how I intend to have my way with you." In an audacious move, Yang Wei extended his hand toward Lu Yunhan, his intentions unmistakable. Startled by his brazen advance, she recoiled in horror. Just as Yang Wei's hand was poised to make contact, a chilling reprimand sliced through the air. "If you dare lay a finger on her, I assure you, I will make you regret it profoundly." Though his voice was low, it carried an icy menace, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. The frigid timbre of Song Mo's words sent a shiver down Yang Wei's spine, a wave of terror surging from his feet to his mind. The audacity to continue his advance evaporated, and he turned quaking, only to be reminded of the gun still menacingly pressed against Song Mo's head. Yet his inherent arrogance reasserted itself, and he brazenly shouted, "You, pathetic security guard, even with a gun to your head, you dare to speak defiantly. I am eager to see what you can do to make me regret this." He then turned to Dragon Brother, ingratiatingly urging, "Dragon Brother, do act swiftly. Eliminate this impertinent little security guard." Dragon Brother, witnessing the scene, allowed a cruel smile to creep across his lips. With derision, he addressed Song Mo, "Today marks your end. I shall send you to meet your maker." However, before Dragon Brother could finish his taunt, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In an instant, Song Mo moved with the swiftness of lightning, his head darting aside as he executed a flawless disarmament maneuver. The gun was wrenched from Dragon Brother's grasp before he even registered the shift. Before Dragon Brother could recover from his astonishment, Xiao Bing, like a specter, launched her attack. She raised her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Dragon Brother's rotund abdomen. With a forceful kick, Xiao Bing unleashed her full strength, resulting in a resounding thud as Long Ji's nearly 200-pound frame was propelled through the air like a cannonball. He arced gracefully before crashing heavily onto the ground a few meters away, creating a loud thump that stirred up a cloud of dust. However, Xiao Bing had no intention of relenting. Her movements were as swift as lightning as she swiftly approached Long Ji's side. Without hesitation, she raised her foot and, like a tempest, delivered a fierce kick to his most vulnerable area. This strike was imbued with an overwhelming fury and hatred. As her foot made contact, Long Gu emitted a blood-curdling scream, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, reverberating throughout the space. He clutched his groin tightly, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain, writhing on the ground like a serpent devoid of its spine, moaning pitifully. Witnessing this, Xiao Bing felt no compassion. Instead, she swiftly extended her hands, grasping one of Long Ji's arms with a grip reminiscent of a vice. Summoning all her strength, she wrenched it violently, producing a sharp crack as Long Ji's arm was brutally twisted until it broke. His cries grew even more harrowing, echoing chillingly in the air. Yet, Xiao Bing's assault did not cease. She lifted her foot once more and delivered another devastating kick to Long Ji's head. This blow, akin to a thunderous strike, crashed down upon him with immense force. Long Ji's body was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, motionless, evidently unconscious. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they absorbed the unfolding scene. They could scarcely fathom how swiftly Song Mo had reacted, snatching the gun from Long Ji's grasp in the blink of an eye. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the seemingly delicate Xiao Bing possessed such formidable skills and executed her actions with merciless precision. Having dealt with Long Gu, Xiao Bing turned expressionless, her gaze settling slowly upon Yang Wei. At that moment, Yang Wei's earlier bravado had vanished. His complexion was ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably, clearly gripped by terror. As he watched Xiao Bing approach, he felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground with a thud. His lips quivered as he stammered, pleading with her, "Beautiful lady, I realize my mistake. Please, spare me this once. I promise I will never dare to provoke you again." Simultaneously, Lu Tao and the other company executives, seemingly infected by his fear, also knelt, uttering words of supplication. Xiao Bing disregarded their pleas, striding directly to Song Mo. She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes fixed upon him, and softly inquired, "Brother Song, how shall we deal with this group?" A subtle smile graced Song Mo's lips as he replied with a relaxed tone, "You may handle it as you see fit. I did mention earlier that I intended to beat the fear out of Yang Wei." Xiao Bing nodded, seemingly grasping Song Mo's implication. She turned and confidently approached Yang Wei, looking down upon the man who was now utterly terrified. Suddenly, without warning, Xiao Bing raised her foot and, summoning all her strength, delivered a fierce kick to Yang Wei's abdomen. Chapter 89. The deed is done with a force akin to thunder. The kick sent Yang Wei soaring through the air, rendering him incapable of reacting in time. His body traced an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. His agonized screams echoed in the air, resonating with such despair and suffering that it seemed as if his very insides had been shattered by that blow. For someone like him, Xiao Bing felt no pity whatsoever. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and delivered a vicious kick to Yang Wei's groin. The force of the strike was tremendous, striking his vulnerable area with unrelenting ferocity. A sharp crack resounded, and in an instant, Yang Wei's manhood was irreparably damaged, rendering it completely non-functional. He let out a blood-curdling howl, a sound so piercing it was reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spine. Clutching his groin with both hands, he curled up on the ground, trembling in agony. Yet, Xiao Bing showed no signs of mercy. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she continued to rain down kick after kick upon Yang Wei. Each strike was imbued with boundless rage and hatred, landing mercilessly upon him. After 7 or 8 blows, his body could no longer withstand such relentless punishment. He lost control of his bodily functions, a nauseating stench emanating from him. Only then did Xiao Bing cease her assault, stepping back with a look of disgust, as if lingering a moment longer would suffocate her with the foul odor. Meanwhile, Lu Tao and the group of company executives, kneeling in shock, were rendered utterly speechless, their minds racing with thoughts. What manner of woman is this? Her cruelty surpasses even that of Song Mo. Not only has she rendered Yang Wei impotent, but she has also forced him to lose control of his bowels. Even Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei were left dumbfounded by Xiao Bing's ferocity, unable to utter a single word. Song Mo, taken aback, contemplated. Xiao Bing truly harbors a deep-seated hatred for men. How could she be so ruthless, not only incapacitating Yang Wei, but also humiliating him so thoroughly? Fortunately, she harbored no ill will towards me. After several seconds of stunned silence, he finally gave Xiao Bing a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. You truly have made him lose everything." Xiao Bing replied with a smile, "Didn't you tell me to do it?" Song Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Bing then turned her attention to Lu Tao and the group of executives, cheerfully asking Song Mo, "Brother Song, how should we deal with these people? Should we eliminate them all?" Upon hearing this, the kneeling executives turned pale with fear, desperately pleading for mercy. Lu Yunhan quickly approached Xiao Bing and Song Mo, addressing them earnestly, "Brother Song, Sister Bing, regardless of their faults, they are still employees of my company. Moreover, Yang Wei has been rendered incapacitated. I suggest we spare them." Hearing her speak, Song Mo coldly remarked, "Is it not overly lenient to spare them? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I would have been shot dead by that detestable Longu just now." Xiao Bing also replied icily, "Such individuals are a menace. They are hardly deserving of sympathy. If we let them go today, they will undoubtedly return to trouble us in the future." Upon hearing Song Mo and Xiao Bing's words, Lu Yunhan quickly interjected, "Brother Song, Sister Bing, now that Longu and Yang Wei have been rendered powerless, they pose no threat to us. I believe Lu Tao and his associates will no longer dare to trouble us. Let's spare them this once." Li Xiaomei hastily approached, addressing Song Mo and Xiao Bing. "Brother Song, Sister Bing, while these individuals may be wicked, is it truly necessary to kill them all? They were likely incited by Yang Wei to create trouble for us. In my opinion, we should let them go this time." Had Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei not been present, Song Mo and Xiao Bing would have undoubtedly eliminated this group to prevent future troubles. If they had indeed executed Yang Wei and his gang in front of the three, it was conceivable that Lu Yunhan and the others might divulge today as events should they ever leave this place, potentially leading to dire consequences. Contemplating this, Song Mo nodded and declared, "Since both of you have interceded on their behalf, I shall grant them mercy this once. However, should they dare to trouble me again, I will not hesitate to eliminate them." With that, he turned his gaze towards the company executives, coldly stating, "Today, had it not been for General Lu and Manager Li's pleas, I would have ensured your demise. If you dare to provoke me again, I will undoubtedly see to your end. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Song Mo's words, the executives felt as if a great weight had been lifted, hastily assuring him that they would never trouble him again. They expressed their profound gratitude to Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, then hurriedly prepared to make their exit. Xiao Bing understood the concerns weighing on Song Mo's heart. She recognized that his decision to spare them was not born of mercy, but rather a desire to avoid killing in front of Lu Yunhan and the others. She stood silently beside him, saying nothing further. However, just as the group was about to step out the door, Song Mo suddenly spoke coldly. "Are you leaving just like that? Do you not think it too lenient?" These words struck like a thunderclap, freezing Lu Tao and the others in place, their expressions morphing into sheer terror as their hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Song Mo regarded them with an expressionless face, his gaze cold and unfeeling, continuing, "I may choose not to kill you, but today you must receive a profound lesson. Here is what I propose. Pair up, and each of you shall deliver 30 resounding slaps to your partner. Remember, strike with force." His words resonated through the air like thunder, causing Lu Tao and the cadre of company executives to tremble in fright, exchanging glances that reflected both astonishment and dread. Observing this, Song Mo's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. He thundered once more, "If you are unwilling to take action, shall I do it myself?" This rebuke struck each heart like a heavy hammer, compelling their bodies to quiver involuntarily. Under the oppressive weight of Song Mo's authority, hesitation was no longer an option. They paired off and began to slap each other vigorously. Each individual summoned all their strength to strike sharply against their counterpart's cheek, producing a crisp series of sounds that echoed along the coastline. The air was filled with a relentless cacophony of slaps, each one a resounding blow to the dignity and pride of these executives, leaving their faces ablaze with pain. After 30 resounding slaps, the faces of this assembly of executives had swollen grotesquely, resembling a collection of bruised and battered visages. Their cheeks were puffed and inflamed, with some even seeping blood from the corners of their mouths. Chapter 90. The pack approaches, seeing them battered and bruised. A look of satisfaction crossed Song Mo's face as he coldly commanded leave. Upon hearing Song Mo's indifferent tone, Lu Tao and his companions felt as though a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, hurriedly scrambling away in a panic, fearful that Song Mo might suddenly change his mind. However, just as they had barely taken a few steps, Song Mo's voice thundered once more, "Stop!" The shout struck them like a bolt from the blue, causing them to freeze in terror, their bodies trembling in fear. They dreaded the thought that Song Mo might have reconsidered, unwilling to let them depart. While they were lost in anxious thoughts, Song Mo's voice resonated again, icy and devoid of emotion. "Take these two useless ones away." Relieved by his words, Lu Tao and his group exhaled deeply and quickly turned to where Long Gu and Yang Wei lay unconscious. They hoisted the two of them up, stumbling as they made their way into the distance. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Yunhan felt an involuntary surge of compassion. She couldn't help but softly sigh. These people are truly pitiable. Yet upon hearing her words, Song Mo shot her a sharp glare, snorting, "What is so pitiable about them?" As the saying goes, those who are pitiful must also have their faults. In this desolate island, one must harbor no sympathy. Otherwise, the only one to suffer will be yourself. Xiao Bing chimed in, "Brother Song is absolutely right." That so-called Long Gu had already placed his hand on the trigger, clearly intent on ending his life. If it weren't for Brother Song's exceptional skills, he would likely be a cold corpse by now, and you all might have already fallen victim to those scoundrels. Upon hearing such stern word from Song Mo and Xiao Bing, Lu Yunhan was immediately struck with fear, choosing not to utter another word. She understood that they spoke the truth. The situation had indeed been perilous. Had it not been for Song Mo and Xiao Bing's remarkable prowess, they all might have succumbed to this misfortune. Song Mo said nothing further, silently examining the pistol he had seized from Long Gu. It was a 92 style semi-automatic handgun, unremarkable in appearance, yet Song Mo was well aware of its power and reliability. He skillfully disassembled the magazine, discovering it still contained 8 rounds, which provided him with some comfort. Standing beside him, Xiao Bing curiously observed the handgun in Song Mo's hands and couldn't help but inquire, who exactly was Long Gu? How did he possess a firearm? What brought him here? In response, Song Mo slowly lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Bing's, pausing for a moment before replying. This 92 style semi-automatic handgun is typically used by law enforcement. I suspect he was an air marshal on the plane. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiaqing interjected, "He is not the railway police. The railway officer is Luo Song, who carries a firearm identical to the one in your hand. As for whether this gun belongs to Luo Song, I cannot ascertain." Upon hearing Lu Jiaqing's words, Song Mo nodded in understanding. He was indifferent to the true ownership of the handgun. What mattered at this moment was that it had come into his possession. With this weapon, their chances of survival in this unfamiliar environment would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Thus, the group settled around the fire, patiently awaiting the evaporation of the seawater within the large oil drum. Time passed until dusk approached, and the seawater had completely evaporated, leaving behind a thick layer of grayish-white sea salt crystals at the bottom of the barrel. Song Mo promptly removed the oil drum from the stove, allowing it to cool before carefully transferring the sea salt crystals into several empty bottles. This time, they had successfully extracted enough sea salt to fill 8 or 9 bottles. After filtration and further processing, this sea salt would suffice for their sustenance for a considerable period. With meticulous care, Song Mo retrieved some burning charcoal from the stove and gently placed the lobsters they had caught that afternoon onto it to roast. As time elapsed, the lobster shells gradually turned golden and crisp, releasing an enticing aroma. Finally, when the lobsters were ready, the eyes of the group sparkled with anticipation as they eagerly reached for the delectable feast. They swiftly peeled off the shells, revealing succulent, juicy lobster meat, which they devoured without hesitation, savoring each mouthful. The exquisite flavor of the lobster lingered in their mouths, leaving a lasting impression. After relishing the roasted lobsters, the group sat contentedly beside the stove, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a melodious sound akin to nature's symphony. Gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, their spirits soared as they engaged in laughter and conversation. Time slipped away unnoticed, enveloping them in a serene and beautiful atmosphere. As night deepened, weariness began to wash over them, prompting their return to the stone house for rest. In the dead of night, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The sea surged with fierce winds, creating towering waves. The bamboo door of the stone house creaked precariously in the gale, as if it might be blown down at any moment. This abrupt change jolted the already slumbering Song Mo and the others awake. Before long, torrents of rain cascaded from the sky like pearls strung on a broken thread, quickly transforming into a deluge. The group listened intently to the symphony of thunder and rain outside the stone house, as time seemed to stand still in that moment. No one knew how long it had been, only that the sound of rain and thunder intertwined, forming a monotonous yet hypnotic rhythm. Gradually, their eyelids grew heavy. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over them. Their bodies relaxed, and their thoughts began to blur, as if they were on the brink of succumbing to sleep. However, just as everyone was on the verge of succumbing to drowsiness, a chilling howl of a wolf suddenly echoed through the forest. This sound, akin to lightning in the night sky, shattered the stillness of the evening, abruptly rousing everyone from their semi-conscious state. Song Mo and Xiaobing, as if jolted by an electric shock, swiftly rose from the dry grass and, without a moment's hesitation, approached the entrance of the stone cottage, peering anxiously into the darkness beyond. Chapter 91. The ferocious assault of the wolf pack yet outside. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Lu Yuhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei huddled closely together, their bodies trembling slightly in the chill of the night. The haunting howls of wolves reverberated through the gloom, inducing a palpable sense of dread, as if the pack was perilously close. As time elapsed, the howls drew nearer, unmistakably signaling the approach of the wolves toward the stone house. From the rising crescendo of their cries, it was evident that the number of wolves was considerable. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, over 10 colossal gray wolves finally emerged into view, standing less than 10 meters from the stone dwelling. Their massive forms loomed upon the muddy ground, rainwater cascading down their fur, rendering their silhouettes even more spectral in the darkness, heightening the atmosphere of terror. At that moment, Song Mo and Xiaobing, peering through the cracks of the bamboo door, caught sight of the indistinct figures of the wolves, their eyes glimmering ominously in the shadows. However, the two did not succumb to panic. After all, this stone house was remarkably robust, nearly indestructible. The sole route for the wolves to launch an assault would be through the bamboo door. As long as they could defend this entryway, they could momentarily stave off the impending attack. Simultaneously, the wolves outside seemed to sense the presence of those within the stone house, becoming increasingly agitated, their howls growing louder as if to taunt those inside. Their limbs clawed restlessly at the muddy ground, poised to unleash a fierce assault upon the dwelling at any moment. Observing this scene, Xiaobing turned to Song Mo and inquired, "How could these wolves have found us here? Could they be the same pack that ambushed us at the shelter?" Song Mo furrowed his brow, shaking his head in uncertainty. "I cannot ascertain whether this pack is indeed the one we encountered at the shelter. However, wolves possess an acute sense of smell. They may have tracked us here by following our scent." As moments ticked by, approximately 3 or 4 minutes later, a particularly massive gray wolf stepped forward with a deliberate gait, suddenly raising its head to unleash a thunderous howl that shattered the silence, causing the very trees to tremble. Undoubtedly, this enormous gray wolf was the alpha of the pack. Its howl served not only as a means of intimidation, but also as a command, prompting the other wolves to respond with low growls. With the alpha's signal, two similarly large gray wolves surged forward like arrows released from a bow, charging directly toward the bamboo door of the shelter. In the blink of an eye, they reached the entrance and, without hesitation, hurled themselves against the bamboo door with all their might. A resounding crash echoed as the door shook violently. Astonishingly, it remained largely unscathed. After all, this bamboo door had been meticulously constructed from thick bamboo poles, its strength beyond imagination. However, the two gray wolves did not relent. They retreated a few meters, adjusted their stances, and charged once more at the bamboo door with the ferocity of a tempest. With a resounding crash that reverberated through the air, the bamboo door quivered but remained steadfast. Despite its resilience, the wolves appeared undeterred, as if their contest with the door had only just commenced, initiating a heart-stopping standoff. They fell back a few meters again and launched another forceful assault. Time and again, the two wolves collided with the door, which, though unyielding, displayed signs of loosening in the ropes that bound it. If this continued, the door would inevitably succumb to their relentless onslaught, yet the wolves seemed oblivious to this development. The fury of the pack mounted, their howls growing increasingly deafening, as if seeking to shatter the constraints of the bamboo door. Perhaps realizing that their efforts were futile, the two wolves reluctantly retreated to the side of their alpha, glaring at the stone house alongside the others. Inside, Xiao Bing and Song Mo were acutely aware that this could not persist indefinitely. Filled with unease, Xiao Bing turned to Song Mo and said, "Brother Song, we cannot allow this to continue. We must devise a plan." Song Mo nodded in agreement. Moving to a corner of the stone house where he carefully retrieved a bow and arrows from a bamboo basket, he cautiously approached the doorway, preparing to use them to take down the Wolf King. However, as he neared the bamboo door, he encountered a vexing problem. The gap was far too narrow for the arrow to pass through. To strike the Wolf King, they would need to create an opening. Yet this was fraught with peril. Should the door be ajar, the pack might seize the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Gazing out at the pack, whose eyes glinted with ferocity and greed, it seemed they were poised to assault the bamboo door yet again. Gripping the bow and arrow tightly, Song Mo pondered his next move and resolved to take the risk of targeting the Wolf King, perhaps in hopes of instilling fear in the rest of the pack. Drawing a deep breath to steady his nerves, he turned to Xiao Bing and said, "You must open a gap in the bamboo door. I will shoot the Wolf King. But you must act swiftly. Once I release the arrow, close the door immediately. We cannot allow the pack to rush in." Xiao Bing nodded, understanding Song Mo's intention. His gaze fixed intently on the wolves outside, vigilant and unwavering. He extended a hand, cautiously grasping the wooden beam propping up the bamboo door, ready to create an opening at any moment. Turning to Song Mo, he inquired, "Brother Song, are you ready? I am about to open the door." Song Mo swiftly knocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut with a resonant hum. Focused intently on the Wolf King, he replied, "I am ready." With Song Mo's affirmation, Xiao Bing hesitated no longer and opened a small gap in the bamboo door. In that fleeting moment, the wolf pack seemed to sense the slightest movement of the bamboo door, unleashing a chorus of growls akin to a surging black torrent, charging fiercely towards the entrance. Simultaneously, Song Mo released his arrow, which soared forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the Wolf King's eyes that glimmered with a malevolent green light. Just as the wolves were about to reach the threshold of the stone house, Xiao Bing had already secured the bamboo door, bracing a sturdy piece of wood firmly against it. Chapter 92. Return to shelter. At the very moment the bamboo door was secured, a thunderous crash resounded as two wolves, akin to famished tigers pouncing upon their prey, violently collided with the door, causing it to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the arrow shot by Song Mo struck the Wolf King squarely in one eye. The porcupine quill arrowhead penetrated deeply into the Wolf King's eye. A chilling, anguished howl erupted from the Wolf King, reverberating through the stillness of the night, sending shivers down one's spine. It collapsed as though all strength had been sapped from its body, rolling on the ground while emitting wretched cries that echoed with despair. This sudden turn of events left the other wolves in shock. Terrified by the Wolf King's cries, their previously boisterous howls ceased abruptly, and they retreated several meters. Standing frozen in place, fearfully gazing at their injured leader, utterly at a loss. Witnessing this scene, Song Mo and Xiao Bing exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. The shot was remarkably fortuitous, not only striking the Wolf King, but also instilling fear into the hearts of the other wolves. A truly gratifying outcome. Suddenly, Lu Yunhan spoke up. Song, don't you have a pistol? Why not use it? Song Mo explained. After all, there are only 8 bullets in the pistol. It's unnecessary to waste them on this pack of wolves. The Wolf King continued to writhe on the ground, desperately attempting to dislodge the arrow from its eye with its forepaws. However, despite its vigorous efforts, it could not remove the arrow embedded in its eye. After 4 or 5 minutes, the Wolf King gradually rose from the muddy ground, facing the stone house, and unleashed a series of thunderous howls. Upon hearing the Wolf King's roar, the other wolves raised their heads and joined in the chorus of howling. After several rounds of howls, the Wolf King turned and sprinted into the woods, prompting the other wolves to follow suit. Soon, tranquility returned outside the stone house, leaving only the sound of the rainstorm. With the wolf pack departed, the occupants of the stone house breathed a sigh of relief. Song Mo remarked, "The wolf pack is unlikely to return tonight. Let's all get some rest." Heeding his advice, everyone lay down on the dry grass and fell asleep. The following day, they did not awaken until nearly noon, finding the rain outside still pouring incessantly. It appeared they would not be returning to the shelter anytime soon. Fortunately, they had brought ample mutton with them, and the kitchen of the stone house was well stocked with firewood. Moreover, the large oil drum had filled with rainwater, alleviating concerns over food, fresh water, and firewood. After a quick wash with the rainwater from the oil drum, Song Mo returned to the kitchen, gathered some dry twigs and withered grass, and ignited a fire. He took a piece of mutton from the bamboo basket, cut it into small chunks, and placed it in a pot to simmer. After enjoying the stewed mutton, the rain continued to fall relentlessly, casting a gloomy pall over the sky, suggesting that the downpour would not cease anytime soon. With little else to do, everyone remained idly in the kitchen. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed for 2 days, and at last the skies cleared. However, with the cessation of rain, a new predicament arose. The meager remnants of mutton salvaged from the shelter were dwindling. On that morning, as dawn barely broke across the horizon, the group awoke early. They washed their faces with the rainwater stored in the large oil drum. After their morning ablutions, they gathered together, placing the scant remaining mutton into a pot to stew. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their appetites. After devouring this simple breakfast with great fervor, Song Mo rose to pour out the water from the oil drum, hoisting the heavy barrel, weighing dozens of pounds, securely onto his shoulder. Xiao Bing, meanwhile, carried a bamboo basket filled with essential items. Once everyone had readied their belongings, they set forth with resolute strides towards the shelter. Although the rain had ceased, the path through the woods remained treacherously muddy and slick. Each step required utmost caution to avoid slipping. To maintain their balance, each person picked up a sturdy stick, roughly the width of an arm, wielding it as a support. Nevertheless, the journey was fraught with difficulties. Not far into their trek, their clothes were splattered with mud, rendering them dirty and disheveled. Despite his relatively good stamina, Song Mo found himself struggling under the weight of the heavy oil drum, trudging through the muck of the forest. His steps grew increasingly laborious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After more than an hour of this arduous journey, his clothes were soaked through with perspiration, clinging tightly to his skin as if they could yield water. His gait became heavier, each footfall resembling a step on cotton, leaving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. The situation was no more favorable for Lu Yunhan and the others. Their faces flushed and glistening with beads of sweat, they huffed and puffed, their exhaustion palpable. Observing Song Mo's struggle, Lu Jiaqing expressed her concern, saying, "Brother Song, your clothes are thoroughly drenched. Shall we pause for a moment?" Upon hearing Lu Jiaqing's words, Song Mo nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well, let us take a short break." They soon found a large, shady tree, where Song Mo set the oil drum down and they leaned against the trunk, gasping for breath. Xiao Bing and the others followed suit, exhausted, as they leaned against the tree, inhaling the fresh air in an attempt to alleviate their fatigue. After nearly half an hour of respite, the group felt their strength partially restored and resumed their arduous journey towards the shelter. However, they had scarcely moved a short distance when Xiao Bing, at the front, suddenly noticed a slight rustling from the nearby thicket. Instantly on high alert, she halted, her gaze fixed intently on the bushes ahead. Faintly, she discerned a rustling sound, as if something were traversing through the underbrush. Moreover, a faint, unpleasant odor seemed to linger in the air, evoking a sense of discomfort. An unease surged within Xiao Bing, prompting her to swiftly place the bamboo basket on the ground and retrieve a folding military shovel, gripping it tightly in her hand. Noticing Xiao Bing's sudden halt, Song Mo and the others also sensed that something was amiss and quickly came to a stop. Song Mo set the heavy oil drum down from his shoulder and hurried to Xiao Bing's side, inquiring, "What's wrong? What has happened?" Xiao Bing did not respond to Song Mo's question. Instead, she pointed toward the nearby thicket, silently urging him to look in that direction. Following her gesture, Song Mo indeed observed the bushes quivering slightly, as if something were concealed within. At the same time, he heard a faint rustling sound and caught a whiff of that unsettling odor. Chapter 93. Struggle with the giant python. A sudden tension gripped Song Mo's heart as he spoke in a low and serious tone to Lu Yunhan and the others, commanding them to retreat immediately. Upon hearing his words and sensing the urgency in his voice, a flicker of fear ignited within them. They exchanged glances before slowly backing away, their footsteps heavy with trepidation. Song Mo swiftly reached for the military knife at his waist, gripping it firmly before drawing it out without hesitation. Holding it horizontally in his hand, the blade gleamed ominously under the sunlight, as if foretelling an impending fierce battle. Moments ticked by, and after 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Yunhan and her companions had retreated to a distance of 40 to 50 meters. They halted, anxiously observing Song Mo and Xiao Bing, while also keeping a wary eye on the thicket. Suddenly, a colossal python's head emerged violently from the bushes. Its size was astonishing, comparable to that of a wash basin. More remarkably, 2 horns protruded from its head, rendering it a grotesque sight. Song Mo and Xiao Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. This was no ordinary python. It was a true monstrosity. Fear surged within them as they wondered if this giant serpent had somehow acquired supernatural abilities, questioning how it could possess horns. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei were paralyzed by terror upon witnessing the giant python, standing frozen in place, as if all their faculties had abandoned them. They could only cover their mouths with trembling hands, terrified of making even the faintest sound. Their limbs quivered uncontrollably. The massive python took notice of Song Mo and his companions, its eyes narrowing with ferocity. It swiftly reared up, its gaping maw resembling a bloodied cavern, flicking its tongue menacingly towards Song Mo and Xiao Bing. The creature appeared utterly fearsome, as if about to launch a ferocious attack at any moment. Its inky black body was robust, exceeding the girth of a barrel, and it stretched over 10 meters in length, a true behemoth. Despite Song Mo and Xiao Bing's extraordinary skills and courage, the sheer scale of the python instilled a deep-seated fear within them. They exchanged a resolute glance and began to retreat cautiously, attempting to distance themselves from the terrifying serpent. However, just as they had moved a few meters back, the python shot forward like lightning, lunging at them with astonishing speed. What had been a distance of 20 to 30 meters was closed in an instant, as the creature opened its gaping mouth, mercilessly aiming to strike at Song Mo. In that critical moment, both Song Mo and Xiao Bing reacted with remarkable swiftness. Song Mo seized his military knife and swung it fiercely at the python, while Xiao Bing clutched her military shovel with both hands, summoning all her strength to bring it down forcefully upon the serpent's head. The 2 individuals narrowly evaded the assault of the enormous python, as Song Mo's military knife sliced through the serpent's body like a bolt of lightning, leaving a deep gash of several centimeters. In an instant, Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, splattering across the ground and forming a vivid crimson stain. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing wielded his military shovel with tremendous force, striking the python's head with a resounding crash that echoed through the forest as if it were trembling in response. The impact nearly caused the shovel to slip from his grasp, leaving his hands numb and nearly devoid of sensation. Clearly, the python had not anticipated that Song Mo and Xiao Bing would so adeptly evade its attack while delivering such a heavy blow in return. The agony and fury transformed the python's eyes into a scarlet hue. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a deafening roar, then suddenly raised its thick tail, sweeping towards the two like a colossal whip with tremendous force. As the python's tail approached, the duo reacted with lightning speed, instantly dropping to the ground, pressing themselves against the earth, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. However, the python's tail did not come to a halt. It struck with ferocity against a pine tree as thick as a plate. A sharp crack resonated through the air as the tree succumbed to the overwhelming force, snapping in two, with the severed portion hurtling away and crashing to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. This breathtaking spectacle left one in awe of the python's immense power. A mere sweep of its tail had effortlessly broken such a stout tree in half. Had it struck either of them, they would surely have sustained grievous injuries, if not met their demise. Realizing that it had failed to harm the two, the python swiftly pivoted, bearing its gaping maw towards Song Mo. Just as it was about to sink its fangs into him, Song Mo rolled swiftly on the ground, narrowly evading the python's fatal strike. In tandem, Xiao Bing executed a similarly agile maneuver, rolling several meters to the side. Yet, the python was undeterred. It swiftly lifted its robust tail and lashed out at Song Mo like a whip. With remarkable reflexes, Song Mo's eyes darted around him like lightning, quickly spotting a tree as thick as a barrel nearby. Without hesitation, he leaped towards the tree, seeking refuge behind its trunk. Just as he found cover, the python's tail struck the tree with the force of a tempest. A thunderous boom reverberated as the trunk shook violently, teetering under the immense power, while leaves cascaded down like raindrops. Realizing its efforts to injure Song Mo and Xiao Bing had been in vain, the python's wrath intensified, and it writhed its colossal body in a frenzy, preparing to unleash another ferocious assault on the two. However, at this critical moment, a sudden howl pierced the air, a sound akin to a fierce gale, shattering the surrounding silence with a sharpness that was almost painful to the eardrums. This unexpected cry seemed to strike the enormous python as if it had been struck by lightning. It appeared to have encountered an utterly terrifying sound, instantly halting its assault on Song Mo and Xiao Bing. Like a creature electrified, it abruptly twisted its head and fled into the depths of the forest without hesitation, its speed as swift as that of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the colossal serpent had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 94. Safely back to shelter, Song Mo and Xiao Bing were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, exchanging glances of bewilderment as they momentarily lost their bearings. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure and raised their heads, gazing towards the direction from whence the cries emanated. However, despite their wide-eyed scrutiny, they could discern nothing. The mysterious sound seemed to arise from a distant locale, perhaps obscured by the dense foliage of the trees, rendering its source elusive. With a puzzled expression, Xiao Bing turned to Song Mo, her face a canvas of confusion as she inquired, "Brother Song, what kind of creature do you think produced that sound? Why did that massive serpent flee as if it had seen a ghost upon hearing it?" Song Mo mirrored her perplexity, shaking his head in resignation as he replied, "I cannot say for certain. This is the first time I have encountered such a sound. However, it bears the hallmarks of a large bird's call. It appears this desolate island harbors many beasts we have yet to encounter." Nodding thoughtfully, Xiao Bing responded, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Consequently, we must exercise heightened caution as we navigate life on this island. Who knows when we might unexpectedly encounter unfamiliar creatures?" Song Mo wholeheartedly concurred, adding, "Yes, we must indeed be vigilant. Had that sound not startled the serpent away today, we would have faced a formidable adversary. The two stood in silence for a while, seemingly still processing the earlier harrowing encounter. Eventually, they made their way towards Lu Yunhan and the others. Upon approaching, they noticed Lu Yunhan and her companions still appeared pale, evidently struggling to recover from their fright. With genuine concern, Song Mo asked, "Are you three all right?" Awakened from their daze by his inquiry, Lu Yunhan and the others quickly shook their heads, responding in unison, "We are fine, just a bit shaken." Lu Jiechi trembled slightly, her voice quivering as she stammered, "Brother Song, Sister Bing, are you both unharmed?" Maintaining a calm demeanor, Song Mo slowly shook his head and reassured them, "We are well, no need for concern." In contrast, Li Xiaomei displayed a stark lack of composure compared to Song Mo. Her face was stricken with terror, pale as a blank sheet of paper, as she murmured, "This island is too terrifying. How can there be such a monstrous serpent, complete with horns? It's simply a creature of nightmares." Responding to Li Xiaomei's words, Song Mo offered an explanation. "This island is replete with lush vegetation, and based on the surrounding environment, it has likely remained untouched for an extensive period. I cannot ascertain the exact number of years. Furthermore, there are no signs of human habitation, resembling a primordial forest. So the presence of such a large serpent is not particularly surprising." Lu Yunhan, still haunted by the recent events, couldn't help but ask, what creature was responsible for that cry? Why did that enormous python flee upon hearing it? With a resigned shake of his head, Song Mo admitted he too did not possess the answer. After all, this deserted island is rife with countless unknowns. What they comprehend is merely the tip of the iceberg. No one dared to linger in this place, fearing that other dangers might descend upon them. Thus, Song Mo hoisted the large oil drum anew, securing it firmly upon his shoulder, and began to stride towards the shelter. Lu Yunhan and the others hastily followed in his footsteps. They journeyed for another 3 to 4 hours, and by afternoon, they finally returned to the sanctuary. By this time, they were utterly exhausted, their garments drenched in sweat. Song Mo set the oil drum down and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Yunhan and the others also sank to the ground, panting heavily. After resting for nearly half an hour and regaining some strength, they finally rose and returned to the kitchen. Song Mo gathered some firewood to ignite the fire pit, placed a pot atop the flames, and diced a piece of wild boar meat into small chunks, sought ing them until they released a savory aroma. He then added some water and began to stew the meat. Less than half an hour passed before the pot began to emit an enticing fragrance, the rich aroma gripping their senses like an invisible hand, causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. Eagerly, they picked up their bowls and chopsticks, eagerly scooping the stewed wild boar meat, disregarding the heat, and devouring it heartily. After the meal, Lu Yunhan suddenly addressed Song Mo, saying, "Brother Song, it's been several days since we last bathed, and the odor is unbearable. Our clothes are filthy as well. Therefore, we plan to wash in the pond." Upon hearing this, a smile crept upon Song Mo's lips as he teased, "If you wish to bathe, then go ahead. Why tell me? Are you expecting me to scrub your back?" Lu Yunhan's face flushed crimson, and she retorted with some annoyance, "You wish. I'm merely worried you might sneak a peek, so I thought to let you know to wander in the woods until we're done." Song Mo was momentarily speechless, and he replied with a hint of irritation, "Am I that kind of person?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yunhan and the other girls chimed in unison, "You are exactly that kind of person." Feeling a sudden wave of exasperation, Song Mo stood up and placed his bow and arrows into a bamboo basket. Xiao Bing inquired, "What are you up to?" Song Mo replied with a smile, "I'm going to gather some wild vegetable from the forest." With that, he slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder and walked into the woods without looking back. As Song Mo ventured into the forest, Xiao Bing and the other girls approached the pond, shedding their garments and diving in to bathe. Meanwhile, Song Mo arrived at a nearby grove, found a large, shady tree, and surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no lurking dangers before sitting beneath it. His thoughts drifted to his mother and sister. It had been so long since he had gone missing. He wondered how they were faring now. Lost in a reverie for some time, I was suddenly roused by the call of a capercaillie. Raising my gaze, I beheld a capercaillie perched upon a towering pine tree, incessantly vocalizing. A surge of excitement welled within Song Mo as he retrieved his bow and arrows from the bamboo basket, cautiously approaching the bird. Remarkably, the capercaillie noticed Song Mo but showed no inclination to flee. Instead, it regarded him with a curious expression, utterly oblivious to the impending peril. Chapter 95. Effortlessly shooting the grouse before long. Song Mo arrived beneath the towering pine tree. He picked up an arrow, steadily knocking it onto the bowstring, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixated upon the grouse perched upon a branch above. As the bowstring was drawn back with a sudden force, his breathing became calm and resolute. With a gentle release of his fingers, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, imbued with fierce momentum, and struck the grouse directly. The arrow, tipped with quills from a porcupine, pierced through the grouse's body with remarkable penetration. The bird let out a heart-wrenching cry from the unexpected blow, then plummeted from the branch like a kite severed from its string, flapping helplessly on the ground. Observing this, Song Mo swiftly advanced, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, seizing the grouse in his grasp. He firmly gripped its neck and, with a ruthless twist, heard a sharp crack as the neck snapped instantly, the creature convulsing briefly before succumbing to the finality of death. Without a flicker of emotion, Song Mo extracted the arrow from the grouse and returned to the base of the great tree, placing both the bird and bow into a bamboo basket. He then hoisted the basket onto his back and continued with determined strides deeper into the woods. As he traversed through the thicket, he stumbled upon a patch of tender purslane beneath a dense cluster of shrubs. A glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes as he hurried over, crouching down to uproot the purslane carefully and placing it into the bamboo basket. Unbeknownst to him, nearly an hour had passed since he set out. He pondered silently, wondering if Lu Yunhan and the others had finished bathing. Having shot a grouse and gathered some purslane, he felt quite accomplished and turned to head back toward the shelter. Upon his return, he found Lu Yunhan and the others seated on the grassy bank by the pond, engaged in cheerful conversation. Song Mo approached them slowly, gently placing the bamboo basket on the ground before straightening up with a smile. "I shot a grouse and picked some purslane. You all can prepare the grouse while I go wash up," he announced. Before the girls had a chance to respond, he began to remove his clothing. This sudden display left Lu Yunhan and her companions momentarily stunned, unable to react. By the time they regained their composure, Song Mo had already shed his upper garment, revealing his well-defined torso. Lu Yunhan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She bashfully lowered her gaze and softly remarked, "Song Ge, how can you do this? We are all here, and you just undress in front of us without a hint of modesty." Song Mo appeared oblivious to the impropriety of his actions, responding with a carefree smile. "What is there to be shy about? You've all seen it before." As he spoke, his movements remained uninterrupted, swiftly discarding his trousers, leaving him clad only in his undergarments. At that moment, Song Mo's skin radiated a healthy bronze hue, with well-defined muscles that exuded a sense of strength. This physique caused the cheeks of several girls to flush with color. With a splash, Song Mo leapt into the pool, sending water cascading around him. Like a fish, he swiftly swam towards the waterfall, positioning himself beneath the torrent, allowing the rushing water to pummel his body mercilessly. Lu Jiechi stood and returned to the kitchen to fetch a pot, which she filled with water and placed over the fire to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, the girls immersed the freshly caught grouse for a brief moment before bringing it to the poolside for preparation. In less than 20 minutes, they had efficiently processed the grouse and cleaned the purslane before returning to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Song Mo luxuriated in the pool for over half an hour, as if time had come to a standstill. He reveled in the refreshing coolness of the water and the tranquility surrounding him, allowing his weary body to fully relax. At last, he rose from the pool, droplets of water cascading down his skin, forming glistening rivulets. He returned to the shore, meticulously washed his discarded clothes, and hung them on the branch of a large tree to dry. Having completed these tasks, Song Mo retreated to his modest shelter and changed into a fresh outfit. Unbeknownst to him, night had quietly descended, enveloping the forest in darkness. Xiao Bing expertly took the grouse, chopping it into uniformly sized pieces. Next, he placed the pot over the fire and added a dollop of wild boar fat. As the flames licked the bottom of the pot, the fat began to smoke, releasing an enticing aroma. When the oil reached the perfect temperature, Xiao Bing swiftly added the chopped grouse, continuously stirring with a handmade wooden spatula. The pieces of grouse danced in the pot, merging with the hot oil, producing an intoxicating fragrance. He then poured in some water, allowing the grouse to simmer gently. As time passed, the broth thickened, and the meat became increasingly tender and juicy. Just before the grouse was fully cooked, Xiao Bing added the cleaned purslane to the pot, allowing it to stew alongside the meat. The refreshing essence of the purslane complemented the rich aroma of the grouse, making mouths water in anticipation. The group eagerly retrieved their bowls and chopsticks, indulging in the delectable grouse and purslane with great delight. After a sumptuous dinner, everyone gathered around the fire, engaging in cheerful conversation. As time wore on, weariness began to settle in, prompting the group to rise and return to their shelters, lying down on bamboo beds to sleep. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Song Imo awoke early, gently pushing open the bamboo door of his shelter, greeted by a rush of fresh air. Looking up, he beheld a sky of deep blue, resembling a vast sapphire, pristine and beautiful. Inhaling deeply, he savored the morning's fresh air filling his lungs. His spirits lifted with joy. He extended his arms wide, indulging in a leisurely stretch that allowed each joint of his body to unfurl, alleviating the stiffness that had settled within him. Subsequently, Song Imo strolled to the edge of the tranquil pond and crouched down. With his hands, he cupped some crystal-clear water and gently splashed it onto his face, instantly feeling a refreshing coolness. The droplets cascaded down his cheeks, whisking away the fatigue of the night, revitalizing his entire being. After washing his face, Song Imo rose and made his way into the woods. Before long, he arrived at the grove adorned with towering bamboo. Chapter 96. Boiling sea salt. Song Imo drew his military knife, his gaze sharp as a hawk, scanning the surrounding bamboo. Ultimately, he selected a stalk as thick as a bull's rim. Gripping the knife tightly, his arm muscles taut, he swung with great force, the blade slicing through the bamboo like a flash of lightning. A crisp crack echoed as a deep gash appeared on the stalk, bamboo shavings flying in every direction. Song Mo's movements were swift and powerful, each strike precise upon the bamboo. After several blows, the stout stalk could bear no more, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Without pausing, he continued to sever the smaller branches from the bamboo. Though delicate, these branches were surprisingly resilient. However, before the edge of his sharp blade, they shattered like mere paper. Once he had trimmed the bamboo to a length of 2 to 3 meters, Song Imo bound it together using the cut branches. He expertly tied the knots, securing the bamboo tightly, then hoisted it onto his shoulder, striding confidently towards the shelter. Upon returning to the pond, he found Xiao Bing washing by the water's edge. Hearing the commotion, she looked up and, spotting Song Imo with a bundle of bamboo, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Song, what do you intend to do with that bundle of bamboo?" With a slight smile, Song Imo dropped the bamboo to the ground with a dull thud. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he explained cheerfully, "Do we not bring back some sea salt crystals from the coastline? I aim to fashion bamboo tubes to filter those crystals for boiling sea salt." Xiao Bing nodded in understanding. After resting for a moment, Song Imo approached the pile of bamboo he had brought back, using his military knife to fashion them into individual tubes. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing did not remain idle. She hurried to the kitchen, carefully cradling the sea salt crystals brought from the coastline, and made her way to the pond. Gently pouring the sea salt crystals into each bamboo tube, she then added an appropriate amount of clean water. Finding a slender stick, she stirred the contents within the tubes, ensuring that the sea salt crystals dissolved completely in the water. Only when all the crystals had fully melted did she cease her stirring. Meanwhile, Song Imo selected a comparatively thicker bamboo tube and returned to the kitchen. He rummaged through the fire pit, extracting some charred wood from the ashes and filling the bamboo tube with it. Carrying the tube filled with charcoal back to the pond, he carefully rinsed the contents. washing away the dust and impurities. Afterward, he spread the charcoal on the nearby grass to allow it to dry naturally. Next, Song Mo picked up his military knife and drilled several small holes at the bottom of the bamboo tube, each hole no larger than a grain of rice. He then selected some of the dried charcoal and placed it inside the tube, followed by a handful of fine sand gathered from the pond's edge. Thus, he meticulously layered the bamboo tube with charcoal and sand. After considerable effort, he successfully crafted a simple yet effective filtration device. Together with Xiaobing, they ventured to the water's edge, where they arranged several large stones to form a makeshift stove, positioning the large oil drum atop it. The duo then poured the brine from the bamboo tube into the filtration apparatus. Through successive layers of sand and charcoal, the substantial impurities within the brine were meticulously filtered out, gradually flowing through a small aperture at the bottom of the bamboo tube and into the oil drum. Before long, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei gradually awakened, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they strolled towards the water's edge, preparing for their morning ablutions. Upon noticing Song Mo and Xiao Bing engrossed in their task, Lu Yunhan curiously inquired, "Brother Song, Sister Bing, what are you busy with?" With a smile, Song Mo patiently explained, "We are filtering the sea salt crystals to enhance the process of boiling down the sea salt. Once you finish washing up, please gather some firewood from the nearby woods." The trio promptly nodded in agreement. After completing their freshening up, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei ventured into the nearby forest to collect firewood. Meanwhile, Song Mo and Xiao Bing remained focused on filtering the brine within the bamboo tube. As time passed, after 2 hours of diligent effort, they finally completed the filtration process. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and the others returned, each carrying bundles of firewood. Song Mo quickly took some of the wood, igniting it beneath the stove to commence the boiling of the brine into sea salt. It was no small feat to evaporate the contents of the oil drum into sea salt. It would require at least 7 to 8 hours. After adding more firewood to the stove, they all returned to the kitchen. Xiao Bing nimbly retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the bamboo rack, chopping it into small pieces and stirring it continuously in the pot. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. She then added some water to the pot, allowing it to simmer slowly. In less than half an hour, the wild boar meat was nearly done. The delightful scent drew everyone closer, eagerly picking up their bowls and chopsticks to savor the tender meat from the pot. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei diligently began to clean up the dishes. They took the used pots and bowls to the water's edge, meticulously washing them before returning to the kitchen to arrange them neatly. Observing that the remaining wild boar meat by the fire was dwindling, Song Mo addressed the girls. "You all stay here to continue boiling the sea salt. I shall venture into the woods to see if I can procure additional food." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bing immediately suggested, "I should accompany you. It is always better to have someone with you in case of any unforeseen circumstances." With her words, Song Mo did not object, and he gathered some mosquito-repelling herbs, gently rolling them into thin strips, igniting them, and carefully placing them within a bamboo tube. Upon completing this series of actions, Song Mo meticulously secured the bamboo tube atop the bamboo basket, then shouldered the basket and, armed with a bow and arrows, ventured into the depths of the forest alongside Xiao Bing. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan and her companions settled onto the grassy patch beside the stove, engaging in lively chatter and laughter, occasionally tossing more firewood into the stove. After a while, Lu Jieqi unexpectedly spoke up. "Henin, Xiaomei, have you noticed that ever since Sister Bing has been with us, Brother Song seems to take her everywhere? I can't help but feel like the three of us are utterly useless, as if we can accomplish nothing at all. If this continues, won't Brother Song start to regard us with even more disdain?" As soon as Lu Jieqi's words fell, Lu Yunhan couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasingly responding, "Jieqi, your words sound rather envious. Could it be that you're feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Sister Bing?" Chapter 97. Shooting a wild goat with a handgun. Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's remarks, Lu Jieqi's face instantly flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a ripe apple. With a hint of shyness, she retorted, "Please don't say such things. How could I possibly be jealous of Bing Jia?" Lu Yunhan, noticing her reaction, allowed a sly smile to grace her lips, and continued to tease. Is it not evident that Song Gu takes Bing Jie wherever he goes? It's not just because she is nimble, but also due to her vast experience in surviving in the wild, unlike the three of us, who are utterly clueless. Li Xiaomei chimed in eagerly from the side. Indeed, with Bing Jie being so capable, who else would Song Gu bring along? I believe you must have developed feelings for him. If you are worried about Bing Jie stealing him away, seize this opportunity to take your relationship with Song Gu to the next level. After all, we are stranded on this deserted island, and it seems we won't be leaving anytime soon. Lu Jieqi's face grew even redder as she lowered her head and murmured softly, "Oh dear, please stop talking about me. Can't you see I'm aware of it? You all have feelings for Song Gu too." Li Xiaomei, instead of feeling embarrassed, laughed even more heartily and boldly admitted, "Haha, I confess I have a bit of a crush on Song Gu, but I am not as petty as you to feel jealous." Lu Jieqi blushed fiercely and retorted, "Don't say such nonsense. When have I ever been jealous?" Observing her flushed visage, Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei refrained from further teasing her. Meanwhile, Song Mo and Xiao Bing trudged through the forest, the minutes slipping by. Nearly an hour had elapsed. The surroundings were devoid of animal sightings, save for the occasional chirping of birds from the branches and the scattered animal bones on the ground. It was the afternoon, with the sun blazing down, marking the hottest part of the day. Both were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their bodies, adding to their discomfort. Moreover, numerous mosquitoes buzzed around them, creating an unbearable nuisance. Fortunately, the bamboo tube contained burning mosquito-repelling herbs, which kept the insects at bay. Nonetheless, the persistent annoyance of the mosquitoes was irksome. After such a prolonged trek, both felt utterly exhausted and decided it was time to find a place to rest. They scanned their surroundings and soon discovered a large tree with a shady spot beneath it. Cautiously, they surveyed the area for potential dangers before finally sitting down under the tree with a sigh of relief. Just as they began to relax, a sudden chorus of bleating from a wild goat reached their ears. Their hearts leapt with joy as they exchanged glances and promptly stood up, hurrying towards the direction of the sound. As they approached, the bleating grew louder, suggesting that there were indeed multiple goats nearby. After walking a bit further, the sight before them compelled them to halt in their tracks. Before him, a small herd of wild goats grazed leisurely on the verdant grass beneath the trees, their figures distinctly illuminated against the lush green foliage. At that moment, the distance between these wild goats and the two individuals was barely over 100 meters. He swiftly turned to Xiao Bing and said, "Please wait here. I shall cautiously approach the goats and see if I can take one down." Xiao Bing nodded in agreement, crouching down to render herself less conspicuous. Meanwhile, Song Mo retrieved his bow and arrows from the bamboo basket, crouching low as he stealthily advanced towards the goats. Well aware of the goats' heightened vigilance, he proceeded with utmost caution, aware that even the faintest rustle could send them fleeing. Each step was taken as silently as a cat, and every few paces, he paused to observe the goats' reactions, ensuring they remained oblivious to his presence before daring to move further. Time slipped away, and after about 10 minutes, he finally found himself within 30 meters of the goats, careful to halt his advance. Beyond this point lay an open space devoid of cover, and he was loath to expose his position. At this distance, Song Mo understood that using his bow to shoot a goat was nearly impossible. Reluctantly, he chose to conceal himself behind a thicket, silently observing the goats' movements. He fervently hoped they might wander closer, granting him the chance to strike. However, as the seconds ticked by, he waited in vain for 8 or 9 minutes, only to see the goats suddenly turn and retreat into the distance, seemingly sensing danger. Panic surged within him as he watched the goats slip away. How could he let this opportunity vanish? Resolute, he swiftly drew his pistol from his waist, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the largest goat's head. Taking a deep breath, he decisively squeezed the trigger. The deafening crack of the gunshot echoed through the air as the bullet sped forth like lightning, striking true and sending the goat crashing to the ground, convulsing and emitting heart-wrenching cries. The remaining goats, startled by the commotion, fled into the forest, disappearing from view. Once the chaos subsided, Song Mo holstered his weapon. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have refrained from using the pistol to hunt a goat, particularly with only 8 rounds in the magazine. He approached the fallen goat leisurely, and upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Bing quickly rose, shouldered the bamboo basket, and made her way towards him. As Song Mo approached the wild goat, he noticed that it was still convulsing uncontrollably, emitting pitiful cries of anguish. In an effort to alleviate the goat's suffering, he drew a military knife from his waist. Grasping the goat's head firmly with one hand, he wielded the knife with the other, making a decisive slash across its neck. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly carved a deep gash into the goat's throat, and a torrent of crimson blood erupted forth. After a few final convulsions, the goat lay still, devoid of life. Chapter 98. Roasted leg of lamb before long. Xiao Bing hurried to Song Mo's side, apprehensive that the intense scent of blood might attract other large carnivores. The duo dared not linger. Song Mo swiftly bent down, grasping the wild goat's leg, and with a vigorous motion, hoisted it securely onto his shoulder. Without hesitation, he strode towards the direction of their shelter, with Xiao Bing promptly trailing behind. Despite Song Mo's remarkable stamina, the weight of the wild goat was considerable, easily weighing around 80 to 90 pounds. Carrying such a hefty prize through the rugged woodland proved quite laborious. With every short distance traversed, Song Mo was compelled to pause for a brief respite. Thus, the pair ambled along intermittently, spending nearly 2 hours to finally bring the wild goat back to the exterior of their shelter. At that moment, Lu Yunhan and the others were gathered around the stove, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. When they beheld Song Mo emerging with the enormous wild goat, their faces lit up with uncontainable joy and excitement. Upon reaching the shelter, Song Mo unceremoniously dropped the goat to the ground and collapsed beside it like a deflated balloon, gasping for breath. Xiao Bing followed suit, placing the bamboo basket down and sinking to the grass, also panting heavily. Lu Jieqi promptly rose and returned to the kitchen, fetching 2 bamboo bowls filled with cool boiled water, which she brought to Song Mo and Xiao Bing. They accepted the refreshing water, tilting their heads back to gulp it down. After quenching their thirst, they set the bowls on the ground, resuming their heavy breathing. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei worked together to transport the wild goat to the edge of the pond. Lu Jieqi then approached Song Mo, requesting his military knife, and returned to the pond to commence the butchering of the goat. Although their movements appeared somewhat clumsy and inexperienced, Song Mo and Xiao Bing exchanged a glimmer of satisfaction at the sight. Their prolonged survival on this deserted island had transformed the 3 women completely. They were no longer the delicate figures they once were. After nearly half an hour of effort, they finally managed to skillfully remove the entire hide of the wild goat, laying it aside with care. Next, Lu Jieqi wielded the military knife and made an incision in the goat's abdomen, deftly extracting the internal organs, leaving only the liver, while discarding the rest into the small river connected to the pond, allowing the swift current to carry them away. Once the internal organs were dealt with, they continued their industrious work for another half hour, cutting the goat meat into uniformly sized pieces before transporting it to the kitchen. Lu Jieqi did not pause. She immediately selected some goat ribs, chopping them into smaller segments and placing them into the pot to stew. As time passed, after about an hour, the goat ribs in the pot were finally ready, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, drawing everyone in close. Eagerly, everyone grasped their bowls and chopsticks, enthusiastically lifting the tender, stewed goat ribs from the pot and savoring the exquisite flavors of the dish. In no time, the large pot of goat ribs was devoured entirely by a few individuals, leaving not a trace of broth behind. Lu Yunhan and her companions proactively gathered the dishes and took them to the water hole for thorough cleaning before returning to the kitchen. At that moment, the once-filled oil barrel had fulfilled its purpose. The brine had completely evaporated, leaving behind a thick layer of silvery sea salt at the bottom. Song Mo meticulously collected the sea salt, placing it into numerous bottles. Remarkably, they had managed to produce 7 or 8 bottles of sea salt, sufficient for their indulgence in the foreseeable future. Observing the piles of goat meat, a radiant smile adorned Song Mo's face. He enthusiastically addressed the girls. "Hey, would you like to savor the delectable flavor of roasted leg of lamb?" His words ignited a spark of excitement among the girls. Li Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she eagerly responded, "Wow, roasted leg of lamb. Who would want to eat that?" Lu Jieqi quickly chimed in, "Song Ge, are you really going to roast leg of lamb for us? That would be fantastic." Nodding with a smile, Song Mo instructed Xiao Bing, "Go to the woods and fetch some palm leaves. Han Han, you three grab bamboo baskets and collect some pebbles by the river." Upon hearing Song Mo's directives, the girls acted immediately without hesitation. Meanwhile, Song Mo skillfully picked up a hind leg of the goat, deftly trimming it with a military knife. He then took a handful of sea salt, evenly sprinkling it over the leg and massaging it firmly to ensure the salt permeated the meat thoroughly. Once the leg was marinated, he set it aside for later use. Subsequently, Song Mo seized a folding military shovel and strode purposefully to the waterhole. Selecting an appropriate spot, he began to dig a pit, his movements swift and efficient. Within half an hour, he had excavated a hole nearly half a meter deep. While Song Mo was engrossed in his task, Xiao Bing successfully returned with a bundle of palm leaves. Simultaneously, Lu Yunhan and her companions also returned triumphantly, their bamboo baskets filled with pebbles of various sizes. Observing this, Song Mo set down his shovel and returned to the kitchen. He gathered some dry firewood and carefully placed it into the freshly dug pit before igniting it. The flames leaped up, roaring vigorously. Back in the kitchen, he tightly wrapped the marinated leg of lamb in layers of palm leaves, ensuring that it was completely encased with no gaps. Time passed, and as the firewood in the pit gradually burned down, only a pile of glowing embers remained. Calmly, Song Mo retrieved some smooth pebbles from the bamboo basket and gently placed them atop the still-burning charcoal. Next, he carefully positioned the palm-wrapped leg of lamb on the pebbles. He then laid a layer of pebbles over the lamb leg, covering it meticulously. After completing these steps, Song Mo turned and carried a large bundle of firewood, placing it steadily atop the pebbles. He ignited the bundle, watching as the flames gradually spread, consuming the wood with fervor. Once the wood was fully burnt, Song Mo took up a shovel and scooped some earth, slowly burying the fire pit. Finally, he poked a few vent holes into the mound of soil with a stick, ensuring that air could circulate freely. Having accomplished all this, Song Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. Chapter 99. The unanticipated kiss gathered upon the verdant grass beside a tranquil pool. The group basked in the warm embrace of sunlight, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze that brushed against their faces. Laughter and light-hearted conversation filled the air, creating an atmosphere of ease and joy. Suddenly, Lu Jiaqing erupted into a melodious and joyous laughter, her face aglow with a radiant smile. As she turned her gaze towards Song Mo, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. With a playful tone, she inquired, "Brother Song, how many girlfriends have you had?" Caught off guard by this unexpected question, Song Mo's expression momentarily stiffened, and he paused before slowly responding. "Why do you ask such a sudden question?" With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Jiaqing replied, "Oh, I'm just curious. Brother Song, please don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, how many girlfriends have you actually had?" Faced with Lu Jiaqing's persistent questioning, Song Mo felt a bit helpless. He scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he admitted, "I joined the military at 18, and there was hardly any time or opportunity for romance there. When I returned, I did meet a few prospective partners, but upon learning about my family situation, they politely turned me down." He sighed deeply, a trace of resignation and disappointment evident in his tone as he continued. "Why are girls nowadays so pragmatic? They inquire about cars and houses right away, as if material possessions hold more weight than genuine feelings. It leaves me utterly speechless." In response to his words, Lu Jiaqing immediately interjected, "Not every girl is as pragmatic as you say. I am quite different. If I truly fall in love with someone, I would never concern myself with their family background. What truly matters to me is the individual's character and charm." As she spoke, Lu Jiaqing mischievously winked at Song Mo, seemingly conveying a special message. This moment did not go unnoticed by Lu Yunhan, Xiao Bing, and Li Xiaomei, who were seated nearby. The three of them burst into laughter in unison. Song Mo, taken aback by Lu Jiaqing's unabashed declaration, displayed a hint of awkwardness on his face. Observing this, Lu Yunhan playfully remarked, "Brother Song, Jiaqing has openly confessed her feelings for you. Why aren't you making a statement of your own?" Feigning ignorance, Song Mo retorted, "When did she confess to me? I didn't catch that at all." Lu Yunhan, hearing his response, found herself speechless and teasingly chided. "Oh dear. You truly are a thick-headed one. Isn't it obvious? Jiaqing has expressed her love for you more than once." Upon hearing Lu Yunhan's words, Song Mo was rendered momentarily speechless, his face betraying an awkward and unnatural expression. Lu Jiaqing, noticing his fidgeting demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. She shot a piercing glare at Song Mo and said, "Brother Song, what kind of expression is that? Do you think I am unworthy of you?" Flustered by her intense gaze, Song Mo found himself at a loss for words. He hurriedly shook his head and stammered, "How could you say such a thing? How could I possibly be unworthy of you? It is I who am unworthy of you. Just look at you, coming from such a distinguished background, being a flight attendant, possessing beauty and holding a respectable job. And what am I? Merely a lowly security guard earning a meager salary, with a gravely ill mother and a sister in school to support. Why do I have to claim you?" As soon as Song Mo's words fell, before Lu Jiaqi could respond, Xiao Bing could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Brother Song, you are a legend in the military. How can you lack such confidence in yourself?" Upon hearing Xiao Bing's words, a bitter smile crept on his Song Mo's face as he helplessly replied, "What a farce! Legend in the military. That is all in the past. The reality has defeated me. There is no longer any legend to speak of." Lu Jiaqi's lips curled into a sly smile as she playfully retorted, "I don't care if you are a security guard. I have already decided that I will be your woman." Upon hearing this, Song Mo was momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with skepticism as he questioned, "When did you become my woman?" Unfazed, Lu Jiaqi continued with a cheerful grin, "I don't care. You have already stolen my first kiss, so you must take responsibility. If you desire my body, we could go to the woods right now, and I would gladly offer it to you." At her bluntness, Song Mo's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Li Xiaomei, and Xiao Bing could no longer contain their laughter, bursting into fits of giggles. Lu Yunhan, clutching her stomach, laughed uncontrollably and teased, "Brother Song, you have also taken my first kiss. How do you intend to be responsible for me?" Li Xiaomei chimed in, unwilling to be left out. "What about me?" Seeing this, Song Mo quickly waved his hands at Lu Yunhan and Li Xiaomei, exclaiming in desperation, "Don't add to the chaos." However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xiao Bing, seemingly propelled by an invisible force, swiftly approached Song Mo like a gust of wind. Her actions were rapid and decisive, as if she had not contemplated them at all. In the blink of an eye, she tightly embraced his head. Then, before the astonished eyes of everyone present, Xiao Bing unabashedly pressed her lips against Song Mo's. Her movements as swift and precise as lightning. This sudden act left everyone speechless, momentarily at a loss for how to react. As for Song Mo, he was utterly taken aback. It felt as though his mind had gone blank, devoid of thought and action. He could never have imagined that he would be so boldly kissed by Xiao Bing in such an unguarded moment. The thought flickered through his mind, quickly followed by a wave of panic and embarrassment. "Goodness, I am a grown man. How could a girl have kissed me like that?" Song Mo inwardly lamented. "If this were to spread, I would be utterly humiliated." However, as he succumbed to such wild thoughts, his body seemed to possess a will of its own, abruptly encircling Xiao Bing's neck. His movements were swift and resolute, as if in response to her presence. Furthermore, Song Mo audaciously parted his lips, unreservedly intertwining his tongue with hers, which was as delicate as a cherry, engaging in an ardent entanglement. Chapter 100. The jealous Lu Yunhan and the three. This series of actions unfolded with astonishing rapidity, akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, leaving one utterly unprepared. Xiao Bing was completely taken aback, her eyes wide open as though her very soul had momentarily departed her body. Initially, she had merely felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Lu Yunhan and her companion speak of how Song Mo had stolen their first kiss. Driven by an inexplicable force, She found herself irresistibly compelled to kiss Song Mo. However, she could never have anticipated his reaction would be so swift and audacious. The moment her lips brushed against his, Song Mo ignited like a spark, transforming from passive to assertive. He not only embraced her tightly, but also boldly plunged his tongue into her mouth. Xiao Bing's mind went blank. She had never foreseen such a bold move from Song Mo. Her body began to tremble involuntarily as a strange yet intense sensation surged within her, nearly stealing her breath away. As for Song Mo, he too was an inexperienced man, and this sudden passionate kiss left him dizzy. He found Xiao Bing's lips soft and sweet, her tongue swirling gently within his mouth, evoking a marvelous sensation that made his heart race even faster. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei sat nearby, as if ensnared by a spell, their eyes wide in astonishment as they witnessed the fervent kiss between Song Mo and Xiao Bing. Their faces displayed a mix of surprise and embarrassment, particularly Lu Jieqi, whose heart felt as though it had been turned upside down, stirred with a concoction of emotions. Internally, she muttered, "I haven't even had my first kiss yet. And here they are kissing." The more she thought about it, the more a sense of bitterness welled up within her, as if she had missed something profoundly significant. After what felt like an eternity of fervent kissing, Xiao Bing suddenly regained her senses and forcefully pushed Song Mo away. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Following the push, Song Mo was not angered. Instead, he wiped his lips with a satisfied grin and exclaimed, "Ah, delightful. So this is what kissing feels like." Upon hearing his words, Xiao Bing's face reddened even further, seemingly on the verge of bleeding. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei were visibly agitated, particularly Lu Jieqi, who huffed and turned her head away, refusing to glance at Song Mo again. The atmosphere grew awkward, with silence enveloping the group. After a considerable pause, Xiao Bing slowly lifted her head, feigning annoyance as she addressed Song Mo. "Song Go, how could you do this?" To which Song Mo nonchalantly replied with a smile, "How can you blame me? You were the one who initiated the kiss." Stunned into silence by his retort, Xiao Bing struggled to formulate a response. Observing her speechlessness, Song Mo became even more pleased with himself. He stood up and strode leisurely to the edge of the pool, beginning to remove his clothing with a languid grace. At this sight, Lu Yunhan could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Song Go, what are you up to now?" As Song Mo leisurely removed his outer garment, a smile danced upon his lips as he remarked, "Today is unbearably hot. I've perspired profusely. I must hurry to take a bath to cool off." With each word, his clothing was shed piece by piece, until in the blink of an eye, he stood before everyone clad only in his undergarments. His bronzed skin glistened under the sunlight, exuding a vibrant health, and every muscle was distinctly defined, radiating strength. Several girls found themselves blushing, their gazes evasive, unable to meet his eyes. Yet, Song Mo appeared entirely oblivious to their embarrassment. With a graceful leap, akin to a nimble fish, he plunged into the crystalline waters of the pool. His form became a fleeting vision beneath the surface, as if he had melded with the water itself. He swam directly towards the waterfall, which cascaded like a silver veil, sending droplets spraying in all directions. Standing beneath the waterfall, he allowed the torrent to batter his body, seemingly relishing the experience. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after nearly half an hour, he emerged from the pool, his body glistening with water droplets that trailed down his skin, accentuating his tall and athletic physique. Approaching his shelter, he swiftly donned a fresh set of clothes. He then returned to the edge of the pool, meticulously washing his discarded garments, wringing them out before hanging them on the branch of a large tree to dry. As dusk fell, Xiao Bing returned to the kitchen, gathering a bundle of firewood to ignite a small bonfire by the water's edge. Unable to contain her impatience any longer, Li Xiaomei playfully chided, "Song Go, the lamb leg has been roasting for several hours. It must be ready by now." Her voice held a hint of urgency. Hearing this, Song Mo's lips curled into a tender smile, teasingly responding, "You little glutton, you can hardly wait. But remember, haste cannot yield warm tofu." At his words, Li Xiaomei's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she lowered her head, silenced. Song Imo ambled over to the pit, picking up a stick to cautiously scrape away the charred earth atop the roasting firewood. Beneath the layer of soil lay nothing but ashes. As he carefully removed the pebbles that had encased the lamb leg, the palm leaves wrapping the leg were entirely singed. Taking a deep breath, he gently lifted the leaves and set them aside on the grass. Leaning closer, he blew away the remnants of ash resting on the palm leaves. At the moment the leaves were unveiled, a wave of steaming, aromatic fragrance surged forth, enveloping the space. The scent was rich and tantalizing, eliciting involuntary salivation from all present. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, everyone instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes fixed intently on the lamb leg. Gazing once more at the leg of lamb, it had been roasted to a golden crisp, its surface incessantly sizzling and exuding oil, as if narrating its delectable allure to all. The crowd could no longer contain their inner yearning. Disregarding the scalding heat, they eagerly reached out to tear off a piece of the succulent meat, hastily stuffing it into their mouths, and began to chew with fervor. The tender, juicy lamb unfolded in their mouths, bestowing an unparalleled sense of gratification. Chapter 101. A soothing warm bath. As Li Xiaomei indulged in her meal, she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this roasted leg of lamb is simply divine." Lu Yunhan nodded in agreement, savoring the tender meat, and mumbled, "Indeed, I have had my fair share of roasted lamb legs, but nothing has ever tasted as exquisite as this." Lu Jiechi was utterly in awe of Song Yemo. She raised her thumb in admiration and exclaimed, "Brother Song, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined that merely adding a pinch of sea salt could elevate the flavor of this lamb leg to such heights. My affection for you grows ever stronger." Feeling somewhat bashful from Lu Jiechi's praise, Song Imo chuckled and waved his hand modestly, saying, "Oh, you flatter me. If only I could add a touch of honey to the lamb leg, the flavor would undoubtedly be even more splendid." Thus, in less than 20 minutes, the succulent leg of lamb was devoured, leaving nothing but a pile of glistening bones. Yet, despite the feast being thoroughly consumed, the group still appeared unsatisfied, as if their appetites remained unquenched. Lu Jiechi smacked her lips and, unable to contain her yearning, remarked, "I never would have imagined that I could savor such delectable roasted lamb on this deserted island. How wonderful it would be to enjoy such culinary delights regularly in the future." Hearing her words, Song Imo rolled his eyes and retorted, "You have quite the imagination. Capturing a wild goat is no simple feat." Lu Jiechi laughed and replied, "With you and Sister Bing being so skilled, capturing a wild goat would surely be a walk in the park." Song Imo, feigning annoyance, said, "Flattery won't get you anywhere. I wasted a bullet today just to hunt that wild goat." Surrounded by the crackling fire near the waterhole, laughter echoed through the night, momentarily banishing all worries. The flames danced against the starlit sky, warming each soul present. Time slipped by unnoticed in the midst of their merriment. Lu Yunhan's gaze was drawn to the large oil drum, and suddenly struck by inspiration, she turned to Song Imo and suggested, "Brother Song, now that we have this substantial oil drum, why not consider constructing a bathing area? We could build a stove as well, allowing us to heat water for bathing." Her voice brimmed with anticipation as she continued, "You know how we girls have those few special days each month. Bathing in cold water is not ideal." Song Imo pondered her words thoughtfully and nodded in agreement, responding, "You have a valid point. Very well, we shall gather some bamboo tomorrow and construct a bathing space. It is indeed unsafe to bathe in the waterhole every time." The group expressed their enthusiastic approval, and the proposal ignited a sense of excitement among them. As night deepened, the company remained wide awake, gathered around the fire, engaging in lively discussions on various topics, until they felt their eyelids growing increasingly heavy. As if burdened by an immense weight, did they realize that time had slipped away. With a hint of reluctance, the group slowly rose and returned to their refuge, lying down on their beds, and before long, they drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The group awoke early, making their way to the pond's edge, where they quickly washed up before energetically heading into the woods to gather bamboo. Before long, they arrived at the grove where the bamboo thrived. Without a word, Song Imo seized his machete and with swift, practiced strokes of bamboo stalk, as thick as a bowl's opening, fell to the ground. His movements were deft, akin to a master butcher, as he expertly stripped away the branches, leaving behind a smooth bamboo pole. Xiao Bing and 3 other girls were not idle. They collaborated to transport the felled bamboo to the pond's edge. Although the bamboo was somewhat heavy, their teamwork made the task manageable. After 3 days of diligent effort, a rudimentary bathing area was finally constructed beside the pond. Not only that, but Song Imo ingeniously fashioned a stove within the bathhouse, securely placing a large oil drum atop it. However, Song Imo was not content with merely this. He understood the inconvenience and potential dangers of venturing into the woods daily for relief, enduring the bites of mosquitoes and facing certain safety hazards. Thus, an idea struck him. He led several girls to the small river that connected to the pond, utilizing the properties of bamboo to construct a simple yet effective toilet. While modest, this facility was remarkably practical. It not only addressed their sanitation needs, but also allowed waste to fall directly into the river, carried away by the current, ensuring convenience and hygiene. That evening, Xiao Bing took a piece of marbled lamb from the bamboo rack, cutting it into small chunks and sought ing it in a pot until fragrant, adding water to simmer it. After enjoying the stewed lamb, the girls eagerly grabbed bamboo tubes and made their way to the pond, filling them with water to pour into the large oil drum in the bathhouse. It took nearly half an hour to fill the drum completely. Xiao Bing then brought a bundle of firewood from the kitchen, placing it into the stove and igniting it. The flames danced around the wood, crackling merrily, and soon a roaring fire blazed within the stove. As time passed, the water in the oil drum began to warm gradually. After nearly an hour, the temperature reached a comfortable level for bathing. The 4 girls excitedly fetched a change of clothes and entered the bathhouse. Inside, they unhesitatingly shed their garments, fully exposing themselves to the air. They scooped hot water from the oil drum with bamboo tubes, relishing the rare luxury of a hot bath. The warm water cascading over them brought a cozy and comforting sensation, eliciting satisfied sighs. After living on the deserted island for so long, this was their first experience of a hot bath. The warmth not only cleansed their bodies of grime, but also enveloped them in a long-lost sense of relaxation and joy. After their baths, the girls donned fresh garments, feeling rejuvenated and transformed. They then took their soiled clothes to the water's edge, meticulously cleansing them before hanging them on branches to dry. Returning to the kitchen, they settled by the fire, beginning to tend to their still dripping hair. The girls, freshly emerged from their warm baths, resembled exquisite water lilies, their faces aglow with a rosy hue. Song Mo's gaze flitted continuously among the girls, while Xiao Bing and her companions noticed his attentive stare, feeling not a trace of annoyance, but rather a delightful sense of pride. Chapter 102. Xiao Bing shaved Song Imo thus. Song Imo stood transfixed, as if under a spell, gazing intently at Lu Yunhan and the others for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he reluctantly averted his gaze and slowly rose, returning to his sanctuary. Upon entering his refuge, Song Imo made a beeline for the bedside, casually grabbing a fresh set of clothing before turning toward the bathroom. Inside, the large barrel of water still emitted steam, seemingly beckoning him. Seizing the moment, Song Imo swiftly disrobed and filled a bamboo tube with the warm water, relishing this rare opportunity for a bath. As the hot water cascaded down upon him like a waterfall, a wave of warmth enveloped his entire being, an indescribable comfort washing over him. Unable to contain his delight, he exclaimed, "Ah, this feels incredible." His shout echoed like thunder, resonating not only within the confines of the bathroom, but also reaching the kitchen. Startled, Xiao Bing and her companions, seated by the fire, exchanged glances. Lu Jiechi, her curiosity piqued, inquired, "What has got Songgu so worked up?" Xiao Bing merely smiled softly and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps he is enjoying his bath a little too much." After half an hour, Song Imo finally emerged from the bath, feeling rejuvenated in his fresh attire. He then took his soiled clothes to the water's edge, meticulously washing them before hanging them on a branch to dry. Once this task was complete, he returned to the kitchen, plopping down beside the fire. At that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with an unkempt beard and tousled hair. Xiao Bing remarked, "Song-gu, your beard is rather long, and your hair is a mess. Don't you ever tidy up?" Song Mo shot her a glare, grumbling, "Do you think I want to look like this? If I had a razor, I would have cleaned up this beard long ago." Rather than being offended, Xiao Bing chuckled softly and said, "Hand me your military knife. I'll help you tidy up." Taken aback by her unexpected offer, Song Mo hesitated briefly before reluctantly retrieving the knife from his waist and handing it to her with care. A subtle smile graced Xiao Bing's lips as she accepted the blade. Rising gracefully, she moved behind him and gently cradled his face with her hands. A warm breath enveloped him, quickening his heartbeat. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Xiao Bing seized the opportunity, unsheathing the knife and confidently beginning to shave his beard. The blade was remarkably sharp, and as it made contact with his cheek, the sound of the whisking was followed by the sight of his once dense beard falling away like snowflakes. In no time, Song Mo's chin was left smooth and pristine, devoid of even a trace of stubble. Xiao Bing gazed contentedly at her masterpiece before returning the military knife to Song Mo. She then turned and crouched beside the bed, skillfully retrieving her backpack from beneath it. With practiced ease, she unzipped the bag and rummaged through its contents until she discovered a delicate medical kit. Opening the kit, she meticulously searched for something within, ultimately finding a pair of exquisite small scissors. Armed with the scissors, she briskly approached Song Mo, noticing the scissors in her hand. Song Mo felt a surge of curiosity, blinking as he questioned, "How do you have scissors?" A subtle smile graced Xiao Bing's lips as she softly replied, "I've always had them. You simply never asked." Feeling a tad embarrassed by her response, Song Mo scratched his head and ceased his inquiries. Meanwhile, Xiao Bing deftly took the scissors and began trimming Song Mo's unruly hair. Her skilled hands moved with gentle precision, the scissors dancing in her grasp like a fluttering butterfly. Before long, Song Mo's hair, which had resembled wild overgrowth, was transformed into a neat and tidy appearance. After her meticulous grooming, Song Mo looked remarkably rejuvenated, exuding a vibrant spirit. Lu Yunhan and several other girls were captivated by Song Mo's transformation, with Lu Jiaqin beaming as she exclaimed, "Song bro, I never imagined that a little tidying up could make you look so handsome." Upon hearing her words, Song Mo felt a swell of pride. A confident smile spread across his face as he retorted, "Well, I'm naturally handsome, you know? I'm the most dashing guy in our village." As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from Lu Yunhan and the others, their joyous sounds resonating in the air, creating a delightful atmosphere. Gathered around the fire, they exchanged banter and laughter, unaware of time slipping away. As the night deepened, a wave of drowsiness washed over them, and they felt their eyelids growing heavy. Rising to stretch, they gradually made their way back to the shelter, settling onto the bamboo beds, ready to drift into slumber. In the dead of night, the once tranquil sky underwent a sudden transformation. The starry expanse was swiftly engulfed by ominous clouds, plunging everything into darkness. Lightning streaked across the night sky, accompanied by thunderous roars and a fierce wind that battered against the bamboo doors of the shelter, creating a creaking sound. This unexpected tempest caught everyone off guard, jolting them from their dreams. Lying in bed, Song Mo listened to the thunderstorm outside, his heart weighed down by an unsettling mood. His thoughts wandered to distant memories of his mother and sister. He wondered if they were safe, if they too were longing for him on such a night. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a tremendous noise erupted from the forest, as if some colossal creature was moving through the trees. Then, a bone-chilling roar pierced the stillness of the night, an echo that sent shivers down the spine. The ferocious roar emanated from the bear, startling Song Mo, who immediately sprang from his bed. He hastily donned his shoes and made his way to the entrance of the shelter, peering through the gaps in the bamboo door to gaze outside. However, the darkness enveloping the exterior rendered everything invisible. Simultaneously, The four girls, including Xiao Bing, were equally startled by the bear's roar. Like Song Mo, Xiao Bing leapt from her bamboo bed, quickly slipped on her shoes, and hurried to the entrance of the shelter, peering through the bamboo door's crevices to look outside. Chapter 103. The Assault of the Black Bear. However, when Xiao Bing gazed outside, he was met with an impenetrable darkness, obscuring all visibility. A sense of unease gripped his heart, prompting him to shout, "Brother Song, do you hear the bear's roar?" Upon hearing Xiao Bing's call, Song Mo promptly replied, "I'm at the entrance of the shelter. Open the door and I'll come in." Recognizing Song Mo's voice, Xiao Bing swiftly removed the wooden stick propping against the bamboo door and forcefully pushed it open. The door creaked as it slowly parted. Without hesitation, Song Mo opened the bamboo door of his own shelter and, braving the torrential rain, hurriedly entered Xiao Bing's shelter. Upon seeing that Song Mo had safely arrived, Xiao Bing quickly slammed the bamboo door shut again, promptly securing it with the wooden stick. At that moment, another roar from the bear erupted, this one louder than the last, as if it were challenging them. It was evident that the bear was drawing nearer to their refuge. Hearing the roar, Lu Yunhan's complexion paled, and with a look of concern, she said, "This is bad. It seems the bear is heading straight for our shelter. It's pitch black outside, and with the rain, what are we to do?" Song Mo immediately reassured her, "Do not fret too much. Our shelter is quite sturdy. The walls are constructed from bamboo, as thick as a bowl, surely capable of withstanding the bear's assault." Despite his words, Song Mo felt a twinge of uncertainty, unsure whether their shelter could truly endure the bear's attack. Inside the oppressively dark shelter, an atmosphere of anxiety enveloped them. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Mo, and he turned to Xiao Bing, saying, "Don't we have a few oil lamps? Quickly, light them so that we may dispel some of this fear." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bing sprang into action, hastening to the bedside to gather some dry grass from the bamboo bed. With nimble fingers, she rubbed the grass vigorously until it formed a small bundle. She placed the bundle on the ground and swiftly produced a flint from her pocket, striking it to create sparks that ignited the grass. The flames grew stronger, and Xiao Bing quickly retrieved the oil lamps, made from wild boar fat, from beneath the bamboo bed, carefully positioning them above the burning grass. With a whoosh, the first lamp flickered to life, casting a feeble glow in the darkness, illuminating the shelter with a flickering light. Without pause, she ignited the remaining oil lamps, and as the last one flared up, the entire shelter was suffused with light. With the illumination from the oil lamps, the oppressive darkness within the shelter dissipated, and the spirits of the group were somewhat lifted. Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei swiftly descended from their bamboo beds, donned their shoes, and joined Song Mo at the entrance of the shelter. Just then, an ear-splitting roar reverberated from outside, a sound so thunderous it seemed to rend the very fabric of the world, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who heard it. The roar reverberated like a shockwave, brutally assaulting the eardrums of those gathered, leaving their ears buzzing as if swarms of bees danced around them. Before they could fully comprehend the sudden cacophony, a heavy, deliberate footfall echoed from outside the shelter. Each step felt as though it trampled upon their very hearts, invoking an inexplicable sense of dread. It was evident to all that the source of this ominous sound was none other than the ferocious bear. Its colossal form and formidable strength instilled a chilling fear in everyone present. As the oppressive footsteps drew nearer, their heartbeats quickened, the frantic rhythm of their hearts echoing loudly within their chests. Though Song Mo and Xiao Bing felt a twinge of anxiety, they managed to maintain their composure, gripping their weapons tightly and vigilantly watching the bamboo door. In stark contrast, Lu Yunhan, Lu Jieqi, and Li Xiaomei had already turned pale as parchment, their limbs trembling uncontrollably, as if they were leaves caught in a tempest on the verge of collapse. Before long, a massive black bear appeared less than 10 meters from the entrance of the shelter. It stood resolutely on the muddy ground, resembling an immovable mountain, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the shelter, exuding an air of ferocity and authority. At that tense moment, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved through the night sky like a sword piercing the heavens. Instantly, The exterior of the shelter was illuminated as if it were daylight, casting the bear's silhouette in a particularly fearsome light. Through the narrow gaps in the bamboo door, Song Mo and Xiao Bing caught a clear glimpse of the black bear. Its immense stature was astonishing. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it resembled a moving hillock. Its colossal head was nearly the size of a bathtub, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its limbs were as robust as an adult's thighs, with well-defined muscles radiating strength. From afar, the bear resembled a water buffalo, imparting a profound sense of oppression. Faced with such a gigantic creature, both Song Mo and Xiao Bing were struck with terror. Xiao Bing could not help but exclaim, "What on earth is that? How could a bear be so enormous? It's almost as if it rivals an elephant." Song Mo was equally astonished, never anticipating that such a colossal black bear could exist on this desolate island. If this bear were to assault their shelter, the fragile structure would likely prove utterly defenseless. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Song Mo's anxiety intensified. He slowly retrieved a handgun from his waist, gripping it tightly, prepared for any eventuality. Simultaneously, Xiao Bing sprang into action, darting to the bedside and seizing a folding military shovel, clutching it firmly in his grasp. He then hastened to stand beside Song Mo, ready to confront the impending threat together. The black bear seemed to have noticed the few individuals inside the shelter, suddenly rising to its full height, and unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The sheer force of this roar left Song Mo and the others momentarily deafened, while the soil from the roof trembled and cascaded downwards. It was evident that the bear could launch an assault on the shelter at any moment. Without hesitation, Song Mo exclaimed, "Everyone be alert. The bear is about to attack the shelter." Within less than a minute, the formidable creature charged towards the refuge. Chapter 104. Confronting the black bear in the blink of an eye, the enormous black bear surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the sanctuary's wall with astonishing speed. Instantly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, as if the very world itself trembled in response. The sanctuary shook violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Soil from the roof cascaded down like a disturbed swarm of bees, creating a cloud of dust that filled the air. Furthermore, the bamboo that formed the walls could scarcely withstand such immense force. Several poles were violently dislodged, soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings. A gaping hole now marred the once sturdy wall, as if a ferocious beast had savagely torn through it. This aperture was so vast that the entire sanctuary appeared precarious.